Chapter 1 Perspective? The breeze blew gently, bringing a slight coolness. Gao Yang carefully put 2 tickets for Zhang Xiuhan's concert into his wallet. Then take the customized cake, riding a second-hand small electric donkey towards the rental house. Because today is his girlfriend Qiu Lily's birthday, he wants to celebrate Qiu Lily's birthday, and by the way, give her another surprise. The two have been living together for 2 years, and have already bought a house and made a down payment. As soon as the real estate license comes down, they can get married. In order to celebrate Qiu Lily's birthday, Gao Yang specially took a half day off today. To say that Qiu Lily is still quite good to Gao Yang, although he often dislikes his lack of money and talent, Gao Yang also did not take it seriously. Women, which one does not nagging, took the cake, riding his electric car, with the fastest speed to the rental house, just picked up the key ready to open the door. I heard someone in the rental house talking. Lily, you're still so flirty, same as a year ago. Gao Yang's hand with the key trembled. The voice was familiar. It was none other than his college best buddy brother, Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun, I won't allow you to talk about me like that. I'm only flirting with you. Hurry up, Gao Yang will be getting off work later. Rumble. It was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky hitting Gao Yang's head. This was his girlfriend that he had been living with for 2 years. This was the woman that he had decided to guard for the rest of his life. She was actually doing this kind of shameless thing with his best buddy, and it had already been a year. That is to say that this cuckold has already been worn on his neck. Gao Yang's mind was in chaos at this moment. Countless sweet images from the past flashed in his mind one by one. If this matter can endure, in vain as a man, will become a god turtle. With a bang, Gao Yang directly kicked open the door of the room. At once the nasty scene inside was reflected in his eyes. Gao Yang, why did you come back? Let me explain. Qiu Lily hurriedly pushed Zhang Jun, who was lying on top of her, out of the way and panicked as she began to search for her clothes. Explain your mother. Gao Yang directly slapped Qiu Lily's face, then took the electric car helmet in his hand and gave Zhang Jun a hard knock on his head. Gao Yang, we are brothers. Listen to me explain. Qiu Lily and I. Zhang Jun covered his head while trying to explain. But can this be explained clearly? Brothers? Brother Nima coin. I'll kill you today. Gao Yang is 1 meter 8 tall and strong. Where was Zhang Jun a match for Gao Yang? He could only crouch on the ground while opening his mouth to beg for mercy. Gao Yang, don't fight. If you fight again you'll kill someone. Qiu Lily was terrified. Don't look at Gao Yang's big man of 1 meter 8. He was usually like a grandson in front of her. But today's Gao Yang made her feel fearful and scared. Maybe he was tired of fighting. Or maybe Qiu Lily's last words played a role. Gao Yang slammed the broken helmet in his hand, hard on Zhang Jun, then looked at Qiu Lily with angry eyes. Stretching out a finger, he pointed it at Qiu Lily a few times, wanting to say something, but looking at this familiar face, he ended up saying nothing, slammed the door fiercely and rode the electric bike. Ga, squeak, bang, the ear-piercing sound of brakes, the huge inertia and impact, knocked Gao Yang along with the electric bike directly out. Before his consciousness dissipated, Gao Yang was sure that he had been in a car accident, and that the car was red. As for the rest, nothing else was remembered. I don't know how long it took. Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes. The light in the room was blinding, making him close his eyes again, then began to recall what was going on. The memories were like a time machine, skimming through his mind one by one. Gao Yang remembered that Qiu Lily had betrayed him, and what he considered his best buddy. Then he rode his own electric bike onto the road, only to be hit by a car, and then the way he was now. Maybe it was the end of his memories, or maybe it was his eyes gradually adjusting to the light in the room. Slowly opening his eyes again, he began to survey the room. It was a hospital room, and a woman in the room was on the phone. This is not the point. The point is that this woman is not wearing clothes. It had to be said that this female's figure was very good, especially a certain part, big and straight, much better looking than Qiu Lily's. Nope. Gao Yang hastily shook his head, then looked at this female once again. Clear and bright pupils, curved willow leaf eyebrows, long eyelashes fluttering slightly. The white flawless skin was permeated with a light reddish pink, and the thin lips were as delicate as rose petals. A head of shoulder-length hair with curly big waves, wearing OL professional women's clothing, highlighting her tall figure. Foot 7 or 8 centimeters of high heels, under the domination of the master, constantly kissing the ground with the small mouth. Well, other things will wait until I go back tomorrow. Bye. When Wanting hung up the phone, her heart sputtering. How come all the unlucky things came to her? Coming out to do an errand actually bumped into someone and ended up trapped here. As soon as she hung up the phone and looked up, when Wanting saw a pair of big thieving eyes, looking at herself. You're awake. Did you feel uncomfortable anywhere, or want to go to the bathroom or something? Gao Yang shook his head, then moved his body. Other than some pain in his chest and head, it didn't feel like a big deal. Since you're fine, let's talk about compensation. When Wanting found herself a chair and sat down. I feel like it's not a big deal. You pay my medical bills. Let's forget about compensation and stuff. Gao Yang felt that the other party shouldn't have done it on purpose either, so he wasn't going to ask for any compensation. Hey, you crossed the road and wrecked my car. Do you mean I still have to pay you compensation? When Wanting's words made Gao Yang froze. After half a day, the compensation the other party was talking about was herself compensating her. He himself was hit, and for nothing at that? Looking at the open-mouthed Gao Yang, when Wanting cried and laughed a little. Forget it, I've seen your wallet, it's cleaner than your face. Count me unlucky, you have 2 cracked ribs plus a few abrasions on your body. Other than that there's no big problem. I've already advanced $20,000 for the medical bills. That should be enough for you to see a doctor. Let's wait until you're better for other things. This is my business card. Call me if there's anything. I still have things to do so I'll leave first. I'll put your wallet and cell phone in the drawer. When Wanting finished, without the slightest bit of procrastination, then twisted her arse and left the ward. It wasn't until when Wanting had left for a long time that Gao Yang reacted and looked at the business card in his hand, which had the 3 words "When Wanting" written on it. Gao Yang turned his face away, ready to get his cell phone. Just then, the magical scene appeared again, because his eyes looked directly through the desktop. His cell phone and wallet were just floating in the air, and after looking at it for a long time, the cell phone and wallet started to become transparent as well. This is perspective? Chapter 2: Driving a Beautiful President. If once was an illusion, then twice was not an illusion. Gao Yang didn't go for his wallet and cell phone. He wanted to continue to start the experiment, so directing his gaze at the sheet covering his body, with his mental concentration, the sheet on his body has slowly disappeared, followed by his pants, underwear. Then what a big pile! Gao Yang wanted to scream with excitement. He also wanted to share it with someone, but he gradually calmed down. He no longer had anyone to share. Best brother, favorite woman. As for going to talk to his parents and sister about it, forget it. When the time comes, it's not a surprise. I'm afraid it's a shock. Once his parents in his hometown learned that he had a car accident and was lying in the hospital, he probably didn't know what to rush into. After thinking for a long time, I have not thought about the direction of my future development. Continue to go to work. It is unrealistic. All have a golden finger still go to work for others? Why don't you just chop off your finger? Thinking about it, there is no better way. And then noticed the business card in his hand. So ready to make a phone call. Pull open the drawer. Pick up his cell phone. Just entered the number. He pressed the cancel button again. Just then, Gao Yang remembered that when Wanting had said earlier that he had cracked bones in 2 ribs. But why didn't he feel that obvious pain? Lifting the quilt and putting on his shoes, Gao Yang paced back and forth in the hospital room. He felt that his body was in good shape, although there was still a little bit of pain at his chest, but there was absolutely no pain like that of a broken rib. Could it be that his body had also been transformed? Just then his cell phone rang. Picking it up, his face changed, because the caller ID on top of his cell phone was called Little Lazy Cat. Little Lazy Cat was exactly the little nickname, or nickname, that Gao Yang gave Chio Lily. Casually pressed the hang up button. The result is that the phone called again, and after hanging up 5 or 6 times in a row, the phone also stopped ringing. Then clicked on WeChat. Good guy. Chio Lily sent him dozens of voice, as well as ordinary messages. Gao Yang looked lazy to see. Directly pull black. Then her cell phone number was also pulled black. So far, he once again lived the life of a single dog. The next morning, Gao Yang felt that he was no longer a big deal. In the eyes of the doctors and nurses shocked, he checked out of the hospital. There was also a refund of more than $10,000. Without saying anything, Gao Yang directly dialed the phone number on the business card, only to be hung up by the other party. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders, then noted the number with his name, and finally added a WeChat application. When Wanting and a few department managers were discussing some things, the phone suddenly rang and still a strange number. She didn't even think about it and hung up, and by the time the meeting was over she had already forgotten about it. Open WeChat ready to look at the company group. There is no dynamic. The result is to see a WeChat application. The confirmation was casually clicked. Just after the confirmation, a transfer arrived in his WeChat, more than $13,000. When Wanting was about to send a message to ask what it meant, but a message was sent over. Hello MS. Wed, I'm Gao Yang, the person who hit your car yesterday. I've been discharged from the hospital now. The extra money has been refunded to you, in addition to the medical fees for my treatment as well as the money for repairing the car. I'll find a way to pay you back. Only then did when Wanting remember that there was another patient in the ward. Regardless of who was right and who was wrong in this matter, there was no way to deny that the person was hit by her, so she immediately sent a message over. Gao Yang had originally planned to take a chance after leaving the hospital. For example, by a little scratching music or something, The result is that when wanting let him wait in front of the hospital, and this wait is more than an hour. Just when he could hardly wait and was ready to leave, a white sedan stopped by his side. The window rolled down and the delicate face appeared in front of Gao Yang. "Get in." Two simple words, as if they still carried a hint of command. Gao Yang didn't like this feeling, because there were only 3 people who dared to speak to him in such a tone of voice for so long. One was his mother, one was his homeroom teacher, and the other was Chiu Lily. But now that he owed people, Gao Yang didn't say anything, directly sitting on his butt in the passenger compartment. "Can you drive?" Faced with this question, Gao Yang didn't understand what the other party meant, but still nodded. "Starting today, you'll be my driver for a probationary period of 3 months. I'll pay you 5 insurance and 1 gold, and give you half of your salary every month according to the standard. And the rest will be used as compensation for the money you spent on repairing my car and the medical bills you advanced yesterday. Let's see your performance after 3 months. By the way, do you have a job?" Gao Yang was a bit speechless. This last sentence should logically be placed before the first sentence. "Yes, but I plan to quit," Gao Yang said honestly. When wanting nodded, then left the cab, signaling Gao Yang to drive. In fact, Gao Yang could drive. When wanting knew that, after all, she had checked the wallet yesterday, and it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that it was cleaner than a dog's lick, and it only added up to $200 anyway. So when wanting guessed that Gao Yang's economic condition should not be too good, just as they do lack a driver. Of course, the main reason is not because of these, just because Gao Yang transferred the medical fee to her. If it was an ordinary person, it was estimated that she would have run away long ago with this money. "Mr. Wed, where are we going?" Gao Yang started the car and immediately got into his element, the Emerald Raw Stone Market. As soon as he heard this name, Gao Yang's eyes were bright. He thought of a night, did not think of the way to make money. Actually, buy this woman a sentence on a reminder. He has the ability to see through. A night thought is to buy scratch, or go to the mahjong hall to play mahjong cheat, and even thought of, to go to the main road to peep at the beautiful women. But there was no thought of going to gamble on stones. Gao Yang had the urge to pick up this one wanting and kiss her hard. Of course, this was just him thinking about it. If he really wanted to do that, he would have to eat free meals for at least half a month. "Your injuries got better so quickly?" After the car started, when wanting finally asked the doubt in her heart. Although it was said that Gao Yang's injury yesterday wasn't very serious, but it was still necessary to recuperate for a few days at the very least. "My family is from the countryside, usually suffer a little injury that belongs to very normal. As for the bone crack, I asked the doctor, this as long as there is no strenuous exercise. Basically after a period of time it will automatically recover." Gao Yang's explanation was a bit far-fetched, but when wanting didn't care too much. "Once we go to the raw stone market, you can't talk nonsense. Understand?" Gao Yang promised. No matter what, being a driver was much better than playing screws in a factory. Besides, there are 5 insurance and 1 gold and so on, and following a female boss is also more eye-catching. "Right, let me tell you something. Yesterday your cell phone rang. There was one called Little Lazy Cat calling. I answered it." Chapter 3, fired right after work. Gao Yang didn't care about this. If it was said that before yesterday, a female took his cell phone and answered Chiu Lily's call, Gao Yang would have been nervous because he was afraid that Chiu Lily would be jealous. Gao Yang didn't say anything, and naturally when wanting didn't continue, she just said what needed to be said. After all, listening to the name, one should have guessed that it should be Gao Yang's girlfriend. She just explained, or remind, to prevent the two people appear to have any misunderstanding. The so-called jadeite market. In fact, a little bit of exaggeration. A street, more than a dozen stores, so large scale. Even if Gao Yang had never come into contact with this thing before, he knew where the largest jadeite market in China was. Getting out of the car, Gao Yang followed behind when wanting. It was as if when wanting was familiar with this place, or he was familiar with a certain store. After getting out of the car, he directly walked towards a jadeite raw stone store called Golden Jade Stone. Yao Yang's words were relatively few, especially since he wasn't too familiar with this one ting, so he basically didn't talk much along the way. He just had to do his duty. The duo entered the store, and inside the store, there were a few people discussing a piece of stone. "Old Zhang, I think this stone is fine. What do you think?" The person who was speaking was in his 40s, wearing a pair of glasses and looked like a big boss. At this time the one called Old Zhang opened his mouth. "Oldly, this piece of material from the character, the quality is very good. I'm sure he is old pit material." Gao Yang didn't know about the material, nor did he know about gambling, but he had perspective, so directly a perspective threw over. Slowly, this so-called old pit material began to become transparent. Without a moment's effort, Gao Yang had already gotten a good look at this stone. 2 words white. White meant that there was nothing inside. "Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence." Just then, When Wanting began to greet. Yo, isn't this Wanting girl? Purchasing again today. The person speaking was none other than that old Zhang. When Wanting smiled and said, recently, the company's shortage of goods is quite serious. I just came to take a look by the way. Of course I'll also lay my hands on any good ones. I wonder how this piece of material is. Old Zhang and Old Li heard that when Wanting was interested in this piece of material. Wanting this piece of material is a very good piece of material both in terms of its character and its size. The chances of betting on it going up are high. Could it be that you are also interested? The one who spoke this time was that Old Li. When Wanting was naturally interested, otherwise she wouldn't have come to ask. If it's good material I would like to bid on it. A price of over $3 million isn't too expensive. The moment these words came out, Gao Yang's heart was speechless. A piece of material for more than $3 million is still not expensive? Can you not be so Versailles? At this time the shopkeeper ran over. So it's Mr. Wen who came. How is it? Does Mr. Wen have his eye on this stone? If Mr. Wen looks at the zero for you to erase, just give a whole number. When Wanting nodded and was about to speak, but was pulled by Gao Yang. General Manager Wen, you can't have this piece of material. This is the first time the male lead has committed a foolish act as a lesson in growing up, so he must suffer a loss for once. Upon hearing this, When Wanting was just quite unhappy. She had previously said on her way here to tell Gao Yang not to speak, but as a result, this guy was all good and interjected as soon as he arrived. When Wanting decided that she would send this guy packing later when no one was around. When Wanting didn't say anything, she decided to buy the stone. Mr. Wed, take my advice. You can't buy this piece of material. When Wanting was considered a very cultured person, but being cultured didn't mean she didn't have a temper. Give me the key, you can leave now. Gao Yang froze, then reacted. With a slight smile, he then handed over the car keys. Thanks for taking care of Mr. Wed. I will make up for the money I owe you. Count me as talkative today. But I'll say one last thing. You can't have this piece of material. After Gao Yang said this, he directly turned around and left. When Wanting frowned, she wanted to say something, but in the end, what's wrong with young people nowadays? They don't know anything, they just talk nonsense there. Where can I buy such a good piece of material for $3 million? For a while, some of the melon eaters in the raw stone store began to talk. Gao Yang left the store. He wanted to severely smack himself 2 big ears. This just work actually be fired. He should not talk too much. Not to mention 3 million, even if it is 30 million. Off his matter? Took a deep breath and saw a cash machine. There are still a few $1,000s in his card. It is useless to keep it, so it is better to take it out and gamble. After withdrawing the money, Gao Yang changed to a raw stone store, and then casually looked at the material. These materials have emerald cannot say no, but less, and basically there is a law. Inside the jadeite jade, or stone better quality, basically the price will be higher, but Gao Yang now only a few $1,000s. These stones basically he cannot afford. Of course there are small, worth a few $1,000s like black eggs material, but there is nothing inside. It seems like it's not that easy to get rich gambling on stones. Might as well go to the lottery outlet and buy a few scratch-offs to try. Just then, he noticed the sound of a cutting machine coming from the back door of this urban store. When he looked at it, he realized that there was a field inside, and on the other side of the field, there was a cutting machine, and there were a few people unraveling the stones. Gao Yang had nothing to do anyway, so he walked over to take a look. It was a piece of material the size of a millstone, but it had already been unraveled for the most part. The edges had fallen all over the place, and the center area was only the size of a basketball. The person who is unraveling the stone is a young man of about 30 years of age. Looking at the dress should be a rich man. Only this guy is destined to be busy for nothing today. Asterisk 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 it's white again. Really evil. Today this is the third piece. This guy said while kicking on the cutting machine, as if this was all caused by the cutting machine. Young Mr. Wu, why don't we switch to another one? Today, young Wu's fortune is definitely in the east. Gao Yang quietly sized up the woman who spoke. Not bad looking and dressed up in a sultry manner. While pampering herself, she was holding this Wu Xiao's arm, rubbing her plump position with it non-stop. Gao Yang could conclude that this woman was a mistress after just one look. Alright, let's go to another one. I don't believe that my luck is so bad today. After this Wu Xiao finished speaking, he even reached out and slapped the woman on her butt. Not to mention, it was quite loud. After Wu Xiao left with this woman, the others were ready to disperse. Boss, are these edges for sale? Just as the crowd was about to leave, an abrupt voice rang out, causing them to stop in their tracks. Then one by one, they looked at Gao Yang with contemptuous gazes. These people were all human beings. How could they not see that Gao Yang wanted to pick up leaks? This picking up leaks which is not so easy. The cutting out of emerald from the edges of the material. Here is heard of. but they have never seen it. The store owner is a man in his 50s, not tall. In fact, some people used to come over to buy the edges, but after a long time, no one to buy. Young man, if you want $500 a piece, take your pick. Chapter 4: The First Bucket of Gold. Gao Yang frowned when he heard $500 a piece. Then when he saw the people on the side looking at him with teasing eyes one by one, he knew what kind of mindset these people were in. This store owner was ripping him off. These melon eaters naturally knew it, but they wouldn't say anything. It was because they liked to watch the drama. Otherwise they wouldn't be called the melon eaters. Fine, I'll buy 3 pieces, but can I use this cutting machine? This store owner heard that there was really a cutie. Hastily agreed. 3 stones, that is 1,500. This does not earn nothing. It's just a matter of using the cutter. Will wear and tear plus the cost of electricity add up to less than $2. Gao Yang took out $1,500 and handed it to the boss, and then began to pick. In fact, there is only 1 piece of something. The reason why I bought 2 more pieces is purely to beat the dead horse. Gao Yang first picked up the biggest piece of edging, and without any ambiguity, directly cut it in 2. Young man, don't bother. A raw stone the size of a millstone didn't even cut out anything. It's only strange if you can cut out such a little piece of edge material. The person who spoke was older, 50 years old. Gao Yang smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Continue to pick up the second piece of material, the same cut in 2, and then the same result, nothing. At this time, Gao Yang picked up the last piece of material. This time it was still cut as carefully as before, which made the surrounding spectators make fun of it. Gao Yang ignored the ridicule of the crowd and continued his own movements, and in the end, there was only a piece of material the size of an adult's fist left. He chose to rub the edge. This amused the watchers even more, and they talked about it without the slightest concern. Gao Yang still didn't say a word and continued to do his own thing. Ha, out of the green. I don't know who shouted out, and the noisy chatter on the scene came to a screeching halt. Then one by one, they began to gather around. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is stepping on luck. Actually really came out green. Did you guys see this? Although this piece of jadeite is not a big block, its color is very positive, but unfortunately it's just a little bit smaller. Yeah, but it's not a problem at all to make a few rings and pendants, and there's still a surplus. For a while, the crowd began to talk, with more than half of them having jealousy and envy mixed in their words, especially that store owner. At this moment he wanted to smack himself with 2 big ears. After almost a quarter of an hour or so, Gao Yang had basically polished out this piece of jade flesh. This jadeite was indeed not too big, and its shape was somewhat similar to a piece of soothing soap. It's actually a positive green. Young man, I'll offer $300,000. I'll take this piece of jade. Finally someone recognized the price of this piece of emerald and started bidding. This piece of emerald has a very positive color, without a hint of impurity. I bid $400,000. I bid. Well, before Gao Yang could say anything, these people started arguing. $1 million, I'll take it. Just then, a familiar woman's voice came over. Gao Yang looked up. This person was no other than Wen Wanting. This piece of emerald was worth this price. If you spent $500,000 or $600,000 to buy it back, it was a profit. But spend $1 million to buy back, even if there is earn, will not earn too much. After all, this piece here. That said, Wen Wanting, since Gao Yang left, she spent $3 million to buy the stone. The result, naturally, was predictable. At this time she remembered Gao Yang, a man who had stopped her from buying it 3 times. Of course, there might be coincidences in there as well, but it was more likely that Gao Yang knew about jadeite raw stones. Thus, Wen Wanting regretted a bit. Gao Yang had kindly reminded himself, but as a result, even if he didn't listen, he had even fired the other party. She did remember that Gao Yang had reminded her when he was finally leaving. Losing $3 million was nothing to her. Often dealing with emerald stones, there are losses and gains. This is a common thing. Just like someone playing mahjong every day, losing today and winning tomorrow. Who would still play with you if you won every day? So Wen Wanting made a call to Gao Yang, and it went unanswered. In fact, at that time, the cutter sounds so noisy. Can hear the hell. No one answered the phone. Can only try to find Gao Yang. Coincidentally heard this side of the discussion and the sound of bidding. So I came over to take a look, just in time to see Gao Yang solved a piece of green jadeite. This makes Wen Wanting even more concluded that Gao Yang really know how to gamble, indicating that the previous reminder is not claptrap. Gao Yang also didn't expect such a coincidence. So its general manager won. You just made a lot of money from that stone. Wen Wanting was furious. How could she not hear that Gao Yang was being sarcastic? But it couldn't be helped. The bitter fruit picked by herself was eaten by herself. Gao Yang, I'll take this piece of emerald. I believe that there won't be anyone here who will offer a higher price than me. I also believe you won't have a problem with money, right? Gao Yang's soft underbelly was pinned to death by this one wanting. In fact, Gao Yang really didn't care. He and this one wanting had no enmity. In a sense, to be able to come here today to think of the piece of gambling stones, but also thanks to this woman. Okay, you give me 900,000 on the line, more as I compensate you for the money to repair the car. Gao Yang finished handing the jadeite raw stone to When Wanting. When Wanting didn't hesitate, and after receiving the jadeite raw stone, she started transferring money to Gao Yang. Gao Yang, give me the bank card number. Gao Yang didn't have any nonsense. He definitely couldn't remember the bank card number, and it was estimated that there weren't many people who could remember their bank card number. So he took out his wallet and handed When Wanting his agricultural bank card that still had $17 inside. Almost 2 minutes later, the transfer message arrived. Looking at the transfer message, Gao Yang froze. Didn't I say $900,000? When Wanting shrugged and said, I can't repair that car for $100,000. Besides I have insurance. Gao Yang nodded. He wasn't a little cutie. This woman looks like she's very rich. $3 million are not expensive. Would she care about this $100,080,000? After loading up his bank card and cell phone, Gao Yang started his big money-making business. Before it was because he didn't have the funds, now it was different. He has 1 million. He can use 1 million to make 10 million. 100 million. Maybe because the hilarity was over, or maybe because of the time. The melon eaters had also left, and all of a sudden, only the store owner, Gao Yang and When Wanting were left inside the store. When Wanting didn't intend to leave because Gao Yang didn't intend to leave. Gao Yang does not know much about the price of jade, but he knows some basic common sense. For example, first of all, this jadeite should be big, and then for example, the color should be positive. As the saying goes, emerald is honored by green, then the best is emperor green, emerald. But the chance that this small place can produce imperial green is no less than winning the Mark 6 lottery. Gao Yang began to circle around the emerald stones on the shelves, and he stayed no longer than a minute for each piece of raw stone. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a walk in the park. Suddenly, Gao Yang was attracted by a piece of material. Chapter 5 Cooperation. This piece of material wasn't big, but the goods inside were very good. Not only was it big, but it was mainly the color. Sweeping the code to pay $100,000, Gao Yang moved the piece of stone to the side of the stone cutting machine. When you buy a jadeite raw stone in this store, you can use the cutting machine for free. Just as Gao Yang was about to press the switch to start cutting the stone, he saw a pair of feet and then looked upwards along a pair of feet. Ha, Mr. What? You're actually still here. When Wanting was so angry. She had been following Gao Yang for almost half an hour, and this guy actually didn't realize it until now. Could it be that such a big beauty like herself was still no better than such a rock? When Wanting took a deep breath, and silently recited in her heart, don't get angry. No one will replace you if you get angry. You don't have to mind me. I'll just take a look. In the end, when Wanting uttered this sentence, Gao Yang was speechless for a while, thinking, who cares about you? With the after roar of the cutting machine, Gao Yang directly started cutting. When Wanting just watched, before others deciphered the stone. They would first study it to confirm the most likely location and size of the jade flesh. Then they also have to draw a line. This is to prevent themselves from cutting off the side, or that after a long time they have forgotten how to cut. But this guy is good. What preparations are not the stone moved up to cut? Is this the so-called expert? Gao Yang naturally will not be able to solve the stone, but this thing is not a difficult action. As long as not cut to the jade meet on the line. He directly from the stone 1/3 of the place a knife down. Then he switched to another place and slashed down again. After a few times, the jadeite stone is only left a little larger than the mouth of the bowl. Just when Wanting thought that this guy had cut it down, Gao Yang started rubbing the edge. After a few minutes of rubbing, Gao Yang stopped moving, picked up the ladle on the side, scooped up half a ladle of water, and directly began to clean the cut surface. When Wanting just watched, suddenly her eyes shrunk violently, and then she blurted out Red Fei. Gao Yang, it's Red Fei. When Wanting's cold and indifferent expression was gone, and she started to become a little excited, as if she had solved this piece of jadeite. Gao Yang wasn't going to get excited because he had already seen it, but his calmness gave When Wanting the illusion that the person in front of him was a master gambler. Gao Yang took a look at it and was satisfied, then continued polishing it. Gao Yang, sell me this piece of red jadeite. I'll offer $10 million. Actually, Gao Yang didn't know the value of this jadeite because he didn't understand it in the first place. He wasn't sure if When Wanting was purposely undercutting his price, or if this piece of jadeite was really just worth 10 million, so he was going to test it out. I'm sorry, I don't intend to. This piece of jadeite, 15 million, can't be more. Any more I'm going to lose money. before Gao Yang could finish his words. When Wanting gave a price of $15 million, Gao Yang felt it was about right. So, sell. Gao Yang directly threw his modesty all over the place. $15 million he could buy a car and a house. He could also do business. Keeping such a piece of broken stone, there is no use. Regardless of the final price of this stone is worth how much. When Wanting did not take advantage of him or something, these all do not matter, because he has money. Back 10,000 steps. Even if this stone sold cheap, so what? This original Stone Street, more than a dozen stores, is not enough for him to get rich. After transferring the transaction and waiting for everything to be completed, Gao Yang was ready to take a break because he was hungry. He hadn't eaten since last night, and just got out of the hospital this morning. He was pulled over by this woman. Now it was almost 12 o'clock. This stomach had long been rumbling with hunger. After the transaction was completed, Gao Yang directly walked towards the door of the store. Even if he wasn't going to eat, he didn't intend to buy from this one store. 1 or 2 stones gambled up. This other people will not suspect. You bet up one after another. I'm afraid that even I don't believe it. Gao Yang, wait for me. Gao Yang helplessly stopped his steps, then looked at Wen Wanting, who trotted over. Mr. Wed, may I ask what else you want? Wen Wanting was a little embarrassed and said that I apologize to you for what happened before. In addition, I would like to treat you to a meal, by the way. Gao Yang smiled. Apologizing is not necessary. That money is not mine anyway. As for treating me to dinner, if Mr. Wen is willing to eat fast food with me, then let's go together. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he walked straight towards a fast food restaurant diagonally across the street. Wen Wanting smiled faintly and hurriedly followed him, casually ordering a few dishes. Gao Yang wolfed down the food, not caring about the image at all, kind of thing. You eat slower, it's not like anyone is stealing from you. Right, Gao Yang, let's work together. Gao Yang looked up and then continued eating. Wen Wanting just casually ate a few bites, and when she saw that Gao Yang was ignoring her, she got a little anxious. Gao Yang, I'll put up the funds. You help us gamble on the stones. We'll split the winnings 50-50, and any losses will be on me. What do you think? This was the most unreasonable cooperation agreement so far that Wen Wanting had opened up, because they had never had such an agreement before. 50-50 if you win, and count it all on her if you lose. With such favorable conditions, she believed that there wasn't a single person in the world who would refuse her. I'm afraid, however, Mr. Wed, are you stupid, or am I? I can take it all myself. Why should I share half with you? For a moment Wen Wanting was petrified. She had never thought of such a question, feeling that what this Gao Yang guy said was right and wrong, but for a moment she couldn't figure out where exactly it was wrong. It was mainly her thinking that didn't keep up with Gao Yang's rhythm. So smart as she was actually disliked for a while and didn't know what to say. I'm a person who doesn't need to cooperate. If you want to cooperate with me, it's only because you want to take advantage of me. You can if you want to purchase jade. When I gamble on the stone, you follow me and offer a price that I'm satisfied with. But first things first, this price must be satisfactory to me. Otherwise our cooperation is cancelled. Gao Yang finished this sentence and stopped talking, continuing to eat the rice in his bowl as he was really hungry. Wen Wanting spent a while and finally smoothed out Gao Yang's words. First of all, Gao Yang said the sentence, I can take all of it. Why should I share half of it with you? This sentence is actually incorrect, because gambling on stones it is risky. Even if you are the world's best king of gambling on stones, he can't cut up 100%, so there is a logical error here. Then there is the second sentence. Working with me is nothing more than trying to take advantage of me. This guy actually said that he was taking advantage of him. When Wanting this angry but on second thought, it seems like she does have ideas in this regard. It's just that this cheapness is not that cheapness. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 6 Nightmare. When Wanting missed one chance, it was impossible for her to let go of a second chance now. If she had trusted Gao Yang in the beginning, then at this point, Gao Yang was still his employee. In other words, she could use Gao Yang to help her gamble on stones, but it was useless to think about that now. After lunch, the two of them left the small restaurant, and Wen Wanting naturally followed Gao Yang. Why are you still following me? Gao Yang realized that this Wen Wanting had been following him all along, and asked without any good humor, didn't you say gambling on stones? Of course I have to watch you. Wen Wanting blinked her big charming eyes, still looking charming. Gambling on stones is just a hobby. How can you gamble all the time? Gao Yang turned around and was about to leave after saying that. Then where are you going now? I can send you. Gao Yang froze. Right, where should he go? The rental house he wasn't going to go back to. He had money now, those so-called belongings from before. He didn't care to have them. So now the most important thing for him should be to have a place to live. It's impossible to sleep on the main road at night. The work is not done. Also need to go to check out the procedures. But he only has a hospital certificate of hospitalization. drag 2 days is not afraid. Others cannot count him absenteeism, and he does not care to be fired or deducted a little pay or something. Only he wanted to finish what he started. Looking at Gao Yang, who stood there in a daze and didn't say anything for half a day. When Wanting seemed to have guessed something. When Wanting was very smart. Yesterday Gao Yang was riding a car from a certain intersection and suddenly rushed up. At that time, the speed of the electric car was a bit fast. And the most crucial thing was that this guy didn't even look at the road, which led to that car accident. According to yesterday afternoon, there was a woman called Little Lazy Cat, who called so many times, of which she even answered a call. Although she didn't say a few words, but once the phone was connected, the woman on the other side kept apologizing and begging Gao Yang to forgive her. From just a few words, When Wanting could probably guess the following. Firstly, the woman had done something to apologize to Gao Yang, and it was likely that this matter had offended Gao Yang's principles and bottom line. As for what it was, When Wanting didn't know, and it wasn't good for her to guess at random. Secondly, this Gao Yang was all skillful but mixed up so badly, it was most likely related to this woman. And now that he had fallen out with this woman called Little Lazy Cat, so Gao Yang decided not to pretend anymore. Send me to a hotel first. Gao Yang's words interrupted When Wanting's thoughts. Don't you have a place to stay? Well, When Wanting realized that she had asked a nonsense question. Who would stay in a hotel if they had a place to stay? So she led Gao Yang to the car and headed towards some inn. Come pick me up tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Then we'll go to gamble on the stones. Gao Yang finished. Directly into the inn. When Wanting this angry in the morning this guy is still his own driver. Now it's the other way around. Actually let her pick him up tomorrow morning. But today she endured. Who asked her to be in the wrong? The main thing is, she still have to rely on this looks okay, is to put a stink face of the man gambling stone. Gao Yang was not this kind of character. In fact, he had always been quite easygoing, sometimes even a little humor. It's just that too many things happened in the past 2 days, and the impact on him was a bit big. Plus Chiu Lily's matter. He had some reasons to be angry with When Wanting in it. Lying on the big bed of the inn, Gao Yang began to think about the next thing. He had money, more than $10 million. Then the first thing to do is to buy a house. Before and Chiu Lily together with the down payment to buy that house. Registration information are Chiu Lily's name. Now it seems not to come back. But his things cannot be so easy to take for nothing. Sooner or later 10 times 100 times to get back. Surely. Then buy a house to buy in what place? By what kind of house? A time cannot decide. So he decided to think of a different problem. What to do next? Gambling on stones cannot be every day. Go more often. Others will be suspicious. Always have to do something else to do. He now has almost 16 million less than a little. What business to do? As a result of this problem and no results. Thinking about confused want to fall asleep. Gao Yang was awakened by a nightmare. After waking up, he realized that he was shocked out of a cold sweat. Zhang Jun, I'm going to make you die a horrible death. That's right. Gao Yang dreamt about the scene from yesterday. In the dream, Zhang Jun wasn't as wimpy as he was yesterday. Incomparably arrogant, and was actually having an affair with Chiu Lily in front of him. Chiu Lily, in particular, was as flirtatious as she wanted to be. Gao Yang rushed up to fight for his life. But when he was wrestling, Chiu Lily suddenly took out a sharp knife and directly stabbed into Gao Yang's abdomen. As a result, Gao Yang was awakened. Gao Yang knew that Chiu Lily and Zhang Jun had become a nightmare for him. The main reason why he had this dream was that he thought too much. As the saying goes, when you think about something in the day, you dream about it at night. Originally, he thought that this matter had already passed, but now that he thought about it, he couldn't get over it at all. Yesterday, the reason why he did not kill Zhang Jun, that is because he still has a trace of sanity left. The main thing is Chiu Lily that remind. Gao Yang poured a cup of water and drank it, then began to think about how to take revenge. He wouldn't do anything like killing and setting fire, unless he was pushed to the extreme. There were actually many kinds of revenge, such as making the other party lose all their money. Thinking of this, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. There was a plan forming in his mind, but there was no hurry in this matter. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Feeling a little hungry, Gao Yang picked up his cell phone and wallet and walked out of the hotel. As soon as he came out he saw someone When Wanting. In fact, for this woman, Gao Yang does not have any disgust. At least at the beginning of today gave him a good job. When Wanting pondered all afternoon, mainly about Gao Yang. When Wanting's grandfather, the chairman of Wen's group, died in a car accident 2 years ago because his son, When Wanting's father, died in a car accident, and Wanting didn't have any other siblings, so there was no doubt that she would be the sole heir of the Wen family. So now she became the general manager of Wen Jewelry, a branch of the Wen Group. It was simply understood that she would take over the Wen Group when the old man retired. Wen's Jewelry they naturally had their own jadeite raw stone procurement channel, mainly from the Ruiqing side of China. I don't know what's going on. This year's emerald stone procurement, not only the quantity can't meet the requirements, even the quality can't meet the standard. Then one's jewelry is facing the dilemma of lack of jadeite raw materials. This is also the reason why Wen Wanting would often go to the raw stone street to look for emerald. In fact, she didn't gamble on stones on a regular basis. Most of the time it was just like today, spending money to buy it. Although the cost of spending money on jade would be a bit higher, the risk would be relatively smaller. But it couldn't be helped, at least to cope with this period of time before this year's raw stone public market started. Even if she had to earn less or nothing, she needed to do so. It wasn't until she found out about Gao Yang, a folk stone gambling expert, so she wanted to make a good relationship. So after getting off work, she came directly to the small inn where Gao Yang was staying, only to have just parked her car and was about to give Gao Yang a call when Gao Yang came out. Hi, long time no see. Chapter 7 Concert. Gao Yang was speechless for a while. Long time no see? Is that an appropriate word? A certain compartment in a similar fast food restaurant. Gao Yang ate more civilized this time, unlike the way he wolfed down his food at noon. Gao Yang, can you tell me about yourself? Gao Yang's hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. This subtle movement was caught by Wen Wanting. Gao Yang slowly raised his head and looked at the well-built, high-value, long legs, small waist, topped with a nice ass, bulging bag, plus the rich Wen Wanting in front of him. Then put down his chopsticks. He needed to confide, and also needed a listener. Maybe so he was not so depressed. Because of this, Wen Wanting had the honor of being Gao Yang's first listener. Gao Yang began to tell the story of what happened between him and Xiao Lily. From meeting each other, knowing each other, falling in love to living together, all the way to the story of the day of the car accident. Gao Yang, I don't think you need to be sad. She doesn't cherish you, that's her damage. Wen Wanting wanted to enlighten and persuade, but she was interrupted by Gao Yang halfway through her sentence. I will say my things to you to listen to, not to ask you to persuade me. You said this, I heard too much, because in the novel, the movie often have this. I'm not telling you this because we're both familiar with it, quite the opposite, because we're both unfamiliar with it. I just need a listener, and I need to talk. It's really that simple. I'm sorry, I'm a rather straight talker, but I've also looked away. A man has to be rich. Without money it's nothing. Gao Yang finished and continued to eat his meal, even though it was already cold. Gao Yang, actually I think what you said is not right. Not every girl loves money. You can't veto all girls just because you met a Xiao Lily. At least I don't think money is the most important thing in this world. Hearing Wen Wanting's words, Gao Yang once again put down his chopsticks. I think it's ridiculous for you to say that. You're a rich man first and foremost. So, you don't care about money, but you don't represent those women without money who will sell their bodies and even souls for money or for something else. Of course, you're right about one thing. Not all girls are like that, but a few don't represent the mainstream. You say that money is not important. Let me tell you, if a man does not have money, the women around you are all chaste and chaste women. If you dare to touch them, that's hooliganism. If a man has money, all are flavorful. That big brother long big brother short me and big brother really have a chance. If you drive a 50,000 car, all are 1,000 cups of wine. Directly to you drink scrapped. If you drive $1 million car, everyone will not drink. Half a cup of red wine will be drunk. To your car to pretend to sleep, and then come back to the sentence. Brother, I am cold, but also a hard to your arms. Very innocent and helpless, just waiting for you to pity. Wen Wanting's mouth was wide open, just listening to Gao Yang cracking up here. The point was that she couldn't refute it, because this was the mainstream phenomenon in society nowadays. Wen Wanting wanted to ease the atmosphere, but she was momentarily speechless. Is today Thursday? Suddenly Gao Yang asked such a question. Wen Wanting nodded non-committally. Do you want to go to a concert? Wen Wanting she didn't follow stars, but she reacted. Yesterday she saw that Gao Yang had 2 concert tickets inside his wallet. Yeah, originally I wanted to go see it too, but unfortunately the tickets were sold out. Wen Wanting matched Gao Yang and told a lie. Let's go. I'll take you to see it. The time should still be in time. So Gao Yang turned the car back on again and headed towards the sports center. Zhang Xiaohan probably didn't even know himself that for his concert today, there would be 2 people who weren't his fans at all, pairing up to listen to his concert. The concert was very crowded and could be described as crowded. Gao Yang was afraid that Wen Wanting would have an accident or get lost, so he could only pull him with a deadly grip. Until he entered the concert site, this crowded feeling only slightly ended. Sometimes he really couldn't understand why anyone would spend thousands of dollars to listen to a person singing there. If you really wanted to listen to his songs, wouldn't you just download a couple of them online? The atmosphere of the concert was still very good, and the concert had already started when the 2 of them came. It was almost like 1 or 2 songs were sung. Anyway, those fans were very crazy. Whenever a song ended, the fans shouted desperately and waved the glow sticks in their hands desperately. Words like I love you came and went. But it's worth mentioning that the atmosphere of the concert was really good, even if you didn't like listening to the song and weren't a fan of his fans. As long as you entered the environment, you would unconsciously follow the people around you, shouting and swaying. Even when Wanting, who was holding Gao Yang's arm with one hand at this moment, was waving with the other. In fact, after Gao Yang's one-day buffer today, his mentality and his spirit basically recovered. Treating this one Wanting, it was no longer the same kind of cold words as before. The concert ended and it was already 11 p.m. Gao Yang drove his car and brought one Wanting to a big stall. This was a place that Gao Yang used to come over often. Every time he had a happy event or a payday, he would come here to spend money once. Along with him came Zhang Jun and Xiao Lily. Wanting, I'm telling you, this explosive fried conch is especially delicious. Eating the conch and drinking the beer, it's so energizing. When Wanting looked at Gao Yang with such a smile on her face, she felt that such Gao Yang should be the original Gao Yang. Men should be like this, should eat, should drink, don't rub it in when it's time to be spontaneous. That kind of dullness, when Wanting was a bit less adaptable. Gao Yang, are you familiar with this place? After the two people became familiar with it, although they couldn't say that kind of conversation without words, they were able to start communicating like friends. Well, I always come here 2 or 3 times a month. The owner of this is a town of ours. Frying skills are still very good. You try this fat intestines. Special chewy. When Wanting usually didn't eat this kind of thing, but today when she saw that Gao Yang was happy, she also reached out her chopsticks and put a piece of pork sausage into her mouth. Not to mention, when she had eaten a piece, it was the second and third piece. Yummy, it's so delicious. Gao Yang, I've never eaten pork sausage before, so it turns out that pork sausage is so delicious. Gao Yang felt quite funny when he watched When Wanting take a bite of pork sausage and a bite of fried snails without any regard for her image. When Wanting's first impression to her was that she was the kind of professional woman, and a very rich one at that, similar to a female president. But seeing her wolfing down food like this now, instead, she felt that it wasn't that unattainable. Gao Yang, it's really you. Right at this moment, a discordant voice came over. Chapter 8 I ed her? Gao Yang, who was originally speaking eloquently with a fluttering brow, instantly changed his face when he heard this voice. When Wanting naturally noticed this. In other words, this woman was most likely Gao Yang. Who is she? Gao Yang slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand, then turned his head to look at Xiao Lily, his mouth slowly spitting out 4 words. None of your business. Then he picked up his chopsticks, chucked a piece of pork sausage and sent it directly to Wen Wanting's mouth. Bow, this is the last piece. Wen Wanting's pretty face was slightly red. These chopsticks were the ones that Gao Yang himself had just eaten. In addition, this address, and this tone of speech. Of course, Wen Wanting naturally knew the reason why Gao Yang said this, so she opened her cherry mouth very cooperatively. Thank you. However, that wasn't all. Gao Yang picked up another napkin. Bow, let me wipe your mouth. Well, Wen Wanting could only passively cooperate, only as if it wasn't really offensive either. Maybe it was because she knew the story of Gao Yang and this woman, so in some ways, she was willing to cooperate in this drama. Gao Yang, can't I be wrong? Can I talk to you in private? I'll explain it to you. When Wanting felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, or that it was a bit not good for him to stay here, so she prepared to go to the bathroom or something. As a result, she just got up and was pulled down again by Gao Yang. Xiao Lily, you don't need to explain to me. I don't need your explanation either. Things are over from yesterday. From now on you're you and I'm me. Xiao Lily bit her lip and said, Gao Yang, can't you forgive me once? Our house will be coming down soon. As long as you pretend you didn't see what happened yesterday, I promise to listen to you from now on. That Zhang Jun, I promise I will never contact him from now on. I've only made a mistake that most women make. Can't you be a little more generous? Xiao Lily said these words, not to mention Gao Yang, even when Wanting couldn't listen to them anymore. What do you mean by treating yesterday's events as if you didn't see them? What does it mean to say that most women make mistakes? And be generous? Are these still the words of a human being? Bang! Gao Yang slammed his fist on the table, and the dishes on the table were shaken. When Wanting on the side was startled. If you weren't a woman, that punch just now wouldn't have smashed on the table. You can be shameless. Don't think I'm like you. Even the best looking bowl, after it's filled with, even if it's washed clean, it's still a bowl. Get lost. Gao Yang was on the verge of going berserk, when Wanting hastily stretched out a hand and pulled his arm. Only then did Gao Yang slowly sit down. Gao Yang, don't forget, it's my name that's written on the real estate license. If you break up with me, you don't want to. Roll. This bellowing cry was so loud that even the people in the other seats turned their heads to look over. Gao Yang, don't regret it. Don't come begging me when the time comes. Xiao Lily's silver teeth clenched tightly. She left with a harsh word and left, because it was impossible not to leave. Gao Yang already had the urge to hit her with his hands. Gao Yang, are you alright? After Qiu Lily left, When Wanting asked in a low voice. It was mainly because she was shocked by Gao Yang's aura just now. It's fine, boss, bring me a case of beer. Gao Yang didn't drink at first because he had to drive, but he wanted to drink now, and when Wanting wanted to make a sound to stop him, but finally gave up. One's own suffering was only clear to oneself. How does a saying go? Don't know the suffering of others, don't advise others to be good. When Wanting could understand Gao Yang's pain, but she couldn't experience it because it wasn't her personal experience. Gao Yang drank one glass after another. The empty bottles under his feet were getting more and more. When Wanting didn't stop it, sometimes it was a relief to get drunk and sleep. And she was also observing Gao Yang. This man was handsome and capable. Although his temper was a bit eccentric, he was still able to restrain it with reason, which was rare. If that Qiu Lily wasn't a woman just now, when Wanting believed that Gao Yang's fist would have smashed over long ago, it was probably because of this that Gao Yang felt pain. So such a good man. Was this Qiu Lily blind or ghostly? Gao Yang undoubtedly drunk. Single is when Wanting bought. The car is when Wanting drive. Even the last back to the hotel room are when Wanting assisted. Just as when Wanting was sweating profusely, she put Gao Yang on the bed and was ready to leave. A big hand grabbed her arm, and before when Wanting could react, she was pulled into the arms of the guy on the bed. Then there was a passionate kiss, and by the time when Wanting reacted, it was already too late. The next step was the childish part. After a long time when Wanting woke up, the previous scene was like a dream floating in front of her eyes. She had the urge to kill the man in front of her, but when she saw Gao Yang's sleeping face kept frowning. When Wanting she hesitated and picked up the phone to call the police. The number was just dialed and then she hung up again. Taking a look at the red marks on the bedsheet, she also took a look at Gao Yang who was still frowning non-stop. When Wanting wiped the corners of her eyes, then opened the door to her room with hobbling steps and left. Gao Yang was woken up by a bubble of urine, and when he opened his eyes, he looked at the scene in a state of disarray, as well as the bed sheets. He froze, then began to recall that he and when Wanting were eating, and then Qiu Lily came. Then he himself drank too much, and it was when Wanting who sent her back. This he could be sure of, as no one but when Wanting would send her back. After that, he couldn't say that he didn't remember all of it. More or less he still had some impression. That is to say that he himself drank too much wine and then gave when Wanting to. Gao Yang slapped himself hard, then picked up his cell phone and found when Wanting's number and dialed it directly. The phone went through, then hung up again. After so 3 times, the other party's cell phone had been turned off. Gao Yang looked at the time, 3:30 at night. At this time of the day, most people were in dreamland, while Gao Yang put on his clothes, then took his wallet, cell phone plus room card and left the inn. Since things had already happened, it was useless to regret. Instead of regretting, it was better to think about how to make up for it in the future. Chapter 9 Body Mutation. When Wanting had actually been awake, the pain somewhere in her body was alright, although Gao Yang was very rough at that time, but it was fine after getting used to it. It was mainly psychological. She was the eldest miss of the Wen family, but she was actually being given. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, the more aggrieved she became, even if she was in a sober state. When this thought appeared in when Wanting's mind, even she herself was startled. When Wanting began to contemplate the events of last night, Gao Yang was drunk, and with this alcohol stimulation, he probably didn't know what he was doing on his own. This could be affirmed from Gao Yang's reaction at that time, as well as all the things that happened afterward. So the question arises, what to do next? Is it to die of old age, or to pretend that nothing has happened, or let Gao Yang be responsible? It doesn't seem very realistic to just stay out of each other's way, because Jinling City is so big. His family is in the jewelry business, and Gao Yang is an expert gambler. It's almost impossible to say that you won't meet. As for pretending that nothing has happened, it seems to be unworkable. After all, the traces of the scene, and some rags, as soon as Gao Yang woke up, surely can be guessed. Then there was only one last point left, leaving Gao Yang in charge. But when Wanting is not willing to do so, on what grounds? She is innocent. Gao Yang has not only talked about his girlfriend, but also lived with his girlfriend for 2 years. Why should she take advantage of him? Yesterday not only took away her first kiss, but also, when Wanting's mood, which had hardly calmed down, became irritable again. Just then, Gao Yang's phone call came. When Wanting hurriedly hung up, she didn't dare to answer it. That's right, just didn't dare to answer it, because she wasn't ready for what exactly to do with this matter. She needed to think, but Gao Yang's phone hung up and called again. When Wanting wanted to pull the plug, but in the end she chose to turn off the phone, probably tired of thinking. This slowly fell asleep. On the other hand, Gao Yang left the small inn and he came to the neighborhood of Zhang Jun's house. Zhang Jun's home is a store that opens a car repair. Probably because of this, the family has some money. So Chio Lily, Gao Yang's revenge action is very simple. You are not open car repair? Then I'll let you repair a car scrapped one, so that you lose all the money. Then how to do damage? For the time being, Gao Yang has not thought well, so he wanted to come over to see. Gao Yang is not an unforgivable person, but also not a bad person, especially this kind of cuckold all the way to his neck. If he does not even think of revenge, he is still a man? But that kind of killing and setting things on fire he will not do. After all, take their own good years to revenge on others, obviously is a stupid behavior. Gao Yang still has parents. There is a sister. If something happens to him, what about his parents? Half an hour later, Gao Yang came near the store where Zhang Jun's family repaired, which was definitely closed now. Zhang Jun was most likely in the hospital, because yesterday Gao Yang didn't hold back and broke his head. This is a 4-room connected facade. There is a cross courtyard at the back. Now from the front cannot enter. The only possibility is to go in from the back over the courtyard wall. Came to the back courtyard wall. The result found that this courtyard wall is more than 2 meters. Simply cannot enter. Tried to jump a little. The result of this jump will directly Gao Yang scared silly. Because he jumped, directly half of his body over the courtyard wall. What the hell is going on here? Could it be because? Without continuing to go over this wall, Gao Yang sat down on a big rock and then began to organize his thoughts. Since he had awakened, basically all he had thought about was how to make money. He hadn't even thought about the changes in his body. First of all, this perspective is definitely related to this car accident. This point can't be escaped. Then there was the body's ability to recover. He remembered that when Wanting had said that he had 2 cracked ribs and multiple abrasions on his body, including a bruise on his head. This could be proven from the case, as well as the films taken. But after a night's rest, he felt as if he had never been in a car accident. His physical condition was even better than before. Plus that jump just now. Even a sports high jumper would not be able to reach that height. I'm afraid, it was a jump without an assisted run, directly jumping flat on the ground. As a result, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He didn't know what exactly happened to this body. He only knew that his body might have mutated. As a result, just like this thought, the day dawned. Gao Yang hurriedly left this place. Or that saying, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Of course, 10 years was impossible. A few months was still possible. Gao Yang re-entered the inn and wanted to take a shower only to realize that he didn't have a change of clothes. Smelling his body carefully, there was already a smell. After all, he hadn't taken a bath for 2 days. According to this weather, not taking a bath for a day is unbearable, let alone 2 days. He folded back out again, ready to go buy 2 sets of clothes first. As a result, just as he left the small inn, he saw a car, a white car. Get in. Familiar voice, unfamiliar tone. Because of his shortcomings, Gao Yang sat on the passenger side. As soon as he entered the passenger side, when Wanting frowned, how many days have you not bathed? Gao Yang was a little embarrassed by the question. 2 days without a bath. I was about to go buy clothes and go back for a bath. Before Gao Yang could finish his sentence, the car was started, and in no time at all, he arrived at a clothing store. When Wanting didn't say anything, when she entered the store, she started to look for Gao Yang's suitable clothes. In 3 clicks, she picked 2 sets in no time. To Gao Yang's surprise, when Wanting actually gave back the check. Back to the small inn. After a shower, it was already more than 9 o'clock in the morning. When Wanting drove the car and didn't say anything, Gao Yang wanted to break this awkward atmosphere. But I'm sorry for last night. I will take responsibility. Squeak. A brake sounded. If Gao Yang wasn't wearing a seatbelt, at this point, he might have rushed through the windshield. When Wanting didn't say anything, she directly slumped on the steering wheel, and from her slightly trembling body, it could be seen that she was crying. Wanting, when Wanting, who was crying, raised her head violently, then turned her face to look at Gao Yang. The tear tracks at the corner of her eyes were flowing down her cheeks. Gao Yang drew up the napkin that was placed on the counter and wanted to help when Wanting wipe her tears, only to have the other party block it away with her hand. I don't need you to be responsible. From today onwards we are in a cooperative relationship. You help me gamble on the stones. I'll give you a reasonable price to acquire them. That's all. When Wanting finished this sentence and continued to drive the car in the direction of Rawstone Street, Gao Yang didn't say anything else because he really didn't know what to say. Can you take me to the real estate agent? I want to buy a house, an existing house. Chapter 10. Help me cut out a piece of imperial green and I'll give you a suite. In fact, Gao Yang is unable to hold back. He does not like this feeling of suffocation. He would rather when Wanting scold him, even if he slapped him twice, or even call the police to arrest. This one or forget it. Help me cut out a piece of imperial green and I'll give you a house. This was the last thing when Wanting said when she arrived at Rawstone Street. Imperial green. Gao Yang's natural way. but he didn't know what an emperor green looked like, so he picked up his cell phone and started to ask the lady of the hour. After looking at it for a while, he finally got a rough idea. Finally also sort of came up with a general information. The first is that the emperor green is very expensive. He is calculated by gram to the price. Secondly, people say the most emperor green refers to the very green to the point of almost bubbling oil. Gao Yang looked at a few pictures, and it was true that the top was oily and shiny, but a picture is always a picture. However, he does not need to worry. After all, with the perspective eye in, raw stone street so many jadeite raw stone, find a piece of emperor green should not be difficult, right? Gao Yang thought so in his heart. He is now the first to this when wanting to cope with the past, because last night's things now make him very passive. He said he was willing to take responsibility for it, but the other party didn't want it. Really pat the ass away it. Their conscience and cannot pass. It seems that women are all the same unreasonable. Just when Gao Yang thought, the car has stopped. When wanting self-centered out of the car, Gao Yang can only follow the car. Both did not speak. Gao Yang began to check from the first jadeite raw stone store. Half an hour later he left this store, then went to the second one, spent almost the same amount of time and left again. Then the third, the fourth, finally when wanting couldn't help but ask, "You've looked at all four, and there isn't a single piece that you see as valuable?" Gao Yang froze and said, "Don't you want imperial green?" When wanting, at this moment, when wanting didn't know whether to cry or laugh, she even regretted the words she had just said. She had always thought that Gao Yang didn't fancy any stones, and after half a day, this guy was looking for emperor green. If imperial green is that good, then it's unlikely that it will be speculated into a sky-high price. This guy is honest, but also really honest. Gao Yang looked at wanting and didn't say anything and ignored it, continuing towards the fifth house. Starting from the first one, he slowly looked backward, and just when he saw that it was almost over, he stopped in his tracks. "You said that if I cut out a piece of imperial green for you, you'll send me a house. Is that true?" When wanting was confused by this guy's anger, she thought that Gao Yang was obsessively looking for the emperor green because he wanted to curry favor in front of her. This your mom messed up half the day he was thinking about the house. She was furious. "If you can really solve a piece of emperor green, I'll give you my villa." Gao Yang directly snapped his fingers. "That's what you said. We have a deal. This is the only piece. Let's go and decode the stone." Gao Yang finished speaking, holding this jadeite raw stone that was slightly bigger than a basketball, and went to pay the bill. When wanting was speechless for a while, randomly picking a piece of stone as imperial green, but she didn't say anything. After all, it's almost a morning finally found a stone, so she hurriedly followed. At this time there are already a lot of people in the stone store. When Gao Yang finished paying the bill, the stone machine also happened to be idle. Gao Yang rolled his sleeves up and started to decode the stone. When wanting just watched from the side, the same tawdry operation, without drawing a line, without even thinking for a moment, a direct cut in two against the stone. Then change the position again and continue 1 to 2 sections. When the piece of raw stone was only the size of an adult's fist, Gao Yang's movements began to slow down, then began to polish it. "Ha! It's green!" Just within a few moments of polishing, someone on the side who liked to watch the fun noticed the green color. Then the other people also rushed to gather around. When wanting now also had some nonchalance, she could now be sure that this Gao Yang was definitely a stone gambling expert. Almost 100 hits. Just as she was thinking about these things, the people around her let out a gasp. "This green, asterisk, this can't be emperor green. Imperial green. Let me take a look. That's right, this is emperor green. I went over to Ruicheng last year. I had the honor of seeing it once. Yes, this is definitely emperor." For a while the scene started to get noisy. When Wan Body Ting eyelids jumped straight, the corner of the mouth straight twitching. Not this guy really cut out a piece of emperor green it? So rushed forward to take a look. Suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. If others may still exist some do not believe. Then as a sell jewelry and jadeite starting when family miss. How can she not recognize the emperor green? Not only did she recognize it, but she was also very familiar with it. Because when wanting was wearing a pendant around her neck, and this pendant was made of emperor green. Imperial green represents a symbol of identity, and the price of imperial green is calculated in grams. Take this pendant on her neck, then used 18 grams of imperial green. For these 18 grams, the cost price was $1.2 million. When wanting really wasn't calm anymore, she realized that she had picked up a treasure. "Little brother, I'll take this piece of imperial green of yours. I'll give you $50 million. 50 million your sister. This is an emperor green. You actually only give 50 million? Little brother, I'll take this piece of imperial green for 80 million. The bidding voices were all over the place, and some people even started to attack each other. Gao Yang's hand that was polishing shook, almost rubbing off a piece of this imperial green. Even if it was just a casual rub, it could be a few grams gone. This can't be blamed on his excitement. He knows that the Emperor Green is very valuable, but did not expect it to be so valuable. Just as Gao Yang was about to say I'm selling, when Wanting spoke up. Sorry everyone, we're not selling this piece of Imperial Green. Only then did the crowd look at Wen Wanting, and of course some people recognized her. So it's the eldest miss of the Wen family. I wonder if you and this gentleman are. Wen Wanting also recognized this person and smiled and said, so it's Uncle Chen. His name is Gao Yang, he's my boyfriend. Gao Yang almost bit his tongue. When did he become her boyfriend? Besides, even if he was her boyfriend, it wouldn't work. After all, this price is now more than 100 million. As long as the stone will be bought. What kind of villa cannot buy? Just when Gao Yang was ready to say something, Wen Wanting directly from the hands of Gao Yang will that piece of Imperial Green to take over. Everyone, sorry to give way. We still have to go eat. I'll treat you all to tea some other day. After Wanting finished speaking, she hurriedly pulled Gao Yang, who was still in a state of confusion, and quickly left this jadeite rough stone store. Chapter 11, Arrival of $100 million. This piece of emerald. As soon as he got on the car, Gao Yang opened his mouth, ready to ask for this piece of Imperial Green back, only to be interrupted by Wen Wanting. Well, this piece of material is good. I'll take you to see the villa. Gao Yang. Gao Yang had the urge to ruthlessly smack himself with two big ears, if it wasn't for the fear of pain. All the way Gao Yang didn't speak again. Just consider this piece of emerald as compensation for last night. But why does this heart hurt so much? Wen Wanting stole a glance at Gao Yang from the reflector and saw Gao Yang's expression. How could she not guess what was in Gao Yang's mind at this moment? But she just did it on purpose. This is also considered to be recovering some interest for what happened last night. It was purely a revenge. As for coveting this piece of jade, how could Wen Wanting? Not to mention the fact that with her character she couldn't do this thing. Even if she couldn't possibly do it. Gao Yang was able to cut out a piece of Imperial Green. Then there can be a second piece, a third piece. This is a mobile treasure. Well, without a moment's effort, the car drove into a villa area. Then it stopped in front of villa number 5. Gao Yang got out of the car, and then began to survey the villa. From the appearance above, it was beautiful. When he came to take a look, it was still beautiful. The last summary was just 2 words, so beautiful. The door of the villa opened. Wen Wanting held a bag in one hand and a piece of jadeite in the other and walked straight in. Gao Yang could only follow behind. How is it? This villa is still satisfactory. Right. Gao Yang looked at it and then nodded. This villa was estimated to be $20 to $30 million anyways, right? Then owning this villa wouldn't be much of a loss. This is the villa key. In the future that room will be yours. Gao Yang glanced at the room and then at Wen Yating. Didn't you say you'd send me a villa? Why just one? Wen Wanting shrugged her shoulders and said, you live here first. When I find a suitable one I'll buy it for you, okay? Also, you don't go on the entire second floor. Feel free to go anywhere else. Here's the key. I have to go to the company. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she carried her bag, brought the jade and wiggled her ass out the door. Only after Wen Wanting left did Gao Yang react. Feelings of his own was set up. The so-called Send Villa is so mean. In fact, this is good. At least he will not feel too guilty in his heart. So this woman is the same. Recognize money but not people. It seems that last night's incident will not be used to store guilt in the future. Thinking of this, Gao Yang left the villa, then called a cab and returned directly to the inn. Just as he returned to the inn, his cell phone had a beep, and when he opened it, he froze. There were 2 message prompts. The first one was that he had returned the medical fee to Wen Wanting yesterday, and as a result, Wen Wanting didn't collect it, so it was automatically returned after 24 hours. This message was received before, and Gao Yang didn't bother to look at it at that time. What Gao Yang froze was the message just now. It was a bank arrival message, $100 million. That's right, it's 100 million. This piece of emerald, no matter how much it is worth, 100 million or not, 200 million or not. In fact, Gao Yang did not intend to want. After all, with his current ability to get rich is not very difficult, since he can use a piece of emerald to solve the guilt of last night. At least he thinks it is still worth it. Because of this kind of thinking, Gao Yang returned here. Even the villa key he did not take. To put it simply, Gao Yang had no intention of going back. From now on, he would have nothing to do with this woman. But obviously he had been a villain, and had taken the gentleman's heart for a villain's heart. Wen Wanting did not want to take advantage of his piece of Imperial Green. It is just what he thought. Then that is to say, all the problems back in the morning, that starting point. Then this thing in the end is good or bad. Gao Yang now has no way to say clearly. Sitting on the bed and looking at this message for a quarter of an hour. Finally Gao Yang decided to face it. So pack up their own clothes, the room will be returned, and then ready to play cab. Nima, The key was still in the villa. Gao Yang felt so ed. In the end, he had no choice but to take out his cell phone and call Wanting. After when Wanting arrived at the company, she gave this piece of imperial green to the person in charge of the company, and then expended $100 million and transferred it to Gao Yang. That is to say, their company spent $100 million to buy this piece of imperial green in the hands of Gao Yang. After accounting for this matter, when Wanting was ready to go to the car repair shop and pick up her sedan that was wrecked by Gao Yang, just then, Gao Yang's phone call came. The corner of when Wanting's mouth rose slightly before she picked up the phone. Hello? Then wait for me to come over right away. Gao Yang hung up the phone and waited for about 20 minutes before when Wanting also came. After getting into the car, Gao Yang wanted to say something, but when he saw Wanting's appearance, he shut up. When he got to the place, Gao Yang realized what when Wanting was doing here, because this car had an impression on him, and it was the same car that gave him a chance. When Wanting threw the keys of the white car directly to Gao Yang, you drive this car first. The villa's combination lock is, I'm going to work, don't call me if you're fine, and also, help clean up the villa when you have time. When Wanting finished speaking and directly drove the car away, Gao Yang didn't really like this kind of talking in a condescending manner, but that was all he could do for the time being. At the very least, he could care less if he finished this compensation and didn't feel guilty. Drove the car back to the villa, entered the password and opened the door. Then he started to clean up. First tidied up the room that when Wanting had assigned to him. Good thing he didn't have much stuff. The previous things were in that rental house he didn't intend to ask for, and now there were only 3 sets of clothes. 2 new sets were worn and 1 set was left, and another set was changed and to be washed. Gao Yang put the dirty clothes into the washing machine ready to wash. Just then, he saw a pile of clothes in the corner of the bathroom. When he picked them up, this set of clothes was the same set that when Wanting wore yesterday. Only at this time this set of clothes was torn and tattered by him. Even the smock, the back of the card buckle also collapsed. Gao Yang looked at the size. He was going to go out later to help buy a set. There were also items for his own life. He had to buy some as well. There was one more thing. He had to go to the company to go through the exit procedures. After Gao Yang finished washing the clothes, he also put when Wanting's torn clothes into a garbage bag and mopped the floor as well. Feeling that it was almost time, he then carried the garbage bag and took the key out the door. On the other hand, when Wanting sat in the office and was looking at the screen above the computer. That's right, it was the surveillance inside the villa. Of course, this monitor is definitely not installed to prevent Gao Yang. This is when Wanting is afraid that the home will go into the thief or something. So she installed 2 invisible cameras in key locations. And just now she thought of this matter, so she also opened it to look at it, to see if this Gao Yang is honest or not. When she finished looking at it, she couldn't comment on it. Diligent is definitely quite diligent. Cleaned up the house. Probably didn't do less before. But a scene that made when Wanting very embarrassed appeared, was the pile of clothes she piled up in the corner and forgot to throw away in the morning. As a result, she was picked up by this guy, looking left and right, especially that oversized bra. This guy even turned it over and looked at it a few times. When Wanting's face was red to the bottom of her neck. Chapter 12 Cooperation Agreement. Gao Yang went to eat a fast food first. It wasn't that he was cheap because it was just convenient. He was now considered a rich man. No, in some ways, he was now considered a tycoon. After all, he was carrying more than $100 million on his body, in an era where the per capita salary was not even enough for $5,000. How long would it take for $100 million to be earned? After lunch, Gao Yang went to the company to go through the exit formalities. Because there was a certificate from the hospital or something, the boss couldn't wait to settle the salary to him now to hurry up and leave. After leaving the company, Gao Yang went to buy a few more pieces of clothing, a few pairs of socks and 2 pairs of shoes, and then ghostly, came to the ladies' clothing store. With his memory and colors, Gao Yang bought 2 sets of underwear for when Wanting, including the jacket that he had torn into cloth-like strips. When all the chores were finished, Gao Yang went to buy a little more vegetables. He was going to cook and eat by himself in the evening. Gao Yang did know how to cook, because Chiu Lily didn't. As for what to do next, Gao Yang planned to think about it at night. Can't learn to lie down and win just because he has money. He is also an aspiring young man. Entrepreneurship is the first thing he must do next. Back home again, almost to the evening, came to the kitchen and looked around. I guess this place has never burned a meal. Opened the refrigerator. In addition to some fruit juice, drinks, milk and so on, not even a machine ate, including salt, oil, sauce, vinegar, and so on. Good thing these he has to buy, otherwise you have to go out. Gao Yang sighed in cooking. When Wanting sighed also finished things. Look at the time, she is also ready to leave work. When she was ready to turn off her computer, she ghostly looked at the home surveillance. As a result, she saw that Gao Yang was cooking in the kitchen. When Wanting's eyes lit up, closed her computer, carried her bag and left. She was $1,000 lady. Where would she cook? Besides going back to be alone every day, even if she could cook, she probably wouldn't want to. Gao Yang had just finished cooking the meal, which hadn't even moved the chopsticks, when Wanting came back. Did you do it? Wanting listened knowingly and asked a nonsense question. Well, have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten, just drop by. Good. Well, Gao Yang didn't need to say the latter sentence. Taking a bowl, he served 2 bowls of rice, 2 pairs of chopsticks, and then brought it to the table. Dinner was simple. 3 dishes in 1 soup, a fried green vegetable, a shredded pork with green pepper, and a silky gourd with hairy beans, and finally a tomato and egg soup. Wanting was initially unsure if Gao Yang's burnt dishes were good, but after he tasted each dish, in the end, even the soup plate was empty. Not bad. After Wanting said this, there was no then. That, your clothes are broken. I bought 2 for you. Speaking of this, Gao Yang was a little embarrassed. However, there was someone else who was even more embarrassed than him. Wanting secretly glanced at Gao Yang, then taking that handbag, she entered the room. After entering the room, Wanting locked the door to the room and then quickly opened the handbag. It surprised her because the size of this underwear was exactly her size. There was also this jacket, this short skirt, as if they were all customized for her. Then that thought from yesterday came back to her head. This man is very attentive, not bad looking, good to his girlfriend, and can do housework. Such a good man. Why would Xiao Lily not know how to cherish him? Was Gao Yang not good enough for her? Or was it because Gao Yang was too good for her? Wanting suddenly thought of a saying. No one will care about a person who came over the mountains for her. She cares about the person he went over the mountains to try to meet. Knock knock knock. Just as Wanting was rambling, a knock sounded on the door. Wanting hurriedly stuffed her underwear into her locker before opening the door to her room and looking at Gao Yang with wary eyes. Gao Yang took 2 steps back and said, "Don't get me wrong, I just want to talk to you." Wanting nodded, then headed downstairs. Wanting was staying on the 2nd floor of the villa. "This is an agreement I drew up. Take a look at it. If it's okay, we'll do it according to this." Wanting suspiciously took the agreement. At first she thought it was a joint rent agreement or something. As a result, once she picked up the agreement, Wanting was a bit puzzled and still a bit surprised. Then read it. Agreement, from now on, by Party A, Wanting, to provide funds, by Party B, Gao Yang, to help by jadeite raw stone. In addition to the principal, all profits are divided 50-50. Party A shall not force Party B, in the unwillingness or inconvenience of the cooperation requirements. Party A shall not default on any form of payment, withholding Party B's share. The contract period is 1 year, effective immediately. When Wanting saw this contract, she instantly thought of the crux of the matter. Gao Yang was unwilling to cooperate before. In fact, according to his skills, cooperation really didn't benefit him in any way, so he had refused. But now it was on his own accord and he had written down an agreement. So why was this? The answer was clear at a glance. Because of what happened last night, Gao Yang's heart was in debt, so he wanted to make amends in this way. When Wanting saw this, 2 lines of tears flowed down in aggravation. Could it be that she was given that by him in exchange for a 1-year agreement? At once, Wanting felt insulted. As soon as Gao Yang saw Wanting like this, he knew it was bad, so he hurriedly explained. "Don't get me wrong. This agreement has nothing to do with last night. I've thought this through. Right now I don't have a job. I don't have a place to live. I would even say that I have nothing. Even if I have the ability to cut a good jadeite, then who will I sell it to? So there are benefits for me to work with you. At least I don't have to take risks. Plus I don't have to worry about sales." Hearing Gao Yang's words, Wanting's mood instantly improved. "You really think so?" Gao Yang nodded as an answer. Only then did Wanting stop her tears, then picked up this contract, wrapping her arms around and twisting her small waist, ready to go upstairs. "That, if you want me to be responsible for what happened last night, I'll be responsible." Wanting had just arrived at the door when she heard this sentence, then turned around and glared at Gao Yang. Bang! The door of the room was shut. Gao Yang shrugged. This sentence was the last time he said it, and he wouldn't say it again in the future. After looking at the time and packing up the dishes, he grabbed his keys and he was ready to go out. "Where are you going at this late hour?" Just the moment Gao Yang opened his room, Wanting's voice came over. "I'm going out to think and see if there's anything lucrative I can do. Also, from now on, the 2 of us will be in a cooperative relationship, so don't you ever speak to me in such a condescending, bossy tone again. I dislike this feeling." Chapter 13, Another Car Accident. Hearing Gao Yang's words, Wanting's mouth quirked a few times. In the end, she didn't say anything. It was just when Gao Yang was about to go out that she opened her mouth. "I'll go with you." Wanting didn't drive, so Gao Yang parked his car in a parking space, then got down and started walking casually. He was here to look for business opportunities. But again, there was no purpose. When Wanting followed right behind Gao Yang and was about to open her mouth to ask, but finally remembered what Gao Yang had said before, so she shut up. What do you think can make money now? After strolling around for a while, Gao Yang finally opened his mouth to inquire, because he simply couldn't think of what would be more appropriate to do. Actually, it had something to do with one's growing environment and altitude. Gao Yang's previous thinking was whether or not he could find a better job and whether or not his salary could be increased a little bit more. Now all of a sudden there is more than 100 million. It is like a beggar suddenly became a millionaire is a reason. They didn't know how to dispose of the funds. When Wanting thought for a while and said, it depends on what kind of business you want to do. If it's in the service industry, you can open a restaurant, a hotel, a cafe and so on. If you're looking to invest, the market conditions in the last few years have not been favorable, and the risk of investing is high. As for being an entity, the profit now is not high either. The key thing is to have stable orders. Gao Yang just listened. What When Wanting said made sense, but it was all nonsense. Tell me something useful. I want to do a business right now with just over $100 million. Not to say how lucrative it is. At the very least it's considered an industry. When Wanting was very dissatisfied with Gao Yang's tone of voice, but she still spoke out her suggestion. By far the easiest way to make money is to open a franchise. Simple and hassle-free. No need to worry. We also have many franchises under Wen's Jewelry. Why don't you consider opening a franchise under us? As long as you have selected the site, after being inspected and qualified, such as decoration, staff training, and so on are all taken care of by the company. Of course, these expenses are to be paid by you. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed. It seemed like this was indeed a good solution. Then what is the main business of the chain stores under your banner? Is it only selling jewelry and jade? Or do you also sell gold and those things as well? Then how much does the franchise fee need to be? Regarding this question, When Wanting was a bit more specialized, so she answered it without even thinking. First you have to have a storefront, which should be big enough, and then you have to pass our audit. After the audit, all the formalities and procedures will be done from our side, including the provision of goods and the pricing of goods. We will give a standard. As for the store, there are those that cost 200, 000 to 300, 000, 700, 000 to 800, 000, and those that cost millions. This mainly depends on what location. If you get it all down, it's about $3 to $4 million. Like this side of Jinling City almost 5 million would be enough. Hearing When Wanting's words, Gao Yang's eyes just lit up. 5 million wasn't a problem for him right now. The key thing was that he finally had something to do. Alright, I've decided. Just join your Wen's Jewelry. When Wanting blankly glanced at Gao Yang, opening a franchise doesn't mean you can open it if you want to. The first thing is the location, and the size of the store, and the feasibility. If these audits are not passed, it is impossible to allow you to join. Gao Yang scratched his head in embarrassment and said, aren't you in charge of this side? With our relationship, isn't it just a matter of your word whether it works or not? When Wanting was speechless for a while, for the first time she realized that this man was quite thick-skinned. As for our relationship, when she thought about it, When Wanting's pretty face was red. It seemed that this relationship was really a bit of that. Even if you can go through the back door a bit, but you always have to provide this store, right? You can't possibly expect us to provide you with a storefront? Gao Yang heard out that this When Wanting could help. Then the storefront was indeed a problem. Then why don't I go tomorrow? Be careful. Just at this time, a car violently rushed towards this side. When Wanting naturally saw it, but she was simply too late to react. Right at this moment, a large hand intercepted her waist and picked her up. Then, she felt a moment of heavenly rotation, and when her vision was fixed, the place where she had just stood, a car had already crashed into another car on the side of the road. As for herself, she was being held by a strong and big hand. But how could this distance be 6 or 7 meters away? Are you alright? Gao Yang's voice summoned When Wanting's thoughts back, and just as she was about to say she was fine, she saw that Gao Yang's palms, as well as his elbows were covered in blood. Gao Yang, what happened to you? Don't scare me. When Wanting was so scared that tears were almost flowing down her face, and Gao Yang quickly waved his hand. It's nothing, just a little skin rubbed. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he helped When Wanting to one side and then came to the side of that car in a furious manner, pulling the driver's door open forcefully. He wanted to drag the other party out and beat him violently. As a result, as soon as the door opened, he saw a small woman, sitting in the driver's side, shivering. Gao Yang's temper instantly subsided for the most part. Looking at this appearance it must also be a novice. Hey, are you okay? Ah, Gao Yang, this does not ask okay. This ask. This girl stared wow 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 wow. It almost ruptured Gao Yang's eardrums. Susan? Just then, When Wanting recognized this girl. You guys know each other? This little cutie. Gao Yang was again confused by the whole thing. An hour later, the girl called Susan. The car was towed away. After all the procedures that needed to be taken, Gao Yang also figured out a generalization. This girl was called Susan. The reason why she and Wen Wanqing knew each other, that was because Susan had an older sister who happened to be high school classmates with Wen Wanting. The main reason why Susan had this car accident was because she dropped her headphones. In passing, she went to pick it up, and when she picked it up, there happened to be a person crossing the road. So she hurriedly hit the steering wheel across the road, so it went straight to the top of the sidewalk. Luckily Gao Yang was quick, or else he and Wen Wanqing would be lying in the hospital room tonight. Gao Yang, let me send you to the hospital. Looking at the multiple abrasions on Gao Yang's arms, Wen Wanting was a bit touched. At the time when the car was rushing towards her, it was a frightening moment. Luckily, Gao Yang was there. It's fine, just a little skin grazed. Just go back and rub some medicine on it. Gao Yang also lost interest in shopping. Although this kind of injury was nothing serious, maybe it would be fine after one night, but now the hot pain is real. Besides, after such a thing, who still has the mood to go shopping? Sister Wanting, and big brother Gao Yang. I'm really sorry, I really didn't mean it. Gao Yang waved his hand. There was nothing to say to this kind of little girl. One couldn't beat him up violently. After separating from the girl called Susan, Gao Yang and Wen Wanting returned to the villa. Gao Yang, sit down, I'll give you medicinal wine to help you wipe it off. As soon as they returned home, Wen Wanting found her first aid kit. Just wait, I'll take a shower first. Right, you didn't fall and hurt yourself, did you? Chapter 14. Susan. Gao Yang went to take a shower, so Wen Wanting sat in the living room and waited. She frowned for a moment and then revealed a faint smile. It was obvious that she was thinking about this. If it wasn't for Gao Yang today, she would definitely be lying on a hospital bed at this moment. He himself was injured like that, but he actually cared if others were injured. After Gao Yang finished his shower, he saw Wen Wanting dazed there. Are you alright? Wen Wanting reacted at once and quickly shook her head. Sit down quickly, I'll help you put on some potion. Gao Yang didn't object. It was already almost scabbed over, but as a result, he had just taken a shower and soaked it up again. It was still fiery now. This wound was very long, probably caused by Gao Yang's arm rubbing on the concrete floor. To say it was serious was definitely not serious, but the skin was worn through, so it just looked a little scary. The other thing was where the palm of the hand was. It was also worn through. Wen Wanting opened the iodine and then used a small cotton swab to slowly apply the iodine to Gao Yang's injured area. As soon as this iodine touched the injured part, Gao Yang reflexively shuddered. Bear with it, it'll be over soon. Wen Wanting applied it very carefully and gently. While applying it, she also blew with her mouth. Thanks. After applying the iodine, Gao Yang said a thank you before returning to the room that belonged to him. Wen Wanting frowned for a moment, then took her clothes and went to take a shower as well. This set of clothes was what Gao Yang had bought for her in the afternoon. Gao Yang lay on the bed. He wasn't thinking about the past. It was useless to think about the past. He was thinking about the future. The next thing he would do would be centered around two things. The first thing was naturally to help Wen Wanting to gamble on the stones. Not only because he promised her, but mainly because Gao Yang also wanted to make money. The second thing, naturally, was to look at the jewelry store. This matter was also important because it was probably his first property. Sister is also big. His own incapability is also even. Since the ability, always want to leave a dowry for his sister. Then this jewelry store is the best. After the jewelry store is opened, he has to consider doing other things. Since he now has this ability, naturally need to make good use of. If it was just used to gamble on stones alone, it would obviously be a waste. After all, this was not Ruicheng, and the raw stone street was only so big, so it was estimated that after a few trips, he wouldn't be able to go there anymore. This is like playing mahjong. You win every time you play mahjong. Who else will play mahjong with you? So what else can you do with perspective? By scratch-offs and stuff, that's just a small fight. Lottery, this kind of thing you believe in is good, but do not take it seriously. If there were really that many jackpots, the lottery company would have collapsed long ago. For a while, Gao Yang was confused again. He didn't know what exactly he could do with this perspective eye. Just at this time his cell phone WeChat alert sound. Open the phone to see. It is the previous hit him that Susan sent a message, because before added friends. Gao Yang, is your arm okay? Gao Yang glanced at his arm. It was starting to scab over again. No need to think. This body of his must have mutated. So he hurriedly returned a message. It's fine. Just some scrapes. Soon. Susan's message came back. It's good that it's fine. Scared me to death. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. The two people just casually chatted for a few moments. Through the chat, Gao Yang knew some basic information about this Susan. Her grandfather owned an antique store, and currently Susan was helping out in the antique store. Or maybe she had just graduated and hadn't found a good job yet. After chatting for a few sentences, Gao Yang also ended the topic. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other. Just as Gao Yang plugged in the charger and was ready to go to sleep, his WeChat beep sounded again. This time the message was not from Susan, but from one wanting. Does Gao Yang still hurt? Could it be that this little ninny is concerned about me? Gao Yang casually replied back with 2 words, it doesn't hurt. Gao Yang, thank you for today. Rest early. Good night. After one wanting sent over 2 such messages, there was no news. Gao Yang felt that this woman was sick. It wasn't unfounded. Since yesterday morning, this female was like her great aunt had come. Some erratic. Sometimes I speak a little bossy. Sometimes speak quite gently. A moment to cry, a moment to laugh. A moment to say hate yourself. A moment to say thank you. This is not sick is what? Gao Yang also did not return the message. The phone to the bedside table thrown, closed his eyes and began to sleep. The next morning, when Wanting came down from upstairs, Gao Yang had already made breakfast. In addition, the clothes that were put in the washing machine last night were already hanging on the balcony. When Wanting felt warm in her heart, she felt that sometimes it was quite good to be taken care of by a man like this. In fact, she really thought too much. Gao Yang really is not preparing breakfast for Wanting. It was just a habit for him. Plus he had to eat himself. You can move around freely this morning, or you can go around our company. In the afternoon, we'll go to purchase jadeite raw stones. As for the thing you said about opening a jewelry franchise, it's something I'll keep an eye on, but you need to get some of your information ready. When Wanting said as she ate her breakfast, well, later I'll go and reopen an account and I'll credit the required funds to this card. Also I'll go and look around again to see if there's a suitable store. Gao Yang also said casually. It was mainly because both of them felt a little awkward right now, although there was something that both of them were deliberately avoiding saying, but it didn't mean it didn't exist. It needed a time to wear out, and after a long time maybe it would be forgotten, maybe it would become frank. Of course, it was also possible that feelings would rub off. You don't need to worry about the store. I'll just figure it out when the time comes. What you need to do now is to prepare the information. In addition, once the store has an audit to pass, you need to recruit a group of employees. There will also be a training session before they are on board. As for the rest, I'll take care of it. It's getting late. I should go to the company. After Wanting finished speaking, she took her cell phone and carried her bag and went out as well. Gao Yang looked at the dishes that Wanting had eaten. He had actually become a baby daddy. After tidying up the kitchen and cleaning up the hygiene by the way, Gao Yang also went out. He first came to the bank and reopened an account, then transferred $5 million into this card. As soon as the bank staff saw the amount in Gao Yang's card, their nervous hands were shaking. Finally, escorted by the manager, they left the bank. Gao Yang remembered that Susan said that her family's antique store was not far away, so he drove the car with the intention of going to take a look. At this time Susan was placed on top of the counter, playing with her cell phone in boredom. Just then a person came into his store. Welcome, feel free to look around. Susan didn't even raise her head and continued to play with its cell phone, looking at the store like you do. It's a miracle this store hasn't gone out of business yet. Hearing the voice was somewhat familiar. Susan looked up and her eyes lit up. Chapter 15, Another Ability. Gao Yang, what are you doing here? Susan hurriedly put down her cell phone, and there was joy on her face. Who asked her not to have many friends? Plus this time when she came back from graduation, she almost didn't even have a playmate. It was only at this time that Gao Yang officially began to measure the girl in front of him. Susan's head was about 1 meter 6 or so. A girl with this head is not considered short. Her hair is not too long and not too short, just up to her neck. Her face is round and a little baby fat. It looked like the kind of girl who didn't really like to wear makeup, as her entire face was very clean. On top she wore a yellow short sleeve, underneath was a pair of jeans, and her hood was black. Don't get me wrong because her straps are showing. Overall look out petite and cute, especially that lip of his, a little tiny fat. This kind of lips is a man's favorite, because it's a very meaty kind to suck on. Also, Gao Yang heard that if the lips above are a little thick, then the bottom. Didn't I hear you say that the store was over here yesterday? I just happened to pass by here, so I came over to take a look. As a result, as soon as I came in, I saw you slacking off. Susan was a little embarrassed by what Gao Yang said. Where did I slack off? You don't even know how boring an antique store is. I wouldn't have come if I had known. Not many people come in all day long. You're the second one to come in today. I'm bored to death. Gao Yang laughed. The so-called 3 years not open. Open 3 years, said the antique industry. To open an antique store first you have to have a good mindset, or else no one will come to your door for a few days. Your mind is broken. Susan, since you don't want to do it here anymore, how about working for me? Gao Yang remembered when Wanting said when she left in the morning that Gao Yang didn't have to be responsible for anything else, but this employee aspect would have to figure it out on his own. In fact, one of the main purposes of his coming here today was this. Susan, fresh graduate of the university, this degree also have, then as long as to receive a little training, management of a not too small jewelry store should be no problem. Later on, she will get her sister over here, which is also convenient. As soon as she heard Gao Yang say that she would work for him, Susan immediately became interested. In fact, this girl looking at a boy is the same as a boy looking at a girl in some ways. If the girl is pretty, the boy likes to hit on her. If the man looks handsome, the girl is also the same. Love, the heart of all people have it. Lust is human nature. This does not distinguish between men and women. Good, but you haven't told me what to do. Hearing Susan promise, Gao Yang heart is a joy. And then we'll be prepared to open a jewelry store thing. Briefly said again. Susan heard that Gao Yang wants to open a jewelry store, and still wanting to help him prepare. Then in a sense, Gao Yang, the credibility of this character is higher. So when will your jewelry store open? Gao Yang thought about it and said, there is still a period of time before opening. After all, after this store is done, there is still a need to decorate and so on. But this personnel to first recruit all, in addition to the estimated to receive a few days of on-the-job training. Su Shan was really so bored, plus she didn't have a good job. Now that Gao Yang said it, and gave her the store manager position, how could she not be happy? So she immediately agreed. As for the salary and other things, Susan didn't ask, and Gao Yang didn't say, but this is not important. After the business talk, Gao Yang started to wander around the antique store, casually picking up a vase intending to look at it. However, modern crafts, value none. These words suddenly appeared in Gao Yang's mind and almost scared him so much that he dropped the vase to the ground. It took him a while before he reacted. There was no doubt that this must be related to body mutation, so he hastily took a few other items to look at, and almost all of them were the same. Gao Yang's eyes dribbled around. He finally thought of another way to make money, and that was to pick up the pieces. Susan, I still have things to do. I'll leave first. That's how things are going to work out. In addition, you'll see if you can invite a few more classmates or something. The store is open. It can't be just you, right? Susan naturally agreed, and Gao Yang didn't linger any longer, walking directly towards an antique street. The so-called antique street was actually not as busy as imagined. It was just a place, and then there were some vendors who had set up a ground stall. Above the stalls, most of the items were fake, but of course there were real ones as well, and the price was definitely ridiculously high. But there is an exception to everything. In that pile of fake there will be a part of the real, although this part is a very small part, but it does exist. That's why there was the word pick up. With excitement, Gao Yang searched the floor stalls, but after half an hour, Gao Yang's excitement was gone. He had never seen this thing, or not seen this thing worth money. For example, copper money. This thing is definitely not fake, including the value of this thing. Just as Gao Yang was about to go back, a small human book caught his attention. Boss, how do I sell this? The stall owner was a man in his 50s, wearing a pair of glasses, with somewhat dark skin, and its most notable feature was that it had an 8-pointed beard. $20 a book. Gao Yang casually looked around. There were almost 10 little people's books here. Boss, can it be cheaper? I'll take all of these if they're cheap. Gao Yang started to bargain tentatively. Young man, this thing isn't anything valuable. I'll basically only make $5 for collecting it. There are a total of 12 books here. If you want to give $200 to take it all away. If you don't want to put it in my place to make up for it. The stall owner's words were already said bit. After all, this thing was worth this price. If he asked for a lot of money, others will not buy. After all, this kind of thing is also considered to be a recent generation of little people's books. It's just that they weren't issued later, so the market price of this kind of thing really isn't expensive. That's fine. I especially liked reading this stuff when I was a kid, so I'll buy it back to watch and play. Gao Yang said this nonsense while taking out $100 and handing it to the stall owner, while picking up these little people's books without a trace. When he got into the car, this is to rest assured. After all, this is the first time to pick up the leakage. There must be a little bit of small excitement. Looking at the time, it was also almost 11 o'clock, so he drove the car and walked back to the villa. He put the villain on the table, and then took one of the books out, slowly opened this villain book, and then placed right in the center of the villain book, sandwiched between two stamps. That's right, Gao Yang buying the villain book is not the purpose. His purpose is these two stamps. Mountains and rivers are big and red, high value. Gao Yang was ecstatic. These two stamps must be worth a lot of money. Yay, rich. Since he was alone, his nature was exposed at the moment, bouncing and jumping in the villa's living room. Just what he didn't know was that there was someone watching it all clearly from the surveillance. Chapter 16 Song Hui Yun. looking at Gao Yang who was bouncing and jumping in the villa. The corner of Wanting's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of arc. This was the first time she realized that Gao Yang had such a cute side. She herself didn't even know why she secretly paid attention to this man who had hurt her. In the past, at most, she would occasionally click on the surveillance to see what was going on at home, sometimes even only once every few days. But this morning, she had already clicked it 7 or 8 times. The last time she clicked on it, naturally it was the image of Gao Yang jumping and jumping. Just then there was a knock on her office. "Come in." Wan listened as she turned off the surveillance. The office door was pushed open and in came none other than Song Hui-yun, the marketing manager. "Mr. Wed, you're looking for me?" Wanting smiled, then pointed to the chair, signaling the other party to sit down. "Manager Song, I remember last month before last you said that we got another store in our hands. There is such a thing, right?" Song Hui-yun hurriedly agreed. "Yes, that store we were preparing to open a branch, but because of some problems such as the recent scarcity of raw materials, it's been put on hold for the time being, but it will be open soon, please rest assured." General Manager 1. Wanting knew that the other party might have misunderstood her meaning, but that was normal. The store had been taken down, and it was indeed a dereliction of duty on their part to not put it into business in a timely manner. "Manager Song, I'm looking for you today because of this. I have a friend who intends to join our Wynn's jewelry store. I took a look at our planning book for the next quarter, and there's no intention of opening a branch within a short period of time on my own. How about this? It just so happens that this friend of mine wants to open a franchise store, and he can't find a suitable store in a short period of time, so why don't we just transfer this store to him? But how should this account be calculated? Tomorrow I will let him come to the company, then you can butt heads with him." Song Hui-yun naturally wasn't a cutie pie to be able to sit in this position. What Wanting said was just a wording. The real purpose was this friend she was talking about. "That's fine. I'll talk to him in detail at that time. Then how should we charge for this? After all, we've already renovated this." Song Hui-yun stopped here. Her meaning was simple. The store could be transferred to the other party, so should the previous renovation costs be passed on to someone else as well? If Wanting said that she didn't need to, then she, Song Hui-yun, would know what to do. As a manager in the marketing department, his ability was certainly outstanding. Wanting thought for a moment. Originally he wanted to say that he would give it directly to the other party, but after thinking for a while she felt that she couldn't do that. First of all, there would be a bit of gossip in the company more or less after doing that, and most importantly, she didn't want Gao Yang to know that she was too licked. Gao Yang just asked her not to speak in a commanding tone. He didn't ask her to lick. Besides, he was still angry. "Manager Song, I've already said it before. It's how it should be. Let's not take advantage of him. Of course, we can't suffer either. In addition, you help me inform the personnel department again, and help train a few more employees in a few days." Song Hui-yun understood. This person should have some relationship with Wanting, but the relationship wasn't good to that extent. It was just the same as doing a favor, so she would be good to do it then. "Okay, I know what to do. Then if there's nothing else, I'll go back to work first." After Song Hui-yun left, Wanting began to pack up her things, and another thing, the surveillance in her house had to be gotten rid of, in case Gao Yang found out about the surveillance equipment. At that time, he would still think that he was monitoring him. The most crucial point was that she had to go back and tell Gao Yang the news. The urgency was so great that she didn't even realize it herself. In order to celebrate the fact that he had picked up the slack today, Gao Yang had deliberately cooked 2 extra dishes. As a result, he had just served a bowl of rice and was ready to eat when Wanting came back. Gao Yang was speechless for a while. How did this time pinpoint so accurately? Wow, it smells so good. Wanting was not polite. She directly ran to the kitchen to get a bowl of rice and then sat over. "Gao Yang, did you used to cook every day? Also, I don't like spicy food too much, and I eat less sweets to get fat easily. In addition, this," Wanting said to herself. Gao Yang's face was starting to blacken. Feelings of this woman will be their own as a servant? "Miss One, Mr. Wah, the meals I burn are mine to eat. I don't have any problem if you eat them once in a while. After all, the two of us are now in a cohabiting relationship, but you're going overboard now. Even if you eat for free, you're still picking and choosing, saying a whole bunch of requirements. I'm not a nanny." Wanting's pretty face flushed, not because Gao Yang said he was freeloading, but mainly because of the previous sentence cohabitation relationship. Actually, in a sense, it was right to say that. "Gao Yang, people have been busy all morning with your business, and you still dislike them when they come back for a bite to eat." Wanting finished, put down her chopsticks, then lowered her head. Gao Yang looked clueless. You can't be bothered with a woman. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was a keyword that had been busy all morning with his business. What could he have done? Nothing more than a jewelry store. Thinking about it, Gao Yang's eyes just lit up. Then, okay, I'm wrong, okay. In the future, I'll try to put less chili in my cooking, and less sweet, so there's no problem now. This is what you said. I didn't force you. When Wanting finished, raised her head, served the bowl, and ate, all in one go. Where was the slightest bit of aggression? Gao Yang helplessly skimmed his mouth, and only then remembered when Wanting's comment about being busy all morning. You just said that you were busy all morning for me. How is it? When Wanting knew that this guy didn't have good intentions, but seeing as the meal was quite delicious, she didn't bother with him. The thing is like this, our company before. When Wanting briefly said what happened, you're saying that now that the store is available and decorated, we're just waiting for the formalities to be done and then we can open for business, right? Gao Yang asked tentatively. It should be exactly what you said. We are a jewelry and jade-based store, so all the items we sell are mainly that. Of course gold is also sold, but it's usually associated products. Gao Yang nodded. He still understood about this point. The reason why it was called a jewelry and jewelry store and not a silver building, or a gold store. There must be a difference in between. That is, he is mainly jewelry jadeite, gold and whatnot as a supplement. For example, it will not simply go to sell a gold ring. First of all, this ring has to carry a piece of jadeite jade, so its price or profit is going to be a lot more expensive than simply selling gold. Then how much does it cost to get this store all together? Chapter 17 Pretending to be a bully. When Wanting thought for a moment and said, this specific one is unclear, but it's pretty much as I said yesterday. Tomorrow morning you'll come over with me. Remember to bring your documents with you. After lunch, the two of them once again came to the original Stone Street. As soon as Gao Yang arrived, he was recognized by people, and there was a sudden exchange of words. Gao Yang frowned, then exchanged glances with When Wanting. In the same way, When Wanting's brows were also furrowed. The thing that Gao Yang was most worried about still happened. The so-called people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. That's what was said. Normally it was fine, but yesterday it was solved out the Emperor Green. Although this piece of Emperor Green is not big, but it is still Emperor Green. The Emperor Green means, play jadeite people no one does not know. Gao Yang is worried about this. Once everyone knows him, then the next. What to do? Gao Yang's headless sentence. But When Wanting still understood the meaning of this sentence. Let's switch to another one. Then pick a few pieces of raw stone to go back and solve again. Gao Yang nodded. It seemed that it could only be done. The duo changed to another raw stone store again. But those people followed them again. There was no way out. Either one was the same now. Since either one was the same, this one it was. After Gao Yang decided, he started to pick the stones. He picked the stones very fast, and in no time at all, he picked 7 pieces. Then he settled the bill in the eyes of the crowd in anticipation and prepared to leave. Little brother, why don't you just cut it here? I'll give you a hand all you want. Right. We also want to see it. Don't worry, we're not robbing. For a while, the crowd began to persuade. Even the store owner also chimed in. Alright, there just happens to be a little bit of time left, so let's cut a piece. Let's show everyone what I can do. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he didn't pay attention to the fact that When Wanting was giving him a wink, but instead took a piece of the cheapest priced stone, and came to the stone solving machine in a very high-profile manner. He didn't immediately decode the stone, but whispered in When Wanting's former ear. When Wanting froze, as if she understood, and as if she didn't. Everyone, this stone has a very high chance of producing high-quality jade. Look here, I'm telling you. Gao Yang first high-profile bragging a bit, as if the entire Jinling city, he is the most powerful. When the great blowing finished, feel almost after, Gao Yang began to solve the stone. With the roar of the stone decomposer, the decomposition of the stone officially began. Stone skin piece by piece off. Onlookers are more and more people. The crowd from the beginning of the expectation, to slowly disappointed. Until the end, this piece of raw stone became a pile of waste. Che, I thought how powerful. That's right, boasts himself in the sky and on the ground. On this level of gambling, my son will be. For a while there were many different opinions. Some cultivated people just laughed and didn't say anything. But some people, even started to be sarcastic and trolling. Everyone, just now that was a mistake. I still have 6 stones. Guarantee that each one is a fine product. I will come. Again. Just when Gao Yang was too angry and unbelieving to go cut the second stone, his cell phone rang. Sorry, that in my house called again. I'll take a call. Gao Yang finished and picked up the call. Hello, when am I going back? Alright, I know. I'll be right back. This woman is so annoying. Can't even leave for a while. Gao Yang hung up the phone, his mouth still complaining. Everyone, sorry, there's still something going on at home. Tomorrow. Yes, just tomorrow. This time tomorrow I'll come back to share some of my experiences in this area with you all. Gao Yang left with wanting under the contemptuous gaze of the crowd. Finding a minivan, he pulled the raw stones directly to the company. wanting was confused by Gao Yang's divine maneuver. She guessed some of it, but most of it she still couldn't figure out. Gao Yang, did you just? Gao Yang naturally knew what wanting wanted to ask, so he started to explain. You've seen the situation today. If we continue to solve high-quality jadeite, then tomorrow we might be categorized as unwelcome customers. Whether or not the store owner will sell us the stone is a question, so I deliberately put on a show today. Wan listened just like that to Gao Yang's explanation. She finally understood. Gao Yang had picked a total of 7 stones, and one of them, the one taken to be cut, was a waste stone. It is for the next cut to the crowd to see. The purpose is to let everyone know. He yesterday cut out the Emperor Green purely by coincidence. Obviously, the effect was very good. Thinking about it, wanting couldn't help but admire it. According to his intention was to just leave and not cut there, but the effect of that was obviously not as good as this. It even had the side effect of being a side effect of this place. Then wanting thought of another problem. Then what if they didn't ask you to unlock this stone? Gao Yang looked at wanting with the eyes of an idiot. Did it mean that the more beautiful a woman was, the lower this IQ was? This look of Gao Yang was naturally caught by wanting, but she was very unconvinced. Wasn't there such a possibility? Missy, you should divide some of your beauty for your brain. If others don't ask me to solve the stone, can't I do it myself? Wanting. That's right, wanting was embarrassed. It was true that she hadn't thought about such a question. If others didn't ask him to solve it, couldn't she solve it herself? There was indeed nothing wrong with that statement. Also, was Gao Yang complimenting my beauty with that remark? It was easy for a woman to have her thinking run off the rails sometimes, like wanting was doing right now. Her thinking has run off the rails. The focus was no longer on this stone, but whether or not Gao Yang was complimenting her on her beauty. The key thing was that she wasn't angry at all when Gao Yang scolded her for not having a brain, because it would reflect that she was beautiful. Gao Yang naturally didn't know what was going through wanting's mind at this moment, because his car had already driven to the site of Jewelry Company's warehouse. Of course, this location was told to him by wanting. Just after getting out of the car, the minivan following behind came over. wanting hurriedly greeted the 2 employees to help move the stones. Is there a cutter? The cutter that Gao Yang asked about was the kind of larger tabletop cutter, the so-called stone-solving machine. In fact, it was the cutter, the one with the abrasive wheels. In fact, Gao Yang was an idiot for asking this question, as Wen's jewelry that started with jadeite raw stones, there would be no stone decomposition machine in the company. The staff used a cart to push the jadeite raw stone, and then came together to the stone decomposer. This stone decomposer was much bigger than the one in the previous store. 2 employees will decompose the stone machine on the power supply, and then the jadeite raw stone to move down. This time Gao Yang knew that he should appear. Chapter 18, Shen Beauty. Just as Gao Yang was about to cut the stone, wanting brought over a pair of overalls. Without saying anything, she directly started to help Gao Yang put it on. The overalls were not the kind with buttons. They were similar to the kind that barbershops gave people haircuts. The front is blocked, and there are 2 straps at the back, so just tie it on directly. Then take another hat for Gao Yang to put on. There is also a mask. The whole time is like a little daughter-in-law. Gao Yang just watched. Wanting is really beautiful. He has a kind of impulse to want a kiss. Wanting naturally realized that Gao Yang was looking at her, her face slightly red. Gao Yang touched his nose before he started to decode the stone. The process of unraveling the stone was actually boring. The stone was not as hard as steel, but it was also not as easy to cut as one would think. The most crucial thing was that there was dust in cutting this stuff. Fortunately, there is a drainage hole on top of the cutting machine, which is specially designed to cool down and clean up the roll of dust. As the stone skin came off piece by piece, the original millstone-sized stone gradually became the size of a soccer ball, and then it was like a red brick. By this time, the more attention had to be paid. Gao Yang directly picked up the stone and then rubbed it against the grinding mill piece. Finally, a touch of green appeared in wanting's eyes. Gao Yang, it's green. Gao Yang directly turned off the cutter and took off his mask. You're the one who's green. Wanting reacted at once. Her own words just now did have a sick language. If it was someone else it probably wouldn't have been taken seriously, but Gao Yang happened to be really green 2 days ago, so this sentence sounded particularly harsh. Wanting was flushed by Gao Yang, spat out her tongue, and instantly stopped talking. This made the 2 employees standing on the sidelines dumbfounded. Was this still their domineering beauty president? Gao Yang put his mask back on and continued his work. In no time, a piece of green jadeite was unraveled by him. The technique was not professional, but the result was very good. This is a piece of apple green jadeite. Color is very high. Hand over the jadeite to wanting. Gao Yang began to pick up the second piece. The cutting machine just turned on. Gao Yang again is to press the stop switch. That piece of green jadeite just now, it should be enough for the capital, right? When Wanting froze, then reacted. Enough, it's a piece of apple green jadeite, and its value has already exceeded the total price of the jadeite raw stone purchased today. Gao Yang nodded, before he started to continue cutting up. By the time all 6 jadeite raw stones were unraveled, the time had also reached 4 p.m. 6 raw stones, 6 pieces of emerald. When Wanting was directly petrified. At this level, even if the king of gamblers came, I'm afraid that he would be inferior to himself. And this jade, the quality of each piece is quite high. This time, he really picked up a treasure. Gao Yang took off his hat and mask, and when Wanting hurriedly came over to help him take off the jacket he was wearing. Gao Yang, you're amazing. These words came from When Wanting's heart. Which aspect are you referring to? As soon as these words came out, When Wanting's pretty face flushed, and she instantly thought of what happened that night. Although it was said that he was passive that night, and also, but it had to be said that it was indeed quite long-lasting. When Wanting vigorously pinched Gao Yang's waist, then twisted her arse and left. Together with the 6 pieces of emerald were also taken away. Gao Yang just flirted with When Wanting. Such a beautiful woman. If Gao Yang does not have ideas, then he is not normal. Ignoring the fact that When Wanting left with the emerald, Gao Yang began to wander around the company. Wen's group covers an area that is very large. The warehouse side to the front is the office building. Gao Yang came here naturally to find When Wanting. Who are you? You don't seem to be from our company. How did you get in? Just as Gao Yang was looking around, a woman's voice came over. Gao Yang looked back. This person was around 30 years old. Her hair was coiled, and she had a mature melon face that increased her face value by a lot. The only pity was that her rimmed glasses spoiled its overall beauty. The body was hot, or rather voluptuous, walking with some trembling. If she accidentally buried her head in it, there was an 80% chance that she would suffocate and die. Gao Yang intends to open the perspective to look at it, because he has not seen such a large. What are you looking at? Asking you. Xianmei looked at the man in front of her with a lewd look in his eyes and instantly became alert. She was the manager of the purchasing department and had just received a call from When Wanting, so she was now rushing over. She didn't expect to meet this sneaky man in front of her. Not bad looking, but not like a good person at first glance. First of all, this guy was just looking left and right, as if he was looking for something. Based on her guess, this person is not a good person, because this man did not wear overalls. Their company has a clear rule, must wear overalls to work. Even if they are managers, they need to wear professional clothes. The most crucial thing was that this guy was actually staring at himself there. Don't misunderstand, I'm your Mr. Wen's friend. It's just that I'm lost right now. You don't have to mind me. Gao Yang was about to leave after saying this. As a result, he was grabbed by this woman. You said you're a friend of our Mr. What? That's just right. I'm about to go to General Manager Wen's office right now. You come with me. That's right. Xianmei didn't believe Gao Yang's words at all, so he had a death grip on Gao Yang and wouldn't let go. If Gao Yang was to continue resisting, she was going to start calling security. Gao Yang had no choice but to follow this woman up the stairs in the elevator. This woman is like a thief guarding against Gao Yang. Gao Yang can only helplessly smile bitterly. He is lazy to explain. There is no need to explain, because we'll see what happens in a moment. Knock knock knock. When Wanting was waiting for Qianmei to come over, when she heard the knock on the door, she directly let it in. As a result, when she turned her head to look, Qianmei was indeed Qianmei, but there was another person. Now, when Wanting was a bit puzzled, and this puzzled expression was seen by Qianmei, instantly confirming her suspicions. Mr. Wed, this person was sneaking around downstairs, and after I caught him he even said that he knew you. So, hearing Qianmei's explanation, When Wanting laughed and almost had tears in her eyes. Manager Qian, what he said is true. When Wanting said out such a sentence while holding back her laughter. Now Qianmei was embarrassed. Sorry ha. Gao Yang definitely wouldn't mind. To be honest, he kinda admired this kind of person. If one were to think differently, he wouldn't bother if Gao Yang encountered such a situation. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, it was naturally the main topic of the day. Mr. Wed, I don't know. Are you looking for me? Chapter 19 Massage and enjoy the view. Sit down first, since both of you are here. It's just as well that I'll talk about this matter together. There are 6 pieces of jadeite here, all of very good color, and it is precisely this Mr. Gao Yang. When Wanting told the story of what happened, roughly, the general meaning was that these 6 pieces of jadeite were sold in the name of the company in cooperation with Gao Yang. In the end, the company appraised the value to be $37 million, excluding the principal, leaving $30 million. When Wanting meant to let Qianmei go through the procedure, Qianmei belongs to the procurement department, then naturally this matter is under her responsibility. Now, Qianmei was surprised. This somewhat horny man in front of her would actually be a stone gambling expert, and this one shot had earned the company $15 million. This made her have to be shocked. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. Please provide Mr. Gao with your personal information, as well as your bank account number, and when I'm done with all the procedures, I'll credit the funds to your account. Before Gao Yang could finish his sentence, Wen Wanting handed a folder to Qian Mei. Manager Qian, all of his information is here. Take it and check it. If it's okay, then you can transfer the money. That's right. In addition, help him run another card. In the future, every time we need to make a purchase, we will directly credit the funds to this card. Qian Mei took the folder. In fact, she had some words she wanted to say, but was too embarrassed to say them. Getting a card and directly crediting the funds to Gao Yang's card. Then would there be any problems in between? What if Gao Yang absconded with the money? What if the purchase price is misrepresented? In the end, Qian Mei did not voice this concern, because Gao Yang's ability should not do such things, and then purchase price. This is a formal invoice. Of course, there is also the main reason. That is, this thing is Wen Wanting Ting personally accounted for. Even if there is a problem with her, it does not matter. The big deal is that every time you make a payment, look for Wen Wanting to confirm it on the line. Or that sentence, the ass determines the head. Can do on a company's senior, will be their head broken open. Brain nuts are heavier than others too. Qian Mei promised, then greeted Gao Yang and left. Then next, there were only two people left in this office, Gao Yang and Wen Wanting. Why are you looking at me like that? After Qian Mei left, Gao Yang didn't choose to leave, and Wen Wanting didn't let him leave either. Then admiring a beautiful woman was what Gao Yang was doing right now. Wen Wanting was a little embarrassed by Gao Yang's look, so she asked, I'll look at you if I think you look good. It's not a crime anyway. Wen Wanting blankly glanced at Gao Yang, then thought of the things she said today. Right, I'll take care of everything else for you. You have to take care of the staff piece yourself. Since we're going to choose to open a store, we have to be quick. To earn more money while the situation is good, a man must have his own career. Since you chose to open a franchise, then you must do a good job. Wen Wanting began to preach again. Gao Yang is most disgusted with others to preach to him. At home by his mother to say it is just. When reading by the teacher to say also tolerated. Now that he was actually being taught to by this woman, he became a little impatient. What? First of all, I think your point of view is wrong. You can't be too hasty in doing anything. People who overexert themselves right off the bat, can't go too far, because of overly focusing on the results right off the bat, then every tiny obstacle will become a heavy burden on your mind. It will continue to consume your body and mind. So take your time and do it without haste, but it's easier to persevere. We are in the tactical law to be fully engaged, but strategically to remain transcendent. The method to go deeper into the practical, but the state of mind to learn to withdraw and observe. Remember that taking your time is actually faster, because a calm pace is better than an impatient sprint. When Wanting just looked at Gao Yang, she could be 100% sure that this guy was driving, and that the car was going fast, because this guy's eyes were not honest. The corners of his mouth were still upturned, and most crucially after finishing he was still licking his lips, but she couldn't find any proof. She herself was still said to be speechless, because this car driving still had some sense. So when Wanting was going to ignore this guy, but just because she ignored Gao Yang, it didn't mean that this Gao Yang guy was at peace. By the way, where is the office called Qian Mei just now? This question from Gao Yang made Wen Wanting feel alert. Why are you asking this? Gao Yang touched his nose and said, I'm not bored. I'm going to communicate with her and go deeper by the way. Wen Wanting was furious. That Qian Mei is just a little bit bigger in breasts, but in what other way is she comparable to herself? Such a big beauty in front of him actually indifferent, but also think in others in-depth communication? At this moment, Wen Wanting couldn't figure out why she was a little jealous, so she simply ignored Gao Yang and went about her business on her own, probably because of sitting for too long. This neck is a little sour. Reached out and pinched. Just at this time, Gao Yang came behind her, then stretched out two big hands and started to help her massage. This was what startled Wen Wanting. What are you doing? Gao Yang innocently shrugged and spread his hands. I see that you don't have a sore neck. Usually a sore neck means sore shoulders. It just so happens that I know some massage techniques, so I plan to help you massage it. Let you relieve your fatigue. Since you don't appreciate it, forget it. I'll go find Qian Mei. Gao Yang said that he was about to leave. Come back. Gao Yang stopped in his tracks. You really know how to massage? Gao Yang once again shrugged his shoulders, a reply of sorts. Then you, try. Gao Yang didn't make any pretense and came behind Wen Wanting and started to massage her. At first, Wen Wanting was still a little nervous, but one thing was for sure, Gao Yang's massage technique was really quite good. At the very least, it was better than that little secretary of hers. Gradually Wen Wanting's body began to relax. Gao Yang did know how to massage. After all, he had given Xiao Lily a massage for 2 years, and even people who didn't know how to massage had become experts. But at this time, Gao Yang was not fully engaged in the massage, but along the neckline of When Wanting was enjoying the scenery. The clothes that When Wanting wore today were the ones that Gao Yang had bought for her last night. The neckline of this set of clothes was not high, or a bit low. Standing in Gao Yang's position then, it was just right to have an unobstructed view, especially When Wanting didn't notice in the slightest that Gao Yang was taking advantage of her at this moment, and by the time she reacted it was already 10 minutes later. This was still her glancing at the mirror on the table, otherwise she wouldn't have realized it at all. Who told Gao Yang to stand behind her? Where are you looking? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. Chapter 20. A warm scene. Gao Yang was greatly embarrassed. He didn't expect that he peeked and was actually discovered by the other party. He now hated that small mirror on When Wanting's table. It seemed that he would have to steal this mirror in the future, but he wouldn't admit it. Don't be ridiculous. When did I peek? Then you say, where did I look at you? When Wanting was furious. I didn't see this guy actually so rogue. Peeped and didn't admit it. Do not admit it even if actually can ask out such brazen words. The good thing is that the end of the work time is also arrived. Hurriedly shut down the computer, and then the cell phone, mirror and so on all loaded into the bag. Gao Yang watched When Wanting wiggle her butt and leave the office, and hurriedly followed. The main reason was that he could easily get lost. As a result, Gao Yang had just sat on the driver's side when When Wanting sat her butt in. Don't you have your own car? When Wanting blankly glanced at Gao Yang, she wanted to say that this car is also mine, but in the end, she didn't say that, because as she got along, she somewhat understood this man. This guy, not to mention his somewhat tough character and more obvious machismo, was actually still a bit fragile inside. If When Wanting really said this, she is sure that this guy will definitely run to the Force store tomorrow. However, this was also normal. If it was said that Gao Yang didn't do this, it would instead make her look down on her. The price of gasoline has gone up recently. Saving a little is a little. When Wanting casually found a reason. Gao Yang was amused by this statement. If this had been said by someone else, Gao Yang would have nodded with approval. But in When Wanting's place, he could only laugh. What do you think is going on with this gas price? It's gone up several times in the past few years. Since the topic came up, Gao Yang also went along with it. After all, the duo's current relationship was still very delicate, more or less with some awkward components, almost never chatting about personal topics. Every time the two sat in a car, it felt like there was something odd or dull about the atmosphere. This is not to promote energy saving and environmental protection. Besides, there are upward and downward adjustments. When Wanting might also like this kind of chatting, so she also said her own point of view. Gao Yang, however, was a bit dismissive, saying, downward adjustment? Don't listen to those bricklayers fooling around. Take this oil price for example. A downward adjustment of 10 or 20 cents. They call it a big drop. Up 80 cents or $1. They call it a slight adjustment. Anyway, just listen. Don't be too true. When Wanting looked at Gao Yang with curious eyes, not expecting this guy to say this sentence felt really reasonable. What are we going to eat tonight? Are we going to eat outside or go back and cook it ourselves? When Wanting used we this time, Gao Yang glanced disdainfully at When Wanting and said, do you know how to cook? And go back and cook it yourself. Just say it directly. Want a white whore pull back? I've seen it all yesterday. The things in your kitchen haven't been touched at all. The label on that frying pan is still hanging on. And that chopsticks, it's not opened. There's not even a hair in the refrigerator. When Wanting blushed at Gao Yang's words, she really didn't know how to cook, and had never cooked before. With her family conditions, to be honest, it was also true that she didn't need to cook for herself. But now that she was being disliked by Gao Yang, it was more or less embarrassing. The main thing was that this guy was talking and started to run a train. Even that, what gross. What do you like to eat? I'll go buy it and go back to make it myself. It's a waste of money to eat outside and it's not affordable. Do what you want to eat yourself. Gao Yang drove the car while voicing his opinion. Actually, I don't really like meat, but we can buy a bit of shrimp, clams, and better yet, get a fish, and a rib soup would be just about right. Gao Yang sweated profusely. Just this is still called not liking meat too much? It seemed like he hadn't heard vegetarian. It couldn't be that he intentionally said it the other way around, right? In fact, Gao Yang guessed right. When Wanting said exactly the opposite. When Wanting and other girls are different. Other girls generally do not like to eat meat things, but she is just the opposite. When Wanting loved seafood, and basically she couldn't live without meat dishes at every meal. But the strange thing is, she ate meat actually won't get fat, even if it will grow meat. It is also long in the place where it should grow. For example, the balls, and then the mountains on both sides of the crater. Gao Yang drove the car to the vicinity of the food market and stopped. then took his wallet phone and prepared to buy food. He was about to ask when wanting to wait here, but it turned out that the other party had already gotten out of the car. Now at this time, the vegetable market was still relatively crowded with people. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Wanting actually reached out to hold Gao Yang's arm, said is holding, some not quite appropriate, should say her hand on Gao Yang's arm. After buying the dishes that Wan Ting had asked about earlier, Gao Yang bought some others. After all, there were no more dishes for tomorrow's lunch. In this day and age, not many people pay with cash, but Gao Yang was paying with cash. In fact, he has to blame himself. Before the card of a few $1,000s was withdrawn by him, originally intended to be to buy emerald raw stone. As a result, he didn't use it later, so he still has a few $1,000s in his wallet now. Gao Yang is not a geek. In the past he actually quite liked to go out and shop. At that time he did not know Cho Lily. He and Zhang Jun had one bottle of drink each, and they could shop at the mall for an afternoon. It's the kind of shopping that you don't buy anything. The purpose is because it's too hot outside. Come to the mall to rub the air conditioning. Later on, when he met Cho Lily, Gao Yang reduced the number of times he went shopping, because shopping means spending money, especially with a girlfriend out shopping. That's spending money to spend even more outrageous. 9 out of 10 women like to go shopping, but 10 men, only 1 out of 10 likes to go shopping at most. The two returned home. This time Wan Wanting did not lazy, began to help Gao Yang wash dishes. Looking at Gao Yang, who was busy in the kitchen with his apron on, Wan Wanting felt that this was quite good. Every day go to work together, get off work together, and then come back to buy food and cook. If in the future, when Wanting thought, her thoughts have already run to a few years later, when Gao Yang came home from work, when Wanting played with her child at home by herself, and then held her child at the kitchen door and watched Gao Yang burn the rice. Hey, can you make it faster? Immediately my fish is all cooked and your garlic hasn't been peeled out yet. Gao Yang's voice rang out from the kitchen. When Wanting reacted at once and instantly her pretty face flushed. Where did she think of? She hurriedly put the peeled garlic on the stovetop, then took advantage of Gao Yang's cooking to remove the 2 cameras in the house. Gao Yang, after you go to the company tomorrow morning to get things done, your next plan is to recruit employees. You know, how about I come and send you a recruitment message? Chapter 21, Cho Lily's past. I've already found the store manager, and I'm now looking for store employees for me. Without any surprises, we'll have recruited all of them in a couple days. Upon hearing this, when Wanting's eyebrows were raised, found a good one? Who is it? Gao Yang directly reported out Susan's name. This now made Wan Wanting surprised. This guy actually secretly went to find Susan. Could this guy be interested in Susan? I don't know how. Wan Wanting felt a bit uncomfortable. Susan, she doesn't know anything. How can she be a store manager? Besides, you're not familiar with her. Why don't I find one for you? Gao Yang glanced at Wan Wanting, shook his head and said, I think she's quite good. If you don't know, you can train her. Anyway, aren't you arranging for people to be trained for the store staff? She is at least a college student. This learning ability should still be able to. As for familiar or not, I think it does not matter. Sometimes too familiar and not necessarily a good thing. When Wanting was now speechless, Gao Yang had blocked all her words. After dinner, Gao Yang took his own clothes and went into the bathroom. When Wanting originally wanted to remind Gao Yang that there are 2 bathrooms in the villa, in the end, she thought better of it. It's not like she hasn't washed before. On the other side, Cho Lily came to the hospital. She came to visit Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun had been beaten up by Gao Yang that day. His head was hit with a 1-inch long gash, and his face was also bruised all over. The most obvious thing was that the corner of his left eye was cut by an electric car helmet. The gash was as long as his index finger and had a curved arc. There were a total of 12 stitches, and at a fierce glance it looked like a centipede, which was very scary. Cho Lily originally didn't want to come. To be honest, she was emotionally attached to Gao Yang. After all, the two had known each other for so long, and had already saved up money for a down payment. If they followed the normal development of the plot, after the house was in their hands, they would simply decorate it, and then they could get the license. In this way, the two of them worked together, pay off a mortgage or something. It is not a problem at all, and even buy a few tens of thousands of dollars of car. But she went the wrong way. This thing to start from a year ago, about a year ago. One night, Gao Yang was working overtime, so he didn't have time to pick up Cho Lily, so he called Zhang Jun to help pick up. After all, Gao Yang and Zhang Jun's relationship that is very good, and Zhang Jun has a car. But the problem happened that night. Zhang Jun drove the car, then picked up Cho Lily and casually mentioned Gao Yang. Cho Lily was in a bad mood today because Gao Yang actually didn't come to pick her up. Of course, not picking her up for a day is not a big deal, but mainly because the first day the two people had a little conflict. So Cho Lily started complaining in the car, saying that Gao Yang has changed, how he used to be and how he is now. because Gao Yang and Zhang Jun relationship is very good, so Chiu Lily complained a few times is also very normal, but also has deliberately let Zhang Jun said to Gao Yang listen to the reason inside. Zhang Jun is naturally some persuasion, but women are like this, the more you persuade her, the more vigor. She also said she didn't want to go back, so Zhang Jun took Chiu Lily to eat a meal. The table two people also drank wine, may also drink a lot. Chiu Lily also looks good, and drank wine, so the two talked more and more, and then the two unknowingly had sex in the car. When it was over, Chiu Lily regretted it, although Chiu Lily and Zhang Jun privately discussed, this time is an accident, and can never be like this again. However, some things are like this, there are only 0 and countless times that a woman cheats, and when there was another time when Gao Yang and Chiu Lily had a little conflict, Chiu Lily thought of Zhang Jun, and Zhang Jun naturally also has the idea, so the two had a second rendezvous. At the beginning of the two have not been so blatant, usually take advantage of Gao Yang overtime. Chiu Lily came to the Zhang Jun car and, when the morality of this bondage is broken, there will be no scruples. The number of times that the two have met more and more, has not been satisfied in the car, the hotel, the grove, and finally even went directly to the rental house of Gao Yang. At first Chiu Lily is not agree, but cannot help Zhang Jun softly, so the rental house has become a place for the two cheating. The good thing is that Chiu Lily is very careful, basically choose Saturday, Sunday, because Chiu Lily she is a double holiday, but Gao Yang did not have a double holiday, so this again insisted on half a year. Chiu Lily knows that Zhang Jun does not love her. In Zhang Jun's words, this is called stimulation. Chiu Lily also does not love Zhang Jun, because Zhang Jun this person eat, drink, whore and gamble too many shortcomings, but she fell in love with the feeling of excitement that sneaking around brings. How can I say this? It's called family flowers don't have the fragrance of wildflowers, and this saying is equally true for Chiu Lily. Zhang Jun for him is a wildflower. There are no shortcomings does not matter. Anyway, she will not be married to Zhang Jun to life. That day happened to be a Sunday again. Chiu Lily sent a message to Zhang Jun, and then Zhang Jun naturally went there. Then Gao Yang came back and bumped into the two of them. Chiu Lily knew it was over. At the same time she was scared. Gao Yang was definitely a good choice for a husband in some ways. Even Chiu Lily's parents were overjoyed with Gao Yang, so Chiu Lily called and messaged Gao Yang, and even apologized to Zhang Yang in a tone that had never been so low. Chiu Lily knows Gao Yang's character. This person is coaxed, not stimulated. The more you stimulate him, the worse things are. However, everything is in vain. When Chiu Lily saw Gao Yang's merciless eyes, she understood. She and Gao Yang are no longer possible. Since it is no longer possible with Gao Yang, then she should choose a good next home. Zhang Jun is naturally her next home. So Chiu Lily came to the hospital after work, although Zhang Jun has a lot of shortcomings, and his face is now broken, but he has money. As long as she could get along with Zhang Jun it was actually not bad, although Zhang Jun's face was now hideous and horrible, but it didn't matter. A man's appearance was usually not the main thing. Zhang Jun, now that our matter Gao Yang already knows about it and I played with him, then we can be together openly and honestly in the future. No more sneaking around. Hearing Chiu Lily's words, Zhang Jun had a sneer in his heart. Would he look at such a broken shoe? But playing around was still possible, plus he wanted revenge. Other injuries could be recovered. This scar on his face would stay with him for the rest of his life. How could this be tolerated? Then this woman in front of him could still be utilized because Zhang Jun was clear that Gao Yang loved Chiu Lily very much. Just based on this, it could be utilized in the future. He wanted to play Gao Yang to death. Lily, don't worry. Gao Yang doesn't want you, I want you. Look, it's dark, and we've never tried it in a hospital room before. How about? Where did Chiu Lily not know what Zhang Jun was thinking? In the past, she would never agree in such a place, but now she didn't care anymore, so she smiled, then got up and unlocked the door of the ward. Lying on the hospital bed, Zhang Jun just looked at Chiu Lily's, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Combined with his scar, it looked even more terrifying. Chapter 22 Negotiating about opening a chain store. On the other hand, Gao Yang studied the stamps for a while. This thing will be taken over tomorrow to show Grandpa Susan. If the price is similar, he will sell it. It's useless to keep it in his hand, so he might as well exchange it for money. He now had almost $130 million in his bank card. The first time he gambled on the stone he made $1 million. Then he spent $100,000 on a piece of raw stone and ended up making another $15 million. Then there was that piece of imperial green. This imperial green Gao Yang directly earned $100 million. Together with the $15 million earned today, together is $139 million. Not to mention more than $130 million. His $13 million is also Gao Yang before dare not think, and now it has become a fact. Gao Yang is the more he thinks the more excited. Any poor suddenly become a millionaire. I am afraid that will be like Gao Yang now. Gao Yang would like to tell his parents that he is rich, and finally held back, because he was afraid to scare his parents, so he was going to wait. When this side is stabilized, he will go back, and then slowly tell his parents about these things face to face. At this moment, his cell phone beeped again. Picking it up, it was from one wanting. Gao Yang, asleep? Gao Yang hurriedly sent her a message back. No, what about you? Gao Yang had just sent it, when he realized that he had said a nonsense. Just as he wanted to withdraw it, one wanting sent him another emoji. This emoji was an angry emoji. Then it was followed by another sentence. Can I still send you messages when I'm asleep? Gao Yang embarrassed himself for a moment, then sent another message over. That's not necessarily true. It's possible that people sometimes miss someone too much and will subconsciously do things that go against common sense in their sleep. After laughing at this message, Wan Ting burst out in laughter. Then another message was sent over. Stinky, who misses you? After sending this message, when Wanting felt that her face was a bit hot, she was sure that her face must be red at this time. Just then, the message came again. That's good. Scared me to death. It was followed by an I'm so scared emoji. Seeing this message from Gao Yang, when Wanting was instantly unhappy. She was furious with this. Was she that bad? That's why sometimes women are very contradictory. So she sent another message to Gao Yang, but after this message was sent, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. In fact, it wasn't that Gao Yang didn't want to give when wanting a message back, it was mainly because he didn't have time, because Susan sent him a voice video chat. This chat lasted for more than an hour, and the general meaning was that there were 3 classmates who were willing to come over. Asked Gao Yang how many people. Gao Yang naturally will not be too much. A jewelry and jade store, how to say 7 or 8 people it. However, at present, even Susan together with 4 people will be enough. After all, it has not yet opened. Even if it may not have so much business in the beginning, and then the staff can be recruited and trained at the same time. Only after ending the voice call did Gao Yang see the message when Wanting had sent him, but it was already an hour later, so he didn't give it back, plugged in the charger and went straight to bed. The next morning, after repeating the first day's events, Gao Yang drove his car and brought Wen Wanting to her company. As soon as he arrived at the company, not a moment later, Gao Yang was brought to a small conference room by a small secretary, and there was a woman waiting for him in the conference room. Gao Yang began to measure up this person, about 30 years old, very tall, big body type. Gao Yang's first reaction was, northeastern female man. Anyway, Gao Yang was not sure that he would be able to subdue this kind of woman. In fact, Gao Yang really guessed right. Song Huiyun was from the northeast. Hello, I'm Song Huiyun, the marketing manager. Mr. Gao, please take a seat. Song Huiyun introduced herself politely, and then opened the door to business. Perhaps this was a characteristic of the northeastern people, being more brash. Mr. Gao, our general manager Wen has already told me about your matter. That asset aspect we've also reviewed. It fully meets our company's requirements for opening a chain of branches, but there are some things I have to tell you. First of all is the issue of this store. This store we have rented for 5 years. Each year's rent is $800,000, so this cost will have to be covered by you. The other is the cost of this decoration. The decoration of the store including the counter inside, the cashier and so on, all the things we spent a total of 1 million. 2 together is 5 million. In addition we have to charge some franchise fee. The franchise fee is 500,000, a one-time payment. Basically the cost is this much. In addition, we will go to your side once a month to randomly check and audit. This time is not fixed, and then for each item we will give you a standard price, and then give you a cap. Gao Yang heard and understood that this store 4 million is for 5 years, and 800,000 a year is actually not much. Then there is the cost of the decoration, which is nothing to write home about. At the very least it can also save yourself some trouble and time, especially time. As for the 500,000 franchise fee, it feels a bit much, but it also depends on what kind of company. Like Wen's group in the country are considered one of the big jewelry companies. So much is also acceptable. After all, the franchise fee is a one-time, do not need to pay every year. As for the price of what, this Gao Yang can also accept. For example, a piece of jewelry, their side of the pricing 30,000 is the cost price. The upper limit, for example, is 40,000. Then that means that this piece of jewelry Gao Yang can be sold 340,000 yuan. As long as it's not below that price or not above that price it's okay. In short, pricing was Gao Yang's own business. The thing that made Gao Yang frown was the unscheduled audits and spot checks every month. This one was a big headache. That manager Song, I'd like to ask what exactly are the aspects of this spot check audit, and who goes for spot checks? Song Huiyun thought for a moment and said, let me put it to you this way. This spot check audit is mainly to check your safety, hygiene, fire prevention and pricing, as well as service attitude and so on. We have a special audit department. But Mr. Gao, you don't have to worry. It's just a routine check. As long as there are no major problems, it's basically fine. Gao Yang heard that this northeastern woman deliberately emphasized the words routine inspection. Subconsciously, she meant that this was just a formality. As long as it wasn't too much, she wouldn't look for trouble in general. In this way, Gao Yang is also assured. After all, he had a hard background. That's fine. No problem. But I still have 2 more questions I want to ask. First, when will you give my staff training? Second, where is my store and when can I get my store? Chapter 23 Chen Kai. Song Huiyun opened a folder, then took out an application form and handed it to Gao Yang. This application form, after all the procedures are done, just fill it out and submit it. Then we'll arrange a time on our side. You just need to send the employees who need training to us. This training is free. As for this new store, as long as what I said above is acceptable to Mr. Gao, I can take you to take a look at it anytime. After we've seen it, if there's no problem, then we can come over and sign the contract. Gao Yang nodded and said, alright then, let's go see it now. If there's no problem, we can sign the contract and make the payment anytime. Song Huiyun nodded and smiled, then collected her things and led Gao Yang towards the outside. Just as they came out, they saw Wen Wanting walking this way. Well, Wen Wanting's words seemed to be asking Song Huiyun, but in reality, her eyes were looking at Gao Yang. General Manager Wen, this side has already been negotiated. I will now take Mr. Gao to see the store. If that's okay, this side can sign the contract. Wen Wanting nodded her head. How about this? I happen to be going over there to do some errands. You give me the key over there. I'll take him over there. Song Huiyun hurriedly agreed, then handed the key to Wen Wanting. She then gave a greeting, then left in a hurry. You like this type? After Song Huiyun left, Gao Yang just casually glanced at her, and it turned out to be Wen Wanting. It's okay, Big asked to have a son. After Gao Yang said this, he also ignored Wen Wanting and walked towards the direction of the elevator door on his own. Wen Wanting pursed her lips and snickered. She understood the meaning of Gao Yang's sentence just now. It was actually saying that this woman had a big rack. Song Huiyun was from the northeast, and not only were the men in the northeast big, even the women were equally big. Song Huiyun is probably the best of them, with a big waist and thick arms. To say that Gao Yang would like this type, Wen Wanting would never believe it. Song Huiyun watched the duo leave with a foxed look on her face, or rather she was skeptical of her previous guess. The relationship between these two was definitely not as simple as she had guessed yesterday. Wen Wanting definitely wouldn't have nothing better to do than to bring this Gao Yang to look at some store. These two were definitely familiar with each other, and now that they had gone out, they were most likely inquiring about the conversation she had had with Gao Yang earlier. Song Huiyun thought back. After she had no problem talking to Gao Yang before, she let it go. In fact, Song Huiyun's guess was really right. As soon as Gao Yang and Wen Wanting got on the car, they chatted around the topic. I've told you everything that needs to be said. What else I don't understand you can ask me. Gao Yang drove the car while inquiring about the little bit of doubt in his heart. The inside of this store is all decorated and ready for business straight away. Why would it be transferred to me? Upon hearing Gao Yang ask such a question, Wen Wanting became a bit stumped. That, mainly, in short, you just trust me. Gao Yang was speechless. This sentence was considered a wasted question. Then the cost of this renovation. Why is it 1 million, not 900,000 or 1 million? Wen Wanting felt that this Gao Yang was a bit of an oddball today, asking questions that were not questions that made for good answers. In the end, Wen Wanting did not answer such a question, because this question was simply meaningless. And most crucially, where did she know? Almost half an hour later, Gao Yang saw his store, which was a bit bigger than he had imagined. The overall decoration style was almost the same as that of other jewelry stores, and it was generally very satisfactory. If you think it's okay, this matter is settled. Get the formalities done as soon as possible. Your side of the product then I will also arrange for you as soon as possible. Now the main thing is the staff this piece, or I still give you a new store manager it. Wen Wanting said and talked about the matter of changing the store manager. No need. Besides, I've already told her. Do it for a while and see. If it doesn't work then say it later. Wen Wanting skimmed her lips, and in the end did not dwell on this topic. Looking at the time, it was already almost noon. Let's go eat lunch first. My treat. Just as a thank you for your help. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he led Wen Wanting to the car. At the mention of treating her, Wen Wanting thought of that night. That night, Gao Yang also said he was treating her to dinner. But in the end, she, Wen Wanting, was the one who settled the bill and ended up hitching herself? In a fairly good restaurant, the two sat across from each other. Didn't go into the private room because Gao Yang didn't ask for it. Are we still going to the jadeite raw stone market in the afternoon? Gao Yang asked while eating. Tomorrow, I have to get your business done this afternoon. Plus you fill out the training application form and submit it as soon as possible. I'll arrange a time for training at that time. Gao Yang nodded, then thought of a most crucial thing. Give me an account number. I'll credit the funds to you. When Wanting opened her head and glanced at Gao Yang, saying, let's put this matter aside for now. We'll settle it together when we get to the gambling stones tomorrow. Save the trouble of transferring it around. Anyway, Wanting, such a coincidence? Just as when Wanting was halfway through her sentence, a voice interrupted her. Gao Yang twisted his head to look. It was a man about the same size as himself, or possibly a bit bigger. The man was about 1.75 meters or so, wearing a white shirt, looking a bit like Daniel Wu. Quite handsome. Chen Kai. What a coincidence. When Wanting hurriedly stood up and greeted with a smile. Yes, quite a coincidence. You're eating too. Chen Kai said a nonsense, but Gao Yang frowned, because this guy said, you're also eating instead of saying you guys are eating. Literally the meaning felt similar, but once you had to analyze it, you could appreciate something different. Yeah, you are? When Wanting answered casually and asked in turn. I'm talking to a client about a business deal. He's in the jadeite raw stone business. In the box over there. Do you want to join me? By the way, I'll introduce you. Maybe you guys have a bit of room for cooperation. If changed into the usual, I heard the raw stone business, there is cooperation space, when Wanting may really choose to go over. But today, well, oh no, I'm having a meal with my friends, and by the way, I have to talk about a little something. When Wanting this was considered a refusal. At this time, as if Chen Kai only just saw Gao Yang, he hurriedly smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Gao Yang's hand. Hello, my name is Chen Kai. I'm Wanting's friend. So nice to meet you. Chen Kai didn't know if it was intentional or not, but he deliberately paused in front of his friend. Chapter 24. What's wrong with pretending to be a turtle? Gao Yang didn't care if this Chen Kai was really happy or fake happy. He also stood up and extended his hand, shaking it with him. Wanting, since Brother Chen has sincerely invited us to dine with him, why don't we go over there? I'm a person who likes to make friends, you see? When Wanting was a bit confused now. She didn't know what kind of game Gao Yang was playing. Chen Kai was a person when Wanting still understood. Don't look at the surface gentle and elegant. In fact, this person has a deep heart. Take just a simple conversation. When Wanting heard out some problems, she did not believe that Gao Yang could not hear out. Since Gao Yang had heard it. Why don't we have dinner together? Chen Kai once again ignored Gao Yang and instead looked at Wanting with expectant eyes. When Wanting glanced at Gao Yang, and when she saw the other party nodding slightly, she also agreed to it. So this side also did not eat. Gao Yang and Wanting directly followed this Chen Kai to a private room. At this time there was a person in the private room. In his 40s, a bit bald. After some introductions, Gao Yang learned this person's name. His name was Wang Daqing, mainly doing some jadeite raw stone resale business. Simply understood as second-hand dealers. It is the Ruiqing side of the cheaper jadeite raw stone purchase over, and then through the transportation and then sold to some of the original stone store, from which to earn some difference in price. If this were to change a few decades ago, it would have to carry a charge of speculation. Gao Yang looks very enthusiastic, has been accompanied by this guy chatting about everything, but chatting the most about the Ruiqing side of things, as if it was a country bumpkin. He kept asking questions. This made Chen Kai constantly despise. If not because when Wanting was here, I'm afraid that the color of contempt would be even greater. On the contrary, when Wanting seemed to have understood Gao Yang's meaning, then many of the previous irrationalities could be explained. The lunch was quite pleasant. At least Gao Yang thought so. After lunch, Gao Yang also took the initiative to add contact information with this Wang Daqing. After a good deal of brotherhood with Chen Kai again, he drove the car and left with Wanting. You're planning to go to Ruicheng? The car had just started on the road when Wanting came up with such a sentence without a clue. How do you know? Wanting blankly glanced at Gao Yang and said, I still don't understand you? If you didn't have an agenda, would you call yourself a brother with that Chen Kai? And you asked those questions, although you acted like a turd, as if it was just out of curiosity. But in my opinion, you're just inquiring about news from Ruicheng's side. Am I right? In fact, Wanting had a sentence here that was said rather differently. The one that said, I still don't understand you? Maybe she herself didn't even react to it. Gao Yang twisted his head to look at your co-pilot Wanting. Didn't see it really with me mind. Yuck. Wanting let out a yuck. So when are you planning to go? Gao Yang shook his head and said, it's hard to say for the time being, but I plan to take the time to go over there after the jewelry store opens. According to this Wang Daqing, there are raw stones everywhere over there, so I want to go and take a look. Wanting's eyes dribbled around for a second and said, I'll go with you then. Gao Yang frowned. I only promised to cooperate in Jinling City. I didn't say I'd go to Ruiqing and still cooperate with you. Wen Wanting was furious. How could she not hear Gao Yang's meaning? Gao Yang's meaning was nothing more than wanting to go over to Ruiqing to make a fortune, and that if she went there herself, she'd have to split the money 50 to 50 again at that time. In other words, he was afraid that she, Wen Wanting, would go over and take advantage of him. Don't worry about it, I'm just going to follow and take a look. Besides, I'm more familiar than you over there. After all, I've been there twice. The big deal is that the emerald that you solve out, I will buy it in full according to the market price. Alright. Hearing Wen Wanting say this, Gao Yang then put his heart down. This can't blame him for being petty. On this side of the stone solved out of 50 to 50, he Gao Yang has been very disadvantaged. After all, who called himself a disadvantage? But to Ruiqing that's different. With his skills want to rely on the gambling stone to get rich as a breeze. There is another point. Bring Wen Wanting is not without its benefits. The first is the problem of funds. Although Gao Yang has more than 100 million, but really want to make a fortune, this 100 million is not enough. And in that unfamiliar place, not to mention personal safety, is that this cut out of the jade how to get rid of is a problem? But Wen Wanting followed is different. These problems do not exist. The big deal is that the cut out of the jade is a little cheaper. Gao Yang does not have a big plan, because his eyes are not open. Or that metaphor, a beggar suddenly took $1 million. He did not know how to spend is a reason. To put it bluntly, he does not know how to make money. As for opening a jewelry store, or because Wen Wanting reminded him. Besides, this chain store model was not the kind of business Gao Yang wanted. He needs to have his own and independent business, such as their own in this side to open a jadeite raw stone store and so on. Actually, this idea was thanks to that Chen Kai. When Chen Kai mentioned that there was a person who was in the raw stone business, Gao Yang thought of a way. That was to go to Ruiqing and bring the raw stones to Jinling City to sell them, or even sell the finished emerald directly. Who told him to have a hangover? Then this was a very good way to make money, which was why he knew that Chen Kai looked down on him, but still had to lick his face and call people his brother. Knowing that Wang Daqing was tired of being asked by himself, he still kept asking. Sometimes these so-called face is really not very important. Face is their own earned. When one day he made a fortune, rich, these faces will naturally come back. No one will remember how you were. If you don't succeed, even if you think highly of yourself, what's the point? Others will still look down on you. This is an era of laughing at the poor but not laughing at the prostitute. Those women can be shameless, to a certain platform live show flirtatious. Then they occasionally play a turtle so as to achieve the purpose they want. Gao Yang thinks that this is not wrong. High posture, need your strength to harness. If you do not have the strength, that is called pretending. Not to mention that he was originally from the countryside. The turd on the turd, Zhu Yuanzhang when the emperor before he was a monket. After sending Wen Wanting to the company, Gao Yang drove his car towards Grandpa Susan's antique store. That's right, he was here to sell stamps. Those 2 stamps were a burden to him, as keeping them was not useful at all. It might as well be exchanged for money to make it more affordable. As soon as Gao Yang entered the store, he was slightly stunned, because Susan was not there. There were 2 old men inside the store who were chatting. One of the old men was in his 60s and less than 70. He looked to be in high spirits. Looking at the way he was dressed, he should be the owner of the store, Susan's grandfather. The other old man, with a national character face, had a rich look. The 2 saw Gao Yang come in and stopped their small talk to look towards Gao Yang. Chapter 25, Su Zhangping. Little brother, what can I do for you? Gao Yang guessed correctly. The person who spoke was none other than Susan's grandfather. Su Zhangping, do you accept stamps here? Gao Yang directly opened the door to explain his intentions. He didn't know the rules of the antique house, so he shouldn't talk about the rules either. Give something to someone, sell it if someone else offers the right price, pull it down if not. It's as simple as that. This is a non-circle of people that benefit. As soon as I heard about the stamps, Su Zhangping did not have much interest. After all, the stamps are really too common. Almost every year he will meet a lot of people. We'll take the stamps over to him. Are ordinary goods, really valuable, few and far between. However, doing business, one would always not refuse before seeing something. I'll take it, but we'll have to look at the value of the stamps. Gao Yang nodded and directly took out the little man's book, then placed it on the counter, gesturing for Su Zhangping to check it out. Su Zhangping gave Gao Yang a suspicious look, then opened the little book. At once, 2 stamps came into view. Su Zhangping didn't care at first, but suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Then he picked up the magnifying glass on the side and started to check. In passing, he picked up the tweezers on the side and picked up the edges of a stamp, looking at it over and over again. Old Su, show me. At this time another old man on the side also discovered the unusual features of these 2 stamps. Hurriedly grabbing the magnifying glass in Su Zhangping's hand, he began to check it out. This look was amazing, and he instantly fell in love. there was a kind of 18 or 19 years old, seeing the first girl who made his heart flutter, after a long time. Little brother, how much are you going to bid? Gao Yang glanced at Su Zhangping and had confirmed that the other party knew the value of these 2 stamps. Boss, you offer a reasonable price. I'll sell these 2 stamps as long as the value is right, Gao Yang said as he closed the little man's book without a trace and picked it up. His meaning was obvious. I'll sell if the price is right. I'll leave if the price is cheap. In addition, there is a layer of meaning. He was afraid of the other party to play bad. In case the other party took the book to the time to come to a renegade, or hands to rob are not impossible. Gao Yang really can't do anything about it. These 2 stamps are really good, but this stamps this kind of thing little brother should know. Mainly modern this kind of commodity, so this value well. Su Zhangping said here, glanced at Gao Yang, then stretched out 2 fingers, an index finger, a thumb, that is, an 8. In fact, this is the most pitiful place in the antique industry. You can understand this gesture, it is 800, or you can understand it as 80,000 or even 8,080,000,000, but make no mistake, this is what you think, never what the other person thinks. If you say it's 800 then it's 800, and if you think it's 8 million, he tells you that I'm actually giving $80,000. To put it bluntly, Su Zhangping is trying to use this kind of gesture to screw Gao Yang. If Gao Yang said 80,000, he would say 8,000, and then the 2 people while bargaining, and finally how much deal. It all depends on who first give in. But Su Zhangping miscalculated one point, that is, Gao Yang. He is not this industry at all, so this set was useless to him. Boss, just give me a quick word. How much do you charge for these 2 stamps? I still have things to do. If you don't think you want them, then I'll try another one. Gao Yang turned around and was about to leave after saying that. Young man, wait. Just then, another old man spoke up. Gao Yang stopped in his tracks. Young man, where did you get these 2 stamps? Gao Yang frowned. Old sir, has selling things become so complicated now? The boss of this side laughed and said, little brother, don't get me wrong. I'm just asking casually. My name is Ma Jiangwo. Little brother, these 2 stamps are very well preserved. I'm very interested. Do you think this is okay? Little brother set a price. I definitely won't return the favor, how about it? Gao Yang looked at this one called Ma Jiangwo for 3 seconds and finally extended 2 fingers in the same way. It was exactly the same as Su Zhangping. $8 million. If you give me this amount, along with this villainous book, I can give it to you. Gao Yang's words amused Ma Jiangwo. What did he need this little man book for? Okay, I'll take 8 million. Old Ma, you're... Su Zhangping on the side got a little nervous, or rather he got a little upset. After all, he knew the value of these 2 stamps. Originally he meant to bid 80,000, even if Gao Yang knew that the stamps were valuable. After some bargaining, it was almost a few $100,000 that he could get his hands on. The result is now this Ma Jiangwo directly out of 8 million cut off. Ma Jiangwo also knew that he might have broken the rules, apologized and smiled at Su Zhangping, saying, Old Su, if you want to purchase it I'll buy it for you first. Well, Su Zhangping was speechless. 8 million, where could he draw out so much money at once? So he simply shook his head and smiled bitterly and stopped talking. Then the next thing is much better. Transaction, transfer, and then write the transfer contract. At this point, the transaction was completed. After Gao Yang completed the transaction, he directly left the place. He did not want to wait for Susan to come back embarrassed. Picked up the phone and looked at the time, 2:30 p.m., so directly ran to the bank, got a 5 million cash check, and then drove the car directly to the Wynn's Jewelry Company. Gao Yang had just parked his car and came over to the office building when he encountered an acquaintance, a half-baked person. Qian Mei could be described with the word mature. The age of around 30 was the most mature age for a woman. It's not as green as a green apple or as ripe as a banana. At this age it's a freshly marketed red Fuji. Look pretty. If you eat it, the taste is absolutely the best. Especially, that pair of proud bumps. Anyway, Gao Yang will have an urge to drool every time he sees it. It was just a pity that she had a rimmed glasses on her nose, which really spoiled the image. Gao Yang even had the urge to go up and take off the glasses and stomp on them. Qian Mei also froze when she saw Gao Yang, and then she was a little embarrassed. After all, she had treated the other party as a thief yesterday. So it's Mr. Gao. I'm really sorry for misunderstanding you yesterday. Gao Yang smiled and waved his hand, saying, it's fine, it's mainly because I'm a person, right, who is naturally a bit obscene looking, and often some people treat me as a bad person. I'm already used to it. These words made Qian Mei giggle. Well, this laugh was a bit exaggerated, so exaggerated that somewhere in her body, she kept on trembling. Gao Yang has a kind of want to reach out to help drag the desire. He swears, this is absolutely not want to take advantage of people. he was just afraid that this thing would fall down. What if it falls and smashes his feet? Chapter 26, A Throw of Jealousy. When Wanting had just finished dealing with Gao Yang's matter, which brought her back to the office. Feeling that her neck was a bit sore, she stretched and twisted her neck. Grabbing another watering can, she went to the windowsill, ready to water the 2 orchids on the windowsill a little. Just then, she saw 2 people chatting outside, that is, below the office building. One was Gao Yang, and the other was Qian Mei. The 2 people were chatting happily. Qian Mei was laughing all the time, and it was obvious that it was Gao Yang telling certain jokes. When watching this angry she had been busy for most of the afternoon for Gao Yang's matter, but as a result, this guy was good. He was actually idle and chatting with a beautiful woman here. At once, the office was filled with a sour and jealous odor. Mr. Gao is so humorous. Right, you're looking for General Manager Wen. I just saw General Manager Wen enter the office. Go find her. I still have some things to take care of. Let's talk some other time. After Qian Mei left, Gao Yang then entered the elevator of the office building. When Wanting saw Gao Yang enter the office building and hurriedly returned to her seat and sat down, then opened the computer minigame and played it right there, unintentionally glancing at her small mirror, ghostly. When Wanting put this small mirror into her bag, just after completing these actions, the office door rang. With a "Please come in," the office door pushed open, and the person who undoubtedly came in was none other than Gao Yang. Wanting glanced up and then continued to play the game. Gao Yang took out the cash check from his wallet and placed it directly on Wanting's desk. When Wanting glanced at the check and instantly understood what Gao Yang meant, there was a nameless fire in her heart. He had said that he would help advance this money first, and this guy still sent the check over. Could he really be so? This is what I just earned, so it's just right to bring it over to pay for the store's rent and renovation costs. Gao Yang's explanation, which wasn't really an explanation, made Wanting feel a little more comfortable in her heart. But another question came up. Earned? You went to gamble on stones again? When Wanting's first thought was this, because it seemed like this guy didn't know how to do anything else but gamble on stones. Besides, earning $5 million wasn't something that could be said to be earned casually. Gao Yang shook his head and said, "Didn't I go to look for Susan yesterday? Then I picked up a leak on the antique street." Gao Yang told the general situation of the matter. When Wanting suddenly remembered, yesterday on the monitor to see this guy jumping and jumping, but also to a small human book vigorously kissed. At that time, he thought that this guy had a brain problem. It turned out to be this guy picking up the slack. That's why you can't just look at the surface of a lot of things. Only a deep understanding can determine the truth of the facts. You still understand antiques? When Wanting was a bit shocked, casually going out and picking up a leak and making a few $1 million. If it was said to be luck, then she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. Slightly, Gao Yang casually said, and then saw When Wanting tapping her shoulder with her small fist again. So he hurriedly ran behind When Wanting and started to help her massage. "What are you doing?" When Wanting said 3 words knowingly, but how did these 3 words taste? A bit like pettiness when they were said. There was no refusal or resistance after saying this, and then proceeded to ask about the doubts in her heart. "Then you play antiques and play gambling stones. Which one is more proficient?" Gao Yang thought about it. In fact, he was not proficient in either. If he didn't have the ability to see through, he would be an ordinary person. So he casually blurted out, "I feel pretty much the same. Actually, I'm not very specialized." Pretending. This was definitely pretending. When Wanting dared to be 100% sure, Gao Yang was at the back and he wanted to peek again, but he didn't dare today because yesterday, right at this moment, Gao Yang realized that the mirror on the desk was not there anymore, and his eyes lit up. In fact, when Wanting was playing a game and enjoying a massage at the same time, her head never turned, but she knew that there was a guy who was looking at her there with a pair of lustful eyes. This was a kind of intuition, which could also be called a woman's sixth sense. Actually, Gao Yang could look at it brightly because it had perspective, but men all have a common fault, that is, they like excitement. Zhang Jun is also like that, so he purposely ran to the rental house to have an affair with Xiao Lily, and thanks to that, Gao Yang was only cuckolded for 1 year. If not for this, Gao Yang still doesn't know when he will know the truth. Maybe it's possible that he won't know for the rest of his life. There are a lot of people like this. Some people don't even know that his own woman cheated on him for the rest of his life. There are even people who help others raise their children for the rest of their lives. If Gao Yang didn't know, and then continued to call himself a brother with Zhang Jun, and then this cuckold was pulled from his neck all the way to his chest, and finally to his feet. When Wanting felt that letting this guy eat tofu was almost enough, sometimes the cheapness cannot be given to others to take up too much, occupying too much instead of getting better results. Alright, I don't think my shoulders are sore anymore. Sit down. I'll tell you something. Gao Yang let out an "oh" and then sat down on the sofa on one side. Your side of things are all done. The business license including some related things will come down in the next few days. That means your side can arrange for people to come to the company for training at any time. Our general branch will be configured with 1 store manager and 10 employees. Gao Yang frowned. So many people? When Wanting knew that this guy didn't understand as soon as she guessed. 11 people will also depend on the size of the store. I'm talking about the minimum configuration according to that store of yours. The store manager belongs to the long day shift. Generally the business hours of our branch is 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. The total business hours are 16 hours, divided into 2 shifts. That is, the morning and midday shifts, with 5 salespersons on each shift. 2 security guards are also needed. Gao Yang thought about it this way and thought that it was right. After all, he was going to split the shifts. That meant that he was short of people. I'll go out for a while. Gao Yang was about to get up and leave after saying that. He was going to go find Susan to discuss this matter. After all, Susan was now the store manager, and it was natural to leave such a headache as finding employees to Susan. Wait, are you going to find Susan? After when Wanting finished the sentence, she felt that it was a bit inappropriate, so she hastily added another sentence. What I mean is that this side of the store can open up first, and then recruit people while running it. Also for the first 3 days of opening, we can organize a special promotion, and I can transfer a group of staff in the company to help. As for the later staff, I can help you recruit some on the internet in the name of our company. Gao Yang resumed his seat again and looked at Wen Wanting with curious eyes. This woman was quite smart and thoughtful. He could even think of such ideas. Wen Wanting also noticed that Gao Yang was looking at herself, which made her heart a little weak. Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 27 Wicked Words. It's nothing. I was just thinking, how are you so smart, to even be able to think of such a thing? If it were me, I'd be ready to post a recruitment advertisement. Hearing that Gao Yang was praising himself, Wen Wanting was still a little bit happy. However, Gao Yang's next sentence exasperated her into laughter. That, you bring some people to help. Don't pay wages for this, right? In the end, Gao Yang was driven out of the office by Wen Wanting. Gao Yang was ready to go out for a walk, but he ended up looking at the time. There was still half an hour before Wen Wanting got off work. Why don't we just wait for her? The beauty of it all. Who doesn't like it? Besides, the two have that kind of relationship. If Gao Yang does not have a little bit of that kind of small mind, absolutely is a lie. Only this person has a bad temper. To put it simply, he has a strong sense of self-esteem and doesn't like to be reprimanded. Of course, Xiao Lily doesn't count. When Xiao Lily and he met, they wouldn't be like this at first. Only with the two people get along for a long time, which stay together every day, there will always be a little friction. Women are more or less a little unreasonable. Gao Yang is a man, more or less a little humble, meaning, the main thing is that he was in love with Xiao Lily at that time. At least he thought Xiao Lily was also in love with himself. For when Wanting, it wasn't called love. At most he could only say that he liked her a little. And this point, like, most of the ingredients are still because the other looks beautiful. A lot of things once or twice, that is a little embarrassed. But more often, it becomes a norm, simply understood as a habit. For example, after Gao Yang brought Wen Wanting into the food market, Wen Wanting's small hand was naturally holding Gao Yang's arm. Gao Yang bought 2 pounds of lobster. In fact, Gao Yang quite liked lobster, especially garlic lobster. Gao Yang? Just then, a woman's voice came over. Gao Yang looked up and his face went black, then turned his head and walked away. Gao Yang, I'll ask you one last time, do you really want to be so desperate? As long as you turn back, I will listen to you and everything from now on, and I will add your name to the real estate license. Gao Yang was infuriated, then looked at Xiao Lily with contemptuous eyes. Xiao Lily, I never noticed that you turned out to be so disgusting. Even if it's disgusting, the main thing is shameless. I don't even know what kind of face you have to say these words. When I see you now, it's like seeing a bowl with a pile of inside it. And the most crucial thing is that there's a green-headed fly picking on top of this pile of people like you. Originally I thought it was a gift from heaven, but in the end I realized that you are God's failure. Put. When Wanting on the side finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing at once. Gao Yang's words could be described as very hard to hear. What shamelessness. This was all child's play. The most crucial thing was what kind of greenhead flies and what not. Quite disgusting. You wait for me. Sooner or later you will come back to beg me. Gao Yang glanced at the things inside Xiao Lily's hand and said, pork waste, black fish, pork rib soup. I remember these things don't seem to be your favorite food, so that means you made them for Zhang Jun, right? Hearing Gao Yang's words, Xiao Lily felt that there was no possibility of turning back, so she could simply be disgusted. So what if it is? Zhang Jun is at least more capable than you. I just went to spend the night in the hospital last night, and I'm still in that hospital bed of his. Xiao Lily, this is considered to be completely torn face. He just want to provoke Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled and said, Xiao Lily, actually I really don't want to scold you, but I have to say, you are really cheap. Those ladies standing on the street, they sell their bodies at least for a little money, or for a living, but you're not even as good as them, and you're still up the pole to fall back on them. It reminds me of the old sow my family raised when I was a kid, dragging it to someone else's pigsty, letting them breed it with a boar, and in the end the sow's owner had to give them money. How cheap you must be. When Wanting couldn't even listen to it anymore, and while covering her mouth with her hand and snickering, she reached out and tugged on Gao Yang's clothes. What's wrong, baby? You don't have to be angry. I don't like this kind of bus. Let's go. Go back and I'll make your favorite garlic lobster. When Wanting's pretty face was slightly red, but she still cooperated with a Looking at Gao Yang, who was leaving with When Wanting on her arm, Xiao Lily was trembling with anger, but she was powerless to refute. Just like what Gao Yang said, she was being a backslider. When Wanting held Gao Yang's arm like this, even after walking out of the vegetable market for a long distance, she did not let go, all the way to the side of the car. Gao Yang, so your mouth is so vicious, but it's quite a relief to hear that rural sow mating. Gao Yang was speechless. When Wanting actually cared about this matter. Back at home, Gao Yang first steamed the rice and then began to deal with the lobster. Lobster, this thing is very tasty. It also has many ways to cook. However, this thing was troublesome to clean, mainly related to its living environment. Lobsters usually like to stay in the water plants, or inside the mud on the shore. This leads to a lot of things like water rust on them, and even a lot of unknown things. Then the first thing you have to do is to take scissors and cut all his little claws, and then take a toothbrush to clean them. When the cleaning is done, you also have to cut off the lobster's head, because it has something like guts in it, which is quite dirty anyway. After the head is dealt with, the tail, there is a bowel. This bowel is directly to the brain. The bowel is the same as a line. It is full of black and black. That thing is 2 pounds of lobster cleaned up, almost used half an hour. And during this half hour, When Wanting peeled a few garlic. Gao Yang, peeling this stuff hurts my hands. When Wanting's tone of voice now became more and more soft, sometimes with a little bit of petulance. It was possible that this transformation was something she herself didn't even know about. It doesn't hurt my hands when I eat it. You rest, I'll do it. When Wanting playfully spat out her tongue, then hurriedly flashed to the side. She had been waiting for these words for a long time. Gao Yang peeled the garlic, but it wasn't as troublesome as When Wanting, directly holding a knife to the root of the garlic, a knife down, and then casually get a bunch of garlic was done. When Wanting looked stunned. So peeling garlic can be like this? In fact, this couldn't be blamed on her. When Wanting had never cooked at all. Gao Yang didn't buy many dishes tonight, because there were still quite a few in the refrigerator from the dishes he bought yesterday. By the time a few dishes were all done, it was already 7 p.m. Beer with lobster. Cool laugh, haha. Wanting, why don't we drink some beer? Halfway through his words, Gao Yang suddenly reacted and was embarrassed as hell. Not only did Gao Yang react, even When Wanting realized something. That's right, it was because of the beer that caused trouble that night, which made the two of them suddenly embarrassed. There's beer in the fridge if you want to drink it, take it yourself. However, you can't drink too much, 2 bottles at most. Chapter 28, Wrestling. Gao Yang didn't end up having the good sense to get the wine, but strangely enough, When Wanting ran over to get 2 bottles of beer, and then even used a driver to pry one of the bottles open. Just 2 bottles. In the future, each time you drink up to 2 bottles, otherwise you're, again, saying this. When Wanting stopped talking, Gao Yang didn't care, picked up 2 disposable cups, poured a cup for himself, and also poured a cup for When Wanting, then picked up a cup and also touched the other cup. When Wanting gave Gao Yang a blank look. It seems that this guy did not drink a lot of alcohol in the past. On this skillful action, definitely not less to go jerking off. At this time, Gao Yang's cell phone rang. Casually picked up a look. Is the mother called? Gao Yang took the phone into the room. When Wanting's curiosity got the better of her and she hurriedly put down her dishes and came to the door of the room to eavesdrop. Mom, I'm fine. Yes, I'll go back after a while. Don't worry. Okay, I know. Just have her come over. When Wanting heard just a few words, then hurriedly returned to the dinner table again. Gao Yang hung up the phone and came back again with a look of wanting to speak. Just say whatever you want. It was really hard to watch. When Wanting said, that, isn't my sister on summer vacation this time? She wants to come to my place to play, so she can take a summer job or something. I mean, when Wanting heard out, there are many rooms here, just any one will do. When Wanting finished and put down her dishes, she was full. Gao Yang only drank 1 bottle of wine. There was another bottle he put back. Then he started to clean up the mess. Later on he had to go out. After all, the matter of the shopkeeper still had to be settled. Oops. Just at this moment, a loud scream came from When Wanting in the bathroom. Gao Yang hurriedly ran over, only to see that When Wanting was lying on the floor, and the scene was very tantalizing. It turned out that when Wanting had finished her bath and was ready to put on her clothes, that is, her little underwear. As a result, one foot stood on the ground, and the other foot was raised, which was an action that more than 99% of human beings put on clothes. However, it was this one action that made When Wanting fall on her back. Mainly one foot did not stand firmly, and then the other foot vacated the air. The result of the soles of the feet slipped. This but sitting on the ground the whole body fell down. This fall of 7 meat and vegetables. To say how serious that is certainly not. But this ass fall estimate is not light. Gao Yang rushed forward. A hand will When Wanting to hold up. Are you alright? Gao Yang asked, and didn't wait for When Wanting to speak before carrying her out of the bathroom. Just like that, When Wanting was naked, with a small underwear still hanging on one leg. When Wanting was now in pain and shame. The pain was in her butt, the shame was in her face, but she cannot say. At the moment she is being held by Gao Yang. This cheap is considered to be white to the people to take advantage of. The most critical still have no place to say reason to go. Gao Yang carried When Wanting up to the second floor, that is, When Wanting's room. Then he put When Wanting on the bed. According to theory, this link to here should be over. But Gao Yang, this guy did not have any awareness in this regard. He was even looking at it brightly. Still looking. Hurry up and get out. When Wanting really couldn't stand this kind of look from Gao Yang. It felt like a wolf staring at its prey. It was mainly shyness. The sense of resistance or whatever wasn't strong. Why don't I help you look at your butt? I can rub it for you. Before Gao Yang finished his words, a pillow flew over. Well, good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders, then exited the room. When Wanting was shy and annoyed. Today she was considered to be seen by this guy. After all, that day, this guy was in a confused state. But today, just look, it's not the first time anyway. When Wanting comforted herself so, then prepared to get up and find clothes to wear. After all, in the bathroom their own change of clothes are still placed on the floor, which if that guy sees it is not a disgrace. As a result, this just made an effort. A pain swept along the buttocks and spread all over the body. Hiss. When Wanting sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and it took a while before she could slow down. Then slowly moving her body, she casually picked up a nightgown on the mattress and put it on, and began to limp around the room. It took a while before he felt slightly better, only then slowly opened the door, ready to go downstairs to pack up the underwear and so on. As a result, as soon as the door opened, he saw that Gao Yang was holding his little underwear. Don't get me wrong, Gao Yang was drying his clothes, but after Gao Yang finished drying, he was still staring. It wasn't that he hadn't seen underwear or anything, it was mainly that the proportions weren't quite right. The top of the hood is surprisingly large, and the bottom of the underwear is surprisingly little fabric. How to see this is not proportional. Probably looked for more than a minute, only then turned around and prepared to put the basin in his hand back to the bathroom. However, then he saw When Wanting was standing on the stairway looking at himself. This embarrassment, do you believe me when I say I'm dazed and thinking about things? When Wanting blankly glanced at Gao Yang, turned around and went back inside. She was originally prepared to come and clean up the clothes, and now that the clothes had been hung out to dry that meant that everything that needed to be looked at had also been looked at. After finishing everything, Gao Yang looked at the time. It was already more than 8 p.m. He was about to go out when his cell phone had a beep, and picked it up to see that it was from When Wanting. It was still a voice. The voice was very small, and a bit swallowed. Gao Yang, I'm in a lot of pain there. Why don't you help me bring the safflower oil? There was no way out. He wasn't going to go out. Compared to helping When Wanting apply the safflower oil, other things were simply not worth mentioning. Gao Yang loaded up his cell phone. He remembered the location where When Wanting took that small first aid kit the night before. Hurriedly opening the cabinet, he indeed found a first aid kit. The bottle of safflower oil was being placed at the top. Casually picked it up, and then came to the second floor, and just turned the lights on, when he heard When Wanting's voice. No lights allowed. Well, the patient is the most important. Gao Yang so comforted himself, casually turned off the lights again. When Wanting's heart was pounding at this moment, she was afraid that Gao Yang would suddenly have an animalistic outburst, just like that day. Then should she resist? However, it seems that there is no way for her to resist now, right? Just when Wanting was thinking, Gao Yang had already come to the bedside. When Wanting was wearing her pajamas and was lying on her back. Then if you wanted to use safflower oil to help her apply it, you could only use two methods. The first way was to take off the pajamas. The second way, that could only be to lift up the pajamas from underneath. Either way, this was definitely a bit awkward. But what's the saying? As long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. That's what Gao Yang thought. Not only was he not embarrassed, he was also a little bit looking forward to it. So he stretched out his salty hand. Chapter 29, When Wanting is very good at pretending. When Gao Yang's hand touched When Wanting's body, she clearly felt her body become stiff. However, Gao Yang only froze for a few seconds before he started to pick up the iodine, poured a little bit in his palm, and then started to help apply it. Over there on the right half, it was indeed a bit blue, but fortunately, this was the butt, and there was more flesh. At most, it would only hurt. He wasn't hurt as badly. When one of Gao Yang's big hand pressed on Wen Wanting's place, Wen Wanting's body was like electrocuted. Her whole body was tense, and there was some hot pain. Fortunately, this kind of tension didn't last for a minute. Wen Wanting quietly relaxed, because that kind of hot and spicy feeling disappeared, followed by that kind of ice-cold feeling. This feeling was very comfortable, just like eating a piece of snow in the middle of summer was as comfortable. Just as Wen Wanting was enjoying this massage, Gao Yang stopped moving. This makes Wen Wanting nervous again. This guy will not be pressed and have any ideas, right? In fact, Gao Yang at this time really does not have any ideas, although this position feel really good, but he dare swear, he froze at this time, absolutely not because of this. Just now, he unintentionally did not know how. There is a cold breath in his body along his arm extended to both hands, and then it flowed on to Wen Wanting. What's wrong? It was good that Wen Wanting's inquiring voice interrupted Gao Yang's thoughts. Nothing, Gao Yang casually said, then started to continue massaging and rubbing again. In his mind, he was thinking about the incident just now, and just then, that feeling came again. Gao Yang clearly felt his body. There was a stream of energy that was surging down his hands, towards Wen Wanting's body. At this time, Wen Wanting was no longer shy. After all, she had already passed the stage of shyness. There was another reason, and that was that there were no lights on in the room at this time, and her mind was now all focused on the soothing sensation brought about by that icy coolness. Not to mention, it was really comfortable. I don't know how long it took, but when Wanting fell asleep like this, Gao Yang was also tired. He felt like his body's strength had been emptied, so he put the safflower oil lid on, and then pulled down the hem of his pajamas again, casually picking up the remote control. He turned up the temperature in the room by 2 degrees before closing the door and slowly descending the stairs. Not long after Gao Yang left, when Wanting woke up, the corner of her mouth revealed a faint arc. At the very least, she had verified one thing tonight. Don't look at Gao Yang, who was sometimes full of, but was actually quite a decent person. Just now if Gao Yang were to really do something to her, I'm afraid that she could only passively accept it. But this guy, since the beginning, was just hovering over a certain injured part. When he left, he also carefully pulled down the hem of her pajamas, and also raised the air conditioning temperature by 2 degrees. This was an attentive man. In other words, what happened that night was definitely an accident. Most of it was caused by alcohol, and a small portion of it might have been due to his unstable state of mind at the time. When a person is stimulated or repressed, his heart belongs to the more fragile kind. If coupled with the effect of alcohol, it was very normal to do things that one normally wouldn't do or wouldn't dare to do. When Wanting slowly climbed up, When Wanting was delighted in her heart because her butt didn't hurt anymore. There was no pain at all. She even stood up and twisted it a bit, eventually determining that it really didn't hurt anymore. So she hurriedly turned on the lights in the room and then took a look in the mirror. The redness and swelling had indeed subsided a lot. However, thinking that Gao Yang had just rubbed this place for almost an hour, when Wanting's face turned red, there were no words for the night. The next morning, when Wanting limped downstairs, Gao Yang hurriedly put down the plate in his hand and ran over to assist. How do you feel? When Wanting nodded slightly. Much better, but it still hurts a bit. When Wanting even secretly glanced at Gao Yang after she finished speaking. Why don't you not go to work today? Rest at home for a day. Then I'll massage you again in the afternoon, and you'll basically be fine. When Wanting shook her head and said, I can't. Recently the company is rather short of emerald raw materials. This afternoon we must go get a batch back, asked Wanting as she said, while walking towards the bathroom. Gao Yang entered the bathroom first, then picked up Wen Wanting's toothbrush and squeezed some toothpaste. Then he caught another cup of water with a water cup and placed it on the counter before signaling Wen Wanting to brush her teeth. In fact, Wen Wanting was really quite moved. Whether a man was good enough or not, the first thing you had to look at was whether or not he handled the details well. Through the observation of these 2 days, Wen Wanting felt that Gao Yang was definitely a passing grade, or even a passing grade or above kind of existence. After she washed her face and brushed her teeth, and went to the toilet on the way, she found that breakfast was already served on the table. What are you going to do today? Wen Wanting casually asked while eating her breakfast. Let's send you to the company first later. Looking at you like this, I guess I can't drive. Then I'll go pick up Susan. A few of them came to the company for training. Right on my side later on personnel. Financial piece, how to get it? This is what Gao Yang thought of last night. This daily record attendance and so on can let Susan to do. Really cannot buy a fingerprint punch card machine. But this every month to do statements, as well as calculate wages and some other things. There is always someone to do it. He himself does not have the time. Even if he has the time, also do not go to do this kind of boring things. When Wanting was also right when she thought about it. Let's do it this way. Every week I'll let Sun Yan go over there. And in addition, at the end of the month, I'll let her help you calculate your salary and make a statement or something. The Sun Yan that When Wanting was talking about was her secretary. Sun Yan is not tall, with a small and delicate to describe more apt, wearing a pair of glasses. Look Sven, Gao Yang thought it would be fine. So let's do it first. Wait until you find the right person later. After breakfast, Gao Yang sent When Wanting to the company, then drove the car and left. As soon as When Wanting saw Gao Yang leave, her walk became normal. That limp look from before was suddenly gone. Gao Yang didn't go to that antique store of Susan's grandfather, but called to meet at a cafe. In a private room, Gao Yang saw 3 other girls. One was called Zhang Zhoui, one was called Fan Yuran, and the last 2 words, Gao Yang. So an embarrassing scene appeared, bumping names with him. It was good that the sound was the same but the words were different. In fact, it was not only Gao Yang who was embarrassed, but also this woman, Gao Yang. Chapter 30, Little Secretary Sun Yan. The 3 girls were surreptitiously sizing up Gao Yang, and Gao Yang was also observing the 3 girls. Fan Yuran, slightly taller, around 1.6 meters, long hair, goose egg face, double eyelids, red lips, indicating that lipstick had been applied. Upper body a black short-sleeved shirt, slightly raised side less than C, lower body a pair of jeans, with a pair of sandals. Zhang Zhoui was medium-sized, with hair similar to Susan's, but brown, eyebrows trimmed, in addition to lip-smeared lipstick, and there is foundation on the face, a strapless dress on top and a wraparound skirt underneath. Judging from the way she was dressed, she should belong to the more outgoing, or cheerful type. As for the last person, naturally it was Gao Yang. There was a one-word difference with Gao Yang, but this girl was instead the most quiet, also with glasses. Overall the 3 girls are good, quite suitable for jewelry store salesman work. After all, the salesman belongs to the service industry of a profession. Said the appearance is very important, some exaggeration, but also has a very important component. People always like to judge people by their appearance. Other people come to the store to consume. If you arrange for him an ugly monster, the effect is certainly not as good as a beautiful woman. After a brief introduction to get to know each other, Gao Yang started his first interview for someone else after growing up. You 3 and Susan are classmates, so there are some things I'll get straight to the point. Currently this store of mine has just been taken down and renovated, and is expected to open in a few days. Of course, this is definitely not enough people, so you guys are just the first batch. If you are willing to do, later I will take you to Wynn's jewelry company side to arrange for people to give you training. That is to say, from today onwards even work. The specific working hours, this wait for you to say after training. I think your most concern should be the salary problem. I consulted, because it is a chain store, so his business model is the same. Then this aspect is also the same, are in accordance with national standards. The other one is the commission. Do service sales industry mainly depends on the performance? You look pretty. No, you sell things is your ability. Specific wages and whatnot this training will be mentioned. As for the payroll time, I initially set on the 5th. Of course, if there are special circumstances may be delayed, such as double holidays, etc. If you have any questions you can ask now. If there are no problems, I'll take you over there for training now. And by the way, I'll help you with the entry procedures. The 3 girls looked at me, I looked at you, and finally chose to shake their heads. In fact, in today's era, not to mention ordinary junior college students, even some of the more prestigious universities, it's really hard to find an easy and well-paid job after graduation, unless you are 985 or 211. Of course, what is said here is a general phenomenon, and does not represent all. There are degrees in general can also find a good job, and some graduate students are still delivering, and this phenomenon is gradually becoming a norm. Since there were no more problems, Gao Yang settled the bill, then drove the car and took the 4 women directly to Wynn's jewelry company. When Wanting had just finished handling her daily work and was ready to go over to the production workshop to have a look, she had just stepped out of the office when she saw Gao Yang take the 4 girls out of the elevator. She, who was originally walking normally, suddenly became limping. You should walk less if you can't walk well, Gao Yang complained. Then he was ready to help When Wanting back to the office. Sister Wanting, what happened to your leg? Su Shan thought that When Wanting had broken her foot or something. It's fine, she was. Last night, cough cough. Gao Yang, who wanted to explain, suddenly heard When Wanting's cough and hastily closed his mouth. Susan, these are your classmates, right? In that case, Gao Yang, you take them to the training room first. I'll notify the personnel department to arrange for the trainers to come over later. Also, you come over here later. I have something to tell you. Gao Yang nodded. then helped when wanting into the office. She entered first, before leading Susan and the others towards the training room. The so-called training room was where new employees generally came in for training. The main thing is to explain the rules and regulations of the company and so on. Just a little while after entering, when Wanting's little secretary Sun Yan came over with a trainer. After some introduction, the training also began. Gao Yang and Sun Yan also left. Mr. Gao, congratulations. The little secretary knew that Gao Yang had opened a store, and she also knew that this Gao Yang's relationship with Wen Wanting was definitely not simple. Therefore, the smart one naturally wanted to get on good terms with Gao Yang. As for Mr. Gao, after all, Gao Yang was also a boss now, and there was no problem with this title. Secretary Sun, just call me Gao Yang. I'll have to trouble you more in the future. Sun Yan naturally knew what Gao Yang was talking about when he said trouble. It was to help his side with attendance, settle wages and whatnot. These were all child's play for her. The two of them arrived at Wen Wanting's office while chatting. Sun Yan has a small office, right next to Wen Wanting's office. Without knocking, Gao Yang directly opened the door and entered the office. However, as soon as he entered the office, he saw a fragrant scene. It turned out that when wanting she remembered that there was a large bruise above her buttocks last night. Although it didn't hurt now, she wanted to see if the bruise was still there. So she held the mirror in one hand and pulled her skirt down with the other, mainly because she wanted to use the mirror to see if the bruise was still there. Just after confirming that the bruise was gone, this office door was pushed open, and then she saw Gao Yang staring at her ass, his eyes unblinking. When Wanting's pretty face flushed and she hurriedly pulled her skirt up. Actually, this really wasn't her fault. Whoever entered her office had to knock on the door, and as a result, she didn't expect to have a Gao Yang. This guy actually directly opened the door and rushed in. Have you seen enough? Gao Yang reacted in a hurry, and nodded his head with a fervor. Well, quite white. When Wanting was furious. You'll die if you don't say it. When Wanting had a red face and glared fiercely at Gao Yang, then returned to her seat and sat down. Gao Yang, however, nodded seriously and said, I'm a more honest person. I always like to tell the truth. It's hard not to say it in my heart. When Wanting ignored this guy, she came to the conclusion that as long as she didn't dwell on this topic, she would be fine. This is your stuff. Put it away. It will be troublesome to replace it if you get it off. When Wanting said while handing Gao Yang a file bag, Gao Yang casually took it, then opened it and looked at it before handing it back to Wen Wanting. You put it away for me? I have no place to put it. Wen Wanting blankly glanced at Gao Yang, but still reached out and took it, then put it into her bag. The company is most in need of red jade now. Are you sure? Chapter 31. How did you do it? The moment he heard this, Gao Yang frowned. Gambling on a stone. It was already difficult to produce high-quality jadeite, and to specify a certain kind of jadeite, it was almost impossible. Although he had perspective eyes, the prerequisite was that you had to have red jadeite, just like that imperial green last time. How many pieces of material did it take to find such a piece of imperial green that wasn't too big? Now that it was specified to be red fey, the difficulty factor was not small. I'm not sure about this. I can only try my best. Gao Yang finally said this. When Wanting nodded. In fact, she just casually said so. In fact, right now, not only was there a lack of red jadeite, all the emeralds she lacked. The chat ended here, as when Wanting ran her business, Gao Yang just lay on the sofa playing with his cell phone. One foot was still resting on the coffee table, constantly rocking. When Wanting is somewhat speechless, so she started looking for a topic. Gao Yang, do you think there is love in this world? Gao Yang was in the middle of playing when he heard such a sentence, so he returned the game. There should be such a thing as love. Only his freshness cycle isn't long enough. There's also the added skill aid of money. When Wanting nodded non-committally. Let me say something. Don't be upset. You've only just fallen out of love not long ago, and it was only the first 2 days that I saw you out of sorts. But these 2 days I see that you don't look like you've lost love at all. Gao Yang was silent for about a minute or so before he spoke. I don't call that falling out of love. I call that dying once. When I was hit by you the moment I flew. In fact, I couldn't think of anything. Maybe you can't experience that feeling. When love and bread have to make a choice. Some people choose bread, and some people choose love. And those who choose love will end up starving to death. And the one who chooses bread can wait for that one who chooses love to starve to death. When Wanting froze, although this was a bit of bull **** and sounded quite new, but she had to say that this sentence was very well said. When I thought I was dead, I ended up living again. So this life is impermanent. The affection, love, and friendship that we talk about. Affection is giving and depriving. Love is coffee with icing sugar. As for friendship, in short, just look away. Life abused me 1,000 times. I treat life like the first love. Even if you're a piece of, you'll always meet ahead. When Wanting just listened, she felt that what Gao Yang said was not necessarily right, but there was definitely some truth to it. It was only that this guy's old habit was back, coming up with a disturbing sentence right after he spoke. Okay, don't be emotional. I have to invite them to dinner. Do you want to join me? What Gao Yang said about inviting them to dinner was definitely those 4 women. Would Wen Wanting go? Cut. Because of the large number of people, one car wouldn't be able to sit. The 4 women plus Gao Yang and Wen Wanting, plus a small secretary. In the end, there was no choice but to drive 2 cars. Still the same restaurant as before, but this time Gao Yang asked for a private room. Wen Wanting not only went, but also sat next to Gao Yang. Because there were too many women at the table, Gao Yang basically didn't talk much. The 3 new employees didn't say much because Gao Yang was here. After all, Gao Yang was their boss. And since Gao Yang didn't talk much, they naturally didn't talk much either. The one who really talked a lot was Susan. After lunch, those who should go back to the company for training, had to go back to the company for training. As for Gao Yang, he was going to go over to Jade Street. Originally he was planning to go alone. Didn't Wen Wanting just want red jadeite? He went to take a look. If there is buyback. If not, then forget it. As a result, Wen Wanting insisted on following, which resulted in a headache. Because Wen Wanting walking is still a little less convenient, Gao Yang will have to support her. This would attract a lot of attention. This was not in line with Gao Yang's original intention of getting rich in a low profile. Fortunately, because of what happened yesterday morning, no one took Gao Yang seriously now. Gao Yang didn't specialize in picking a particular stone like last time. However, he was a bit more discerning today, picking only those stones that made money. So basically he would only pick 1 or 2 stones from each store. When Gao Yang came to the 4th store, he smiled. Wanting, why don't you be my girlfriend? The headless sentence made Wen Wanting wonder what this guy wanted to do. If you agree to be my girlfriend, how about I solve whatever stone you want? Once she heard this, how could Wen Wanting, who was as smart as water, not know what Gao Yang meant? Because she remembered that time about the Emperor Green. You wish, unless you solve a basketball-sized piece of their Imperial Green for me, don't even think about it. After Wen Wanting finished the sentence, she suddenly felt that this difficulty was a bit high. So, even if there's no basketballs, at least it has to be as big as a bowl. Gao Yang touched his nose and casually asked, okay, wait for the next time I go to Ruichi to get you a piece. Wen Wanting naturally would not take it seriously. Imperial Green itself is rare, not to mention the bowl-sized Imperial Green. Gao Yang casually moved the jadeite raw stone in front of him to the trailer, and then took Wen Wanting to the checkout. When the checkout was done, Gao Yang didn't plan to buy any more, as it was enough for today. After finding a car and a minivan to transport it back to the company, today's task was completed. Gao Yang, are you sure this piece is a red jadeite? After the duo returned to the company, they came back to the same warehouse where they had solved the stones before. There were a total of 6 stones placed in front of them, one of which was naturally the one that Gao Yang said had red fei. Gao Yang wasn't a little cutie. Would he say for sure? I can only say that this piece of raw stone has the possibility of opening a red fei when viewed from the outside up. Look, above the skin of this raw stone, there are scattered red spots, so the chances of it coming out red are quite high. Gao Yang was talking nonsense here. Wen Wanting really came forward to take a look, and there were indeed 2 things that looked like red spots. Only what she didn't know was, where were these red spots? If you looked closely, other raw stones also had them. But a woman, in some ways her IQ is infinitely decreasing. Sometimes down to 0 points is possible. Gao Yang naturally won't explain more. The more he explains, the more loopholes there are. So he directly went under the knife. With the roar of the cutter, Gao Yang's mission for today officially began. Half an hour later, when Wen Wanting saw the red fei that was over 2 pounds, her mouth opened wide. It was no problem to stuff in 2 eggs at the same time. It wasn't that this red fei was so valuable. Compared to jadeite, the price of red fei was inferior to green fei. What Wen Wanting felt shocked about was that this Gao Yang was also too perverted. She was just speaking off the cuff today. In fact, most of it still carried a meaning to make things difficult for Gao Yang. Or rather, there is no topic. Deliberately looking for a topic. The results of this guy really gave cut out a piece of red fei. Even the color of this piece of red wasn't the best kind. But this couldn't change Wen Wanting's shock. Gao Yang, how did you do it? Chapter 32 Zuru. Gao Yang naturally wouldn't tell the truth, but sometimes it was necessary to brag and act tough. Let me put it to you this way. This gambling thing is all about talent. Some people are born to eat this bowl of rice. Like me, with my 30+ years of experience in stone gambling. Well, this awesome was a bit overblown, but the effect was just right, because it just covered over the doubts in Wen Wanting's mind. Gao Yang then started to solve the second jadeite raw stone. Gao Yang this time directly a knife down, and then took a small polishing machine began to polish. In no time at all, the jadeite inside the raw stone was revealed. Looking at the delicate polished surface, this piece of jadeite still had a touch of amber lines in the center. Wen Wanting's eyes just lit up. Gao Yang, look, this is ice seed. We're rich. When Wanting was indeed a little excited, and it wasn't her fault. From this cut, this piece of jadeite it wouldn't be small, plus it's ice seed, which means that this value might exceed the last piece of Emperor Green. After all, the last piece of Emperor Green was too small. Ice seed is very valuable? Gao Yang's sudden remark made When Wanting froze with it. She didn't understand what Gao Yang meant by asking this sentence. Did Gao Yang not know the value of emerald? Not to mention, When Wanting guessed right. Gao Yang only knew a rough idea, such as which jadeite was worth more, but he didn't have an idea of how much it was worth. Let me put it to you this way. The ice seed jadeite it's second only to the imperial green in value. According to this cut, this piece of jadeite it's definitely not small, so that means it's worth quite a lot. Gao Yang nodded. He had learned a little more today. Next it was time to continue unraveling the stone. When this piece of ice seed water was pulled out, When Wanting's eyes narrowed to a slit. Gao Yang, you're amazing. The same words. This was already the second time When Wanting had said it. Just wanted to flirt again and ask which aspect she was referring to. Finally thought better of it. What he wanted now was money. With money he had everything. After the 6 raw stones were all unraveled, When Wanting was already numb. This guy was definitely a pervert. Gao Yang, why don't we go back tomorrow? At your level, we'll be rich in no time. Gao Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. How could things be that simple? Gao Yang also wanted it to be like that, but it was unrealistic. There were only a few raw stone stores here, and the better ones were all picked over by him, unless he won by volume. That would be too tiring, which was why Gao Yang urgently needed to go to Ruacheng, but he wouldn't tell When Wanting about these things. He wouldn't understand if he did. Anyway, he wasn't going to go back to gambling in the next few days. After finishing the stone deciphering, When Wanting left, and Gao Yang planned to go back first, not for any other reason, just to go home and take a shower. After all, this body was full of dust. When he came back again after taking a shower, he met someone, a woman who had a 5-point resemblance to Susan. This woman was slightly taller than Susan, wearing a pair of glasses on the bridge of her nose and wearing light makeup. A head of black hair was draped all the way to her back. Her eyebrows were slender, her eyes were large and bright, her nose was high and straight, and her lips were red and sexy. There is a small black mole the size of a sesame seed grain at the chin, the legendary beauty mole, wearing a professional outfit, and When Wanting are similar. Underneath a short skirt of leather pants to the top of the knee, and black stockings on the legs. It was exactly Gao Yang's favorite one, with a pair of high heels under her feet. This woman, no matter her temperament, figure, or appearance, was a bit stronger than Susan. There was a mature flavor. That's right, she was When Wanting's classmate, Susan's sister, Suli. Suli was also sizing up Gao Yang at the moment. This person was about 1 meter 8 in height and could be described as lanky. If he were to go to the gym, with this body, he would definitely charm a group of rich and beautiful young women. The looks could not be considered too handsome, but definitely still good. Suli naturally knew about Susan going to work. Not only did Susan tell her, even When Wanting mentioned it to her, so there was nothing to do in the afternoon, so she planned to come over to take a look. Suli opened a live broadcasting company by herself, which is also an emerging industry in recent years. To put it simply, they are equivalent to a purse company, and then find some sources of goods, and then find some network anchor, is the more red kind, with them to sign with the goods agreement. Of course, their own company is also training a number of network red. In general, business is not bad. Suli's family background can only be considered okay, but compared to When Wanting, it is too far away. Suli is 1 year older than When Wanting, married 2 years ago, divorced half a year ago, is also considered a strong woman that kind. Anyway, it's not easy, but she was born to be strong, and hard to pull back the live broadcast company that was about to close down. Among them, When Wanting had also helped quite a lot. In addition to the financial support, the other one was the source of goods. Suli now every month almost half of the source of goods or agents wins jewelry goods, and this profit is particularly large. Today happened to be fine, so she took the time to come and take a look. The first was to come and see When Wanting. The second was to come and see her sister working. As for the third, she was a little curious as to what kind of man When Wanting had her eye on, although When Wanting didn't say anything explicitly to her, but from the usual chatting words, as well as asking Susan, they more or less also have some understanding of this called Gao Yang. After some introductions, the two of them were also considered to have gotten to know each other. The training was not over yet, so Gao Yang was chatting with Suli outside. Ms. Su, you said that you live carry goods, so have you considered live deciphering stones? What I mean is to have a bunch of jadeite raw stones on site, then live stream the explanation, and also unravel the raw stones on site. When the raw stone is unraveled, we can use the raw stone to pull orders, make the gold and silver jewelry that the other party wants, and then sell it to the other party. Of course I'm just rambling, because I don't understand the live broadcast industry, and I've only seen it occasionally by brushing short videos, so that's what I'm suggesting. Suli fell into deep thought, not to mention that Gao Yang's idea was particularly creative. First of all, this can increase popularity. With more popularity, proportionally speaking, there will be people rewarding. Of course this is not the point. The point is, when the emerald unraveled, you can directly reach an order, and when the guests placed an order to collect the money, and then can be made according to the drawings. This way to play the effect is really much better than directly selling products, and profits are also higher. It can be said that this is a very good idea, but the problem came again. She and Wen Wanting have known each other for more than a day or two, and have a certain understanding of gambling stones. He had also accompanied Wen Wanting to the jadeite raw stone market a few times, so she also understood the risks of this gambling. In case you cut across several pieces in a row in the live broadcast, not to mention the live broadcast with goods, I'm afraid that this capital will be lost. Mr. Gao, this proposal of yours is very innovative, but the risk is also really big. The main thing is from the piece of gambling stones. This risk is something I can't bear at the moment. Chapter 033, Gao Yang's thoughts. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders. He had said before that he didn't understand and was just talking casually. Since the other party was unwilling, there was nothing more he could say. I think it's okay. Just at this moment, a woman's voice came over. The duo turned around to see that it was none other than Wen Wanting. Wanting, I also know that this idea is good, but this risk is too big as you know. Wen Wanting didn't speak immediately. Instead she glanced at Gao Yang before speaking. Whether it's too risky or not, you have to look at who you work with. If you do it on your own, then the risk is just like you said. It's very big, but if you work with him, then it's basically a sure thing. The moment these words came out, Suli was directly stunned. What was the concept of a sure thing? Seeing Suli's doubts, Wen Wanting began to explain Gao Yang's glorious history. This explanation shocked Suli even more. There was actually someone who was really this good and had solved the Emperor Green. Mr. Gao, I have a question I would like to ask. I don't know if it's convenient for you to be able to answer it. Gao Yang nodded his head, signaling Suli to ask a question. Mr. Gao, since you have such a high level of skill in stone gambling and such a good idea, why didn't you do it yourself and tell me instead? I was thinking that Susan shouldn't have such a big face, right? As soon as Suli said this, Wen Wanting became alarmed, and she had forgotten such a thing. One must know that Suli was not weaker than herself in terms of body shape and appearance. The only advantage she herself had might still be a little girl. Of course it wasn't now, but for Gao Yang that was. After all, that thing was stabbed by this guy. There is also the point that one's own family history is better than Suli. But after so many days of getting along and understanding, Gao Yang is not too concerned about these things. This is also easy to understand, because Gao Yang himself has this ability to make money. As for divorced, some men like divorced girls, so when wanting is now nervous that is necessary. It was good that Gao Yang's explanation made him very satisfied. Ms. Su, I'm afraid you've gotten into a dead end. Let me give you an analogy. Take a certain brand of bean paste, whether it's from the quality or the taste, that's nothing to speak of. But why couldn't he make a name for himself? Until someone saw him as a product and then invested in publicity and so on. Only then did we have that product that became a household name. I'm like the guy who makes bean dip. I know a lot about the gambling piece, so how do I promote it? You wouldn't expect me to go to a short platform and brush short videos to engage in small segments then slowly build up my popularity. Then open a bandwagon company just like you? As the saying goes, there are specialties in the field. I can't possibly invest for a field I'm not good at, or blindly invest. Then finding someone to work with is the best option. Money can never be earned, nor can one person earn it all. Do you think I'm right? When Gao Yang explained this, not only did Suli understand, Wen Wanting also understood. As he said, it wasn't true that he could gamble on stones, but he didn't understand the piece of webcasting. So if he started from scratch, not to mention whether he could do it or not, even if he had the ability to do it, how long would this time take? 1 year, 2 years or 3 years? At the very least, Wen Wanting believed that Gao Yang would never spend such a long time wasting on this matter, because the gains don't outweigh the losses. Then the best is also just said investment. To put it simply, it is borrowing chickens to lay eggs, which is also one of the most mainstream methods in the current market. This is also called a win-win strategy. Don't feel that it's a bit hard to say laying eggs by borrowing chickens, but it's actually the way to survive. Hello, I am good. Everyone is good. As long as we make money, not to mention borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Even borrowing people to lay eggs is fine. Mr. Gao, then can you tell us the specific details? Not to mention, Suli was moved, or rather she wanted to take a gamble. After all, who didn't want to develop better? If it was just an idea, she, Suli, wasn't that impulsive and wasn't that stupid to do it. But cooperation is different. You Gao Yang first have to finance it, right? Once the financing is done, then the interests of all of us are bound. Unless you are crazy and spend money to play. Gao Yang looked at the time and said, not today. It's too late. How about this? Tomorrow I'll take the time to go to your place to have a look. And by the way, I'll have an understanding of your side as well. After all, I have a half understanding of this live broadcast mode. First I need to confirm the feasibility of this. After I understand it, I will come up with a detailed plan. Then we will talk about cooperation and investment for this plan. What do you think? Suli thought about it and it was right. After all, now each other do not understand anything. This cooperation cannot be anxious. Always have to come step by step. That's fine. Now the time is almost up. Why don't we go and have a dinner together? Suli agreed. And by the way, he also offered to buy dinner. This was actually quite normal. The first step in doing business for Chinese people was to eat first. No, Wan Ting is not feeling well. I have to send her back to rest first later. If we eat, it's better for me to treat you some other day. As soon as Suli heard that Wan Wanting was not feeling well, he quickly turned his head to look over suspiciously. Then she saw Wan Wanting winking at her, and as someone who had come over, she naturally understood at once. Wan Wanting and this Gao Yang were definitely in love. As for being uncomfortable, it was definitely Wan Wanting pretending. After figuring it out, she smiled heartily. Alright then, let's add our contact information. Then I'll wait for you at the company tomorrow morning. Suli left, and also incidentally took a few Su Shan people with her. Then next Gao Yang naturally had to get off work as well. Nope, he wouldn't have to work, because he bought vegetables yesterday, and because he didn't go back to cook at noon, he didn't need to buy vegetables tonight. Gao Yang, are you really going to work with this Suli? Back home, the two of them picked vegetables and cooked, then started chatting. This kind of scene was very much like a husband and wife working together from work to busy themselves with household chores. Not necessarily, the main thing is to go and take a look tomorrow before saying anything. As you said before, there are fewer and fewer industries that can be invested in now, and the emerging industry doing the hottest is this live broadcast. That's what I think. In fact, once we do it, we are only making money. The first thing is to decode the stone. If someone places an order, then it's not just the live streaming company that makes money. Yuan's jewelry naturally follows suit. For every order placed, your company has one more order. Back 10,000 steps. Even if the order is small, then the emerald we cut out can be used by ourselves. This can benefit 3 people. You, me, and Suli. This is called win-win cooperation. If I had my own platform, this business would be something I would do alone, without the need to share out the benefits, but obviously not. Then cooperation is the best route at the moment. And the key thing is that I don't have to meddle in management yet. When Wanting nodded, regarding the aspect of doing business, she really had to understand it more thoroughly than Gao Yang. Then how do you feel about Suli's looks? Good looking? Chapter 34 almost. Gao Yang was sure this was a brainless question. There were just 2 people here right now, and this question, as long as it wasn't a cutie, any idiot would know how to answer it. Then what's the point of asking this question? Of course, this was what Gao Yang thought in his heart and could never replace Wan Wanting's mind. Wanting, about this point I want to criticize you. When Wanting was waiting for Gao Yang's answer, and had even thought that Gao Yang would praise her a bit, but she ended up saying such a sentence without a clue. Criticizing herself? Looking at Wan Wanting, who was a bit skeptical, Gao Yang was ready to fool around. Wanting, I have to criticize you a bit. You are too proud. As much as I don't want to tell the truth, but my conscience doesn't allow me to tell lies. As you know, I'm an honest person. I don't like to beat around the bush when I speak. This is exactly where I want to criticize you. Don't always compare the brightness of diamonds with other people's gold. You're bullying others, you know? Just as some people always say they are rich. In fact, in my opinion, money is like underwear. You have to have it, but you don't have to prove to everyone that you have it. So I seriously warn you, don't use your stupid thinking to mislead my eye for aesthetics. I can't tell who's better, diamonds or gold. Cut. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he turned around and went back into the kitchen. When Wanting's face was all smiles, her eyes were almost narrowed into slits. Fiercely, Gao Yang was criticizing her, but in reality, this was saying that when Wanting was a diamond and Suli was a gold. Was there any need to compare this value? Although this is not a very high degree of credibility, but it does not matter. When Wanting listened to Happy and at this time, Gao Yang's heart was bursting with complacency. As the saying goes, a man's mouth is a ghost that deceives. As an outstanding young man of the new era, this was no difficulty at all for him. Anyway, Suli wasn't here, so the big deal was that the words would just be reversed next time. Gao Yang, then shouldn't we speed up our pace? After all, this time now waits for no one. The sooner we make the business out of it, the sooner we benefit from it, especially this live broadcasting industry. I think there is very much room for development. Why don't I accompany you tomorrow? And it's best to bring the marketing manager over to take a look? Wanting said as she took the vegetables she had picked to the sink, ready to wash them. Gao Yang put down the chopper in his hand, then just looked at Wanting beside him. Wanting's little heart just fluttered. Could it be that this guy wants to do something to himself? But I'm not ready yet. What if he kisses me? Do I agree or do I agree? Wanting's thoughts had already begun to let themselves go at this moment. As a result, Wanting, let's not do something with risk based on impulse and without any preparatory measures, because many times, accidents always come quietly and cannot be prevented. So we have to be careful, step by step, first to understand each other, then in-depth communication, and finally also according to the actual situation of how long to cooperate and how much to invest. We can't even invest blindly. Sometimes the money is invested. It can't be withdrawn. After all, this process has fatigue in addition to pleasure. This doing business is like being pregnant. You can't be in a hurry. And even more so, you can't be careless. Otherwise it's easy to miscarry. Wanting listened in awe, she felt that Gao Yang was driving, but she had no evidence. After dinner, as usual, Gao Yang was brushing the pots and washing the dishes, when Wanting limped into the bathroom with her clothes. Then she limped back to her room. As for the clothes and stuff, she didn't clean them up and just casually threw them on the floor. When Gao Yang finished cleaning up everything, she started to take a shower, and after the shower, she was washing clothes. Just then, the door to the room on the second floor opened. Wanting stood in the doorway still in the same pajamas from yesterday. Gao Yang, I still have pain there, or you can help me rub some more safflower oil. When Wanting finished, not waiting for Gao Yang to agree or refuse, she turned around with a red face and went into the room. As soon as Gao Yang thought of that charming scene last night, he was like a chicken blood. He directly threw the mop in his hand to the ground and then went upstairs. The lights in the room were still off, but this was nothing to Gao Yang. Today there was no twisting and turning like yesterday. Gao Yang was simple and rough, directly starting the steps from yesterday. Just like yesterday, when Wanting was wearing a nightgown, Gao Yang poured a little bit of iodine and then started massaging. That icy cold feeling once again entered Wanting's body. The feeling was really comfortable. Just as Wanting was enjoying herself, she realized that Gao Yang actually had one of his hands on her other side. Instantly, Wanting's heartbeat accelerated. The fact that she only had half of her side hurting was something that she had already said yesterday and Gao Yang was aware of it. Then now this meant that Gao Yang was doing this on purpose. Wanting's face was red, but she pretended not to know. Gao Yang was just taking advantage, and his gaze was very dishonest. Gao Yang suddenly remembered a phrase, harmony. Wanting's heart was beating faster and faster. She knew what Gao Yang's hands wanted to do, but she didn't have the courage to refuse, and just then, Gao Yang's cell phone rang, so he picked up the phone, then left the room. As soon as Gao Yang left, Wanting climbed up all of a sudden, then slapped her chest vigorously with one hand. Old colorful batch. Actually almost. But why is there still a little bit of a small loss? If it wasn't for that phone call. Wanting suddenly thought of that phone call. Who called this phone? Why Gao Yang will avoid himself to answer. Thinking of this, Wanting quietly opened the door to her room and then prepared to eavesdrop. Gao Yang made the call right downstairs in the living room, picking up a teacup and pouring water while he was on the phone. Okay, I know, but I can tell you first, when you come over, you'll give me a good job or I'll beat you up. Okay, when the time comes, you tell me, I'll pick you up. Hearing this, Wanting hurriedly and quietly closed the door to her room. She heard out that this call was 99% from Gao Yang's sister. In fact, Wanting really guessed right. Gao Yang also had a big headache when he hung up the phone. His sister is coming over to work for the summer vacation. How will this be arranged? Where to live? And how to explain to her about herself at that time? Gao Yang didn't have the heart to continue giving Wanting a massage. He began to calculate his income. The previous funds, together with the money earned today, was already $200 million. Isn't it time to consider getting a house? Chapter 35 talking about acquisition. The matter of buying a house had been circling in Gao Yang's mind and had been for several days. As the saying goes, a golden nest is better than one's own doghouse. It's not that it's bad to live here. In fact, it's quite good to live here. Don't have to pay rent, don't have to pay utility bills, but men always have to have a home, even if it is to buy a 3-bedroom or, again, he is not short of this money. As for buying a villa, he also thought, but this thing can be delayed. So Gao Yang decided to go to a real estate agent tomorrow afternoon, or go to one of the sales offices to take a look. He remembered that the real estate property he went to with Chiu Lily a few months ago was very good, and they had several neighborhoods there. One of the neighborhoods was a high-end residential area. The house Gao Yang also went to see. Standard large 3 rooms, 147 square meters. Only before did not have the funds for this, only in the end to choose a 2-bedroom. It seems to go to see. thinking about this, gradually also entered the dreamland. As soon as he entered the dreamland, his body began to change unconsciously, as if there was an electric current traveling in his body. The next morning, repeating the task of breakfast every day, when wanting sass was already much better, walking with only a slight limp. After having breakfast, Gao Yang sent when wanting to the company, and then according to the navigation, he directly came to Su Li's so-called company. When Su Li brought Gao Yang to visit her company, she was actually a little embarrassed, saying it was a company. It was actually a rented factory building remodeled with almost a dozen live rooms inside. Needless to think, this is all those rooms where the anchors broadcast live with goods. In fact, Gao Yang he does not care about these things. Every entrepreneurial people are actually worthy of respect. Even if he is a stall selling cakes, earn money by your own hands. There is nothing embarrassing about it. It is always much better than those women who are outwardly well dressed and then rely on selling their bodies to make money. About how much are your total assets here? I'm talking about the plant and equipment plus the virtual industry. What's the estimated value? After looking around, Su Li brought Gao Yang to her office. Su Li made a cup of tea for Gao Yang, while Gao Yang opened the door and asked what he wanted to ask. This rent, equipment and these things do not take much money. Our industry you also know, mainly do virtual industry. So this value can't be estimated because it doesn't have a standard to measure. If we really want to measure it, we can only calculate it from the annual profit. Let's take live streaming with goods for example. For example, there are some net stars who may be able to bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars of goods in a day, but some may only be able to bring in a few $1,000s of goods in a day. So this value ultimately depends on these anchors, their number of followers and their fan base, as well as their usual results in bringing goods. After Su Li explained this, Gao Yang sort of understood a generalization. The simple meaning was, I don't know how much it's worth. Then how many fans do you have? Su Li clicked on her laptop, then opened her account, signaling Gao Yang to see for himself. Gao Yang glanced at it and was shocked. How did you get more than 10 million followers? Su Li smiled and said, in the past, when I was in college, I liked to put out some works and brush up on some segments, and these fans were slowly accumulated. Later on, I also started to bring goods. The results were not bad, and also earned a sum of money. And then I met that ex-husband of mine. He was also a bandwagon anchor. After that I partnered with him to open such a company. As for the reason I won't say, he left in the end. I gave him all my money and left this company behind. At that time I could barely support myself. Luckily I had one Ting to help me. Gao Yang nodded. He wasn't interested in Su Li's private life. What he was interested in was the next cooperation issue. MS. Su, what do you think about this? I'm buying 60% of your company's shares. How much do you think I should take out? The moment these words came out, Su Li's heart was shocked. Gao Yang's meaning was not cooperation. It was to purchase. This company was her heart and soul. How could it be acquired? Her original bottom line was to sell 30% of her shares at most. But this guy was good and came up with 60%. In other words, once she agreed to the acquisition, the future boss of this company would be Gao Yang. As for herself, she could only be considered a second boss. Mr. Gao, it is impossible for me to sell such a high share. This company is my heart and soul. Gao Yang directly waved his hand and said, listen to me finish first. I'll buy 60% of the company's shares, but I won't ask about the company's business model, including management. This point we can write in the contract. Of course, the premise is that you have the ability. If you do not have the ability to grow the company, to that time I said before will be able to negate. Simply put, I only need performance. The rest is up to you. Also after the acquisition, I'll go on a live broadcast with you. I can guarantee that within a month, I'll triple our company's output. I'm talking about real money, not this so-called virtual number of yours. Sometimes we can stick to the principles we should stick to and give up something we don't have to stick to. Besides, we are cooperating. The more I invest, the more I will only value this company more. In other words, if I invest money and still can't change the company to grow, then what is the purpose of my investment? So, as I said, 60% of the shares. How much is it worth? You can calculate it and let me know. My time won't be too much. 3 days at most. Su Li was silent. In fact, her heart was very conflicted. The company she had worked so hard to create was now going to be acquired. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't sad. But what Gao Yang said was right. If this company was given to her to develop, it would only be like this forever. It should be fine to make a little money, but it's almost impossible to make a lot of money. So here is the question of whether to insist or give up. The most crucial thing is still the conditions that Gao Yang has offered. The company is still hers to manage, and will make the company's profits multiply several times. Which person does not want to make money? In fact, the balance in her heart at this time has begun to tilt, only she does not recognize it. It's like planting a tree and having it bear fruit. Suddenly one day came a person told her, I have a way to make your fruit tree grow up quickly. You can only pick 100 pounds of fruit a year now, but I can let you pick 300 pounds of 400 pounds of fruit a year. But in the future, most of the ownership of this fruit tree belongs to me. It's the same thing, Mr. Gao. I need to think about it. No matter what, I will give you an answer within 3 days. What do you think? Chapter 36. Give you a chance and you don't hit the mark. Gao Yang refused Su Li's invitation for lunch and drove away in his car. In fact, what Gao Yang said was not a lie. He really has the ability to bring up this live broadcast company. He would get a few million emerald stones every day and then utilize Su Li's fanbase to perform a live decryption. First of all, this was a very gimmicky idea, and with the amount of time that short videos had existed, a large number of netizens are already used to seeing the kind of twisting and jumping. They prefer to see something different. At least the gambling stone deciphering is a very creative thing. If some more high-quality jadeite is solved, then this popularity, all of a sudden, may burst into flames. If the next emerald was really good quality, someone would naturally place an order. This way, not only their company to make money, even Wen's jewelry can also make money. This is a win-win strategy. And after those jade cut out, even if you can't use it all, you can also sell it to Wen's jewelry, because they also need. In short, losing money is impossible. Now it depends on whether this Su Li is willing to cooperate. If you are willing to cooperate just right, do not want to cooperate that also forget it. The big deal is to find another way to find other doors. Anyway, it is impossible for Gao Yang to make a new company by himself. He now had a total of 200 million in his bank card, and in the last gambling session, he got a total of over 60 million. With this amount of money, he would first go to Ruiqing to make a fortune. When he came back, he would then consider doing business. There was also another matter he had to resolve, and that was revenge. It wasn't that he hadn't gained anything in the past few days. At least Gao Yang had roughly mapped out the mutation in his body. His current ability was mainly reflected in 3 areas. The first was perspective. Second, was his physical quality, and this was where the biggest benefit came from. For example, strength, speed, and recovery ability. Especially this recovery ability. It could simply be described as perverse. Third, that was the aura in his body. As more time passed, he felt that the aura in his body was getting bigger and bigger. What exactly was the role of the aura? This was something that Gao Yang didn't quite understand yet, but he knew that it could be used for some auxiliary roles. For example, giving when wanting a massage. It also had a healing effect attached to it. As for the origin of this aura, Gao Yang had also researched that as long as he touched the emerald more often and for a longer period of time, the aura in his body would increase. Even if he didn't touch them, even if he just slept at home, he could feel the growth of his aura only slower. This was one of the main reasons why he desperately wanted to go to Ruiqing. There was also another point. His current relationship with When Wanting was a bit vague. Saying that they were in a relationship was not quite like it. Saying that they were not in a relationship was not quite like it. But they were living together. Another thing was the matter of buying a house. It seemed that he still had to find When Wanting to talk about it. So the steering wheel hit toward When Wanting's company to drive. When Wanting was in the office when the office door suddenly opened. She didn't even need to look up. She knew that it must be Gao Yang coming, because besides him there was no one who didn't knock on the door. So When Wanting didn't pay any attention at all, minding her own business. Only in passing, she flattened the small mirror on her desk. Down. Gao Yang came directly behind When Wanting this time, and then began to help When Wanting with her massage. Wanting, there's something I need to discuss with you. When Wanting looked back at Gao Yang. Go ahead. What is it? Gao Yang organized his words and said, my sister is coming over tomorrow. Which room do you think is more appropriate? Also, I plan to buy a house. After all, it's not too convenient for us to live here. As soon as these words came out, When Wanting's face turned unsightly. What's so inconvenient? I have such a big place here and there, with many rooms. I'm afraid that your sister won't have a place to stay when she comes. When Wanting still didn't understand what Gao Yang meant, Gao Yang could only explain. It's like this. I broke up with that Chio Lily. They don't even know. If my sister comes and finds out that I'm living with you, it won't be easy to explain at that time. Gao Yang's sentence I'm living with you immediately made When Wanting's pretty face red. Then won't you just tell her clearly? If you really can't, I'll be your girlfriend. The fake kind. Gao Yang was about to be happy, but as a result, When Wanting came behind with this sentence. That's fine, but this house still needs to be bought. After all, I'm a big man. I always have to have my own suite. Gao Yang said this sentence and didn't say anything. When Wanting could see that Gao Yang was a bit lost. She didn't know why she added that sentence later. Mainly because Gao Yang didn't formally pursue her. If Gao Yang is more thick-skinned, send a flower, go out at night for a date or something. When Wanting half-push half-heartedly agreed. But this guy's mouth is enough flowers, eyes also enough color, but this is no practical action. For example, when he fell and injured himself, he massaged for 2 days in a row, which is a good opportunity. This makes when wanting think of a phrase on the internet, give you the opportunity you are not useful. As for what Gao Yang said, a man always has a suite, which when wanting still agrees with, but to buy a house first of all to her when wanting looks satisfied only. When is your sister coming tomorrow? And you went to find Suli today to talk about how? When wanting put down the work at hand, but concentrated on enjoying the massage that Gao Yang brought her. Not to mention, this technique of massage was really quite good, almost more than 10 o'clock. She took the car estimated to be 2 hours. As for Suli, Gao Yang simply said the content of this morning's negotiations. Gao Yang, tomorrow at noon I'll take your sister for a meal. I'll go with you to pick her up at that time. As for Suli's matter, I actually can't say anything. That husband of hers misappropriated all the funds in the company, and when Suli took over, the company couldn't even pay salaries. In fact, she is also quite not easy. Family conditions are actually still good. Her grandfather is open antique store. This you know, but Suli after all is married. The so-called married out of the daughter splashed out of the water. Zuro very have this realization, so even in her most difficult time, but also did not ask for money from the family. Of course, here there are also with the family conflict off. Later I let her bring goods to our company. Profit margins to her also put a lot, which is gradually good. I told you so much, not that let you sympathize with her. I mean to say, if the situation allows, give her some more benefits is also possible. Gao Yang now no longer had the heart to listen to when wanting say these things, because when wanting actually wore that kind of bra without shoulder straps today, because there were no straps to bind her, certain positions would naturally open up more towards the outside. Gao Yang was now admiring this glimpse of scenery, but you appreciate. You this hand cannot stop. Once this hand stops, aren't you telling others that you are concentrating on a certain thing? Chapter 37. Remember to get me a lawyer. After lunch, Gao Yang still went to the sales office of that neighborhood. The matter of him buying a house was not something that would change with a word from when wanting. The house must be bought, only in the consideration of what kind of house to buy, so when wanting had no choice but to follow along. The one who received Gao Yang was a good-looking salesperson with light makeup. Gao Yang was listening to her explanation and then looked at the brochure in his hand. Just then, a nasty voice rang out again. Gao Yang! Gao twisted his head to see. Who else could it be if not Cho Lily? Not only Cho Lily, there was actually that Zhang Jun. Seeing Zhang Jun, Gao Yang's face changed, and his hands unconsciously tightened into fists. When wanting naturally did not recognize Zhang Jun, but seeing Cho Lily holding his arm, as well as Gao Yang's reaction could be guessed, so she quickly tugged on Gao Yang's clothes, signaling him to take it easy. When Zhang Jun saw Gao Yang, he was also furious, but there was more fear. After all, Gao Yang was taller and stouter than him. He definitely couldn't beat him in a fight. Gao Yang, you're penniless now, and you have the nerve to come here to look at houses? Could it be that you're a gigolo for some people? Cho Lily said while giving when wanting a meaningful glance. To be honest, Cho Lily was jealous. When wanting was prettier than her and had a better body than her, it would be strange if she wasn't jealous. Even Cho Lily thought that the reason why Gao Yang chose not to forgive himself was 80% caused by this woman. None of your business. Gao Yang was too lazy to explain. As for fighting, he wouldn't be that impulsive again. The last fight was different from now. Last time, even if he called the police, he didn't have any major problems. But if you fight now, the meaning is different. Unless the other party takes the initiative to strike first. As for Cho Lily's comment that he had been adopted, Gao Yang didn't even bother to answer this question. Gao Yang's disdain was rewarded with Cho Lily's intensification. Some people, they like to pretend. Don't even look at what kind of place this is. Are the prices here affordable for some people? Alas, what a head kicked by a donkey. Gao Yang never paid any attention to this psychopath, and instead looked at a 3-bedroom apartment. Wanting, what do you think of this one? A big 3-bedroom, Gao Yang said while pointing at one of the houses. When Wanting was about to comment, but it turned out that this Cho Lily started talking again. Still a big 3 rooms? Buying a 2-bedroom for a down payment and still being stingy. And now you're here pretending to be a pussy and buying a big 3-bedroom house? If you can buy a 3-bedroom house, I'll live stream it. Gao Yang can no longer hold back. Cho Lily is like a fly at this time. If you ignore it, it will keep buzzing in your ear, which is very annoying. The most important thing is that this is also a fly. If you want to hit it, you might even get a handful of. Cho Lily, why didn't I realize you were so disgusting before? I don't care about you. You're not done yet, are you? Look at you now. What's the difference between you and a clown? To put it nicely, you're like a shrew. To put it bluntly, you're like an ugly duckling. I feel sick every time I see you. Cho Lily's face changed again and again, and she pushed Zhang Jun beside her vigorously. Zhang Jun, he called me a clown and an ugly duckling. Did you hear that? However, Zhang Jun heard it, but he pretended not to hear it. This pissed Xiao Lily off, and Gao Yang was having a playful look at the duo with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Xiao Lily, do you know why the ugly duckling can turn into a white swan but you can't? Because the ugly duckling itself is the white swan, while you are always the ugly duckling. It's none of your business whether I can afford a house or not. Anyway, it's better than some people who just like to wear other people's broken shoes. When Wanting was aware that Gao Yang's mouth was very poisonous, and she didn't expect that every time she cursed someone, she didn't bring any repetitions. She didn't know where she learned these curse words. Last time, she scolded someone as an old sow. This time she scolded someone as an ugly duckling. And this woman too. Knowing that she couldn't scold Gao Yang, she still came over every time to look for scolding. Xiao Lily's face was blue. Zhang Jun's face wasn't much better. It had turned into the bottom of a pot. Gao Yang, watch what you say. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Facing Zhang Jun's threats and warnings, Gao Yang lightly let out a bah. What kind of thing are you? Picking up a pair of worn-out shoes and still gloating here? I'd say if you go to the hospital for a checkup first to see if you have foot odor before you say anything. After all, this pair of shoes is not clean. At this time this side has gathered a lot of people. Those who eat melon masses as if also guessed something. Someone had already started pointing at the side, and some had even reacted to the meaning of Gao Yang's sentence. They started to laugh out loud. Zhang Jun's face had already darkened into a potbelly. Zhang Jun, are you still a man? You've been scolded like this and you're still here to put up with it? That's why it's said that the kind of woman a man meets predetermines his end. The reason why Zhang Jun held his tongue was that, to put it bluntly, he was afraid of Gao Yang. Now that the people around him were pointing and saying things that were hard to listen to, coupled with Xiao Lily saying this, he instantly didn't care. Swinging his fist, he slammed it towards Gao Yang. The corner of Gao Yang's mouth slightly raised. He said so much nonsense. The purpose was to provoke the other party. Fighting, always be divided into the first hand and the second hand, which is a difference after the next into the bureau. Gao Yang casually pushed when wanting to the side, and then received a solid punch from Zhang Jun. The body retreated back and forth, and finally crashed directly into the bar at the back. This time it made when wanting nervous, but of course Xiao Lily was quite pleased. But complacency is only 3 seconds. Gao Yang seemed to be very angry, and then directly rushed towards Zhang Jun. Suddenly Zhang Jun was like a sandbag. A few times was knocked down by Gao Yang. Gao Yang did not show any mercy. Today this opportunity he caught with great difficulty. There are cameras here, and there are so many people to testify, and he was still knocked down by the other party first. Then this belongs to return fire. It can be said that all of this has been predicted before Gao Yang said those words. His biggest fear was that Zhang Jun wouldn't make a move. Well, this guy was particularly forceful today. Stop fighting. I've called the police. Right at this moment, the head of the property department hurriedly brought 2 security guards Zhang Gao Yang to pull him up. And at this moment, Zhang Jun was already bleeding from his head. The wound on his face that hadn't been removed yet was once again crumbling open from the beating. Gao Yang, are you alright? When wanting, she had never seen anyone fight before and was indeed startled at first, especially when Gao Yang was sneak attacked by Zhang Jun. At that time, when wanting was so nervous. Luckily, Gao Yang ended up activating his Super Saiyan bloodline and knocked Zhang Jun to the ground. I'm fine, don't worry, just remember to get me a lawyer. Chapter 38 Captain Hyo. Gao Yang's premonition was accurate. Not a moment's effort. A police car came over. Gao Yang was undoubtedly taken away, along with the surveillance video inside the store, as well as the of the melon eaters at the scene. In short, one was sent to the hospital and one was taken to the police station. When Wanting originally wanted to go as well, but was stopped by Gao Yang, she went to no use at all. Stay outside instead of better. After all, this kind of fight is not a big deal. The main thing is that all the evidence is in his favor. Things at the end of the day is to criticize and educate, and then detained or something. The other is the compensation for medical expenses. Of course, this also depends on how to sentence. In the interrogation room, Gao Yang is being questioned by 2 police officers. These 2 police officers are a man and a woman. The woman is questioning. The man is making records. The male police officer here, Gao Yang only glanced at it and was not interested. What he was interested in was the female police officer in front of him, with short hair and wearing a uniform. She had a valiant feeling. Eyebrows were groomed. Visually, they should have been clamped by themselves with eyebrow clamps, as the left and right were a bit asymmetrical. Eyes, double eyelids, eyes big, nose is high, mouth is small. There is a very small mole by the corner of the mouth. Some people say that this is a beauty mole, but Gao Yang thinks that this mole is called gluttony mole. Upper wearing a uniform, but always feel that this uniform is a little bit not quite fit, because the chest 2 buttons tightly taut, with a slight look with the penetrating eye. It was exactly the kind of shape that Gao Yang liked. In short, as long as it was a beautiful woman, Gao Yang liked it, especially if it was a beautiful woman with a good figure, name, age. After some of the routine inquiries, it finally started to step into the main topic. Why are you fighting? Facing this boring question, Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, didn't you guys watch the surveillance video? It was him who hit me first and I fought back. I call this self-defense. The policewoman was a bit speechless for a moment. We did look at the surveillance video, and as you said, it was the other party who struck first. However, in the process, your counterattack was too violent, so it caused the other party to still be treated in the hospital now. This belongs to overdefense on your part, so you definitely have to bear part of the responsibility. In fact, these words were basically no big deal, but Gao Yang definitely couldn't accept it. Beauty, you can call me officer. My surname is Hai. You can call me Officer Hai, or you can address me as Captain Hai. Gao Yang nodded and said, Officer Beauty, I went over to buy a house, and the two of them went to pick a fight for no reason, and even insulted me with their words. In the end, it was also them who made the first move. I'm not a teenage mutant ninja turtle. There's no way I can just stand there stupidly and be passively beaten up, right? Put. Hai Yao was made to burst out laughing directly by Gao Yang's phrase, Ninja God Turtle. Sorry, you continue. Gao Yang spread his hands and said, I'm done. Hai Yao froze. It seemed like this guy had really finished, but it felt like something was wrong. You said they took the initiative to pick a fight. You have a problem with them? Hai Yao finally remembered a problem. The so-called fight. There must be a reason. Actually, this can't be blamed on her. Hai Yao was only promoted to captain last month, before she was assisting others in interrogation. Plus Gao Yang, this person is a bit jumpy in his speech, so for a while it messed up the steps of her questioning. She almost forgot to ask such a basic question. Since this question was mentioned, there was no need for Gao Yang to hide it, so he began to tell his own story. This person always want to sympathize with the weak, such as now. This pair of dogs and men are really not something. You should beat him up again. Cough cough cough. Let's move on to the next question. Hai Yao almost said the wrong thing. Luckily she reacted quickly. A few more painless questions followed, and basically the interrogation was over. This is your interrogation record. Take a look at it and sign it if there's no problem. After finishing her speech, Hai Yao handed the interrogation record to Gao Yang to look at. Gao Yang casually took a look at it. It was basically similar to what he said. Then he picked up a pen and signed his name. The main reason for this matter is not you, but the other party was hospitalized after all, so we have the right to detain you. Just at this moment, a police academy came in and whispered a few words into Hai Yao's ear. Hai Yao nodded, then looked at Gao Yang again. The main responsibility for this matter doesn't lie with you, considering the other party is still in the hospital right now, so you have to keep your phone open. Be cooperative with our investigation at all times, in addition to whether you need to compensate for medical expenses and whatnot, or whether the other party will appeal or not. This is all a matter for later. You've now been granted bail. If there's nothing wrong, you can go. Gao Yang smiled. This result was almost exactly the same as what he had expected. This was a simple case of brawling and fighting. No, it couldn't be called a brawl yet. It could only be considered a fight. At most, it could only be considered disturbing the peace. He did not constitute a crime. As for compensation, Gao Yang really didn't care about this compensation. Of course, without one wanting, Gao Yang estimated that he would have to be detained for a period of 24 hours, or maybe 48 hours. Beautiful officer, I don't know what's your name. Hai Yao gave Gao Yang a blank look and ignored it. Beautiful police officer, you're a bit out of order. Oh, I inquire about your name. Is in case I want to complain about you others ask me your name? Don't even know how I can complain about you? Hai Yao was speechless. It's the first time she met such a strange person who actually has this method to ask for the other person's name. My name is Hai Yao. My police number is. Gao Yang hastily reached out and stopped Hai Yao's words, smiley face. I suddenly remembered. I think you guys are fair and impartial, so I won't go and file a complaint against you. So this police number is not necessary, ha? Looking at Gao Yang's departing back, the corner of Hai Yao's mouth twitched, feeling that this guy was just a little bit like a little hooligan. With her years of, just 3 years, with her 3 years of work experience. In that video, this guy was obviously using words to provoke the other party all the time, causing the other guy to throw the first punch and then take advantage of the opportunity to retaliate. This can be seen from the first punch he received. At that time he was surrounded by a beautiful woman. According to reason, that punch he should be able to dodge, but he didn't. Instead he reached out and pushed the girl beside him away, which was a precursor to preparing for a fight. But all this is useless to say. When all is said and done, this is a simple case of two people fighting. First of all, this verbal attack on him was not illegal, and the other person did strike first and knocked him back several steps. These are enough to prove that he was fighting back in self-defense. This was also legally tenable. On the other hand, Gao Yang swaggered out of the police station, and as soon as he came out, he saw Wen Wanting and a man in his 40s, standing together and talking. Seeing Gao Yang come out, Wen Wanting hurriedly greeted him. Gao Yang, are you alright? They didn't torture you or anything, right? Chapter 39, Black Shoulder Strap Only. Gao Yang was amused by the words. You're overthinking it. I'm just going to have a fight here, and you're talking about torture? It's not like this is ancient times. First 50 big planks, then clipstick, branding iron or something. Wen Wanting was a little embarrassed, mainly because she was overly nervous. That's why she asked. Then the lawyer was introduced to Gao Yang. Gao Yang intended to invite the lawyer for dinner, but naturally, it turned out to be politely declined. Just like that, Gao Yang's plan to buy a house went bankrupt. He was depressed, but Wen Wanting was snickering. When it was time to eat, the two of them found a restaurant to have lunch. Gao Yang, you look quite handsome when you fight, Wen Wanting said as she ate. Gao Yang cooperated by tossing his hair and said, I was already handsome. Let me tell you, when I was studying, every day I didn't dare to go out of the school gate. As long as I went out of the school gate, I that go. Gao Yang simply put down his chopsticks and then described it with his hands. But this is just bragging at first glance. As long as it is a man loves to brag, no matter if it is true or false, whether others believe it or not, that is not important. The important thing was that bragging could increase a man's confidence, just like the current Gao Yang, who was glowing with confidence. This kind of confidence is definitely a killer of young girls, although Wen Wanting can no longer be considered a young girl now, but it had the same great killing power for her. Gao Yang, I have 2 potted plants in that office, and I don't feel too good about them because they don't bloom. Actually, I still prefer words. Gao Yang froze. He didn't understand what Wen Wanting was doing talking about this matter all of a sudden. Wanting, those 2 potted plants of yours won't bloom at all alright. Let me tell you, this planting of potted plants also has skills. If you like potted plants with flowers, you can buy roses, azaleas. Wen Wanting was furious. Is that what she meant? She was clearly reminding Gao Yang that it's time for you to send flowers. What potted plants are you talking to me about? Also azalea. Azalea your face. Cuckoo, your sister. How did you meet such a straight man? Wen Wanting was furious, so she stopped talking and decided to be angry for 2 hours. So for the rest of the time, Wen Wanting really didn't speak. It wasn't until after they finished lunch and the two of them returned to the company, when Gao Yang was ready to go and check on Susan and the others, Wen Wanting finally couldn't help herself. Gao Yang, my neck hurts. Well, Wen Wanting meant that she wanted Gao Yang to help her massage it. Wanting how about I sleep in your room tonight? Gao Yang's sudden words surprised Wen Wanting, followed by her heart racing. Don't get me wrong I do. Isn't my sister coming tomorrow? And since you said to be my girlfriend, it's not quite right for us to sleep separately. So what I'm saying is, of course, I can sleep on the floor. I guarantee on my name that I will never do anything out of the ordinary. But if you take the initiative, go to hell. The more Gao Yang talked, the more outrageous he got. Wen Wanting couldn't take it anymore and directly kicked this guy out of the office. Gao Yang touched his nose, feeling that he did not say anything wrong. Just at this time, the little secretary Sun Yan happened to pass by here, and coincidentally saw Gao Yang being pushed out by Wen Wanting, and immediately understood the general. It must be this Gao Yang eating Wen Wanting's tofu again. Brother Yang, you're eating tofu again? Gao Yang was embarrassed when he saw that it was Sun Yan. Student Sun Yan, please watch your words next time. Eating tofu is eating tofu. Why do you have to bring the word again? Do I often eat people's tofu? Sun Yan covered her mouth and snickered. This Gao Yang always made her feel a bit oily. The main thing was that it wasn't annoying. Maybe girls like this kind of flamboyant man. Student Yan Yan, let me give you a suggestion haha. Sun Yan was laughing when she suddenly heard such a sentence, so she raised her head and looked at Gao Yang with a suspicious gaze. Student Yan Yan, actually with your skin color, you shouldn't wear a black bra. You should wear dash. Sun Yan first froze, then her pretty face turned red and she glared fiercely at Gao Yang. Ignore you, you old rascal, old colorful batch, peeping Tom. However, after saying so, it was obvious that he did not have the intention to leave immediately. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands and said, Yan Yan student, where did I go rogue, and where did I peep? Isn't this shoulder strap of yours exposed outside? Sun Yan looked down, and it turned out to be true. She was wearing a low-neck t-shirt, and the chest position did reveal a black shoulder strap, mainly because she had just jogged a little bit and might have run askew. After reacting, she hastily rearranged it with her hands. In fact, how did she know that Gao Yang could see through? Inside this company, as long as it is considered a beauty, Gao Yang has basically almost finished looking at it. To put it bluntly, he knew who had her period. Gao Yang has nothing to do this afternoon, mainly because he does not know what to do. If you want to go to a stone gambling bar, there really aren't any good stones over there either. so he was wandering around the office again. And the staff knew that Gao Yang and his boss had a very close relationship, and it was very likely that they had that kind of relationship. So Gao Yang to where no one stopped. Some even politely greeted him. Turning around, came to the money beautiful there. Gao Yang dared to swear to God, he really is blind. Turned to the side. Qian Mei's back happened to be a little itchy, rubbing on the chair. Just then she saw Gao Yang enter the office. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. Even the way she scratches an itch is different. Qian Mei's pretty face flushed. Just now her indecent action was actually seen by this guy. So she blanked Gao Yang and said, the back is itchy beyond reach. Quickly come over and help me scratch it. Qian Mei meant to let Gao Yang help him scratch the itch through the clothes. As a result, Gao Yang might have misunderstood. He came behind Qian Mei, directly lifted her clothes, and before Qian Mei could react, his salty hand had already reached in. Qian Mei's pretty face was now red. She was about to say something, but she felt that the place where Gao Yang grabbed was exactly the place, and there was an indescribable feeling that entered her brain nerves, so she didn't say anything either. Sister Beauty, you have a lump behind here. Why don't I help you squeeze it out? Qian Mei was enjoying this soothing feeling and casually hummed. Gao Yang was actually a very willing helper, so he lifted Qian Mei's blouse even higher. Then both hands began to squeeze the teasing, but his eyes weren't looking at the teasing. Sister Beauty, you have a great body. Chapter 40 Send Flowers. Upon hearing Gao Yang praise her figure, Qian Mei was naturally very happy. Which female doesn't like others to praise her for being pretty? Unless the woman was already beautiful to the extreme and was tired of hearing too many compliments from others. It was possible. Sis is old. Why is she still pretty? Gao Yang can't go along with Qian beautiful words. This later and wins jewelry business, but also to deal with this woman. After all, this woman is the purchasing department manager. In case they have excess production in the future, they still count on this person. Beautiful sister, I see this appearance of yours. At most in your early 20s, the day I first saw you, I thought it was some little girl. Giggle. Qian Mei was amused by Gao Yang's words. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this sounded comfortable. Only when she laughed, a certain part of her body shook so much that Gao Yang's eyes were almost protruding out. You just have a mouth that can talk. Like smearing honey. No wonder our general manager won. Qian Mei said half of the words not to say, because this topic is more sensitive. Beautiful sister, what I said is true, only that your eyes kind of can't keep up with your temperament. A face like yours should be. Gao Yang left Qian Mei's office at 2 o'clock because people had to work. There was one more thing that Gao Yang couldn't stand some more, mainly because Qian Mei liked to laugh too much, and this laugh trembled very much. Gao Yang felt like he was about to get a nosebleed, so it's necessary to take one wanting down as soon as possible. Otherwise, how hard is it to hold it in? How about sending flowers? Then ask her to have a candlelight dinner or something? But what if sending flowers was rejected? That would be too embarrassing. Thinking about it, Gao Yang decided to try. Men, in order to their own happiness and physical needs, this face cannot want. Gao Yang wanted to do. Driving a car out of the Wen's group of companies. Find a florist, buy a bunch of roses, and then back to Wen Wanting's office. Didn't knock on the door as before and went straight in. Wen Wanting didn't need to look up to know who was here, because she was still angry. She pretended not to know. Just then, a handful of roses appeared in front of her, and Wen Wanting looked up. Wanting, this is for you. Wanting suppressed that joy in her heart and faintly said, why are you sending me flowers for no reason? After asking these words, she reached out and took it, then took the fake flowers from the original vase in the office and put the roses in. Right at this moment, Gao Yang slowly walked over, stretched out his hands, and then wrapped Wen Wanting in his arms. The movement was very gentle. Wen Wanting's body trembled and her pretty face flushed, but she didn't resist, or just symbolically moved twice. Gao Yang was delighted in his heart. Then he stretched out his tongue and licked on Wen Wanting's earlobe. A tingling sensation spread throughout Wen Wanting's body. Probably her sensitive spot was here. This wasn't all. Gao Yang's hands started to be dishonest. Wen Wanting's heart was pounding like a deer. In her mind, she kept chanting, should I agree or should I agree? Knock knock knock. Just at this moment, the office door was knocked on. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gao Yang directly cursed out. Wen Wanting also reacted and hurriedly pushed Gao Yang away, then glared fiercely at Gao Yang before returning to her seat. Please come in. As the please come in fell, the office door was pushed open, and the small secretary Sun Yan brought a man in. This person Gao Yang recognized. It was the same Chen Kai that he met at dinner that day. In his heart, he immediately greeted this guy's ancestors. Mr. What? Mr. Chen said he wants to find you for something, Sun Yan said while squeezing her eyes at Gao Yang. Well, you go down. Chen Kai, why are you free to come to my place? Wen Wanting's first sentence was addressed to Sun Yan, while the latter sentence was naturally addressed to Chen Kai. Wanting, Our company recently had a batch of top quality pearls. I considered that you might need them, so I came over to ask you. That's right, Chen Kai's family owned a farming company, which mainly raised pearls, and had quite a lot of business dealings with Wen Group. And Chen Kai's father and Wen Wanting's father had been friends for many years, so this address had been maintained. Instead of addressing what Mr. Chen, Mr. Wav. Yes, that's a good sentiment. Wen Wanting's face is a joy. They do jewelry and jade, the main three raw materials. One is pearl, one is gold, and one is jadeite jade. One of the gold is the most simple. According to the market price procurement on the line, basically will not appear out of stock. The second is the pearl. This thing in fact procurement is not difficult. The difficulty is the price and quality. To know a good pearl it is a piece of jewelry, is a vital role. The third is jade, which is also the most important, because simply sell pearls, this profit margin is not big. It is higher than selling gold. Only emerald, which is particularly large profit margins. A piece of emerald, you say he is worth 10,000 line. You say he is worth 100,000 can also be, mainly depends on the grade of emerald and workmanship. This is why some jade is not worth money. Some jade is worth a lot of money. Chen Kai is also a happy. He pursued Wen Wanting for a long time, although it is the form of that kind of secret love, but clear-eyed people should be able to see. So every time he would leave the best pearl for Wen Wanting. That was the reason. That Wanting are you free tonight? I want to ask you out for dinner. Chen Kai finally said the main purpose of his visit today. When wanting this was a moment of difficulty, she didn't want to go at all. She naturally knew that Chen Kai was interested in her. The key herself was not interesting, but how to reject it. Suddenly she saw that Gao Yang who was being heartless, still sitting on the chair playing with his cell phone. Chen Kai, not today. I have a date. Some other day. I'll treat you some other day. Chen Kai heard a keyword, date. When Wanting wasn't talking about having a dinner in the evening, she was talking about a date. It was then that he remembered there was a Gao Yang on the side, so he turned his head to look over, and then he saw the very blinding bouquet of roses. The glint of gloom in his eyes happened to be captured by Wen Wanting, and sighed secretly in his heart. This Chen Kai seemed to have put a grudge on Gao Yang again. So it's Mr. Gao who is also here. Sorry for not paying attention just now. The gloom on Chen Kai's face was swept away, and he even revealed a smile. So it's Mr. Chen. Oops, look at me. I can't believe I didn't notice. The corner of Wen Wanting's mouth twitched. These two were both a hangdog. Hypocritical. Just knocked on the door so loudly. You dare to say you didn't know? Wen Wanting was speechless for a while. It's true that men don't have a good thing. Very bad. Chapter 041 Good things come in pieces. I wonder what Mr. Gao does for a living? After the two exchanged pleasantries for a while, Chen Kai began to inquire. Driver. Gao Yang just said two words. Chen Kai frowned. Driver? Gao Yang nodded seriously and said, yes. General manager Wen said I'm a skilled driver, so she begged me to drive for her. With 5 insurance and 1 pension plus a salary increase. Sometimes refueling or something can also make some extra money. The corner of Wen Wanting's mouth twitched, and her heart was furious. What do you mean by pleading to drive for yourself? Also, you refueling to make a little extra money in front of her face to say it is appropriate? Once he heard that Gao Yang was the driver, Chen Kai was relieved. It seems that the flowers were not sent by Gao Yang, and the date at night was definitely not this guy. Driver is good, promising, do a good job. After Chen Kai finished the sentence, he was no longer interested in continuing to talk to Gao Yang. Originally thought it was a love rival, specially came over to explore the bottom, but it turned out that after half a day people are a driver? It seems like he did see that day. This guy was driving for Wen Wanting. Wanting, then tomorrow at noon. Chen Kai returned to the desk side. The result of the words did not finish and was interrupted by Wen Wanting. I can't tomorrow. My sister is coming over. I want to give her a reception. Chen Kai was about to nod his head when he suddenly realized something. Your sister? Where did you get a sister? Wen Wanting's family background was clear to Chen Kai. Not to mention her sister. She even knew about her cousin. Oh, it's like this. I should say it's my boyfriend's sister. She's coming over to play tomorrow, so I'm going to pick her up. Chen Kai's face became odd. Boyfriend? What a harsh name. Wanting, how come I don't know that you have a boyfriend? Wen Wanting was a bit impatient. This Chen Kai was also too insensitive, right? Why should I tell you if I have a boyfriend? Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Right at this moment, Gao Yang suddenly laughed maniacally. While laughing, he also slapped his thighs. It was an exaggeration. Chen Kai's face sank. Wen Wanting, however, cooperated and asked, Gao Yang, what's so funny? Gao Yang laughed for a while before gradually converging. Wanting you don't know. Just now I swiped to a short video. It said that there was a rascal dog. People's owners don't want it anymore. They don't even want to take care of it, and it still follows behind its owner one after the other. When Wanting let out a pht laugh, Chen Kai was a bit confused. He didn't hear what was so funny about this thing. As a result, one of the two laughed and spewed out, and the other laughed and slapped his thighs and the table. Isn't it just a rascal dog? Suddenly Chen Kai reacted. This Gao Yang was trying to taunt him, calling him a light-skinned dog. Chen Kai's face immediately blackened like the bottom of a pot. The most critical thing was that he had no evidence. Well, it's better to play with your cell phone less in the future during working hours, or else your salary will be deducted at that time. When Wanting felt that she couldn't go too far, or else she would have offended someone. Although that sneer just now was indeed quite relieving, but it would be too obvious if he laughed again. In the end, Chen Kai laughed with a black face. Gao Yang, I didn't see it. Why are you such a bad person? The mouth is still poisonous. Quarreling and cursing is even better than a woman. Now it's starting to be an upgraded version. It's all learned to be darkly sarcastic. When Wanting said while returning to her seat, Gao Yang hurriedly came up and just plopped down face to face. Wanting, you said that this version of mine is the latest. Why don't you give it a chance to experience it? When Wanting looked at a face close at hand, a little nervous and vain. Experience it how? Just as when Wanting finished her words, Gao Yang started to take the initiative to teach. He slowly brought his face towards When Wanting's face, and When Wanting just waited stupidly. Her face was a little hot. She knew what Gao Yang meant by experience. With some anticipation, she slowly closed her eyes. Gao Yang was also nervous at this time. He was afraid that When Wanting would throw her hands and give him a big earful. Luckily, it didn't. When his lips touched When Wanting's small lean peach mouth, his heart began to rage. It was fragrant, sweet, and ate up, because the cell phone rang. Asterisk. The call was from Su Li. When Wanting looked at Gao Yang's back as he left, her pretty face was red, and her face was all smiles. This straight man of steel had changed sex today. Another flower delivery, and that. The most irritating thing was that phone call. When Wanting scolded Su Li as well. The content of Su Li's phone call was that she wanted to talk to Gao Yang again. How could Gao Yang be in the mood to talk about this now? His own good thing was ruined by others. He now can't wait to press Su Li on the ground. And then that 100 times. He was blown out by When Wanting twice today. Just as he was about to go out for a spin, his cell phone rang again. He originally thought it was still Su Li calling, but it turned out to be an unfamiliar number. Local. Hello? Oh, so it's a beautiful police officer. Is it a dinner date? I'm free. Compensation? Okay, I'll come over tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Gao Yang smiled. Zhang Jun wanted compensation now, so that meant this matter was basically fine. But was his money that good? He would rather give this money to a lawyer than to Zhang Jun. After thinking about this, Gao Yang folded back into the office. When Wanting's face had just recovered when this Gao Yang came in again, and now she was a bit scared. The main thing is that this Gao Yang is too dishonest. This day by his hook several times. Who can stand Wanting Zhang Jun is now claiming compensation. Gao Yang briefly said the content of the phone call just now. 100,000 isn't much. Just give it to him. This was what When Wanting meant. Xiaoyang shook his head and said, I'd rather pay $1 million for a lawsuit. I'm not willing to give him $100,000. Why don't you help out on this matter again? Asked Wanting. She understood what Gao Yang meant. That is, she wanted a lawyer. Gao Yang, once the lawyer intervenes, then you'll have to sue for a lawsuit, and then things will get big. Are you really going to do that? Gao Yang touched his lower. He was thinking, Wanting, I have nothing to do lately. Why don't I file a lawsuit? It's actually quite fun. The down payment of $150,000 that I paid for the house before. Originally I wasn't going to ask for it, but now well, I do have a good idea. It's true that the real estate license isn't mine, but I have the bank transfer records, as well as proof of payment. Then can we do this? And take Shou Lily and Zhang Jun to court in the name of the two of them intentionally embezzling my property? When Wanting's eyes lit up, this thing that Gao Yang said was definitely feasible. Before, as he said, it was because he didn't want to get entangled in this matter. Besides $100,000 or so with Gao Yang's worth today really didn't care. But now it was different. As he said before, he would rather spend $1 million on a lawsuit than compensate the other party $100,000. Sometimes what people tend to want is a face and a breath. Wait, I'll call lawyer Lu to come over. Let's consult face to face. Chapter 42 The atmosphere to do enough. Lu Hongdong was the lawyer that When Wanting was talking about. That is, Wen's group's legal counselor. Almost half an hour later, Lu Hongdong also came over. After some explanation and understanding, Lu Hongdong had basically figured out the feasibility of the matter. Mr. Gao, there is absolutely no problem with this property of yours. First of all, you have the transfer records, so there is indeed a subjective fact of cheating a large amount of money that exists here. In addition, regarding the matter of assault. In fact, we can completely deal with these two matters as one. We can say that you came to demand this money from the other party, but the other party not only did not give it but also took the initiative to provoke an assault. In the end, you were passive to fight back, coupled with the fact that the amount of money you were cheated was a bit large, which finally led to emotional outbursts and over-defense. We can talk about the video of that day as evidence. In this way then, our chances of winning the lawsuit must be at least 90%. And, Lu Hongdong spoke at length, and Gao Yang listened in awe. The original language skills are really so important. The same thing for a statement is completely another flavor. It seems that knowledge is power. This sentence is really right. Alright, then I'll ask lawyer Lu to take care of this matter. Gao Yang finally chose to take the initiative. Didn't the other party want compensation? Now it's time to make the other party steal the chicken and lose the rice. And that disgusting Xiao Lily, isn't she dejected? Then let her too empty. Lu Shangdong sent away after this time almost to the end of the day. Gao Yang went out for another round, then took wanting to leave the company. Instead of going to the food market, they went to a restaurant for dinner. In a private room, the two of them sat across from each other, and Gao Yang ordered almost all the dishes that Wen Wanting loves to eat. Wen Wanting was joyful in her heart from beginning to end. This guy finally got the hang of it, knew to send flowers, and also knew to bring her for dinner. Wanting, look at us now, there's that what? Already that. Although there is a misunderstanding here, but the truth is the truth. How about you become my girlfriend? Gao Yang's expression was simple and direct. There was no mountain alliance or diamond ring with flowers. Gao Yang, I'll reconsider. Wen Wanting didn't give a clear reply. Girls always have to be reserved. What is too easy to get, others will not cherish. At least Wen Wanting thinks so. In fact, when he heard Wen Wanting say that she would consider it, Gao Yang was already very happy. As a girl, Gao Yang still understands this point. If she says she'll think about it today, she might nod her head tomorrow. Then should I buy a diamond ring? Or not directly get a piece of imperial green, dig a hole, and then as a circle, set on Wen Wanting neck as a necklace? Well, Gao Yang this had let his thoughts fly, because Wen Wanting's legs are still a little uncomfortable. So after dinner Gao Yang can only take her back. Otherwise you can go to the movie theater and stay inside the park pavilion for a while. And then, the black light touch scratch what, is the best way to warm up feelings? In fact, Wen Wanting also want to go, but she has already pretended to be uncomfortable. If suddenly will certainly be suspected by Gao Yang. Wouldn't it be a shame to die at that time? As usual, Wen Wanting was bathing first. Gao Yang wanted to go upstairs, but he got embarrassed because Wen Wanting didn't send him a message. In the end, he helplessly prepared to go back to his room to sleep. Just then, the door to the room on the second floor opened. Gao Yang, come sleep upstairs. Hearing this, Gao Yang's mouth opened so wide that he could stuff a red Fuji. That, don't misunderstand. Isn't your sister coming tomorrow? We're acting. You sleep on the floor. Wen Wanting turned around and left directly after saying that. At this moment her heart was also pounding. Gao Yang didn't care about this. Yesterday he slept downstairs. Today he slept upstairs. Then maybe tomorrow he could. Thinking of this, Gao Yang hurriedly turned off all the lights downstairs, and then went up to the second floor with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. When he came to the room, he really saw that there was a small floor bed, a pillow, and a thin quilt on the floor. Wen Wanting was sleeping on her side, which meant her butt was facing this way. Gao Yang decided that it was better to be a gentleman first. The rest could be done one step at a time. So he turned off the light and then slept on the floor. Wen Wanting was so angry. This guy was really a straight man of steel, so he kept rolling over on the bed, making a little noise. Gao Yang raised his head. Wanting, what's wrong? Does it still hurt there? Wen Wanting let out a hum. Gao Yang hurriedly climbed up, then directly got on the bed. Wen Wanting intentionally or unintentionally moved her body inside. This was to intentionally make room for Gao Yang. Gao Yang just laid beside Wanting, then stretched out a hand and began to help Wen Wanting rub the location where she had fallen earlier. As always, the vacuum allowed Gao Yang's big hand to not be hindered in the slightest. Previously, Gao Yang was sitting on the edge of the bed to help her massage, but today he was lying down. Then his nose smelled that unique fragrance of Wen Wanting's body. Smelling it, he became a bit mesmerized, slowly moving a little closer towards Wen Wanting. Wen Wanting did not react. This made him a lot more bold, and then moved over there again. This was equivalent to Wen Wanting's back being pressed against Gao Yang's chest. Wen Wanting could clearly feel the sound of beating coming from the position of Gao Yang's heart, a sound she was familiar with as her own heart was beating like this at the moment. Gao Yang rested his head on Wen Wanting's shoulder, then stretched out his tongue and began to lick Wen Wanting's earlobe, occasionally exhaling a mouthful of hot air. The hand that was just there, on the other hand, was placed on her stomach, then slowly stroked and rotated. This action was very gentle, and Wen Wanting's breathing began to accelerate at this point. First she felt that her ears were itching, then her small abdomen was also itching. Then, she felt Gao Yang's big hand start to move up her belly. Wanting was both expectant and nervous, and she was also a bit scared. In short, her heart was very conflicted right now. After about 2 minutes, Gao Yang's big hand, finally, was like a pot lid covering a pot, only this pot was placed upside down. Wanting's body slightly trembled a little. At this moment her face was like drinking 2 gin of old white dried. Silver teeth clenched. She was still holding on, because it was the only way to not be embarrassed. But where was wanting a match for Gao Yang? Her only experience was still that night when Gao Yang was drunk and used force on her. Gao Yang was different. After all, he had been with Qiu Lily for 2 years. No matter which way it was, wanting was completely defeated. Finally, wanting couldn't take it anymore and gently turned her body and started to lie down flat. Then Gao Yang's other hand saw fit to place it under wanting's head, giving her a pillow. There were some things that didn't need to be said. To a certain extent, everyone knew what to do and what would happen. Finally, Gao Yang began to reach out to unbutton wanting's pajamas. Chapter 43, Sister Gao Xiaoya. Suddenly, Gao Yang's big hand was pressed by wanting. Gao Yang heart this bitter it wouldn't be a get off and refund at this critical juncture. Gao Yang, there are some things I need to make clear to you. I'm not a casual girl. That day's thing you know yourself. Don't have that by then. You think I am. Gao Yang understood what wanting was worried about. Gao Yang put his mouth to wanting's ear and whispered 2 sentences. Wanting's face was a blush, but the big hand that grabbed Gao Yang also slowly let go, and then also took the initiative to send a fragrant kiss. The next thing is much smoother. Just do not know whether this is the first or second time to count 2 people. A night of lingering, needless to say. Anyway, the 2 had a breakthrough. The next morning, when wanting opened her eyes, Gao Yang had already gotten up, recalling last night's erotic scene. Wanting couldn't help but blush. By the time she got dressed and went downstairs, Gao Yang had already made breakfast. Baby, quickly wash your face, brush your teeth, and eat a loving breakfast. Wanting quenched lightly and said, "Who is your baby?" Shameless. After saying this, she went into the bathroom with a red face, because Gao Yang's sister was coming today. Wanting came to the company and finished her work as fast as she could, then took Gao Yang's arm and left the office. Just such an action of holding her arm was enough to show the change in the woman. At least a few people saw this scene and dropped their jaws. This beautiful president of her own family was in love? Such a good cabbage was arched by a pig? Wanting didn't care about this and didn't release Gao Yang's arm until she reached the side of the car. Gao Yang, is your sister good to get along with? Also, what flavors of food does she like to eat? What are her hobbies? Along the way, when Wanting was asking these associated questions, Gao Yang was amused for a while and casually flirted. A president would also be nervous. Rare. When Wanting reacted at once, stretching out her small fist, she directly punched Gao Yang on his arm. Nasty. Who's nervous? I just think it's best for everyone to leave a good impression on each other when we meet for the first time. That's all. Gao Yang did not break it down. Nervousness is normal. Female president is also a woman. Gao Xiaoya was very happy today because it was summer vacation, so she's coming to visit her brother, and on the way, she's taking a summer job to earn some extra money. Gao Xiaoya is different from her brother. Gao Yang is tall and looks like her father, while she looks a bit petite, followed her mother. She had seen the sign for the Jinling bus station and reached out to tighten her duffel bag, because there was $10,000 in there. It was what her mother had given her to bring to her brother. Gao Yang. When she came out, brother bought a house. The family did not help, for this sister-in-law Qiu Lily is not too happy. This is not, just this year, the weak market to sell, and then cobbled together this $10,000. Mother explained, this $10,000 to give brother in private, not in front of the sister-in-law to give. Speaking of this sister-in-law, Gao Xiaoya is not too strong. As a younger sister, she definitely doesn't like her brother to be bullied by her sister-in-law, but she can't help it. Her brother is willing. Also this time when she came over, she didn't know if her sister-in-law would be unhappy. Just in the middle of her rambling thoughts, the car arrived at the station. Get off the car, along with the crowd all the way out. Just walked to the exit to see their half a year did not see. That looks can be fascinated by the big star's brother Gao Yang, just ready to shout, but found a beautiful woman, holding the arm of the brother. This beauty is very beautiful, tall, exactly the body that one dreams of having, plump where it should be plump, slim where it should be slim, simply superb. Then who is this female? Gao Xiaoya was 100% sure that she wasn't Qiu Lily, who wasn't this pretty and didn't have the temperament as her. Just then, Gao Yang saw her. Xiaoya, this way. Gao Xiaoya hurriedly gathered her thoughts and ran over quickly. Brother, missed me to death. Gao Xiaoya didn't avoid when wanting beside Gao Yang and hugged Gao Yang as soon as she came up. How old are you? Are you ashamed? Xiaoya, let me introduce you. Her name is Wen Wanting. You have to call sister-in-law. Wanting, this is my sister Gao Xiaoya. Gao Xiaoya froze at once. Sister-in-law? Hello Xiaoya. When Wanting greeted graciously, Gao Xiaoya reacted in a hurry. No matter what the situation was, since her brother called her this way, it was definitely right. So she hastily called out sister-in-law. It's almost time. Let's go eat first and then take you around the company. Gao Yang said while taking the bag in Gao Xiaoya's hand and then took the lead towards the parking lot. What kind of person was Wen Wanting? How could she not see the doubts in Gao Xiaoya's heart? But this matter definitely had to be explained by Gao Yang. However, as a sister-in-law, she must be a little more enthusiastic, and hurriedly pulled Gao Xiaoya along with her, while walking and asking about the situation on the road. In short, it is some care and whatnot. The place where they ate was not some high-class hotel. It was this restaurant that Gao Yang and Wen Wanting often came to. Gao Yang, I'm going to order food and go to the bathroom on the way. When Wanting finished, squeezed her eyes at Gao Yang, then turned around and left. Ordering food was real, going to the restroom was fake, and the main purpose was to give the brother and sister duo a chance to talk. Brother, what's going on here? How did I get another sister-in-law? Does that Qiu Lily's sister-in-law know? Gao Yang poured Gao Xiaoya a cup of water before he started talking about him and Qiu Lily. Gao Xiaoya was 18 this year, and she understood everything she needed to understand. Once she heard that Qiu Lily actually did something so disgusting, she was extremely angry, but after calming down a little, Gao Xiaoya smiled. Brother, this is a good thing. Qiu Lily isn't as pretty as this sister-in-law, and she's also the president's beauty. Brother, you've earned a lot. Gao Yang was amused by Gao Xiaoya's words, but thinking back it seemed to be true that he had indeed earned a lot. Don't tell our parents about this matter. I'll tell them next time I have the chance. Got it? Yes sir. Gao Xiaoya stood up in a hurry, and also performed a not-so-standard military salute. Alright, don't bubble foreign farts. It sounds awkward to me. Gao Xiaoya spat out her tongue, and only then did she remember the second thing her brother said. Brother, you said you got rich and are going to open a jewelry store? Gao Yang nodded and said, I'll tell you the specifics later. After dinner later, I'll take you to my sister-in-law's company and then train. You happen to come over to help out this summer vacation. It's also a kind of exercise. If you're obedient, this store will be given to. In the future. Gao Yang said here and suddenly stopped, because saying such things now would not do Gao Xiaoya any good. Chapter 44, A Pleasant Cooperation. Brother, what do you think will happen to this store in the future? Gao Yang was about to speak when Wen Wanting had already returned. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. With this body, this temperament, and this look, I'm afraid there's no second person in this world who can match you besides my brother. Gao Xiaoya was a very lively and witty little girl. If she were to choose her sister-in-law, she would naturally choose Wen Wanting. There was another reason. This sister-in-law was rich. As long as she hugged the sister-in-law's thigh and kissed her ass more often, then wouldn't she take off directly in the future? Wen Wanting was a little embarrassed by Gao Xiaoya's compliments, but she was Wanting after all. Xiaoya is also very pretty, small and delicate. One look gives one a desire to protect. Women and women were the best communicators. In no time the two hit it off. After lunch, the three of them came to Wen Wanting's company. Gao Yang naturally wouldn't want the $10,000 that Gao Xiaoya brought, as if it was to give her change to spend. Gao Xiaoya was also unlucky. This came over before resting, and was pulled over to train. Gao Yang is now a springtime horse, and this time there is no need to sneak a look. While pinching Wen Wanting's shoulders, he was enjoying the scenery brightly. Wanting, I'm planning to buy a house. Wen Wanting froze and then reacted. She was furious with this one. This guy just drilled into the wall, and there was always one sentence in three that couldn't be separated from buying a house. Wanting, this is what I think. It wasn't easy for my parents to raise us siblings. They couldn't afford it in the past. There was no way. Now that they are capable and have money, so I want to buy a house for them to live in, so that we can also take care of them easily. In the future, if we have children or something, they can also help us bring them up. And there's also Xiaoya. She will have to go to school here in the future, so she will definitely have to come back to live here on weekends and holidays. Hearing Gao Yang say this, Wen Wanting wasn't angry anymore. Gao Yang said reasonable, the main now does have this condition, and then stand in Wen Wanting's own point of view. This parents in case to come over to squeeze together really is not too convenient. Gao Yang, buy a villa. Just my neighborhood there are a few sets of villas. With me that is about the same size. The price is only 30 to 40 million. Buy a set of villa decorated kind. It's better than going to buy a flat. Not only is the place small, but it's also inconvenient to live in. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. Only those who have lived in a villa know the benefits of living in a villa. Okay, then you help worry about this. I'll go and earn the villa money back. Gao Yang said he was about to leave, but was grabbed by when wanting. What's your hurry? The villa is placed there. It can't be sold in a day or two. You're afraid he won't run away? You forgot. Suli is coming over later. Gao Yang really forgot. The main thing is that there are too many things in these 2 days. He will be Suli too. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Suli came to Wanting's office on time. After the three of them greeted each other, they sat down and started getting to the point. Mr. Gao, I agree with your proposal. I don't want much either. You give me $10 million and I'll transfer 60% of the company's shares to you. Gao Yang directly snapped his fingers. No problem. Deal. Suli didn't expect the conversation between the two to end so simply. She had been thinking about all sorts of things to say at home, but she didn't realize that not a single word would come in handy. This instead made her wonder if Gao Yang was acquiring a company for fun. Mr. Gao, Gao Yang directly interrupted Suli and said, just call me Gao Yang. Also, you are asking why I agreed so quickly, right? Suli nodded. Gao Yang smiled and said, first of all, I'm a person who is afraid of trouble. I'm not willing to go back and forth over some small things. Yes means yes, no means no. Cooperation is about win-win. If you are not yet cooperating, then how to cooperate in the future? Since I want to invest, and you are willing to finance, then first of all this cooperation is pleasant. Since it is pleasant, then we simply direct a little bad? Suli was said by Gao Yang and didn't know what to say. One more thing, since we've in cooperation, then the next thing is definitely to sign an agreement and a contract. This is what I think. On your side, first get a live broadcasting room out. It should be big and the kind that is brightly lit, in addition to purchasing some equipment. Let's talk about this later. Tomorrow we'll get the contract first. As for the specific details of the cooperation, this will be drawn up by you. When I open this jewelry store, I'll be the first to go live with you. Do you think there are still any problems? Suli actually her brain was still in a dizzy state. Her mind couldn't keep up with Gao Yang's words. It took her a long time to sort it out. I don't have anything to add on my side for the time being. I just want to ask you when that jewelry store of yours will be able to open? Regarding this question, Gao Yang himself didn't know, then turned his gaze to when wanting. Our jewelry store is expected to open on the 8th of July, the 10th at the latest. That means there are still 5 or 6 days left. After all, the newcomers have to be trained, and then there's still some advertising to be done, plus the replenishment of goods on the shelves and so on. Hearing when wanting's words, Suli nodded, which meant that there was still a week at most. This matter was completely in time. That's fine. The contract agreement and whatnot, I'll go back to get it, and I can get it done by tomorrow afternoon or the morning after tomorrow at the latest. Happy cooperation. Gao Yang directly got up and extended his right hand. Happy cooperation. After the two finished shaking hands, basically this matter was finalized. The next thing was to start chatting. Gao Yang, I invited you to dinner twice and you refused. Today our cooperation has been reached. You won't refuse this meal tonight again, right? Suli's words had a hint of flirting flavor. Gao Yang smiled and said, I really can't tonight, because I'm going to treat you, but you are also within the invited. Suli didn't quite understand, so when wanting started to explain. To put it simply, tonight, Gao Yang wants to invite guests to dinner. First of all, it's mainly because his sister is here. The second is that Susan and other 4 women, plus Suli. Suli also did not refuse. Invited to dinner, well, any day is the same. Gao Yang thinks to talk about finished. He also left the office. After all, when Wanting and Suli are classmates, the two are women. Chatting together is very normal. He is a big man in the middle of the sandwich is not quite like your words. If Gao Yang came to Wen's group favorite place to go, the first is definitely Wen Wanting's office. The second is to find that money beautiful, mainly because this woman has a kind of mature beauty, and this kind of beauty to Gao Yang this age group that has a great attraction. Chapter 45 Retribution. Gao Yang wandered to Qian Mei's office, and once he came in, he was stunned, because this Qian Mei actually changed her glasses, a pair of very good eyes. Qian Mei took a look that it was Gao Yang who came and smiled slightly. She also found out that Gao Yang a problem. That is, this guy never knocked on the door. It's over. Sister Beauty, you stole my most important thing. Qian Mei was just confused when she heard Gao Yang's words. Gao Yang, what do you mean I'm finished? And what did I steal from you? Gao Yang covered the location of his heart with one hand and said, Sister Mei Mei, you've hooked my soul away, and my heart has been stolen by you. Put. Qian Mei started laughing again. Laughing like that, Gao Yang's eyes just stared dead at those trembling places. Gao Yang, just this mouth of yours, I don't know how many people will die of boredom. And your colorful eyes, where are you looking? You can't eat even if you look again. Money beautiful is not a little girl kind. She is 30, usually drive a car. Say some paragraph what? That is a veteran. Beautiful sister. Cannot eat is not your sentence problem? If you feel sorry for me, reward me with a mouthful of milk. We won't refuse. right? Xian Mei slapped on Gao Yang's big hand and ranted. You're too young to learn. And you're still trying to take advantage of me. Believe it or not, I'll run you over with this. Gao Yang hastily took a step back, showing a look of horror. What? Scared? Xian Mei was a bit strange. This guy's behavior was a bit abnormal. Sister Beauty, I'm not afraid of crashing you there. I can't afford to pay for it when the time comes. While Gao Yang was molesting Xian Mei over here, Zhang Jun over at the hospital was confused at this moment. Just now, he received a court summons. He was accused. The court would normally notify the other party within 5 working days after accepting the case. But this time, I don't know why, the speed will be so fast. What happened on the first day? The next afternoon he received a summons from the court. He became a defendant himself, and the plaintiff was Gao Yang, and the general content was that he and Xiao Lily conspired to misappropriate Gao Yang's property. He also took the initiative to provoke and intimidate and beat the other party, causing Gao Yang to now be somewhat mentally deranged and unable to work. Demanded compensation for all costs $1 million. Zhang Jun was stunned. $1 million? Where did he get so much money? Just then, Xiao Lily hurriedly ran into the ward. Zhang Jun, I'm being sued. Look, Xiao Lily is even more scared than Zhang Jun. She doesn't know anything about these things, not to mention going to court to fight the case. Even letting her go to the police station to ask a question is a bit scary. It's all your fault. I'm fine, but I have to go to mess with him, causing me to lie in the hospital now. And as a result, I'm also in trouble with the lawsuit. Once Xiao Lily heard Zhang Jun say that, she also came to fire. The cause of this matter is not caused by you. If you listened to me that day, don't go to my place. These things don't exist anymore. Also, if you hadn't had sex with me in the first place, would I have gotten what I have today? Snap. Zhang Jun slapped hard on Xiao Lily's face. He couldn't beat Gao Yang. Beating at Xiao Lily wasn't a piece of cake. You woman. I don't know who took the initiative to get into my car in the first place, and I don't know who did it to get back at Gao Yang. Now instead you come over and blame me? You also don't look at your virtues. A broken shoe. Do you think I would really marry a woman like you? I'm just playing around. I don't need to spend any money anyway. You're still taking it seriously? Get lost. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. How come I met you? You're a scourge. A pestilence. Xiao Lily couldn't believe how Zhang Jun, who had always been sweet to her, would actually say something like this. Could it be that she was really as cheap as Gao Yang said? Gao Yang had never been able to spare her a beating, and today, Zhang Jun, you, now eating dry and not admitting it, and actually hitting me. Gao Yang is absolutely right. You're a wimp who only bullies women. Believe it or not, I'll call the police to arrest you. Snap. Zhang Jun threw another slap. Gao Yang. Ha, you remember Gao Yang now? What did you do earlier? You and I in the car in the Grove and the rental house do when? How can you not think of him? You still dare to talk about calling the police to arrest me? Think about how to fight this lawsuit first. Bitch, get lost. Xiao Lily, she didn't even know how to leave the hospital. Her heart was in turmoil now. Gao Yang had left. Zhang Jun had revealed his nature, and he had a lawsuit on his back. And the next thing was a huge amount of compensation. $1 million. How to fight a lawsuit. She hadn't fought before. Gao Yang. Yes, go find Gao Yang and admit your mistake. Beg him to drop the lawsuit. But where is Gao Yang? Xiao Lily at this moment is like a ship in the depths of the sea. She has no direction. There is a hurricane, surrounded by darkness. Gao Yang does not know this. Even if he knows, he just shrugged his shoulders. At this time, he is following a group of women to eat in the restaurant. Tonight is his treat. The first purpose is to pick up her sister. The second purpose is that this cooperation was reached. It is a celebration. The last purpose, Susan and the others will be his employees in the future. As the boss, it is also appropriate to treat them to a meal before opening. Gao Yang originally did not intend to drink, but for some reason, when wanting had to let him drink tonight, and he drank a lot. By the time he returned home, Gao Yang was walking shakily. Wow, sister-in-law, is this the villa? It's so big. As soon as Gao Xiaoya entered the villa, she was like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, touching here and looking there. In fact, this is very normal. Never seen it before. Gao Yang's first visit was actually not much better. If it wasn't for the unhappy incident with Wen Wanting at that time, it was estimated that he would have visited and marveled as well. Xiaoya, from now on, you'll live here. That room is where your brother used to live. From now on, it will be yours. Wen Wanting said while also pointing to the room that Gao Yang lived in before. Finally, she helped Gao Yang to sit on the sofa and made him a cup of tea. Wanting, I've said I can't drink. You have to make me drink. Gao Yang now felt a little dizzy in his head. His drinking capacity was not big in the first place, although he drank beer, but he couldn't stay more. It's okay, drink too much and sleep. I'll serve you. When Wanting said this quietly in Gao Yang's ear, The reason why she persuaded Gao Yang to drink today was because she wanted to remember how she felt that night. That's why women are a strange thing. Before, when wanting felt that it was a nightmare, but now she felt that it was a wonderful memory. Just then, Gao Yang's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Chapter 46. When wanting's planning. Gao Yang frowned. This number was not recognized, so he signaled when wanting to help answer the call, and when wanting directly pressed the speakerphone. Hey, Gao Yang, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I know you love me. Let's get back together. The house will be in your name. I'll listen to you from now on. When wanting and Gao Yang looked at each other, this person was Chio Lily. Gao Yang was ready to hang up the phone, but was stopped by when wanting. Ms. Chio, Gao Yang is now my boyfriend. Please don't harass him again in the future. Also, everyone has to be responsible for their own behavior. What you did you know yourself. As a woman, I originally didn't want to say anything more, but I really can't help it. You really don't deserve Gao Yang. When wanting finished and directly hung up the phone. On the other side of the phone, Chio Lily was dumbfounded. She had purposely bought a new number in order to contact Gao Yang, because her cell phone number could not reach Gao Yang anymore. Without thinking, she knew that she was blacked out by Gao Yang. That's why she reapplied for a new cell phone number, and as a result, how could she not expect that the one who answered the phone would be that woman? Gao Yang, why don't we withdraw the case? Maybe she'll change later. Hanging up the phone, when wanting put down the phone, then said this. Wanting, don't use your so-called sympathy to pity a snake that's about to freeze to death. If you save it, it might turn around and bite you back. Don't try to use your kindness to awaken someone's conscience either. Mr. Shenpei Si once said that the thing called conscience is innate. To have it is to have it. Not to have it is not to have it. There is never any such thing as awakening it. I understand Chio Lily. At least character-wise I understand. The person she hates the most right now is not me. It should be you. A woman who is always self-centered. He will always attribute all his problems to others, never finding out to his own mistakes. Do you believe it or not? If this era were the Song dynasty, I might be the second Wu Delang. That's all Gao Yang said, then went to the balcony and picked up 2 sets of clothes, one for himself and one for wanting. Then he pulled when wanting, who was still in a daze, towards the bathroom. When wanting came to the bathroom and only reacted when Gao Yang closed the door. Gao Yang, what are you doing? Gao Yang smiled he, taking a bath. When wanting blankly glanced at Gao Yang, of course she knew it was a bath. Come to the bathroom and don't take a bath, do you sleep? But the question is, why did you drag her to take a bath? After giving Gao Yang a blank look, when wanting was about to go out, but the bathroom door was blocked by Gao Yang. You see, we're both old married couples now. What else is there to be embarrassed about? It just so happens that I can help you rub your back, and you can help me rub my back. How nice. When wanting naturally knew that Gao Yang was a horny and rogue person. But the problem was that there was still a Gao Xiaoya at home. Gao Yang, your sister is still there. It's not good to show her later. But all of when wanting's words as well as her resistance were in vain. Gao Yang only used less than a minute and when wanting agreed with a red face. After taking a bath naturally it was time to rest and sleep. But for some people, a little exercise before going to bed that was essential. Gao Yang, tell us what you plan to do next. After the interactive game, when wanting was lying in Gao Yang's arms like a kitten, she was backed up against Gao Yang's chest, which had the advantage of facilitating the movement of Gao Yang's salty hands. My plan is very simple. The first step is definitely to get this jewelry store up and running. Now it's just waiting for them to finish their training, as well as arranging the goods from your side. There's basically no big problem with this matter already. Then I'm going to go to the raw stone market tomorrow to buy some wool. There's not much good wool over there, but it's still no problem to make money. The problem lies in this point, whether this wool is counted in Wen's group or mine and Su Li's. When wanting understood what Gao Yang meant, because it involved the issue of cooperation between the two sides. If the wool was counted as Wen's jewelry, then it was equivalent to Su Li's company was helping them take orders purely in the form of carrying goods. That is to say that the final cut out of the stone is profit or loss, and Live Company does not have any relationship. All belong to Wen's jewelry company. The second method of cooperation is that Gao Yang, they go to spend money to buy the stone, or to sell in the way of live band goods. In this way, the way of cooperation is different from the original provision of goods to bring goods mainly into the generation of processing, that is to say, the platform side of their own orders, their own business negotiations, and even the emerald is provided by themselves. Wen's group is only responsible for processing on the line, the other is to provide jewelry in this regard. In short, these two kinds of cooperation have good and bad, it depends on a trade-off. Gao Yang, it's more risky if you substitute processing. Let me give you an analogy. Suppose you cut a piece of emerald, and the order may only need 1/3 or even 1/10 of the emerald. Then what to do with the rest of the emerald? You know that once the jadeite is cut down, the price of the rest is going to be greatly discounted. And at that time, even if the Win Group is willing to buy, then this price. So the most conservative way is, or as before, to buy the jadeite raw stone in the name of our company, and then let the live broadcast to bring the goods. In this way, you are almost no risk. Of course this profit space we can adjust. Who am I letting suffer? Can I still let you suffer? Win's Jewelry. Although it is said that the largest shareholder is our Win family, but it is not exclusive. Besides in the future is not all yours. Can you keep your hands honest? When Wanting was in the middle of talking about business, but as a result, Gao Yang's salty piggy hands never stopped. Even if it hadn't stopped, it was still grabbing and pulling. Okay, you continue. When Wanting felt that Gao Yang was quite honest, and only then began. The live streaming company is after all just a small company. He will never become mainstream even if he carries more and more goods. So your center of gravity can never be placed on this. At most, you can only drive this one industry up. After that, you definitely have to pull out. If you bring goods around a live broadcast every day, then you can only become a netizen, not a qualified boss. So my plan is, after the dust settles over here, I'll accompany you on a trip to Ruwaicheng, and just go buy a batch of jadeite in both of our names, and then we'll open a jadeite store. Open it right over there on Jadeite Street. Open the biggest kind. I've done the math for you. You have 200 million on you, and I'll find a way to get a few hundred million when the time comes. This way, our dominant industry will appear in the future, because we have an inherent advantage. You know what I mean. Chapter 47 Zuru's ex-husband. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. When Wanting's idea coincided with his, Ruwaicheng side of the jadeite raw stone is absolutely cheap. Just with their own skills, get back the raw stone. Open a store is not a piece of cake. Even if the public market in Ruwaicheng hasn't started yet, the raw stones are definitely not comparable to this side. Of course, Gao Yang also thought of buying it himself and solving it himself, but human energy was limited. How many stones could he unscramble? Even if he solved 3 pieces an hour, how many could he solve in a day? Repeating an action day after day, not to mention tiredness, boredom is for sure, and other people are still sure to suspect. If he hires someone else to help him solve it, that's even worse. Every emerald stone can be solved up. Then how can it be? It is estimated that his secret will be discovered in a few days. Then open his own emerald stone store is different. He can buy a part of the big rise of the original stone cut himself. The other will be placed in the store to sell. Later on, you can also open a branch, and so on. Gao Yang has a characteristic. As long as he concentrates, then forget to do other things. For example, at this time, he went into meditation. Then his hands naturally did not move. This made Wen Wanting very dissatisfied. Gao Yang. Let's talk about tomorrow's matter tomorrow. Or let's. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, one of her hands, she felt towards her back. She was looking for the culprit. The night was silent. The next morning, after Wen Wanting finished her work, she followed Gao Yang to this side of the Emerald Raw Stone Street. They came today for 2 purposes. The first purpose was naturally to find the jadeite raw stones, and the second purpose was to find a suitable storefront. That's right. They were going to start making preparations for the storefront. Because of the previous events that had passed, coupled with time, no one remembered Gao Yang cutting out a piece of imperial green anymore, or rather the topic was no longer fresh. Plus with people coming and going here, no one remembered him. Today, Gao Yang came over to find some of the kind of emerald that meets the consumption of the mid-range crowd. Live with goods. If you cut out the emerald quality is too good, other people even if they want cannot afford to buy. He is here today to find the kind of popular group can afford to consume jade, in addition to bring some less portion of high-grade emerald. This is in line with the purpose of the live broadcast with goods. Then there is a premise here. First of all, buy the jade cannot lose money. This point can be guaranteed by Gao Yang. Secondly, but also let Win's Jewelry earn a little, because win-win is the most consistent with the purpose of cooperation. But this jadeite raw stone street, good jadeite raw stone has become less and less. There weren't many in the first place, and Gao Yang even picked away some of them. When Wanting didn't say a word, she just held Gao Yang's arm. Wherever Gao Yang went, she would follow him, and when Gao Yang took a liking to a certain piece of material, he would hastily drag the small trailer over. Today a total of 11 pieces of material were bought. The price is not expensive, because to open up the market, so at first Gao Yang intends to go some low, mid-range products, then interspersed with some high-grade products, so that the effect will be better. 11 pieces of jadeite raw stone total spent less than 10 million. Of course, this head is not big. Then the duo went to buy a stone decomposer, because when Wanting still has to go to work, so she drove the car to the company. Gao Yang this is to follow the delivery of the car driver came to Suli here. Suli organized the information in the morning, as well as the contract planning these things. After looking at the time, it was already more than 10 o'clock. She was ready to do an aerobics. That's right, this was one thing Suli did every day. The fact that she was able to maintain such a wonderful figure had something to do with exercising every day. But she didn't do her aerobics anywhere else. It was all in her office. She had just finished warming up and hadn't even started the main act when she heard a knock on the door. When she opened the door, she found that it was Gao Yang. This made her a bit surprised. Gao Yang usually didn't like knocking on doors, but come to think of it, he wasn't too familiar with Suli. Gao Yang, why are you here? Suli said while turning off the music. I bought a batch of raw stones over. I don't know where to put them. Suli's eyes lit up. This is the start? It seemed that this Gao Yang was exactly as he said, a practical person. Then it was definitely right to work with this kind of person. Half an hour later, 11 raw stones were placed in the live broadcast room. The so-called live broadcast room, which was still being cleaned right now. This live room is Zuru's own use. She basically will also bring goods once a day. But today to clean up a little bit, because soon this place will become a jade special field. After finishing everything, the two of them came back to the office. Only at this point did Gao Yang start to pay attention to what Suli was wearing today. Because they had to do aerobics, they had to wear bodybuilding clothes. Bodybuilding clothes had one characteristic, and that was tightness. Right now Suli's body was tightened up by the bodybuilding clothes. Her body, which was already dimpled, was even more pronounced under the bodybuilding clothes. Gao Yang, why don't we try it tonight to see how it works? Suli said while making a cup of tea for Gao Yang. What she meant was that the raw stones had also been bought and the equipment was available. So the next natural step was to be able to broadcast live with the goods. It couldn't be blamed on her being anxious. Who wouldn't want to open the business and make money one day earlier? Gao Yang touched his chin. In fact, this thing is not impossible. Mainly because there are still a lot of procedures have not gone. At the very least one point, this contract has not been signed. How about tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon? Because we don't have samples yet. First we have to go to Wynn's jewelry site to get some samples. Also, you get the contract done as soon as possible. I will call you the money. When Suli thought about it, she was right. Things still can't be rushed. Suli, where did you buy this outfit? Suli didn't know what Gao Yang meant by asking this, but when she saw Gao Yang's eyes staring at her chest position, she instantly reacted. It seemed like it was really a bit inappropriate for herself to wear this outfit to chat with Gao Yang about things. I happened to be doing aerobics before you came. So I was wearing my bodybuilding clothes, which I haven't had time to change. As for this clothes are available online. Gao Yang nodded. He planned to buy 2 sets and then let one wanting work out in this as well. You sit down first. I'll go change my clothes. Suli said and was ready to go to the changing room. No need. It's quite good looking. The phrase quite good looking came out of her mouth. And Suli's pretty face was a blush. The quite nice looking Gao Yang said definitely referred to a certain part, but she was not in a good position to change it. Get out of my way. Believe it or not, I'll let Suli open you up. Right at this moment, noises rang out from outside, and with that, the office door was forced open. Gao Yang turned around and saw a man around 30 years old, very handsome and just that much worse than himself. Of course, this was Gao Yang's own opinion. Sister Suli, I can't stop it. The person who spoke was none other than Suli's assistant. Suli waved her hand, signaling the little assistant to leave first. Xiao Mingwen, what are you doing here? We don't have any relationship anymore. Chapter 48. Do you believe me when I say my hand is in the wrong place? Suli, let's remarry. Ha, who are you? Just then, Xiao Mingwen realized that Suli had someone else in the office. A man. Who he is none of your business. It's not welcome here. Suli had a tense look on her face at the moment. She was nervous because she was afraid that because of this matter, Gao Yang would not cooperate with her at that time. At that time, it would be a lost cause. Suli, I know I'm wrong. This time I really came to beg for your forgiveness. I will definitely change. Let's remarry. Xiao Mingwen ignored Gao Yang and instead put on an aggrieved look and began to beg Suli. Suli sneered and said, You're wrong? You think I would believe you? Think about it yourself. How many times have you said this kind of words? You are afraid that you don't believe yourself. Look at this company of mine, alive and hard by you into debt. Now the account is blocked, and the money has been cheated by others. Now you want to come over and cheat me again? Do you think I will believe it? It turned out that Xiao Mingwen coming over to find Suli wanting to remarry had not been once or twice. It almost started 2 months ago, when Xiao Mingwen was reported for spreading some inappropriate comments during his live broadcast. Then, his platform account was blocked. This was actually a very fatal problem. A fairly decent account if once blocked, then one had to start from scratch. If it was blocked because of a negative status, then this negative news will spread and spread. At that time, not only would others not buy it, but it would also lead to a wave of curses. Xiao Mingwen is this kind of situation. So now when the anchor is already impossible. Originally he had some savings, but as a result of eating and drinking plus being cheated, he became like this now. Just at this time he thought of Su Li. In fact, the original Xiao Mingwen is not trying to divorce. After all, Su Li's family, body, appearance, etc. are very good. At the very least, it is better than him Xiao Mingwen. If not his own promiscuity was caught by Su Li, he will not divorce. Divorce did divide a lot of money. I should say that the company's funds are almost all taken by him, leaving an empty shell that cannot even pay wages. As a result, after the divorce, Su Li's company gradually recovered and made a profit, and the money he was going to start another company was cheated again. The most crucial thing was that his account was blocked again, so now remarrying with Su Li was the best way. This way he could do nothing and just wait to spend the money. Anyway, he is also kind of open to see. Engage in live broadcasting is not working. Might as well serve Su Li well, when it is still not. As a result, Su Li refused him 3 times. Xiao Mingwen, get out of here, or I'll call the police. Su Li saw that Gao Yang's face wasn't looking too good already, and hurriedly started to give an expulsion order. Su Li, you don't remarry with me. Is it for this little white boy? Su Li was shaking with anger. Xiao Mingwen, this crazy dog biting people's problems again. Don't you talk nonsense. I'm not as dirty as you. Xiao Mingwen didn't care about this. Anyway, he wouldn't let others have a good time even if he wasn't having a good time. So he sneered and said, I'm talking nonsense? Look at you dressed like this. If I didn't come in time, I'm afraid the two of you are doing something shameless right now. Su Li was shaking with anger, then looked at her own dress. For a moment she didn't even know how to retort. How she wished for someone to protect her. Right at this moment, Gao Yang came to Su Li's side, then suddenly grabbed Su Li's hand and said with deep emotion, Su Li, actually I have liked you for a long time. Ever since we met for the first time 3 months ago, I'd been deeply enamored by you, and your every move, your knitted brows and smile, have all been deeply engraved in my mind. The way you wrinkle your nose, the way you blush when you are pampered, and especially when you dance aerobics, every single movement, all of them have deeply touched my heart. Since this matter has already been talked about today, then I have nothing to hide. Su Li, promise to be my girlfriend, okay? I will pamper you for a lifetime. Every penny I earn will be given to you. I will never go west when you tell me to go east, okay? After Gao Yang finished speaking, he just looked at Su Li so deeply. Su Li just really had a momentary lapse of concentration, and even she thought that what Gao Yang said was true. If it's true that, well, I promise you. Su Li also knew that Gao Yang was helping herself, and nodded her head in a good and meek manner. Gao Yang obediently held Su Li in his arms. He liked the soothing feeling that this squeeze brought, but just because he liked it didn't mean others liked it. You pair of dogs. Sure enough I guessed it. You, pa. Gao Yang backhanded a slap, ruthlessly smacking Xiao Mingwen's face. Keep your mouth clean or I'll tear your mouth apart. Now Su Li is my girlfriend. If I see you come over again in the future, I'll get you killed. Gao Yang is 1 meter 8 tall, plus a big man. Now talking face there is a hostile gas. Look really quite scary. And Xiao Mingwen he is an anchor, relying on face value to eat. This instantly by Gao Yang, frightened to retreat, which let Su Li a burst of contempt. How did you blindly look at such a thing in the first place? You guys, you. Gao Yang once again raised his hand to hit. Xiao Mingwen was shocked and ran out of the office with a roll. Su Li, you wait for me. After saying this, he had already disappeared. It seemed like he was really frightened. Alright, the trouble is solved. You have to use ruthlessness to deal with this kind of person. Like you it won't work. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he rejoined Su Li's side. In fact, he still meant to hug Su Li. After all, that feeling just now was really good. As a result, Su Li really threw herself into the embrace. Su Li hugged Gao Yang, and then desperately sobbed. She had too much aggression in her heart, never knew who to talk to. No one can help her. She can only hold herself. There. I did not expect today. Only no not 2 days Gao Yang. Actually for her head. Suddenly that sense of security immediately surged to the heart. After a long time, Su Li only stopped sobbing. Gao Yang, thank you, but can you remove your hand? Gao Yang this embarrassment. He actually unknowingly, well one of his hands, in fact, this is an instinctive reaction. Very normal. That, I'm sorry, this hand of mine, I actually just put it in the wrong place. I was planning to pat your back. Gao Yang explained haphazardly. Anyway, if he wasn't embarrassed himself, it was others who were embarrassed. Not to mention that now that he himself was embarrassed, then he definitely had to make others even more embarrassed. But Su Li directly laughed and sprayed out. She wouldn't believe that a person couldn't even tell his back from his front. If you want to say that a man is more or less the same, but with her body, she will still get it wrong? Chapter 49, Preparing for the Cargo. Well, even if you put the wrong position, you also pinched a few mean? But Su Li also did not bother. Men, all good this bite is very normal. Their own is not a loss. Okay, anyway, Thank you. You first sit down for a while. The contract and so on will soon be ready. Gao Yang nodded. He just sat over here, drinking tea while enjoying the scenery. In fact, this is really good to have perspective. Why don't we go to the swimming pool some other day? Suli said it would be fine in a while, but as a result, Gao Yang waited for 2 whole hours. There was really no other way but to send a message to Wanting and talk about this side of things. The general idea is to let Wanting take a few people to dinner, and in a short period of time will not be able to return. Wanting wasn't the kind of person who was unreasonable. She knows that Gao Yang came over today for the contract signing thing, which is a big deal and cannot be delayed. After the contract was finished, the agreement was read, and then signed. It was basically almost 1 in the afternoon. The next step is naturally to transfer money. However, this kind of thing was now handed over to Wanting, so the duo was ready to make a trip to Wen's jewelry company. Gao Yang, let's go eat first. I'm really sorry for making you wait until now. Today's lunch is my treat. This is my 4th invitation. You can't refuse. Gao Yang nodded. In fact, his stomach was really hungry. Then you sit here and wait for me for a while. I'll go change, Suli said, then directly went into the dressing room, which was actually her restroom. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity, so he directly flung a perspective over. Then, alright, let's go eat. A fairly good restaurant. The duo asked for a private room. In fact, there were already very few people eating at this time. Even sitting in the hall it was estimated that they wouldn't encounter a few people. Gao Yang, I heard Wanting say that the two of you knew each other from a car accident? There was always a need to chat after dinner, especially when 2 people were sitting facing each other. A handsome man, a beautiful woman. It was natural to find some topics to chat about, otherwise it would be more or less awkward. Gao Yang nodded his head and roughly told what happened. Gao Yang, you're all over the place. Why did you rent a rental house before? And why did you? Suli felt that it was a bit impolite to ask these questions. Gao Yang thought about it and said, actually, I am a very low-key person, and I am also someone who doesn't put money in my eyes too much. I think it's quite good to accompany the person I like to live some plain life, so I cover up all my talents, rather than running inside a factory to play screws. It wasn't until the moment I was lying in the hospital that I truly understood that love is not equal to bread, and that love can only be built on top of bread. So I decided not to continue living this kind of life. I want to rise. I want to become a rich man. A man with money can get everything. Power, beauty, blah blah blah. As long as you have money everything will be at your fingertips. None of what Gao Yang said was true, but in Suli's ears, it was as if it was the truth. Because with Gao Yang's ability, want to get rich is too easy. Actually willing to accompany a girl into the factory to play screws. So what is this if not love? Only the girl called Xiao Lily does not know how to cherish it. As for what Gao Yang said about being talented, Suli felt that this guy was just very talented. At the very least, when he thought of an idea, it was definitely very believable. The other thing was the stone gambling piece, which she naturally admired. Suli understood when Wanting. If Gao Yang wasn't very good, it was absolutely impossible for when Wanting to look at him. As for Gao Yang saying that he didn't care about money, she also believed it, because yesterday afternoon when it came to $10 million, Gao Yang had agreed without even hesitating. As for what Gao Yang said later, although Suli didn't really agree with it, she could understand it. A man loves a woman, willing to give up glory and wealth for her, but finally ushered in the betrayal. Then it is normal to have a change of character, because he looks away. Which flirtatious and talented man has not encountered bumps in the road? So when Gao Yang extended his salty hand to her before, Suli didn't feel strange at all. On the contrary, Suli herself was still a bit complacent. After all, she still had charm. Gao Yang, I heard Wanting say that you're planning to go to Ruicheng? Then can you take me with you? Gao Yang looked at Suli with a suspicious gaze and said, take you there? Then what about the company? Besides, what can you do if you go? Suli thought about it and said, the company side now has a person in charge. If it's just a normal carry, it's no problem. As for this bandwagon live we're doing, I was thinking about it like this. First of all, going to Ruicheng we can shoot a lot of short videos, just for the jadeite raw stone piece to make a publicity. During the day we can shoot some segments and also live stream the process of deciphering the stone. In this way, we can not only increase the number of fans, but also get some rewards and so on. And then at night we can also go and bring goods to the stone deciphering, which is actually far better than sitting in the live studio and bringing goods. In addition, we can also promote your account, and send out more short videos. This is a long time. The traffic will naturally be big, and the fans will naturally be more. At that time, when we broadcast live with goods, it's equivalent to having 2 live rooms going on at the same time. Gao Yang put down his chopsticks as he began to think. What Suli said was very messed up. First of all, let's talk about his own account. Since Gao Yang registered his short video account, he didn't have a single fan. Oh no! There was Chio Lily. At one point Chio Lily had followed herself, which was also considered a fan. Then as long as he made more good videos, there would be people who would pay attention. After going over to Ruichen, there were so many short videos that could be filmed. Maybe he could really catch fire. Of course, this wasn't the point. The point was still on Su Li's side. He originally had more than 10 million fans. Then the trip to Ruichen could definitely bring her fan base to another level, and take advantage of the hottest time to come with a wave of bandwagons. The effect was indeed much better than bringing goods in the live broadcast room. I think this is feasible. Plus we'll just try live streaming from this evening. After dinner later, we'll go to Wanting. In addition, you'll give me some more notes on the live broadcast and other things. Also, we need to. Listening to Gao Yang's words, Su Li's eyes lit up. In fact, she had been looking forward to it for a long time. Gao Yang was not a cutie pie. The duo had now signed the contract, and it was already July, which meant that this company was considered a joint venture from July 1st. Every extra dollar earned, Gao Yang takes 60 cents, which is part of the motivation. Chapter 50, The Temptation of Money Beauty. After having lunch, it was already 2:30 p.m. when the duo came to Wanting's place. Seeing the duo come over together, Wanting was not surprised at all, because Gao Yang had already told her in advance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was time to get down to business. The first thing was the money transfer, because the contract had already been signed. Transferring money was a must. Su Li, this is a few pieces of jewelry that I purposely selected today, and they are also the most cost-effective ones. 3 of them are necklace pendants, 2 earrings, and rings, bracelets and so on. You just said that we'll open a live broadcast tonight. I think it's fine. We'll bake up this popularity first, so we'll try to lower the price a bit tonight. Although the profit is less, but we can do a publicity effect. In addition, the 3 people were discussing in the office like this, and this discussion was more than 2 hours, which mainly included the merchandise, and some operation modes. Gao Yang was most concerned about how to use language skills to bake this product. In the end, he realized that he was not good at it, and then simply left these things to Su Li. He is only responsible for deciphering the stone, as well as some simple explanation of the jadeite raw stone on the line, for the cutout of the emerald. This temporarily by Wanting and Su Li to be responsible for the explanation. When things were all finished, it was already more than 4 p.m. Gao Yang walked out of the office. He intended to go to see how his sister. As a result of the ghost, he ran to Qian Mei's place again. As soon as Qian Mei saw Gao Yang coming, she vigilantly straightened her clothes, especially the neckline position, because Gao Yang came and peeked every time. But there was another possibility that she did it on purpose. Sister Mei Mei, I feel like you're defending yourself against me. You're making me sad like this, you know? Gao Yang said while coming behind Qian Mei again, this time to help her massage. Qian Mei didn't refuse either. Gao Yang, I can't do it without defending you. It's mainly because these eyes of yours are too horny. I'm letting you take advantage of me by accident, Qian Mei said. Although she was saying this, her hand on the collar unconsciously loosened. In fact, Gao Yang wanted to say, if I look at you, I am looking at you squarely. Not to mention that you are wearing a body shirt. Even if you are wearing an iron skin, it's useless. Beautiful sister. Isn't this woman dressed up beautifully for us men to see? Do you believe it or not? If there wasn't a man in this world, you women are guaranteed to shave your heads bald one by one, and then wear clothes that are only comfortable, won't be nice or expensive. Because you dress up even better is useless. No one will appreciate, especially the hairpiece. All cut off no matter work study will be very convenient. So that's why a man who is horny for a woman, that woman should feel honored and should actively cooperate. Gao Yang was full of words, but there was indeed some truth to this. There were no more men in this world. Why would a woman still dress up? Why do they need a good figure? It would be more convenient to turn into a princess of peace. In the summer, they don't want any sunscreen. It's okay to get a tan, and they don't even bother to wear clothes. Just you will be crooked. Cis doesn't matter. Let you look at it to take advantage of it. Cis doesn't suffer, but you can only look and eat. I'm afraid you'll suffocate your body. Qian beautiful is Qian beautiful. Married woman. Talk is bold. Sister beauty. Recently I've been practicing a gong method, and the prerequisite for the gong method is to have enough determination. Right now my fixation on this aspect is just not up to par. Why don't you give me a touch? I'll see how my fixation is. Qian Mei started to giggle again. That guy, trembling like 2 rattles. Gao Yang. It said that a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. I don't think that's true at all. It's fine if you want to take advantage of your sister. I heard that you're going to Ruicheng. Can you bring me along? Look, I'm the head of the purchasing department, so the whole trip will follow you to observe. And when I encounter a good emerald, I'll purchase it. So isn't that reasonable? As long as you are willing to take me, It's not up to you to take advantage of this bargain. Gao Yang heard and understood. He actually just wanted to take advantage of the situation to pass the boring and dull life and find some flavor. But he wouldn't do anything that betrayed his principles. This Qian Mei may want to use this opportunity to make extra money. After all, this kind of thing is very normal. Purchasing department itself is heavy oil and water. But they have a principle. First of all, cannot hurt the interests of the company. Let's take an analogy. For example, the company purchased a number of computers. The original supplier of each computer price of 5,000. So now another supplier found the head of the procurement department. In the case of the same quality, the other side as long as 4,900, and then also gave the person in charge of some benefits. Then this oil and water it can fish, even if the boss knows will not say anything. Another example, or this computer, now change a supplier. The other side of the offer is 5,200, then the extra $200 all to the person in charge. Things like this cannot be done, because you are called to enrich themselves and use their power for personal gain, to damage the interests of the company for personal gain, which is not allowed under any circumstances. However, when Gao Yang thought about it, it wasn't right. The relationship between the two of them, him and Wen Wanting, was almost known to the company's top management now. It was reasonable to say that Qian Mei couldn't be so stupid. So what was the purpose of her following the past this time? Simply for the benefit of the company? This point didn't seem to fit, because everyone was a part-time employee. Qian Mei's awareness wasn't that high, so it's no problem to take this woman with you, and it just so happens that you can also help Gao Yang get rid of the jade in his hands, but must first figure out the purpose of this woman. No matter how much of an asshole Gao Yang was, there was no way he would jeopardize Wen Wanting's interests. Sister Beauty, it's not impossible to take you there, but you have to tell why you want to go. Don't tell me you're doing it for the company howsoever. There might be a reason for that too. This I won't deny, but that's definitely not the key reason. Am I right? Qian Mei twisted her head to look at Gao Yang, ignoring the guy's gaze down her neckline, then explained. I want to go over there with you for three main purposes. The first one, as you said, for the company procurement is also one aspect, but not the main purpose. The main purpose is the second. I want to go to take a break. Recently my family happened some things, make me dizzy. This last reason well, it's kind of some incidental. I know your ability. Sis's request is not too high. You just casually point sister to buy 1 or 2 pieces of jadeite raw stone. Earn 1 million or 800,000 will be enough. Don't look at this 1 million to 800,000. It's not worth mentioning to you, but for working people like us, it's very difficult to save up this amount of money. As long as you promise to take me there, for that period of time before you come back, Sis will listen to you. How about it? Chapter 51, Straight Broadcasting with Goods. Now Gao Yang finally understood. He still believed what Qian Mei said. A company executive like Qian Mei, a month's salary plus bonuses is only $20,000. Then deduct some insurance, personal tax and so on. It is estimated that there is not. Of course, plus some gray income 20,000 should be there. Then 20,000 a month. A year is 240,000. Full of 250,000. They also have to eat, drink, buy clothes, buy cosmetics, car maintenance, insurance, gas. Then there are the household expenses and so on. She is estimated to be left with $100,000 a year at most. Of course, this is her personal income. $100,000 a year is only $1 million in 10 years. The key thing is that this money is depreciating. The 1 million you have now to the 1 million you will have in 10 years is not a concept at all. Then this time, follow the past. Let Gao Yang help her pick a piece of jadeite raw stone that is almost the same. Easily can earn 1 or 2 million. That means he can struggle for at least 10 years less. As long as it wasn't a little cutie, would all choose to do so. As for Qian Mei's suggestive words, they were naturally true. After all, this was a money-oriented society, and nothing was more important than money. Besides, it's likely that this is still a matter of dual needs. A man needs it, and sometimes a woman she will need it too. Gao Yang did not immediately agree. He is horny no doubt, also like to eat some tofu, take advantage of some cheap, but it does not mean that he wants to have that kind of relationship with others. Women are sometimes very troublesome. Once stained, cannot get rid of. Boredom when engaged in a little ambiguity, take advantage of a little cheap, can bring some fun to the irritable life and work, referred to as flavoring agent. There are so many beautiful women in the world. See one, love one-on-one. That's still tired? Sister Beauty. I can't say anything about this, as long as Mr. One agrees. If Mr. One agrees, I'll do a little favor by the way then. It's still okay. Gao Yang finally pushed the problem to Wen Wanting. What he lacked now was not a woman. He already had a woman. What he lacked was a business. Start a business now and enjoy it later. Any material enjoyment was based on money. Xianmei naturally knew what it meant, so she smiled, then stretched out a hand, pulling one of Gao Yang's hands and slowly placing it on her collar position. The meaning was obvious. Gao Yang was startled. He did not want to really. Anyway, when Gao Yang left Xianmei's office, he left with a small tent. It seemed like Wen Wanting was going to enjoy herself tonight. Considering that they were going to be broadcasting live tonight, a few people casually ate a dinner and then came together to Su Li's side. Gao Xiaoya also came. She also had a task tonight, which was to take Gao Yang's account and shoot some good videos and upload them. The purpose was naturally to attract popularity and find a way to set this account of his on fire. For this purpose, Wen Wanting also deliberately and carefully dressed him up, then took a few photos and put them in the album, which was intentionally for people to see. People who often brush the video know that most of the fans of a general beauty anchor are male, and conversely many of the male fans are female. The scheduled start time was 7 o'clock, and there was still some time left, so the crowd was starting to get ready. Taking advantage of this gap, Gao Yang began to pick out the stones, and he spoke about how they were placed in a sequential order to one side. This was useful for the next live broadcast. Then the first stone must be a door opener, so the quality of this emerald can't be too good, because the better the emerald, the higher the value. The higher the value, most consumers may not be able to afford. Then find some ordinary jade, do some popular jewelry that is the best. Finally, when everything was ready, Su Li started broadcasting. As soon as she started broadcasting, the number of people in her live room began to grow, from a few, dozens, hundreds, and soon broke 10,000. Su Li she is often open live, so he knows how to interact, how to active atmosphere. When the number of people in the live room broke 50,000, Su Li began to gradually lead the topic to this. The first thing was to introduce the purpose of this open broadcast. Then again, Wen Wanting and Gao Yang were introduced. The purpose of this was actually to set the mood and prove that they were all regular. Another purpose was to help promote Wen Wanting and Gao Yang. It was mainly Gao Yang. Those who watched the live broadcast, naturally there were quite a few women. Once they saw how handsome Gao Yang was, they would naturally please pay attention to Gao Yang. In less than half an hour, Gao Yang's fans had already broken 1,000. Families, we don't have much nonsense. As I said before, today we mainly bring you Wen's Jewelry Company, the latest model of emerald jewelry, and we today is the scene to solve the stone, and then according to solve out of the emerald, we come to do the corresponding jewelry, because today is the first time, so the first 100 order family members, you can enjoy our 20% discount. Remember, it's the first 100. Oh, Su Li is interacting over here. Of course, these people are not little cute, after all. These emerald jewelry, the cheapest are 1 or 2,000, although there are a variety of certificates, but want to let others believe, direct order cannot be so easy. The most crucial thing is still to inspect the goods. So, Su Li will be his own camera, aimed at a cutting machine, and then it was Gao Yang's turn to decode the stone session. Gao Yang is not sloppy today, but very professional, holding a brush in the drawing line, and even deliberately pretending to smear a little. In short, this atmosphere to do enough. Just when the people watching the live broadcast were a little impatient, Gao Yang began to solve the stone, deconstructing emerald stones. It could be said that many people had heard of it, but they hadn't seen it before. So in a moment there were many people who started to reward gifts, which was also a feature of the live broadcast. But whenever the anchor performs some skills, such as singing, telling jokes, and doing game interaction, there will usually be rewards. As the piece of raw stone was slowly unraveled, a piece of light green jade that was not too pure was unraveled by Gao Yang. There was an outcry on the screen. Wow, this is the first time I've seen a stone being unraveled. I finally know how the emerald is unraveled. Me too. This emerald is so good. I must place an order. At one time many people began to subtitle non-stop. In fact, these people were all water armies, simply understood as all being toes. Open the live room. If there is no toe, open a dead one. Not only is the one who speaks these toes, often the first and second to place an order is still a toe. For example, Su Li said before, only the first 100. In fact, there is no such limit. She can find unlimited reasons, such as, oops, the number of fans who buy is too much. No matter, the big deal is to lose money today, also how, and so on. These are one of their usual tactics. To put it bluntly, there is no one who opens the live broadcast is a normal person. Either take their own face value to speak, or take their own mouth to say. In short, their purpose is to fool those fans to empty their wallets. The words are hard to hear, but the truth is this. What old iron? What family people? As soon as you close the live room, backtracking on a sentence, a bunch of families, just this piece of jadeite. I tell you, no matter whether it is to make a pendant or earrings one or ring interface, even if it's simply to make a pendant of pure emerald, that's absolutely nothing to speak of. did you guys see that? Just this one I'm wearing around my neck. I bought it last year, and it cost me more than $20,000. I want to throw it away now. It's not as good as this one I'm cutting today, so the opportunity is not to be missed. Because today is the first time we've brought this kind of merchandise. We're selling this jadeite necklace first. We don't want 9,988. The first 100 old iron people today. I will reduce the price to bid at once. 1,999 yuan. A jadeite necklace to bring home. Chapter 52, The Conspiracy Begins. Suli wasn't a person who could talk too much. At the very least the piece of being clever was definitely inferior to Gao Yang, but it depends on what things. For example, if she was in this role, she had a set of professional terms. At the very least, Gao Yang is listening to the side as a blank stare. Gao Yang has some guesses. The reason why Suli is so able to speak must be after training and learning, because he has also seen other people live. How to feel these people talking are a set, when the atmosphere is baked up, coupled with those to began to order. Finally others also began to order. As the popularity of the live broadcast room rose, the orders came one by one. Families can't place another order. This one jadeite can only make a maximum of 20 more jewelry. So this quantity, mama, this raw material is almost not enough right away. Suli was directing herself in the live broadcast, and Gao Yang felt a little awkward standing by. Families, now we solved the second piece of raw stone. Everyone small gifts to support a wave, because solving the stone is very hard. Explaining hard work or not Suli did not know, but this gift brush he was able to see. The live broadcast ended at around 11 p.m. Yay! Suli just got off the air and started cheering. He also high-fived when wanting Gao Yang and the others to celebrate. Not bad. The effect of the first broadcast was much better than we expected. We just need to keep it up next. It's getting late now. Let's go have a late night snack. Suli was indeed very happy. Today's night, a preliminary estimate of the profit. It was going to be more than his usual live broadcast for a week. Even if he could only get 40% of the total profit now, it was still too much better than before. The most crucial thing is that today is only the first day. Many people still don't know. Most people are still waiting to see. Just waiting for feedback from the first batch of people who had purchased. And in one night today, his fan base increased by more than 100,000. This was a very good start. Even Gao Yang's fans had broken 10,000. Gao Xiaoya took some videos and uploaded them, and this would be swiped by others in the next while. Those who were interested would then naturally click follow, and in this way, Gao Yang's fan base would also increase. After the midnight snack, it was almost past 12 o'clock, but the crowd didn't doze off much, and they were still talking about it back in the villa. But considering that they had to go to work the next day, they just washed up and went to sleep. Gao Yang and When Wanting had just broken through that kind of relationship, so it was normal to do something shy before going to bed. Gao Yang, why are you so powerful tonight? Even more powerful than yesterday. I can barely stand it. Gao Yang he smiled. He wouldn't say that he was stimulated by Qian Mei today. Wanting, it's all because of you. Who asked you to look so pretty? When Wanting's pretty face reddened and smashed Gao Yang's chest with her small fist. You still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for that time when you drank and did that to me, I wouldn't have cheapened you. The two of them flirted like this, gradually pulling the topic to Suli and Qian Mei, mainly when they were about to leave work. Qian Mei found When Wanting and talked about that matter. When Wanting still agreed. First of all, she definitely wanted to go, but the company couldn't leave. After all, it wasn't a matter of 1 or 2 days, 3 or 5 days. It was likely to be all about 10 days and half a month. So it was definitely not realistic for her to leave for such a long time. As for Qian Mei and Suli to follow, this is instead quite good. The main thing was that there was one more person, one more to look after. After all, the Ruiqing side was not necessarily safe. If it was just Gao Yang and Suli going over, When Wanting might not necessarily be at ease. After all, this is a lonely man and woman, two people in the field. In case something happens, this is also very normal. But Qian Mei follow to go is not the same. Can also play a role in mutual supervision. Since When Wanting had already arranged it, Gao Yang also stopped talking. The next morning, Gao Yang had just left When Wanting's company when he received a phone call. The call was exactly from Chiu Lily's father. Gao Yang hung up the phone and drove his car to the rented house that he hadn't come to for a few days. The purpose of Chiu Lily's father's call was one thing. He wanted to talk to Gao Yang. Gao Yang originally wanted to refuse, but considering some things finally decided to meet. Simply can be understood as afraid of trouble. The lawsuit, in fact, is a very cumbersome thing. If the first hearing the other party to appeal, there will be a second hearing. There may be a third. Gao Yang is not likely to waste too much time in this regard. The most critical thing is that, in the end, the other party cannot cause much damage. Don't even think about compensating $1 million. So he decided to settle. In addition, he had thought of a better way, As soon as he entered the rental house, Gao Yang saw Chiu Lily's family of 4, her parents, and her sister. Gao Yang, uncle knows the situation. To be honest, I don't even have the face to see you. Lily doesn't know any better, and has done such a shameful thing. Gao Yang is not here today to listen to these, although the old couple is good to him, but it is useless to talk about this now. Uncle, auntie, Yuan, this is the last time I will address you this way. To be honest, I'm quite grateful to you all because you've been really good to me, since Chiu Lily has already told you guys, so I won't repeat myself. I just want to know what purpose you guys have for finding me here today. Chiu Yongquan, who was also Chiu Lily's father, glanced at Gao Yang and then at Chiu Lily, who had her head lowered and didn't dare to look up. He heaved a sigh. Gao Yang, the house that you paid for, I will let Lily return it to you. In addition, we put together $50,000 as compensation to you. Let's forget about this lawsuit. Even if you win the lawsuit, we don't have the money to compensate you. Even if we are forced to die, it's useless. Gao Yang just listened. He also knew that Chiu Yongquan was telling the truth. One more thing. In fact, he really didn't care about this amount of money, purely because he wanted to discuss them. In that case, I want to talk to Chiu Lily alone, can I? A sudden request from Gao Yang caused all 4 members of the family to be stunned, especially Chiu Lily. A bright color appeared in her eyes. Could it be that Gao Yang had lingering feelings for her? Chiu Yongquan and the others glanced at each other before walking out of the room. Gao Yang, I know you love me, right? As long as you forgive me, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. Haven't you always wanted to go behind? I promise you. Also, that one is fine too, Chiu Lily said while she came in front of Gao Yang, then directly squatted down and reached out to undo Gao Yang's belt. Gao Yang retched and pushed Chiu Lily away. Chiu Lily, listen carefully, I can withdraw the case. I don't even want compensation. Even the house can be given to you. But, you have to promise me one thing. As long as you promise me this thing, not only do I not want the house, I will also give you another $100,000. What do you think? Chapter 53, Finding a Storefront. Anything, you name it, I'm willing to do it. Gao Yang laughed, slowly crouched down. One of his hands lightning stretched out to strangle Chiu Lily's neck. Just as Chiu Lily panicked, thinking that Gao Yang was going to kill her, Gao Yang slowly released his hand. Then he gave her a deadly pinch on her chest. It hurt so much that Chiu Lily's tears came out, but she didn't dare to scream for fear that Gao Yang would backtrack and sue her again. I'm only going to say this once. You have to memorize it. Gao Yang brought his mouth to Chiu Lily's ear and then started talking. Chiu Lily's face kept changing. Finally clenching her teeth, she said, I promise you, but you keep your word. You can't go back on your word when the time comes. Gao Yang smiled and nodded. Don't worry, as the saying goes, don't look at the face of a monk. Just because your parents are so good to me, I have to give them some face. 3 days at most. If I don't see the result I want, then I'll see you in court. If the result satisfies me, I will definitely fulfill my promise and give you another $100,000. Remember, don't play tricks on me, or there won't be a next time. That lawyer of mine is the legal advisor of Wen's group. Not to mention this compensation, it's possible for you guys to do 3 years, 5 years. Gao Yang was purely trying to scare Chiu Lily, because he understood that Chiu Lily was legally illiterate. It should be said that many girls were legally illiterate. Gao Yang left. Chiu Lily sent her family away after pacifying them. Then after dressing up carefully, she went to the hospital again. Zhang Jun actually regretted saying something yesterday. After all, he and Chiu Lily are now grasshoppers on a rope. If there is further infighting, when the time comes to go to court, this woman said a bunch of nonsense that things will be even worse. Besides, he really can't let go of Chiu Lily, because Chiu Lily is open. So when Chiu Lily came today, he was a little surprised. Then he apologized or something. Anyway, Chiu Lily finally forgave him, and the two also agreed to go to a hotel tomorrow afternoon. To go to the hotel this thing before the two did not do less. Zhang Jun naturally understand. If you want to fight the lawsuit well, you must first stabilize this woman. Zhang Jun, do you still have that medicine from last time? Tomorrow you bring a little bit more. It's best to have a bigger portion is best. We need to play a little bit higher so that we can. You know what I mean. Chiu Lily said while her face flushed with a shy look. Don't worry, I'll be discharged from the hospital early tomorrow morning. We'll meet at the hotel then. On the other side, Gao Yang had just left when he received a call from one wanting. It was mainly the company arranging for some items that had been prepared and had now been sent over. So, Gao Yang drove his car to his jewelry store. By the time he arrived at the jewelry store, the people who had delivered the items had already left. In fact, he didn't come today to put the jewelry, but to put some display cases, and some other things. The other thing was to clean up and organize. Susan and the others had all come over as well, because their training was over, and each of them was also issued 2 sets of work clothes. Susan was the store manager, and was leading 4 people to work, simply cleaning, mopping the floor, arranging the display cases and so on. As soon as Gao Xiaoya saw Gao Yang coming, she hurriedly threw down the mop and ran over. "Brother, do you think I look good in my work clothes?" Gao Yang directly gave Gao Xiaoya a headbutt. "In the future, you have to call me boss in the store, okay?" Gao Xiaoya spat out her tongue, then glanced at Wen Wanting, who was covering her mouth and snickering at the side, and said, "Then what will I call sister-in-law from now on? Should I call sister-in-law? Or should I call out to Mr. What? Or call out to the boss's wife?" Wen Wanting blushed, not expecting that she had been flirted with by this little girl. Cough cough cough. "This one you are free to do as you please." Gao Yang also got a little embarrassed, and after casually saying that, he found Susan. "You'll be in charge of this side from now on. It's estimated that the manpower is definitely not enough. So later on you go and print out a recruitment notice and post it at the entrance of the store. Almost recruit 4 more salespersons and 2 security guards. At that time, 4 trained ones, with 4 newcomers, split into 2 shifts. Operate for a few days first and see. If the manpower is not enough at that time, then recruit again." Susan nodded her head in a hurry. In fact, she quite valued this job. It could be said that working in a jewelry store was really easy, not to mention that he was the store manager. Maybe he could even be a manager or something in the future. After all, there was no manager in this store yet. Plus the fact that her own sister was also working with Gao Yang right now, Su Shan had no reason not to put her heart into it. "Boss, please don't worry. I will do a good job." Gao Yang was very satisfied, then looked around. Basically this side was ready. In fact, it could open any time. Only the opening day was set on July 8th, and he didn't care to wait for 2 days. After all, opening well, and is Gao Yang's first industry, always looking for an auspicious day, either 6 or 8. After looking for a while, Gao Yang left again. He came back to the raw stone street side. Today not for gambling, but to find a store. Yesterday, he came in a hurry and just casually looked around. Today, while he had time, he simply took another look. The profit of opening a jewelry store will never be as big as the profit of opening a jadeite raw stone store. This he can be sure. Coming to this street, Gao Yang found a parking space, parked the car, and then began to look around. In fact, there were only a dozen or so stores in total on this street that sold jadeite raw stones. There were a few others, such as fast food restaurants, potted plant stores, and a few other stores. To say that the store transfer, there are really, a fast food restaurant transfer. Gao Yang looked at it, feel not too good. The main thing is that this store is too small. It wasn't as big as the other primitive stores, which was definitely not good. If he was going to open a primitive store, he definitely had to be bigger than other people's stores. This was a must. Just as he was about to reach the end, he saw a convenience store with a store rental transfer posted in front of it. This convenience store was not small, almost as big as twice the size of the other original stone stores. So that meant that this store perfectly fit Gao Yang's requirements. Gao Yang knew that he wasn't the right person to talk about this kind of thing. Talking about business and doing business, that was for professionals. So he had to look for help. Who was the most suitable? Suli, after all, is open live with goods, at least bargaining this piece of mouth to be clever a little. So, Gao Yang directly to Suli made a phone call. Almost half an hour later, Suli came over. "Gao Yang, is this the one?" Gao Yang nodded and said, "I just looked at it. The reason why this convenience store is being transferred, that's because a supermarket has opened across the street. I stood here for almost an hour. A total of 5 customers went in. 3 of them bought cigarettes, and 2 bought 2 bottles of water. That means this store, opened here, probably doesn't have enough money for electricity and rent every day. That's why he's in a hurry to transfer it." Chapter 54, Renting a Storefront. Suli looked at Gao Yang with curious eyes. Gao Yang was a bit puzzled. "Why are you looking at me like that? I know I'm handsome, but I'm the one you can't have." Suli gave a cut and said, "I found that you are quite attentive. How many people went in and what they bought you can see clearly. Then you say it, what are your requirements? And this store is written as a transfer, not rent. That is to say, everything inside this store might be something you have to take over." Gao Yang had naturally thought about this. After contemplating for a moment, he said, "You ask this landlord if he is the owner of the store, and if it's the same person, you ask him if he's willing to sell this house. If he's willing to sell it, it's no problem to take over even all of it. If it's just a simple rental, it's not cost effective to take it over. After you get this matter done with me, I'll treat you to dinner. You decide what to eat." Suli gestured an okay gesture, then walked into this convenience store. Actually, Gao Yang's intention was to buy it. A little more money, a little less money, he really didn't care. After all, he had this ability to earn more. Just go and solve a stone and probably earn it back. The goods in here. Gao Yang also has a way. The big deal is to arrange for 2 employees to be here, to have a clearance sale. All items buy 1 get 1 free, so that the loss can not lose much. After all, just such a convenience store. How much money can there be in goods? About half an hour later, Su Li walked out. How's it going? Gao Yang was a bit anxious. It's only for rent, not for sale, and it's still a transfer. The owner of the store is the landlord himself. Gao Yang frowned. Then how much is the transfer fee? How much is the rent for a year? Gao Yang was actually a little disappointed. Gao Yang, it's better to switch to another one. It's too expensive here. The rent is $200,000 a year, and the transfer fee is $1 million. I initially calculated that maybe half of the value is less than that. This store owner is still thinking of making a profit at the end. Gao Yang nodded. This was actually quite normal. Many stores were like this. They still wanted to make a transfer fee when they were on their way out. There are times when people need this storefront urgently, and this transfer fee is willing to be paid. But this convenience store is definitely not working here, and you still want to make a profit. That's a bit unreasonable. If you are willing to sell, 1 million will have to. The big deal is to lose a few $100,000. He does not matter. Forget it then. I'll turn around again, Gao Yang said and walked towards the other side. Su Li was speechless. It was the same as using her and leaving her alone. After rolling her eyes, she also followed. In fact, basically this side of the store are people doing business. Empty stores simply cannot have. There were a few that were transferred, but either the area was too small, or the cost performance was too low. In short, there was no suitable place. Gao Yang, you don't have to open a store here. Can't you change the place again? Gao Yang cried and laughed a little. So, he started to explain it briefly. In fact, once he said it briefly, Su Li also understood. The so-called things are gathered. People are divided into groups. This business is the same. A certain street is selling building materials. Then this condition basically most of them are selling building materials. For example, in the case of the country's banks, you just need to find one of them. Basically all the other banks are in the neighborhood. Open a restaurant is also the same. Basically that place to eat, that a street what hotels, restaurants a lot. Open curio store is the same. If not centralized, who will run over to buy for no reason? The so-called market is a pile. More piles become a market. You run to a corner place. Who will know what you sell? Just like the food market. Basically the food market is selling vegetables and meat or some agricultural products. That's kind of the pattern. It seems that the saying that good things come in small packages is right. But Gao Yang is not in a hurry. Even if he went to Ruiqing and got a carload of stones back, the big deal is to put a warehouse to put up. Do a warehouse a year only how much money? How much does it cost to make a warehouse a year? Gao Yang, why don't you go to the antique street and take a look? I remember that there are also raw stones for sale on the antique street, just not as many as here. Gao Yang was stunned. He had been to the antique street that day, but he hadn't found any that sold raw stones? Su Li took one look at Gao Yang's expression and knew. Maybe you are not familiar with the curio street. The curio street side is divided into the front street and the second street. The second street, because it's a bit more remote, so the popularity is not as strong as the front street, but I think it should be no problem for you to open a jadeite raw stone store. First of all, there are empty storefronts over there. The second point is that the rent over there is also cheap and the place is big enough. Gao Yang's heart was moved and pulled Su Li away. Let's go take a look. Su Li was pulled like a marionette by Gao Yang, and waited until he reached the car before Gao Yang let go. Get in the car. Why are you standing there? Su Li was furious. This is your car. My car is over there. You pulled me over here and I have to run over to drive. Gao Yang slapped his head. He actually forgot about this. But would he admit his mistake? Then you didn't say it earlier. Get in the car. I just happened to be going that way, no problem. Su Li was speechless for a while and could only sit in the passenger side. It didn't seem like it was that far. Just over 100 meters. After the two of them got back on the road, one after the other drove towards the antique street side. Arriving at this so-called second street, this place was indeed large and relatively open. Simply understood, there was less foot traffic. Even the traffic was less. There are also curio stores over here. As Su Li said, there are indeed 2 or 3 open jade night market stores. Gao Yang guessed that it should be that these people had no place to open a store over there, so they ran over here. When the first one came there was a second one, then a third one, and if Gao Yang came back again, it would be the fourth one. The area over here was even bigger than over there, and once a market formed over here, the jadeite raw stone stores over there would probably die. Gao Yang, I think this store is good. Come and take a look. Su Li's eyes were sharper. She just got off the bus and saw that there was a store for rent. Gao Yang raised his eyes and looked. It was 2 connected storefronts with a total of 2 floors. The market entrance was right in the center. However, the door is closed. The door is pasted a piece of paper. The paper is written on the 4 words, for rent for sale. plus a phone number. As soon as he saw the words for sale, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. Suli, make a call for me. Let the landlord come over for a while. I'll give Wan Ting a call. Suli nodded, but she was a bit puzzled. Wasn't it just renting a house? What's the point of calling when wanting? But she couldn't be bothered to ask more. She took out her cell phone, followed the phone number on the door, and directly dialed it. Chapter 55 Zuru's Bargaining Kung Fu. The landlord was a big fat man, surnamed Zhu, first name Dafu, a very cheesy name. After receiving a call that someone wanted to rent his store, he rushed over. It's you guys who want to rent my store? As soon as Zhu Dafu arrived in front of his store, he saw a man and a woman. Gao Yang looked at the fat man in front of him who wore slippers and rode over on an electric bike. How did he look like that, Mr. Gua, who was a comedian? Yes, can we go in and take a look? Zhu Dafu nodded and took out the key and opened the door directly. As soon as the door was opened, a musty smell hit his face, and there were some miscellaneous things inside. It was estimated that it hadn't been lived in for at least a few months. Even Zhu Dafu himself covered his nose. Gao Yang didn't care. He was surveying the store. This store was a two-room pass-through with a very large area, which was enough for him to open a store. The store was divided into two floors. One upstairs was an office and the other was a room, but it was divided into two rooms. What interested Gao Yang was that there was also a back door. As soon as the back door was pushed open, Gao Yang's eyes just lit up. What a big piece of space. It was a yard. There were a few more houses in the yard. Casually glancing at it, the bathroom, kitchen and whatnot were all over here. Landlord, no one else's house has a yard. Why do you have a yard here at home? Gao Yang asked curiously. This originally is no yard. This is later built. Spent me more than 200,000. Now think about all regret. Gao Yang was happy in his heart. It was built well. Landlord, I don't know how you rent this house. If it's for sale, how much do you have plans to sell? Zhu Dafu first froze. He heard a key word. Sell. In fact, this house he bought also has about 10 years. At that time thought, this front is Antique Street. This side will be driven up sooner or later. As a result, whoever thought that the antiques industry itself is not hot and cold, counting on it to drive popularity, you might as well count on the widow to give birth to a son to rely on. So this house bought in the hand is equivalent to smash in the hand. A few years ago, there are people to rent, and then people do not want the deposit directly to run away. The last rental house or the second half of last year, promised to rent a year. The results of people do half a year on the run. Again, the deposit was not required, because people cannot pay you a year's rent. This side is basically 3 months of payment. The street is full of families, so if you pay for a year, people won't rent it at all. You can only pay 3 months. At least you can still earn 3 months rent. And if you're lucky, you can also earn a deposit. He is also thinking of selling. Have been selling for 5 years, have not sold. Down to this side is not popular. As for buying a place to live, who wants to live in this place? The first street is not popular, let alone the second street. So the houses in the 2 rows on this side are basically unsold. Little brother, I bought this house 10 years ago. Basically you can see the situation. The real estate license and other formalities are complete. You see this is okay. 3 million. This front site, including the parking lot, and the backyard, as well as the upstairs and downstairs are all sold to you. I only need 3 million. When Gao Yang heard 3 million, his heart rejoiced. 3 million to buy 2 stores, and upstairs, backyard, front, this is definitely a big profit. He was about to agree, but suddenly remembered that he was not good at this, so he tried a color on Suli. Suli immediately understood. Landlord, may I ask your name? Gao Yang was speechless for a while. Surprisingly such a simple social etiquette. He didn't even know the other party's name after talking for half a day. So he shook his head and smiled bitterly, then walked towards the outside. He was not interested in all this price negotiation stuff. Since he handed it over to Suli, he had to trust her 100%. Just as he came outside, he saw Wan Wanting looking around. Then he saw Gao Yang's car, so she hurriedly greeted her. Gao Yang, are you planning to open a jadeite raw stone store here? Gao Yang nodded and then started to explain. There's no place over there at all. After looking around, this is the most suitable. Although it is said that the market entrance over here is not as good as over there, but it doesn't matter as long as the business is open. Wan Wanting frowned and said, if you want to open up the market, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Everyone else is already used to going over there to gamble on stones, so I guess it's hard to draw the flow of people over in a short period of time. Just look at the 2 stores over there. I've been to this place before, but it's not very popular, so I stopped coming. Gao Yang smiled mysteriously and said, Wanting, I'm not as good as you at doing business, but I'm definitely better than you at crooked ideas. Look at this store. We can do raw stone business downstairs, and the yard behind us can be used as a warehouse for stacking raw stones. Upstairs I've seen 2 rooms can be lived in. The remaining 1 office is also quite open. The area is the same as below. Which of these rooms we'll keep, and the courtyard side can be organized as well. As for the other one, we can make it into a live broadcasting room. When the time comes, we will directly broadcast live inside the store with goods. As long as this live broadcasting room of ours is on fire, this store will naturally be on fire as well. Then it will attract countless people over. The more When Wanting listened, the brighter her eyes became. She had already started brainstorming. People who gambled on stones actually had one thing in common with people who gambled money, and that was superstition. They believed in luck and the lottery. Then once this live streaming room caught fire, just like Gao Yang said, this store would also catch fire. At that time naturally there will be people who will come. If this side of the jadeite raw stone quality is a little better, 1 by 10, 10 by 100, the people will come more. When Wanting only used less than 2 minutes for her to consider the entire business model. Then how much does this store cost? Gao Yang pointed inside the store. Su Li is talking about it. I don't understand this. When Wanting nodded, then walked towards the house. Gao Yang naturally followed. Mr. Zhu, what is the situation of this house of yours is even clear to yourself. 2 million is definitely quite a lot. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that you have a crossyard behind you, I would have given you 1.8 million at most. There are a lot of storefronts in this neighborhood. If they could be sold they would have been sold a long time ago, and we're the only ones willing to pay this price. If you sell, we can go sign the contract right now. If you don't sell, we don't have to grind our teeth. I'll go next door and turn around. Xu Dafu was torn in his heart. This house was bought 10 years ago, and he spent $2 million at that time. He spent $2 million on the house 10 years ago, and then he spent $2 million on repairing the courtyard, and then he spent $500,000 on simple decoration. As a result, it hasn't increased in value, but has depreciated in value. But as Su Li said, this house is afraid that besides them to buy, there will not be other people to buy. Even if someone else comes to buy it, it is estimated that the price is even lower than their house. Alright, I'll sell this house. Chapter 56, a program to make a little money. Selling a house, doing the paperwork, closing, this is not something that can be done in a few minutes. Sometimes it even takes a day or two, and that's all fast. Of course you can go faster if you have the money, but things like this closing are definitely not possible today. It's too late. Gao Yang gave the other party $100,000, and then the two of them simply signed an agreement, finally agreed to sign the contract tomorrow morning, and then prepare for the transfer of what? It is reasonable to say that this thing has basically been done. They can go back. However, Gao Yang didn't leave. He stroked his chin and thought, Gao Yang, do you have something in mind? It was When Wanting who knew something about Gao Yang and sent out a question. Wanting, Su Li, do you want to make a small fortune? When these words came out, they directly called the duo to be confused. Quickly say, what small fortune? Su Li opened her mouth, but Gao Yang didn't say anything, but looked at When Wanting. Where did When Wanting not know what Gao Yang meant? Her pretty face suddenly blushed. This had to be said from last night. Last night Gao Yang's salty piggy hand had aroused When Wanting to the point of lust. Just when Wanting wanted it the most, Gao Yang didn't move. He had to beg When Wanting to do it. This was originally a couple in bed to do some friendly interaction. It is a harmless thing. When Wanting, although a little embarrassed, but finally still petulant, pleading. Finally only that. Of course, or that. Is the young couple deliberately flirting this kind of atmosphere? But now this guy also let her so. When Wanting wear good sense? After this period of time to understand. In fact, When Wanting has found the law of Gao Yang. This guy eats softly, but not hard. And there is a macho. If you are gentle and obedient to him, then you are his treasure. In fact, When Wanting also quite liked to be this kind of small woman. When you come home, you can be pampered and wine. Not only do not do anything, but you can also enjoy the treatment of a queen. But looking at Gao Yang's current appearance, it would not be possible for her not to flirt a bit. Gao Yang, come on, you say it. I want to know so badly. With a voice that she felt shy, When Wanting pulled on Gao Yang's arm and started to pamper herself. Now, the one who was most surprised was Su Li. She had known When Wanting for so long, and for the first time, she realized that When Wanting actually had such a side. What kind of charm did this Gao Yang have? Gao Yang nodded with great satisfaction before speaking. The three of us will buy all the stores that we can on this street, as many as we can. I dare not say that in 2 months. The houses here will at least triple. This is an excellent opportunity to make money. I just don't know if you guys dare to invest. When these words came out, the two women opened their mouths wide. First of all, this was indeed a very good investment project. If once it was realized according to Gao Yang's previous plan, soon, this street would be driven up. and at that time this house price doubling 2 or 3 times would definitely not be a problem. But here there is another risk. In case the plan fails, their houses here will all rot in the hands. This side of the 2 streets say long but not long, say short but not short. At least there are more than 100 stores. According to the 50 we're required to calculate. A 2 million, 10 is 20 million, 50 is 100 million. If the plan fails, the 100 million may be gone. There is a big risk here. The key thing is that Gao Yang is talking about a small amount of money. It's still small money when it's $1 billion. At least that was what Suli thought. As for when wanting, she didn't care. $100 million was no big deal even if she was alone. The key was for her to learn to be a small woman, because small women are favored by people. Not many men would like a strong woman. Gao Yang, isn't this plan too risky? In case if it fails, this is hundreds of millions of dollars. Suli was the first to comment. Gao Yang nodded and said, the risk is indeed there, but the higher the risk, the higher the reward. Good things are up for grabs. Only the weak sit around and wait for distribution. We don't need to acquire too much either. Half will do. Anyway, I've already decided that I'm definitely going to invest. As for whether you guys want to take shares or not, that's up to you. Don't look at me counting my money until my hands cramp up at that time. You guys look and drool. When Wanting used her own small fist and gently pounded Gao Yang's chest. How much did you say you want to invest? I'll pay for this. Suli saw that when Wanting had taken a stand, she also gritted her teeth and said, it just so happens that I still have 10 million on my account. I can only invest so much. I can't take out any more. I'll bet with you guys this time. If I have to lose, it's my bad luck. So the 3 men drove the car to Wanting's office. An acquisition plan was soon formulated successfully as the 3 of them discussed with each other. The store that Gao Yang had bought before didn't count, because that store was for his own use. The next thing was to invest in the shares. Suli 10 million, Gao Yang 50 million, when Wanting 40 million, total capital 100 million. In the end, this one thing was still given to Suli and when Wanting to be responsible for. As for Gao Yang, he is not willing to do this kind of thing. Besides, he is not good at it. In his own words, he will only use his brain. Other things are done by others. Gao Yang is now very fond of the current life like this, especially for when Wanting that is very satisfied. In the company like a beautiful president. Back home that is a little daughter-in-law. To the bed that is a. In short, all of Gao Yang's requirements for a woman. When Wanting could almost take care of it all by herself. At the very least, after things were discussed, Gao Yang didn't go looking for that Qian Mei. If it were usual, he would have gone to take advantage of it. Because he had perspective, he could look openly or secretly, but now he felt it was meaningless. Women are all the same. In bed with the lights off, any function is the same. The difference is only the performance. The next morning, Gao Yang started to organize his store. He first came to the 2nd floor. Compared to the 1st floor, the 2nd floor was much cleaner. At the very least, those 2 cubicles were clean inside. Even the beds were there, and only needed a little cleaning to be used. As for that office, even the furniture and stuff were kept over here. It was worthless and selling it probably wouldn't even sell it. After simply cleaning up a bit, he came to the backyard. What satisfied him the most was this yard. In the future, this place could be stacked with emerald stones. Buy a big wolf dog to watch over the house and basically nothing will happen. A bathroom, a kitchen, a small dining room, and the remaining 2 storage rooms. With this kind of configuration, I'm afraid that even if you design it yourself, you can only achieve this kind of effect. As for the parking lot, this sounds good, but in fact it is the open space in front of your store. Whose storefront open space belongs to own. This point is undisputed. Chapter 57 plans cannot catch up with the changes. Gao Yang was over here cleaning up, but it was bitter for Suli. She had been on the phone all morning looking at houses and talking about prices. Her voice is almost dry. Well, the effect is very good. At the very least, she has successfully taken 3 houses. Soon it was time for lunch. On the other side, Xiao Lily dressed up beautifully today. Zhang Jun came to the appointment. The 2 of them did not choose to be in a private room. They were in the hall. Lily, you wear this dress well today. It's tie enough. Zhang Jun looked at Xiao Lily, who had almost half of her breasts exposed, and kept licking his lips. Xiao Lily pretended to be shy. Aya, you are not allowed to say that. How embarrassing. Right, did you bring that thing? Zhang Jun nodded and gave Xiao Lily a you-know-what look. That's fine. I'll go to the bathroom first. We'll have dinner later. After dinner as you wish. After Xiao Lily finished speaking, she headed towards the direction of the bathroom. Just as Xiao Lily left, Zhang Jun couldn't wait to take out 2 pills and put them into Xiao Lily's wine glass. He also shook it a few times. Little, you'll have a good time later. Xiao Lily was watching this scene from a corner not far away. Yes, this was all designed by her. That pill she hadn't eaten much before. It served only one purpose, and that was to aphrodisiac. Show Lily today this is all in the layout. Using herself as bait. She also kind of figured out that Gao Yang was unlikely to want him, and Zhang Jun was even more unreliable. He remembers the scene the day before yesterday very clearly. To put it bluntly, he is just a plaything. Zhang Jun didn't take him seriously at all. Since this was the case, he might as well gain a little advantage. Feeling that the time was almost up, Xiao Lily returned to the table, and then the two of them began to eat. While eating, they drank the red wine in their cups. Why do I feel a bit dizzy in this head today? Zhang Jun he laughed twice and said, it's probably because the medicine is about to take effect. Let's hurry up and eat. I've booked the room. Xiao Lily very cooperative nodded. He also did not have the heart to eat. Continue to drink the red wine. When she felt that it was almost time, she gave a hint to Zhang Jun. So Zhang Jun assisted Xiao Lily, who had some problems walking, to leave the restaurant and then walked towards the elevator. Zhang Jun, I still like that kind of excitement a little bit. Wait, let's have another role play, okay? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's eyes just lit up. The role-playing that Xiao Lily was talking about. He couldn't be clearer. At the earliest, this proposal was still Zhang Jun's idea, which was simply understood as Zhang Jun playing the role of the big bad wolf, while Xiao Lily was the little sheep. Some people like to play this kind of flirtation. The access card opened the door, and the two walked directly into the room. As soon as they came into the room, Zhang Jun was about to rape Xiao Lily, who naturally just desperately resisted. Then, Xiao Lily's clothes on her body were torn into strips of cloth, coupled with the effect of the drug, and soon, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yang was called over by a phone call from Haiyao. As soon as he came over, Gao Yang saw a pudgy face, with a bruise on the corner of his mouth and a bruise on his forehead. His clothes were torn and tattered, and he was draped in a jacket of an unknown person, was crying and wailing. Gao Yang, Zhang Jun, he is an animal, drugged me, and then also beat me, forced. Xiao Lily, this crying is Pearly, so sad. It took a long time to be persuaded away by the two policemen. Mr. Gao, let me tell you the specifics. This missed Xiao Lily, and that Zhang Jun were having dinner at the hotel, and Zhang Jun took advantage of the time when Xiao Lily went to the bathroom. Haiyao said the whole thing briefly. The general meaning, which Gao Yang had already understood, was that Zhang Jun had drugged Xiao Lily's wine glass while she was in the bathroom. Later, Xiao Lily took advantage of the onset of the drug, took him to open the room, and then perhaps Xiao Lily is still somewhat awake. The first time I saw the movie, I saw the movie, I saw the movie, I saw the movie, I saw the movie. After the hotel surveillance, as well as the traces of the fight in the room, as well as Xiao Lily body injuries and torn clothes, this matter can already be characterized as a drugged forced X, because all the evidence is enough to prove it. Beautiful officer, this matter has nothing to do with me, right? I broke up with this couples a long time ago. Haiyao nodded her head, said, this matter indeed has nothing to do with you, but the victim asked us to notify you. So, you know. Haiyao finished shrugging her shoulders as if to say that this matter had nothing to do with him. Gao Yang touched his nose and said, Sister Haiyao, let me ask you out for dinner tonight. I don't know much about this matter. I want to understand it. Haiyao gave Gao Yang a blank look, ignoring Gao Yang. You can talk to the victim for a while now. Later on this case will be handed over upwards. Gao Yang nodded. They were a police station here. Usually more serious cases like this would be handed over to the bureau. Gao Yang met Xiao Lily in a restroom. As soon as Gao Yang entered this room, the first thing he was doing was observing if there was any surveillance equipment or anything in here. Good thing he overthought it. This was a simple lounge. What are you looking for me for? Gao Yang was very angry. He didn't want to get involved in this matter, but as a result, he was still pulled in by this stupid woman. Gao Yang, since this matter has been done, then it has to be done thoroughly. Don't you know that lawyer? Ask that lawyer to help me with the lawsuit. Not only do I want him to go to jail, I also want to apply for compensation. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows. He remembered a saying he heard when he was a kid. The sword in the mouth of a green snake, the needle at the back of a wasp's tail. Neither is poisonous, but the most poisonous woman's heart. It was true that when a woman was ruthless, she was even more ruthless than a man. No wonder Wu Delang died so suffocatingly. Fortunately he found out early. Otherwise sooner or later one day he might become Wu Delang. I can help you with this matter, but remember this for me. In the future, if I don't look for you, you must not look for me. Otherwise, I'll make your end even more miserable than this Zhang Jun. Xiao Lily hurriedly nodded her head. She was really scared now. There will be a lawyer coming over later. Say what you need to say. Don't say a single word that you shouldn't say. In addition, I will give you a sum of money when it's done. Gao Yang also left after saying that. Gao Yang left and came directly to Wanting's office. Wanting was about to call Gao Yang when she saw Gao Yang. I was about to call you. Seeing that Gao Yang had arrived, When Wanting hurriedly got up and made a cup of water for Gao Yang. Wanting, help me contact that lawyer Lu. I'm looking for him for something. When Wanting thought that Gao Yang was still over that matter, and while handing the tea to Gao Yang, she opened her mouth to inquire. Isn't this matter already taken care of? Just wait for the court session next. Chapter 58, Land of the Rising. Some other things, you help me contact them. Later. You'll accompany me later. When Wanting nodded her head and agreed, then picked up her cell phone to make a call. Actually, Gao Yang didn't want When Wanting to know about this, but he wasn't stupid, so he temporarily changed his mind. Lawyer Lu was When Group's legal advisor. Could this matter be hidden? Instead of presuming to be a villain, it would be better to say it in a big way. Otherwise, When Wanting thought that he and Xiao Lily had some unseemly private collusion, because of the sensitivity of the topic. Here is an excerpt. When Gao Yang and When Wanting returned to the company, it was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In short, Zhang Jun evidence is conclusive. This lawsuit Lu lawyer has 100% certainty. In short, Zhang Jun can't run away this time. Looking at When Wanting who wanted to speak, Gao Yang pulled her into his arms and sat on his lap. When Wanting was startled. After all, this was an office. But with Gao Yang's 2 big hands holding her like this, where could she break free? Wanting, I know you're very confused. And even doubt that I'm not still in love with that Xiao Lily or something, right? When Wanting wanted to deny it, but Gao Yang stopped her from opening her mouth. Let me put it to you this way. From looks to education, from cultivation to family background, you have left her behind for as long as a few streets. The so-called gentleman's revenge. 10 years is not too late. I'm not a gentleman, so I can't wait because I don't have a lifespan as long as a turtle. I can't possibly use too much time to waste over this matter, and I'm not going to break the law because it's not worth it. This time it's Zhang Jun, next time it's Xiao Lily. I want to solve this matter as soon as possible. Do you understand? Gao Yang told him all about what happened yesterday when Xiao Lily's father called him and all the things that happened. When Wanting just looked at Gao Yang. In fact, she more or less really had that kind of thought at first. The so-called rekindling of old feelings. This kind of thing was not uncommon, and it was normal for When Wanting to be suspicious. But she didn't feel like it. Always feel that this matter is too fishy. But in front of outsiders she was not in a position to ask. But now that Gao Yang explained it, she understood. This is a bureau. Gao Yang and Xiao Lily together laid a bureau. Or rather Gao Yang used this lawsuit thing. Let Xiao Lily compromise. Xiao Lily eventually agreed and also implemented the plan. It was obvious that this thing was a success. Gao Yang, what if this matter is exposed? Facing When Wanting's concern, Gao Yang smiled and said, I wasn't involved in this matter from start to finish. Even if it's like you said, the one who is unlucky is Xiao Lily. It has nothing to do with me. This is a legal society. We have to talk about evidence. This is a ed-up society. We'll just be worse than the bad guys to make it work. Well, this matter is over. In short, I won't get involved. But what if I'm hungry? I haven't eaten since noon. Then I'll order takeout for you. When Wanting said while she was about to reach for her cell phone. As a result, Gao Yang directly opened his big mouth and directly bit on the steamed bun. When Wanting didn't expect Gao Yang to be so bold. This was from the office. The point is that eating this doesn't top the hunger. Gao Yang ultimately can only dry sip 2 mouthfuls. Simply cannot suck anything out. Leaving the company, went directly to the antique street there. Because of the delay in the afternoon, the matter of the transfer is also delayed. But this is not urgent. The next together to do is, he believes that Su Li and When Wanting will be dealt with. Su Li today day tired is panting. See Gao Yang came, directly rolled his eyes. Well, Gao Yang handed Su Li a bottle of pulse and opened a bottle himself. Not bad, we've already acquired 7 today. The rest is just a matter of time. Gao Yang nodded. This was a good start. Gao Yang, I finally know why our country's housing prices are high. It's the black-hearted businessmen like you who speculate up the house prices. Faced with this question, Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders. He didn't explain, nor did he need to. First of all, he wasn't in the real estate investment business. And besides, just one street like this couldn't possibly affect the housing prices of a country, even a city. Secondly, even if he didn't buy it, the price of the house should still go up. Once if this store is on fire, the houses here will likewise skyrocket, and even go up more. And it's still the same kind of situation where prices go up and you can't buy a house, because some people are better at speculating on houses than they are, and he just wants to make a difference. And some people are purely for the sake of speculating on houses. In the end, naturally, it's all about making money. If you think about it differently, this house is bought by someone else. He himself wants to rent or buy. Again, need to take a large sum of money, just like that convenience store before. What makes the other owner ask for $1 million for less than 500? $000 of goods directly? Even more expensive than what he sold it for? It was because it was stuck in that lot, and Gao Yang believed that he wasn't the first to ask for that house, nor would he be the last, which meant that even if Gao Yang didn't make a bid, someone else would do the same. At the very least, he will sell it at a higher price, and if it's taken by some black-hearted people, you may not be able to buy it even if you want to. Even if you can buy, it is also the price of heaven. Sometimes we have to admit a reality. Resources on one person than on 10 people. Put on one person, he can let 10 people make money. Put on 10 people, at least 100 people to bad luck. Just like the housing prices in some cities. Want to sell cannot be sold. Want to buy cannot be bought. This phenomenon has become a mainstream. It's too expensive to buy an existing house, and it's not safe to buy a period house. So maybe half of your life savings are gone, and you can't even get a house when the time comes. These houses are bought by Gao Yang, and he will sell them when he makes at most twice the profit. If the business here is good and develops, the price of the house will be 2 or 3 times more expensive, and other people can accept it. But if there is a family in the East and a family in the West, they can't even sell it or buy it, which will drag down the popularity of this street. It is better to have resources in your own hands than in the hands of others. Gao Yang also counted. His original plan was to go to Ruicheng when his jade jewelry store opened. Now it was estimated that he would have to postpone it for a few days. At the very least, he would have to wait until this side was done. Looking at the time, when Wanting and the others were getting off work. Let's go, it's been a hard day. I'll treat you to dinner. Then we'll discuss some things while eating. Only then did Suli nod in satisfaction. Still count on you to have a conscience. Look at you, the big boss, loafing around all day. Me, the smallest shareholder, is busy as a dog. Gao Yang smiled and didn't say anything. He had a feeling that this is where he will rise. Drove the car with Suli and headed towards Wanting's company. Chapter 59 Ruicheng's trip up. In the next few days, the 3 people were busy, acquiring houses during the day, and opening live broadcasts at night. Not to mention, the effect of this live broadcast was really good. Some of the guests who had already received something began to help publicize it. Some even began to reorder and buy other jewelry. But today is a special day, July 8th, Gao Yang Jewelry Store opening day. In the past few days Susan had been packing and organizing, and the store had recruited a few employees and 2 security guards. Later recruited people did not go to the company training. Is Susan and others to help them train, because now the state control fireworks, so the opening has been forbidden to put these things. Instead, they were replaced by another thing, which was colored ribbons. Early in the morning, an arched balloon appeared in front of Gao Yang's store with some auspicious slogans written on it. Gao Yang didn't have any relatives or friends, so when Wanting sent a few flower baskets in the name of Wen's Jewelry, Suli also sent a few flower baskets, and then put a few ribbons. Basically it is also considered the opening. There are always a lot of guests when a new store opens, especially when it's similar to this kind of gold jewelry store. In the past few days, Susan and others have been arranging for people to send out flyers every afternoon, mainly talking about some preferential activities. For example, full 1000 send 88, full 2000 send 188 and so on. But there is a very pitiful place in this, and it is even said that many shopping centers or other goods have such a pitiful place. For example, a certain piece of jewelry, it is clear that it can be priced at 1,000 yuan, but he preferred to engage in a 999. Obviously, it can be priced at $2,000, but he went for 1,999. It looks like $1, but if you want to reach the $2,000 threshold, you have to buy another cheap thing to add to it. Otherwise it never reaches that kind of discount condition. Before Gao Yang did not understand. Now when he started to mark up the price himself, he understood, because someone will teach you, so the buyer can never the seller. What's the saying? Only the wrong buyer, not the wrong seller. There is another point. For example, buy 1,000 get 88. Maybe this thing originally marked price as $900, or even as 888, but now a different way of saying, he sells $1,000, and then give you a cheaper 88. In fact, on the basis of the original, it is also expensive a few dollars. But consumers are not the same. They think to take advantage of the bargain. Another example is to send gifts, of which there are many gifts, such as teacups, such as tableware. In fact, these things are in the wholesale market batch, is not worth much money. Consumers often have a mindset that these things are given for nothing. In fact, it is all wool on the sheep's back, and ultimately, they are paying for it. Another example is to buy a 4,999 jadeite necklace and give away a pendant. The pendant is indeed made of emerald, but the total value of this piece of emerald may only be a few tens of dollars, because it is the cheapest kind, or even the edges. But consumers do not understand, always think that as long as the jadeite are good things, This is like the difference between imperial green and glutinous rice species. They are a material, but the value is worlds apart. Just opened. Is the waiter's business is not too line skillful? Could it when wanting from other stores to transfer over some of the old staff over for guidance? Basically his store is alive. Gao Yang saw more than 10 o'clock also left. After the store will be handed over to Susan and Gao Xiaoya responsible for. Mainly Susan, because Gao Xiaoya will be going to school in a month or so. Gao Yang started to planning to go to Ruicheng. He didn't have the underpinnings, and to be honest, if Gao Yang hadn't met when wanting, he wouldn't have even been able to find his way. To put it in the simplest terms, even if he cut out a large amount of emerald, there wasn't even anyone to buy it. Every day in the raw stone street cut jade, sooner or later will be suspected. Even if cut out $10 million of jade, maybe 2 or 3 million will be good enough to sell. This is why beggars start a business will be so difficult. Every step Gao Yang took is actually quite difficult, and not as simple as others think, even if he has a golden finger. For example, he and Suli engaged in this live broadcast. It seems to be a success, but from the beginning of this idea, until the first live broadcast, during this period, it can be said that the brain is thinking empty. He originally had more than 200 million, because of the purchase of the house thing, before and after spending more than 50 million, plus the purchase of Su Li's shares spent another 10 million. Of course there was also profit in between, not to mention the money from the live streaming of the goods, because this money has not been split for the time being. It is the last time to buy those stones. It is and when's jewelry signed a contract. Then those stones in the end to get the profit. He also get 50%, but the quality of those stones wasn't very good, so the profit wasn't great. Want to go to Ruicheng? With more than $100 million on his body does not seem to be enough. It's not much fun to make a small fortune. Make a trip to Ruicheng. Spend 100 million. Earn back 100 million. Sounds like a lot, but Gao Yang is not satisfied. He needs funds. Now there are 2 ways to get funds. One of the ways is to find when wanting to ask, in the form of borrowing. The other way is to continue to buy emerald raw stones and make a profit. But there really weren't many good raw stones over here, and if one just purchased some ordinary goods, it would be difficult to accumulate a large amount of money in a short period of time. Of course there is a last way, is to go to Rui's city side of the gambling stone. Will be good jadeite cut out to sell? This is also the fastest way to get money, but there is a risk that people will miss it. Thinking about it, Gao Yang finally decided to go to Ruicheng. Some risks must be taken. To be honest, when wanting's money he does not want to move. Gao Yang has a problem. That is a little macho. Although, when wanting has hinted many times that she has 200 million activity funds there. But Gao Yang, 2 more days passed. Turning to July 10th, Gao Yang decided that he would go to Ruicheng. Gao Yang, have you decided? In When Wanting's office, Gao Yang sat on the office chair, enjoying the massage brought by When Wanting. That's right, the identities were now swapped. Well, the trip to Ruicheng must begin. If I don't go to Ruicheng, I won't be able to get the emerald raw stones, and without the emerald raw stones, there's no way for that store of mine to open. Raw stone store can't open. The back of the live broadcast, and so on a series of things will not be able to run normally. In addition there is the main one. We can't bring that store to fire. Then we hand so many stores, simply can't sell out. This is a correlation problem. As long as one is solved all the problems will be solved. But all the prerequisite is that one must go to Ruicheng. When Wanting nodded, he knew that what Gao Yang said was the truth. Everything revolved around the raw stones. Then what day have you decided to go? Chapter 60 Ruicheng's trip on next. The day after tomorrow. I'll take a plane early in the morning the day after tomorrow to go there. When Wanting bit the bullet and still couldn't help but say what was in her heart. Smiley face. Gao Yang, there's something I said. Don't be upset. In fact, there's no shame in you using my money. When 2 people are together, there will always be one person with a better family, but I don't think this is important. What's important is that we'll be better off in the future. Besides, in the future, what's mine won't all be yours, and what's yours won't all be mine. I know you are capable and ambitious, but we have a rare trip to Ruicheng. This is not enough funds. It will be troublesome when the time comes. Gao Yang knew what When Wanting meant, so he reached out and patted When Wanting's hand. Then he got up, pulled When Wanting to sit on a chair, and started to massage her. Everyone actually has everyone's obsession. This has nothing to do with right or wrong. Maybe you are right, most likely in everyone's opinion. He is right, but that doesn't mean it's me. You know what I used to think? When I used to go to work I always thought that if I could meet a woman with money it wouldn't matter if she looked like a dinosaur. As long as he had money to spend on me, that way I could lay down and win. And now I did find such a one. But if I really was that laying down and winning, would you still be with me? Another example. Now there is a person directly give me 10 billion, and then told me you go to start a business to go. Do you think I still have the motivation to start a business? When I get 10 billion without having to do anything, will I still go on struggling for tens of millions? Hearing Gao Yang's words, Wen Wanting began to ponder. Just as Gao Yang said, if Gao Yang didn't go thinking about struggling to start a business, spending his own money every day and then surrounding himself, is this really the kind of man he likes? Or to put it in another way, when one can get cash that one can't use up and spend without working for it, does one still have the motivation to start a business? Wen Wanting has never thought about these questions, because she doesn't need to start her own business, she just needs to go to work and get off work as usual, because her own path had already been paved. It was true that Gao Yang was macho, but it was likely that the real reason was as he said, he wanted to rely on his own ability to make money. Some people like the process of enjoyment, while others just love this entrepreneurial process. Most likely Gao Yang is this kind of person. Every serious man, he is attractive. Wen Wanting suddenly felt so happy at this moment. When a woman was happy, she had a characteristic of being flirtatious, and Wen Wanting was the same. Gao Yang, it's lunch break time. You haven't been inside my lounge yet. Right, I'll take you there. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she pulled Gao Yang towards her lounge with a red face. Wen Wanting's lounge was inside the office. There was a cubicle here. The lounge wasn't big, a cabinet and a bed. Gao Yang is really the first time to come here. He usually come to basically sit on the sofa in front of the office to play with the phone. Either that or sit on the desk and chat with Wen Wanting. Here is considered to be the first time to come here today. As for what to do, Wen Wanting had already proved to him with her actions. This was the first time that the two of them, in broad daylight, did certain games, and it was also the first time that Wen Wanting took the initiative and proposed to do this kind of game. What was even more unexpected to Gao Yang was that Wen Wanting was very special and active today. Time passed 2 days. Gao Yang took Qian Mei and Su Li, sat on the airplane to Ruicheng. Ruicheng does not have an airport, so they first have to go to Mang City, and then take a car to Ruicheng. Ruicheng is not as prosperous as Gao Yang imagined, and even looks backward. Ruicheng is inhabited by 5 ethnic minorities, Dai, Jingpa, Achang, Daong, and Li Su. Among them, the Dai ethnic group has the largest number of people, and the most famous peacock dance originates from this place. Ruicheng is in the southwest border of China, bordering with northern Myanmar in the southeast, southwest and northwest. The border is nearly 170 kilometers long, with mountains and water, no natural barriers. It is connected with 2 provinces of northern Burma, Kachin State and Shan State. To put it simply, this place is not very peaceful, because it is very close to the so-called Golden Triangle, especially in the north of Myanmar. It's a very chaotic country, like what the Ga waste thing. It's in this country, especially the borderline is almost no barrier. Gao Yang 3 people found a relatively good hotel to stay. Go out. The first thing to consider is safety, because there was still a long time to go before the annual Jadeite fair. There weren't a lot of outsiders coming here right now, like some of the hotels. Business wasn't very good either. After a few people settled down, the time also came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, casually ate a little something. They began the first thing today, shopping in the Emerald Market. Today, Suli's main purpose was to shoot some segments and then perform a live broadcast. As for bringing goods, today is definitely not very realistic. Ruicheng also does not mean that everywhere is selling jadeite raw stone. He is actually the same as the farmer's market, is a fixed place. 3 people took a car. Not a moment also arrived. Once they entered the market, Gao Yang's eyes were almost blinded. There were stores everywhere. 9 out of 10 stores were selling stones, and there is also a lot of foot traffic. Many are foreign merchants here to buy jadeite raw stone, and then go to sell. There are also people who are on the spot to decode the stone. Once a good stone appears, there will be some bosses and so on over to buy this kind of thing every day. In this side of the jadeite raw stone is cheap. The same jadeite will also be cheaper. Gao Yang did not rush out. He was watching. What the market do not know. Directly out of the words. That is rash behavior. There is an idiom called follow the current. He is now like this. Gao Yang's current identity felt like a rich son, and then took 2 beautiful women out for a ride, or came over to gamble on stones. This side of the gambling market is not the same as the Jinling side. The Jinling side is to put the stones on each shelf and then mark the price. This side of the stone is just randomly placed, and some are still a pile of a pile of a pile of a pile. From the character point of view, leaning on the outermost of the cheapest, the further in the more expensive. Gao Yang is here to pick up leaks. He is here to make money. Then his target is naturally these cheapest. The cheapest stuff doesn't mean that there are no good things. It only means that the chances of something good coming out of it are much smaller in comparison. Randomly came to a family with the least store. Gao Yang he wanted to go out. At the very least, if you earn a sum of money, to ensure that their expenses in the past few days, in addition to the need to rent a site to solve the stone can at least minimize the risk, will not be watched. Qian Mei this time to come over is to purchase jade. Of course, This money transaction is certainly the company side in control. That is to say, Gao Yang deciphered out of the stone, can be directly traded to her, then confirm and let the company to pay. The reason for this, in fact, or when wanting thought of the idea, in fact, their company would come over here every year to buy raw stones, as well as emeralds, especially Chiang Mai. It is considered quite knowledgeable about the value of emeralds. Then this can be operated in the middle. For example, in Jinling City worth $10 million of jade, a 20% discount, $8 million to buy. In this way, Gao Yang also cost-effective. The company also cost-effective. This is a win-win strategy. For such a cooperation, Gao Yang had no reason to refuse, because it was also money earned with his skills. Little brother, feel free to look around. All these materials of mine are the cheapest. As soon as Gao Yang came in, a fat man rushed out to greet him, looking like he should be the store owner. Chapter 61. Opening the door. Gao Yang nodded his head and didn't pay much attention to it, which was in line with him being a certain dude. Gao Yang directly turned on his perspective. These stones were the ones that were left over from the picking. That is, the worst material in the entire store. These materials were even worse than the materials over in Jinling City, but it was also really cheap. A piece of the same material is even less than half the price of the other side of Jinling City. Gao Yang's first stone must find a good point. After all, this is the first piece to come here, to get a good fortune. The main thing is that it is now live, which will help business in the future. About 5 minutes of selection. Gao Yang found the target. Pay the money and settle the bill. This stone 380,000. Very cheap. The boss is also quite happy, but also sent people to move this piece of material to the stone solving machine nearby. As soon as I saw someone unraveling the stone, there were immediately people gathered around to watch the fun. Most of these people like to watch people unraveling stones for their daily business. Part of it is to watch. Part of it is waiting to buy jade. They belong to the jade buyers, like to watch the fun. In fact, and those who play mahjong behind the watch almost the same nature. They do not have the funds to bet, or not confident or afraid to bet. Look at other people to bet over the eyes. The other part, naturally, is to see if there is cut out a good jade, and then spend money to buy. Gao Yang's operation, as always, simple and rough. Cutting machine open up, directly a knife down, which makes those who look at the non-stop shaking their heads. Gao Yang didn't care about these people, and continued to do what he was doing, unscrambling the stone. Ha, it's green, it's really green, let me see. For a while, several spectators hurriedly came up, and Gao Yang very cooperatively stopped the stone solving machine. Then he took the water and flushed it, and all of a sudden the side that had just been cut was displayed in front of the crowd. This is a piece of green fei, although the color is not the best, but it is already quite rare. The most crucial thing was that from this cut side, this jadeite was definitely not small. Little brother, is this jadeite for sale? You don't need to cut anymore. Why don't you sell this emerald to me? I'll take this risk for you. $1 million at one price. Finally someone opened their mouth. In fact, this situation is also very common. This is called half-gambling material. That is to say that this piece of material is only cut out on one side. As for what is going on inside everyone does not know. Then from the surface of this piece of material to determine the price. We all know that a stone normally has 6 sides. The top and bottom of the 2 sides not to mention. He has 4 sides. Then only cut a face. There is a great deal of uncertainty. Maybe cut out of this piece of jade is very large. Maybe cut out of this piece of jade so a piece. Even if you meet the kind of very pitiful emerald, with the tile as a thin layer, the loss of even pants lost. But some people he likes to gamble. For example, the person who just spoke. He was willing to acquire back at a low price and then bet on this piece of jadeite. Gao Yang smiled and directly dropped the emerald, then continued with a slash. As time passed, the people watching had turned from a few to 20 to 30. One by one, their eyes were staring dead on. But this is also very normal. Every time cutting stones is actually similar to playing with life. Some people did all even bet their family fortune. So 1 cut is poor, 2 cuts are rich, and 3 cuts are draped in sackcloth. That's the truth. Holy, this knife is also too accurate. When the other side was cut, Gao Yang just slightly rubbed it with a small sander, and suddenly a green color appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Little brother, no need to say, I'll offer $3 million for this piece of jade. The person who spoke was still the same man from just now. Little brother, I'll offer $3.5 million. Another man with a big belly and a briefcase in his hand also started bidding. There were a few others who also participated. Gradually the stone was speculated to $5 million. Gao Yang felt that it was almost done. This piece of emerald, if it is in Jinling, it is almost worth $6 or $7 million. But that is in Jinling City. But here is Ruicheng. The price is still a difference. Besides, this piece of stone is to earn back the cost first. Okay, $5 million is $5 million. Gao Yang didn't dawdle, and the man was jubilant as soon as he heard Gao Yang agree. Little brother, this is my business card. In the future if there is a good jadeite, you can look for me. Don't worry, my price is absolutely the highest. Gao Yang took the business card, then exchanged names. As for what this guy said, whether it was true or false was not important. The deal was quickly reached. Gao Yang collected the money, so the emerald that was only half cut naturally went to someone else. He didn't intend to cut many stones today. After all, it was getting late and he still had some things to do. Gao Yang, you don't know, the live broadcast room just blew up. The number of people online is double the peak yesterday night. Just this reward. Suli was now overjoyed, talking incessantly along the way. But this is also very normal. The number of people in the live room went up, which means that there are more fans. Then the chances of live banding orders in the future will be greater. It's actually a matter of percentages. If there is one person among 100 people to buy his goods, according to the proportion of big data, 1,000 people may be 10, 000 people may be 100. It's a matter of probability. Not that it's very accurate, but it's pretty much the same. Another point is the reward just now. A live broadcast down earned more than 10,000 yuan. Of course now this more than 10,000 belongs to the company's property. After all, now this live account of Suli belongs to the company, not an individual. Suli this side is happy. The money on the other side of the beautiful is also envious. Just then, remove the capital. Gao Yang earned more than 4 million. Who wouldn't be envious of such a money-making speed? Gao Yang is also not stupid. The so-called own meat others drink soup. There is also a saying called money on the gambling table. That is not called money. Now that he has come to Ruicheng, it is equivalent to getting on a gambling table. Just cut the stone, but only played the first hand of cards. Only when one day to go back the card game is considered to be over. Therefore, he had to spread his wealth to gather popularity. Sister Beauty, I'm a lazy person, and I'm counting on you to help me do the laundry and clean up the room in the future. But I won't let you work for nothing. Plus today's door is open for good luck. See what you can get. This money will be shared by everyone. After Gao Yang finished his words, before Qian Mei could react, he directly started transferring money. Qian Mei heard the message tone, picked up the cell phone and looked. Her mouth opened wide. It could be stuffed with a banana and 2 eggs. She originally thought that Gao Yang would be able to give her 100,080, already satisfied. But the result did not expect 100,000 to be followed by a 0. Gao Yang. This. Chapter 62, the next plan. Gao Yang smiled and didn't explain. Qian Mei took advantage of the fact that Suli was still fiddling with the account number and directly stood on her tiptoes to give Gao Yang a kiss on the cheek. She was happy. $1 million. This was also a huge fortune for her. At the very least, she would have to struggle for many years less, and all that needed to be done might be to give Gao Yang that one. At the very least not yet. Gao Yang smiled, then transferred another million to Suli, and finally transferred another million to Wanting. Suli had already retired from broadcasting and didn't know who she was chatting with on WeChat. Suddenly a transfer message popped up, and hurriedly clicked on it to take a look, then similarly opened her mouth wide. Gao Yang. This. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain much, because Wanting sent him a message. Wanting had just finished her work and stretched. With Gao Yang out of the picture, she was a little less accustomed to it because no one was taking advantage of her anymore. This was actually a very normal phenomenon. If a guy often went to molest that woman, whether it's verbally or physically, such as hooking your chin and patting your butt while you're not paying attention. At first, you may not be used to it, but once time passes, this situation becomes natural. The so-called habit becomes nature. Is this truth? Gao Yang molested her every day, either patting her here or touching her there, and sometimes pinching her. At first she was a little embarrassed, but after a long time she got used to it. Sometimes even walking in front of Gao Yang did not reach out to pat her, but she will still have a feeling of not getting used to it. So she kept walking around in front of him. She would not feel satisfied until Gao Yang patted her on the butt, or else she would feel that something was missing. This is a habit. So with Gao Yang not being there today, Wanting always felt uncomfortable, so she was ready to go to the store to take a look. After all, Gao Yang was not there. Just then, the cell phone rang, picked it up and actually had a transfer of $1 million. So he hurriedly sent a message to Gao Yang. The message was just sent out, and Gao Yang's message came over. The content was as follows. Bao bao. Today's door opener, this is for your pocket money. Remember, don't save money for your husband. Before I come back I must spend it all, or I'll beat your ass. Wanting laughed out loud. $1 million was really nothing to her, but this meant something different. This was the first time Gao Yang had given her pocket money, and this sum of money was not a small amount. $1 million. and Gao Yang also said that it must be spent before he came back. So how would this money be spent? But she only thought about it for less than a minute before she knew how to spend this money. So she hurriedly sent a message back to Gao Yang. Okay, I listened to my husband. Husband, I miss you. Wahahaha. After sending such a message, when Wanting felt her face getting a little hot. She herself didn't know why. Since she met Gao Yang, she had changed so much. In the past, not to mention being pampered, she always had an icy feeling when talking to anyone. As a result, now it's better. Not only will she be pampered, but sometimes she will also be flirty. Loading up his cell phone and carrying his bag, he was going to Gao Yang's store. The first step of the spending plan, shopping. Take Gao Xiaoya shopping. Buy clothes for Gao Xiaoya, and Gao Yang's, and so on. In short, she is going to spend the 1 million, and leave another 10,000 unspent, so that when Gao Yang comes back, he will definitely beat her little butt. When Wanting thought so in her heart, then left the company. On the other hand, Gao Yang's group of 3 returned to the hotel, and he started to arrange the tasks. Today, he had already seen a rough idea, and if he wanted to get rich over here, it wouldn't be difficult at all with his skills. But for things like today, doing it once or twice a day was okay, doing it too much wouldn't work. You bet on the rise every day. It is estimated that in less than a week, everyone will pay attention to you. If you have a big background, it's okay, people don't dare to touch you, but you have nothing, just a beggar identity. Then walking at night may be dangerous, so Gao Yang had to be prepared. Then first of all he had to have a warehouse, even if it was just a temporary warehouse. The main purpose is to pile up the purchased raw stone. When the time comes to cut part of it, the rest still need to be pulled back. Then who would do this thing? Naturally, the 2 of them will be needed, which is why Gao Yang directly gave them $1 million each. To put it bluntly, I've given you benefits. You have to work for me, Sister Beauty. You help me find a warehouse starting tomorrow. It doesn't need to be too big, but a big truck must be the kind that can get in. Also go hire a few more security guards in the security company and guard that warehouse for me 24 hours a day. In addition, I also need a stone decomposition equipment. The price and so on are not a problem. If you will do this thing for me, I will not treat you poorly. Xian Beauty's eyes lit up, her heart bursting with joy, and she hurriedly agreed. It was almost as if she had directly thrown herself into her arms. The main reason was that it was inconvenient because there was a Suli around. Gao Yang looked at Suli again. Suli, when you broadcast live tonight, you can do some publicity. Not only publicize that we're going to purchase raw stones tomorrow, but also publicize that we're going to unravel the stones tomorrow night. I, Gao Yang, don't have any great skills, but you guys can rest assured that as long as you guys help me out, I won't treat you poorly. The sky was getting dark. After the 3 of them had dinner, each of them went back to their rooms to rest. Gao Yang lay on the bed and sent a video to Wen Wanting at the first opportunity. Wen Wanting had just finished her bath as well, wearing a nightgown with a towel wrapping up her long hair. Then holding her cell phone in one hand she was videoing with Gao Yang while still talking to Gao Xiaoya, then hurriedly entered the room. It was natural for this little couple to video chat most appropriately in the room, as there would be some shy topics. Gao Yang first talked about today's situation, which included the matter of giving $1 million each to 2 people. This was something that Wen Wanting felt that Gao Yang had done right. There was no excuse for wanting others to do things for you. You first had to give them favors. Who doesn't want to make some extra money when traveling? Of course, after the business talk, it was natural to have some personal topics. Wanting, I don't think you look good in these pajamas. When Wanting froze and said, that's not right. You said last time that this set of pajamas was the best looking? Gao Yang shook his head and said, what I mean is that it looks better if you don't wear it. When Wanting reacted at once, she immediately blushed with a pretty face. Then she picked up the quilt on the side and directly covered her body. Big pervert, just don't show it to you. How could Gao Yang agree? So what followed was all kinds of teasing, all kinds of seduction, plus all kinds of coaxing. When Wanting gradually fell, then lifted the quilt, and then started to unbutton herself. Chapter 63 The Charming Night. By the time Gao Yang hung up the video, it was already an hour later. This is not to hang up mainly because it is too exciting. If it wasn't for his strong self-control, his nosebleed would have flowed out, so he decided to take a cold shower. As a result, he had just gotten up when the doorbell rang. Gao Yang casually opened it and originally thought it was Chen Mei or Su Li, but it turned out to be a flamboyant, heavily made-up woman. Sir, do you need service? We have a comprehensive service here. We are good at all kinds of blowing, playing and singing, only what you can't think of. Nothing I can't do. The woman glanced at Gao Yang while saying this, and her eyes immediately lit up. Just this face value. Just this body, plus bulging a big pile. No charge she is also willing to Gao Yang was originally sleeping, so he was also wearing a pair of underwear. Plus he couldn't stop chatting with Wen Wanting. so he came to take a bath. Now once he heard what this woman said, and the other party's gaze, how could he not know what it was for? But this kind of woman didn't interest him. Besides, he was in the field now, and it was better to pay attention to a lot of things. Sorry, I don't need it. Gao Yang finished speaking and directly closed the door to the room. As a result, he had just entered the bathroom. When this knocking sound rang again, Gao Yang was now enraged, casually pulling open the door of the room and directly yelled, "I've said it all. I don't want your services. You." As a result, just halfway through saying this, Gao Yang froze, because this time the one who rang the doorbell was Qian Mei. "Sister beautiful, it's you." Gao Yang was a little embarrassed. Qian Mei naturally knew what Gao Yang meant when he just said those words because the door to her room had just been knocked open by that woman as well. "Are you going to talk to me just like that?" Qian Mei said while glancing at a certain position of Gao Yang. Intentionally or unintentionally, she even licked her tongue. Gao Yang hurriedly signaled Qian Mei to come in before he was ready to go back to his room to put on his pants. After all, he was preparing to take a shower, and it just so happened that the bathroom was located at the entrance of the room. As a result, right at this moment, Qian Mei held Gao Yang from behind. Gao Yang was startled, but he didn't resist because he felt too comfortable in his back. "Gao Yang, before coming over here sis promised you that as long as you bring sis over here, you'll do whatever you want. Now I've come to fulfill the promise to come." Qian Mei was also quite tall, standing behind Gao Yang. Her chin could just rest on Gao Yang's shoulder. While saying that, she stuck out her tongue and licked right on Gao Yang's shoulder. Her heart was beating fast, probably because of shyness or something else. Actually, this feeling was really exciting. Qian Mei belonged to that mature type of woman, like an apple in the fall, sweet and fragrant. Just when Gao Yang was about to lose control and wanted to turn around, the cell phone placed on the table rang. He hurriedly removed Qian Mei's hand and then picked up the cell phone. The call was from Su Li. "Hello, okay, I'll be right over." Gao Yang put down his cell phone and started to put on his clothes. This bath seems to be impossible. "Gao Yang, what's wrong?" Qian Mei was depressed. She herself was just up and down, and then the call came. Listening to the tone should be Su Li's. "Nothing," Su Li called. "I'll go over." "Right, help me close the door." Gao Yang finished and went out directly. Gao Yang came to Su Li's side. At this time, Su Li had also just gotten off the air and then took a shower, only to find out that the air conditioner in the room was broken. Such a big summer, no air conditioning is very difficult to sleep. Although the temperature of this side is not as high as Jinling City, but it is also very hot. In fact, this matter should have been to find the hotel staff, but the ghost called Gao Yang's phone. As soon as Gao Yang entered the room, he saw that Su Li had just finished his bath and wrapped his body in a large bath towel. Most of the Snow White was still exposed. If Gao Yang didn't have a little reaction, then he didn't belong to a normal man. It was basically similar to Li Lianying. "Gao Yang, look at what's going on. There's obviously power but there's just no way to start it." Gao Yang picked up the remote control and looked at it. There happened to be spare batteries on the table. Changed the batteries and installed them and tried it. Still no response. "Maybe the air conditioner is broken. Why don't I go apply for another room for you?" Gao Yang finished speaking and intended to leave, but he ended up being pulled back by Su Li. "There's no need to be so troublesome. Why don't I make do at your place for a while and get someone to fix it tomorrow? What are you waiting for? Go!" So Gao Yang brought Su Li back to his room again like this. Then the question came, how to rest at night here? There was just one bed here. Just as Gao Yang was thinking about how to sleep, Su Li had already gotten into bed. Gao Yang casually glanced at it and came close to having a nosebleed. "Nima, playing so high? Actually vacuumed? You sleep over there. I'll sleep over here. Don't think of confusing thoughts at night, or I'll bite you." Su Li finished, lying on the bed playing with her cell phone. Gao Yang still went to take a shower, then also lay down. The two were honest at first, gradually started chatting, then each moved towards the center. Then, the two almost leaned together, smelling the fragrance on Su Li's hair. Gao Yang began to float. "No bad thoughts, just sleep like this. At most you can wrap your arms around my waist." After Su Li finished, she directly turned off the light. As for that last sentence, she also said it with a red face. Gao Yang never considered himself to be a righteous man, and it was actually a good choice between a beast and a lesser beast. Originally, he did wrap his waist, but gradually, his hands began to be dishonest. This is a common problem of men. When Su Li didn't move, she pretended that she was asleep. It must be said that Gao Yang is very attractive, tall and handsome, rich and capable. What woman wouldn't like it? But Su Li knew that Gao Yang was Wen Wanning's boyfriend, and it was impossible for her to steal it from her. She can't do it either. Whether it's family or body, it's not as good as Wen Wanting. At least one thing, she was divorced, and with that, she had positioned herself well. This time she came over here, just as a debauchery in her life. At this time, The bath towel she was wearing was gone, and she had already prepared herself. Gao Yang didn't greet her, and just started caressing as a couple would normally do when flirting. Gao Yang understood women, or rather understood women's bodies. Suli didn't speak or move her body since the beginning, just like she was asleep, until this robber was satisfied and left. The most hateful thing was that a mess was left behind. After a while, she heard a slight snoring sound. Suli twisted her head to look at it, then smiled and closed her eyes and fell asleep as well. A lot of things wouldn't be awkward as long as they weren't said. Chapter 064, Skein. The next morning, when Gao Yang woke up, Suli had already left. Gao Yang even wondered if what happened last night was a dream, so in order to be sure, he started rummaging around in his bed, and as a result, he couldn't even see a single strand of hair. This made him a bit puzzled. Could this really be a dream? Gao Yang shook his head with a bitter smile, got up to wash his face and brush his teeth, and almost just finished cleaning up. The doorbell rang. Opening the door, it was none other than Qian Mei and Suli duo. Gao Yang, let's go eat breakfast, Suli said naturally. Gao Yang just looked at it. It felt exactly the same as yesterday, without any different color. This saw a ghost? There wasn't much time to think about it, because he had already been pulled away by the two women. Breakfast inside the hotel is provided free of charge. Can't say it's good or bad. Anyway, eat a full stomach. After finishing breakfast, Qian Mei left alone. She was going to help Gao Yang to rent out the warehouse and some other things. Gao Yang, on the other hand, took Suli towards the raw stone market. All the way he wanted to inquire, but the words stopped at the edge of his mouth. There are some things that are definitely better left unsaid, and maybe that's what Suli meant. Gao Yang put away the noisy thoughts. Today is the first day of his official money. Now that the warehouse and other things have not been rented, it is definitely not realistic to buy stone inventory, so he still has to focus on making money. The morning here can be more people than yesterday. Gao Yang, as always, looking for a minimum of raw stone store walked in, saying that it was said to be the least. That was only relative. Suli did not broadcast live today, but the short video that she was shooting. This is something that must be done every day as a qualified anchor. In addition to some funny segments, there are also some landscapes, and then there are scenes like the current one, all of which are a good kind of publicity. Gao Yang casually looked at it. He didn't look at those low-quality emeralds today. He directly came towards the high-grade area. You cut up 10 pieces of low-grade jadeite. Not as good as cutting up one piece. This reasoning Gao Yang naturally understand, so he set his target on those high-grade jadeite stones. As soon as he came here, Gao Yang's eyelids jumped. The price was too expensive. Expensive to the point that he began to lose confidence. Eyes glanced, not to mention, the good stone out of the very best jadeite chances are really high, but there aren't many that have really risen. Anyway, there wasn't a piece that could arouse Gao Yang's desire to buy. At this time, two people's conversation attracted Gao Yang's attention. Turned around and looked. The two people are discussing a millstone size of the original stone. Look at the color is exceptionally good. It's a pity that such a beautiful piece of material actually has locks. What a pity, as the saying goes, not afraid of big cracks, afraid of small locks. It's a pity that this piece of raw stone with such a good looking color, 99% of it will be out of the very best emerald. Hey, it's a pity. This person who continuously said too pity, is about 50 years old. Looks like he is quite proficient in this aspect of gambling. Fear what? This piece of material the day before yesterday I saw the price tag of 8 million. Now only 2 million. This is a big leak. This was the words of another person. The two were about the same age. He was a little moved. Old who? You don't really want to buy it, do you? Let me tell you, the reason why this stone is so cheap is because of this skein. Otherwise why has this price dropped again and again and no one has bought it so far? I remember this stone existed a month ago, and the price tag was this much at that time. This person said while holding out 3 fingers. It was obvious that it couldn't be 3 million. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed into slits at this point, and he even had the desire to snatch it, but he knew he couldn't. He wouldn't even snatch it in Jinling City, let alone in Ruicheng. So he expected this one called Old Who not to buy it. Maybe the prayers in Gao Yang's heart worked. Just then, the sound of firecrackers rang out next door. Someone's betting up. Let's go take a look. Well, curiosity killed the cat. This Old who originally wanted to buy this piece of emerald was pulled away by another person. Without the slightest hesitation, Gao Yang hurriedly ran over to protect the stone and then moved him to the small trailer. Immediately after that, while everyone was watching the next door gambling up, he paid the bill. Up to this point, the heart was a bit more solid. This piece of material? Just as Gao Yang was about to leave, that Old who inadvertently glanced at it and ended up seeing this piece of raw stone on Gao Yang's cart. Cheap, I'm buying it for fun, Gao Yang casually said. Little brother, since you've bought it, why don't you cut it here? Or how about letting us all have a long look? Old Wu obviously looked favorably on this piece of material, and since it was now bought by someone else, he had nothing to say about it since it had become a fact, but he wanted to take a look to see whether he had made a profit or a loss. If the stone cut down, then it meant that he had made a profit. On the contrary, he was going to scold the guy beside him for his 18 generations. This is the guy who dragged himself out to sea, and as a result, this stone was taken away by others. Actually, Gao Yang didn't want to solve it here. He was afraid of getting into trouble. Ha, little brother, we meet again. Just then, the person who purchased Gao Yang's piece of jade yesterday appeared again. This person's surname was Si. His full name was Si Xianping, a surname that was rarely seen. At least Gao Yang had never heard of it before. Yeah, what a coincidence. Gao Yang casually coped and wanted to leave. Little brother, won't this stone be solved? Why don't you solve it here? If there's a good stone, old brother, I'll take it. Guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. Si Xianping naturally also saw this piece of material, because there are locks, so he also gave up before. But when he gave up, the price was still 30 million. Usually stones like this were either worthless, or they had skyrocketed, and had exceeded the category of great rise. Yeah, little brother, why don't you just cut it here? Honestly, we're all curious about this stone. Yeah, just cut it, or satisfy the curiosity of all of us. Gao Yang heard out that these people had only one purpose, to satisfy their curiosity, because this was a very extreme stone. Without that skein, it would definitely be an extreme product, but that's where the problem lies. That's why they don't dare to buy it, because the chances of this stone cutting down are more than 90%, but this does not prevent them from watching the kind of mentality. They will not cut, but others cut. They can see, can witness, whether they cut the waste or cut up. It has little to do with them, and can also be taken out as a kind of bragging capital. Gao Yang will be these people's psychology to see clearly. Then if he was more pretentious now, he would be suspected by someone who had the heart to do so. If he was suspected anyway, he might as well just cut it out and sell it directly when the time came. Thinking of this, Gao Yang nodded and said, alright then, I'll take my chances today. Maybe cutting out a piece of imperial green is possible. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he didn't care about the ridicule of the people around him. He moved the stone towards the cutter. Chapter 65, Tang Ying, $1 billion. Meanwhile, the number of onlookers here was increasing. Gao Yang had become the duck that had been driven onto the shelf. It was impossible not to decipher the stone now, so this time he was more serious and picked up the marker and started drawing lines. But he didn't draw much, just 4 lines, 1 line for one face. After drawing the lines, Gao Yang directly pointed the direction with the skein on that side towards the cutting machine. That's right, he wanted to finalize it with one cut. With the roar of the cutting machine, Gao Yang began. Without the slightest hesitation, he cut directly down the line. Everyone's eyes were staring. They all understood that if the skein was still there after this cut, that is to say, this piece of material is 100% ruined. If the skein is gone, then regardless of whether this piece of material has jadeite, at least this bet on the skein is considered a win. Time seems to stand still. The air seems to freeze. In addition to the cutting machine blade is still constantly turning. There is not the slightest other sound. Even secretly open the live broadcast of Su Li, are nervous to watch. Those fans in the live broadcast also stopped talking, as if they were all waiting. Suddenly, a piece of stone skin fell down. This side cut finished. Si Xianping, before the crowd could react, quickly stepped forward and picked up the piece of stone skin to check. There's no more. The skein ends here. Little brother, good luck. The others also rushed up to check. Sure enough, the skein is gone here. Now no matter if there is jadeite inside this piece of raw stone, at least this skein is the right bet. Little brother, continue to cut. I'm optimistic about you. For a while those who watched the fun started egging on again. Gao Yang smiled at the point, but he didn't cut it, but directly polished it up. This confused the crowd. Could it be? Suddenly, that old Wu seemed to react. It's green. It's green. Finally, there was someone with sharp eyes who saw a flash of green. Gao Yang ignored it and continued with the rest of the polishing. A few minutes later, Gao Yang picked up a ladle, scooped up a ladle of water, and directly rushed it. A large patch of green appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is asterisk. I'm not mistaken. This is actually imperial green. Such a large piece of imperial green. My God. For a while, the scene became incomparably noisy, with screams and chagrin rising and falling. Old Chen, this stone was originally mine. You had to pull me out. I'll fight you. That old Wu was trembling with anger. This stone was really his. If it wasn't for this guy pulling him out to watch the fun, how could it be bought by Gao Yang? So he now had the heart to kill this old Chen. Little brother, don't cut it. That's it, I'll offer 500 million. Si Xianping directly opened his mouth. Opening the mouth now was actually a certain risk, but all the same, It would be much cheaper. There is a gamble here. It is also commonly known as half-gambling material. This is where you cut out a facet of the jadeite and sell it. Then the rest is likely to be more than expected. And it is likely that the emerald is not as big as expected. There is a risk issue here. So now this face he offered 500 million is not low. If Gao Yang he did not have perspective, may really sell, because there is a risk. But having perspective is having perspective. How big this piece of jadeite is, he is seeing it clearly. See boss, if you give me $1 billion this piece of material will give you. Otherwise wait for me to unravel out after we talk about the price how? In fact, Gao Yang knew that this piece was emerald far more than 1 billion, but he was afraid of trouble. Just today's matter will soon spread throughout the whole raw stone market. Then next it will become the center of attention. Maybe it will be targeted later. But now if this piece of material can be sold, this Xi Jinping will most likely not cut it. Then this is an unknown. Even if he cut it, it was expected that everyone's center of gravity would still be on him in a short period of time. Then in that case, he could pull out and leave here as soon as possible. The main reason is that today is too big a deal. Imperial green. That is the very best of jadeite. The king of jade. It is rare to find a few pieces a year, and they are not always this big. Xi Jinping this is difficult. After all, it is $1 billion. In case of loss, he will also meet pain. But from the point of view of this piece of material, the chances of betting on the rise is very high. After all, the skein, this problem has been broken. There is no reason this piece of material will lose. Just when he was hesitating, a woman's voice rang out. 1 billion. I'll take it. Gao Yang looked up. This was a tall, sexy and hot beauty about 23 or 24 years old. A head of long black hair, simply falling with her shoulders, curved eyelashes, big eyes, and a high nose bridge best emphasized the value of this delicate melon face. Sexy what's her name clothes set off the perfect curves. With this figure, Gao Yang was willing to commit to her. Tang Yingying, you're here too? Gao Yang realized that this beauty was called Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying was just as beautiful as When Wanting, but there was one big difference between the two of them. When Wanting gave the first impression of being high and cold, but this Tang Yingying's first impression to Gao Yang was flirtatious. Uncle C, how about you let me have this stone? How about it? How about it? Tang Yingying said as she began to pout, especially with the way she swayed. Gao Yang almost had the urge to give him this piece of imperial green. Xi Jinping knew that today was hopeless with this piece of imperial green, helplessly shaking his head with a bitter smile. Don't look at this Tang Yingying who was still pampering herself right now. This woman was not simple. If you are fooled by her superficial phenomenon, then in time you will be eaten by her with no bone crumbs left. Anyway, none of the men who had dealt with her had a good ending in the end. Seeing that Xi Jinping didn't say anything, Tang Yingying came to Gao Yang. This gentleman, is it okay if I take this one? Gao Yang nodded numbly. Right at this moment, just about to feel an icy cold from his lower abdomen straight to the top of his head in the sky, instantly sobered up. His eyes narrowed, and the dumbfounded expression he had just had was gone, instead carrying a hint of vigilance. Tang Yingying was also stunned. There was actually someone else who could sober up from her seduction so quickly. This is my account number. You transfer the money first. Right, don't use any delayed transfers or the transaction will be cancelled directly. Tang Yingying smiled, then nodded slightly, taking the bank card provided by Gao Yang. She then handed it to one of the assistants beside her, because the plot needs it. So direct transfer, all you watchers do not need to raise the bar, because I also know that bank transfer is impossible to transfer 1 billion at once. Soon the transaction was completed, and after Gao Yang repeatedly confirmed that there was no mistake, he signaled Tang Yingying, from now on this piece of jadeite belongs to you. If nothing goes wrong, you should have no problem earning another 200 to 300 million. Gao Yang said this last sentence in a very low voice, and it was estimated that only Tang Yingying could hear it. After Gao Yang finished the sentence, he directly turned around and pulled the still-dazed Suli away. After the crowd came to their senses from their daze, Gao Yang's figure had long since disappeared. Chapter 66, Qian Mei's Cleverness. Gao Yang, wait, take a break. I'm exhausted. After the two of them left the raw stone market, Gao Yang pulled Suli and ran for a while. This exhausted Suli. How could her physique compare to Gao Yang's transformed body? Looking at Suli who was panting and bending over to catch her breath, Gao Yang watched without blinking. Finally Suli felt that something was wrong, looked up and suddenly her pretty face flushed. What are you looking at, pervert, rascal, beware of wanting castrating you. After Suli finished speaking, she didn't continue the topic, and then went on to talk about the 10 billions. Gao Yang, why are you so powerful? Imperial green $1 billion, I can't believe it even in my dreams. Gao Yang's heart was not too calm at the moment, not expecting to pick up a big leak on the first day of this official start. $2 million of stone, dry out $1 billion. Now if it is not daytime, Gao Yang also thought, dreaming. Gao Yang, as the saying goes, whoever sees it has a share. Shouldn't you share some of it with me? I don't want much. Just give a random 200 million 300 million on the line. Su Li must have said this casually, but Gao Yang took it seriously. Okay. Now it was Su Li's turn to freeze, just staring stupidly at Gao Yang for a long time before reacting. Che, you want to use money to hit me? Want to adopt me? Don't even think about it. Don't be infatuated with sis. Sis will make your nose bleed. What do we do next? Gao Yang was confused by Su Li's words. Could there really be someone who doesn't love money? Let's stop for 2 days first. Let's get the warehouse and stuff done first. These people will leave, most of them, in a few days, and this matter will gradually cool down. It'll be fine by then. Otherwise, once we go in now, let alone buying raw stones, I'm afraid we'll be surrounded by people immediately. Let's go back to the hotel first. Su Li thought it was right. This matter is moving so much. It's good to cool down for 2 days. Right. Is the air conditioning in your room ready? Gao Yang casually asked. What air conditioner? The air conditioner in my room is fine. Let's not talk about it. Let's go shopping. I heard it's quite fun over here. So Gao Yang was really a bit confused. Could it be that last night was really a dream? It couldn't be. Gao Yang went shopping for the whole morning and bought quite a few things. There were his parents and also his sister Gao Xiaoya's. Naturally, when Wantings was also missing. Gao Yang does not have many friends. Before there are a few classmates, relationship is not bad. And then everyone mixed quite well. Contact is less and less. The only good buddy, Zhang Jun, is still waiting for the trial. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure I'll be able to. Now count on a good relationship. I'm afraid that only this Su Li. So, loneliness is worse than having no money. With more money, I wanted to buy a little gift for my friend, but in the end, I looked through the phone book and couldn't find a single person. At noon, the two returned to the hotel. Gao Yang didn't mention the matter of the Imperial Green, and neither did Su Li. Gao Yang, I found 2 of the warehouses. One closer. They want $300,000 a year, and it's a one-time payment. There's another one farther away. They can pay rent semi-annually. The rent is the same. Which one do you think is better? While eating her meal, Xian Mei talked about what she did this morning. It was also considered a work report. Gao Yang really didn't care about this amount of money right now. Naturally, the closer the better. Just the one that's closer. Turn around and I'll transfer another $1 million to you. Rent it as soon as possible. Besides, it can be used in the future. Also, you go to the security company again. It must be the regular kind. It doesn't matter if the money is more. We must have the safe kind. Also, we need a minivan. It doesn't need to be too big. Just one of those box vans. This you see if you can rent it. If you can't, you can just buy one. I guess it won't cost much. Xian Mei nodded. These things are simple. Right. How are you guys doing in the morning? Is there any harvest? Being asked this question, Gao Yang didn't know how to answer for a while. I dragged Gao Yang to go shopping in the morning and bought a bunch of things. And also bought you a dress. Wait, try it on. Su Li was more resourceful and took over the topic in a flash and digressed. Let's not think about going to buy the stones for now. First we have to get this side of the warehouse right. Otherwise there's no place to put them even if we buy them. So my plan is to rest for 2 days first, then go shopping or whatever. I'll pay for all the spending. Gao Yang said this because he understood a person's weakness. Take Xian Mei for example. This woman couldn't talk about good or bad, but she definitely loved money. This could be seen from the fact that she came over and threw herself at him last night on her own accord. But this kind of woman has one advantage. As long as you give her money, you let her do anything. To put it more bluntly, even if you put her to sleep, as long as you give her money, she won't pester you, much less sabotage you and influence you. So when Gao Yang mentioned that he would pay for all the shopping, Xian Mei's eyes were bright, because she knows that Gao Yang has money, a lot of money. Just for example, give her $1 million and then go rent a warehouse. Then go to a security company and hire a few security guards. How much money could this add up to? Even if she bought another box minivan, all the costs together were estimated to be less than half. So the remaining half of the 1 million, Xian Mei, even if you return to Gao Yang he will want? The answer is no. Therefore, Xian Mei is a smart woman. A smart woman, she will not go to ask more questions. As for the reason, she does not need to know, because she will put herself in the right position. Now she is working for Gao Yang. If Gao Yang has that aspect of the need, she can still accompany the bed. When this side of the matter is over, Xian Mei made money, and Gao Yang also achieved his purpose. After returning to Jinling City, she is still the purchasing department manager, and Gao Yang is still the boyfriend of their old boss. Money beautiful, she is very good at positioning herself. She will never aspire to what Gao Yang will do to her. She has this self-awareness. As for why Gao Yang and this Su Li would go shopping together, or even if the two of them would sleep, Xian Mei would not care. Even if she just saw it, she would pretend not to see it. For example, last night, Xianmei heard the sound of Gao Yang's door opening and originally planned to go over to find Gao Yang. As a result, she saw Suli wrapped in a bath towel and entered Gao Yang's room. So, if the two of them didn't have something happen at night, would Xianmei believe it? If she was foolish enough to bring this matter up for questioning, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to get a single benefit in the days to come. That won't do her any good. She just needs to honestly help Gao Yang do things. Maybe the next time Gao Yang comes out he will even bring her out. So you don't want to think about grabbing someone else's handle and then going for the benefit. In fact, this is a most stupid behavior. The best way is to ask others to give you their money willingly, rather than you taking the initiative to ask for it. Chapter 67, Meeting Tang Yingying again. After lunch, Xianmei went to get busy. Gao Yang decided to take a nap, and Suli also planned to take a rest. So Gao Yang wanted to enter her room to take a look and confirm the air conditioning, only to be stopped outside by Suli. The reason was that a lone man and a lone woman should not be in the same room. Now this was pretty ed up. Gao Yang was becoming less and less sure of the veracity of what happened last night. After videoing with one wanting, Gao Yang turned on the air conditioner and started to sleep. He had a comfortable sleep, and by the time he woke up it was almost dark. After having dinner, Gao Yang took his room card and he was ready to go out for a walk. Mainly because he slept too much in the afternoon and couldn't sleep at night. Casually walking on the street, strolling for a while, feeling uninteresting, bought 2 special snacks, ready to bring back to Qianmei to eat. Just when he was almost ready to go back to the hotel, suddenly a person crashed towards him. With Gao Yang's reaction speed nowadays, it was actually very easy to dodge it. Just as he was about to dodge over, he recognized this person, Tang Yingying. Quickly take me away. At this moment, Tang Yingying was clearly a bit off. Her face flushed and her body was burning. Gao Yang could clearly feel that Tang Yingying's hand that grabbed his arm was not only hot but also trembling a bit. Without hesitation, Gao Yang was ready to take Tang Yingying back to the hotel. Just then, 2 people suddenly blocked his way, followed by 3 more people appearing behind him. Tang Yingying, I'll see where you're running to today. Gao Yang was depressed for a while. Was he idle? Can't you stay properly in the hotel? He had to run out and sneak around. This is good. Encountered this kind of thing. Black Dragon. You're despicable enough to actually drug me. Tang Yingying was desperately holding back now, and at this moment, her voice was trembling a little as she spoke. Tang Yingying, how can I catch you if I don't drug you? Tang Yingying knew that she was in trouble today, but it was a pity that this guy beside her had suffered an undeserved disaster. Black Dragon, I'll go back with you guys. You let him go. This matter has nothing to do with him. Ha ha ha. Black Dragon laughed arrogantly twice and said, Tang Yingying, do you think it's you who's stupid? Or me? He saw what he shouldn't have seen and heard what he shouldn't have heard. He can only count himself unlucky. Everyone, let's go together and make it quick. Tang Yingying pushed Gao Yang aside with a hand. I'll drag them out. You run. Don't look at Tang Yingying as a weak woman. And her body was still in a condition at this time. However, it was quite capable of fighting. But after all, she was physically weak. And in no time, she was knocked back by Black Dragon's punch. Gao Yang finally reacted from his dazed state, and held Tang Yingying up with one hand. Are you alright? Tang Yingying was furious. Are you a person with water in your brain? Just now I told you to run. Why didn't you run? You're a... Gao Yang was scolded by this woman for no reason, and his heart immediately came to fire. Who did I invite to mess with who? So to Tang Yingying ass is a slap. Snap sound. Or quite loud. Hold it for me. I'll do it. Gao Yang will be in the hands of the lunchbox into the arms of Tang Yingying a plug. Not waiting for Tang Yingying reaction. Directly towards the Black Dragon and others rushed. Black Dragon took a look at this guy or a rash, and immediately commanded a few of his minions to surround him. Bang bang bang. After a round of punches and kicks, Gao Yang spat. Bah! Trash! After saying this, he came to the shaking Tang Yingying and took his packing box to leave. Alright, you're safe. Hurry back. Bang! Gao Yang turned around and Tang Yingying directly fell to the ground. Are you okay? Quick, take me out of here. Gao Yang was speechless. There was no one around here. Leaving this woman here would definitely not work, so he could only carry this woman on his back, and then quickly headed towards the direction of the hotel. The good thing is that the distance from the hotel is not much farther. Wait until the hotel door near. He will Tang Yingying put down, and then assisted into the hotel. If he was carrying her on his back, the hotel staff would definitely misunderstand. Then holding on was different. People would at most think that Gao Yang was looking for a drunken chicken outside. After all, this place was a fringe city, and certain industries weren't as tightly regulated as the mainland. After all, this place is a fringe city, and certain industries are not as tightly regulated as the mainland. After all, it was hard to help Tang Yingying into the room, and Gao Yang planned to get her a little bit of water to drink, and then ask about the situation. As a result, Just after entering the room, Tang Yingying jumped into Gao Yang's arms at once. "Hurry up and kill me, or I'll die," Tang Yingying said as she started tearing her clothes. Gao Yang was really confused now. He also realized that this Tang Yingying was most likely drugged with that drug. However, at this time, there was no time for him to think about it, because Tang Yingying had already pounced on him on the bed. The next thing was a bit of childish. I don't know how long it took, but Tang Yingying came to her senses and started looking for her clothes. As a result, she found that her clothes had all become strips of cloth, so she really had no choice but to directly pull open the cabinet and put Gao Yang's clothes on her body. "What happened today? Don't say anything to anyone, or I'll kill you. Also, just pretend that what happened today never happened." After Tang Yingying finished speaking, she took hobbling steps and left Gao Yang's room. Only at this point did Gao Yang react. Looking at the messy floor in bed, as well as the splash of bright red on the white sheets, it made him think of that time with When Wanting. Only this time, it was a role swap. He had been raped. After thinking for a while, Gao Yang got up and started to clean up. Then the bed sheets were also taken over to be cleaned. Otherwise this can't be accounted for tomorrow. In fact, he had some faint loss. Such a female just like this left. Just cleaned up all the things. The doorbell rang. Gao Yang was happy. He thought it was Tang Yingying who came back, and hurriedly opened the door to the room. But it turned out to be Suli, who was wrapped in a bath towel. Suli self-centered on the bed. There are no sheets. She did not care. The same position yesterday. The same position. Lying down to sleep. This gave Gao Yang an illusion. Could it be that Suli has sleepwalking? All the things that happened last night are actually real. Is caused by sleepwalking? Gao Yang's mind was a little messed up. He turned off the light and got into bed. He didn't touch Suli. He was still thinking about what happened before. But just because he didn't react, it didn't mean that Suli didn't make a move. Suli turned around and stuck on Gao Yang. Didn't say anything, except that her hands began to be dishonest. Soon, Gao Yang also did not have the heart to think. If this time he still had the heart to think of other things, then his brain into water. So, he once again put his arms around Suli. Chapter 68 Potential Danger. After a fling, Suli directly rolled over and fell asleep. In fact, from beginning to end, Suli did not speak, and did not even open her eyes for a moment. In fact, this evening's matter has too many doubts, or can't figure out the place. First of all, this Tang Yingying should have a very powerful background. So with such a powerful background, plus the fact that she had martial arts skills, what kind of enemy would dare to deal with her? The one called Black Dragon also had martial arts skills, but certainly not as powerful as Tang Yingying, otherwise he wouldn't have drugged her. On the contrary, if Tang Yingying hadn't been drugged, those few people would definitely be no match for her. There was also a conclusion that could be drawn from the contents of the conversation that there was someone behind the one called Black Dragon. He might just be an existence equivalent to a hitman. Gao Yang even had a bold guess that the forces behind this Tang Yingying and that Black Dragon should have a hostile relationship. This time, Tang Yingying came over here, so the other party also sent someone over. So they used a method like a drugged sneak attack. Otherwise, Tang Yingying definitely wouldn't have been hit so easily. As for why Gao Yang was so able to fight, even beat that Black Dragon. In fact, this has to start from before the fight. Gao Yang indeed can fight, just by his block. Like Zhang Jun, that kind of person. He fight 2 or 3 are no problem. But wanting to beat Black Dragon and 4 of his men, that was absolutely impossible. The reason why he beat them was mainly because his eyes had changed. Right when Tang Yingying and Black Dragon were fighting, unintentionally Gao Yang discovered that their moves were all broken. After a few verifications, Gao Yang also knew that his eyes had mutated, so having these changes wasn't worth the surprise. So when Gao Yang fought with Black Dragon and the others, he could anticipate the opponent's moves and then directly break them in advance. Gao Yang's head was big, mainly because he didn't know anything about this matter. What kind of person was Tang Yingying, and what kind of a force was she? What was the power behind that Black Dragon like? Would they find themselves in trouble next? And so on. Couldn't figure it out. He didn't intend to think about it. Turning his head and glancing at Suli, who had already fallen asleep, Gao Yang felt very ed up. Can someone explain to him what the hell is going on? Why is this person a completely different person during the day and at night? Between his wild thoughts, Gao Yang also fell into a deep sleep. On the other hand, Tang Yingying returned to her own place. She didn't change her clothes but sat on the chair thinking about things. To her death, she didn't expect that the other party would actually use such despicable means to deal with herself. Fortunately, she had met that man. What surprised her was that Gao Yang was actually so capable of fighting. From beginning to end, those 5 people were all pressed by Gao Yang. There was also the fact that she had actually given her first time to this man called Gao Yang, and that she had used force. Just thinking of that innocent look in Gao Yang's eyes, Tang Yingying wanted to laugh, but then her face changed. This matter was not about Gao Yang, but now he was implicated. If the other party were to retaliate against Gao Yang, it would simply be impossible to defend. Thinking of this, Tang Yingying picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, arrange 2 capable fighters for me, then go help me protect someone. I'll send you the information later. Also, a few of you must get here for me within 24 hours. I'm going to make them pay this time. Hanging up the phone, Tang Yingying stood up, then looked at the wide clothes on her body, and even twirled around. She felt that wearing men's clothes was quite fun, only the twisting was too much and pulled a wound somewhere. Rascal, actually stabbing with such vigor. It hurts me to death. Tang Yingying finished, then went into the bathroom. The next morning, when Gao Yang woke up, the bed was empty again. Not even a single strand of hair could be found, but he was already sure. Suli had 100% come last night, because his cell phone secretly took a photo. Exactly when Suli was asleep last night, casually deleted the photo. Some things do not need to leave evidence, just need to have a number in one's heart. No need to prove it. Ding dong, just after washing up, the doorbell rang again. Opening the door to see, without any surprise, it was Suli. Why are you looking at me like this? Are you trying to take advantage of me? I can warn you, if you dare to have thoughts about me, I'll click you. Suli finished and entered the room on her own, casually finding a place to sit down. What are we doing today? Gao Yang was directly speechless. This woman was either a sleepwalker or a master of disguise. Suli, last night. Suli directly interrupted Gao Yang's words. What happened last night? Oh, right. Just now Qian Mei called me and asked me to bring you along to go over and look at the warehouse over there, which has now been rented. Another 5 security guards have been arranged, 1 captain and 14 members in 2 shifts. Gao Yang nodded, so he didn't bother to talk about last night's incident, and took Suli directly out of the hotel. According to the address, he called a cab and headed directly towards the warehouse. The warehouse was about 10 kilometers away from here. In fact, this distance was considered far away, but there was no way around it. Basically there is no suitable warehouse in the city, and the general warehouse is on this side. Every year when the emerald raw stones were opened, the warehouses on this side would be rented out to people, sometimes even if only due a month. His expenses are top of the first half of the rent, but also that month to make money. Usually basically this side of the warehouse are empty. For example, Gao Yang this warehouse, basically more than 10 months a year is empty. A year also earn a 100,000,080,000. In fact, they would prefer to rent for a year like Gao Yang. After all, the warehouse is empty for them is also useless, simply put is a waste. If they rent it for a year, first of all, the rent will be more expensive, and then they don't need to pay the maintenance fee and cleaning fee for a year. Qian Mei wore a black dress today, but the smart thing about this woman was that she would take her most prominent position and deliberately reflect it. Although the clothes were black, but favoring the position on both sides of the chest it was white. This fierce look also thought that those 2 places broke a hole. This gave people an infinite space for reverie. Sister Beauty, this dress you're wearing makes me a little jelly. Gao Yang's words were a double entendre. Was it excitement or freezing? Qian Mei started to giggle again. Gao Yang, is it because the chicken hasn't found a nest for a few days? It's a bit difficult? Chapter 69, Targeted. Gao Yang was satisfied with the warehouse, so it was time to make purchases next. 3 days passed in a flash. It was also the 5th day that Gao Yang came over here. Gao Yang started to make purchases. The first thing Gao Yang did was to disguise himself. He redid his hairstyle and then his clothes. Finally, he also bought his sunglasses to wear. He believed that no one should recognize him. As a result, he just entered the raw stone market. You guys see, it's him who solved the imperial green. I was there that day. I recognize it even when it turns into ashes. Gao Yang this depressed nah. I know him even when he was turned into ashes. Then I still dress up as a fart. Is not his 3 days of tossing for nothing? In the end, he had no choice but to go for it. The big deal is to hurry up and finish buying the things you need and leave. In fact, there is one thing that Gao Yang accidentally, that is, although there is trouble, but there are also benefits. For example, when he entered a store, the owner was quite polite. As long as he saw which stone, the store owner would arrange for someone to send the stone directly to his car. There was even a discount on top of the price. The troublesome thing, that was that there would be a group of people following him wherever he went, but it would be fine after a long time, and the number of people following would gradually decrease. There is another advantage. As long as he deciphered the stone, there will be people who will come up to buy it on their own initiative, and the price given is still quite on point. However, Gao Yang will not be able to decode the stone frequently. Basically he spends $100 million. He will find a way to earn this $100 million back. So this lasted for a total of 3 days. Gao Yang almost purchased 10 billion jade material, but also earned so much. In other words, all the emerald material he purchased in the past few days was bought with the money he earned. Sis, this person is so high profile. Isn't he afraid of death? Somewhere, Tang Yingying was looking at Gao Yang, who was not far away. And the one who spoke was Tang Yingying's cousin. Tang Mi, do you think it's useful for him to keep a low profile? Who doesn't know him in this place right now? The lower he keeps a low profile, the more trouble he'll be in instead. Then it would be better to keep a high profile and put himself out in the open. At least this way some small-minded people won't dare to hit him instead. Hearing Tang Yingying's words, Tang Mi felt that there was some truth to it. Sister, news has come from over there. The hiding place of the Black Dragon and the others has been found. Can we make our move tonight? Tang Yingying nodded, a touch of ruthlessness appearing in her eyes. Let them be in charge of this matter. Your task is to protect this Gao Yang. I'm sure that someone will definitely make a move on him in the next few days. But you have to remember, don't expose your identity, not to mention mentioning me. Understand? Gao Yang naturally didn't know that not far away, someone was staring at him. His current mood was pleasant mixed with a hint of helplessness. These few days he not only bought a large amount of jadeite material and made money. The main thing was that he had sucked enough of a large amount of aura in his body. If he went to deal with Black Dragon and the others now, it would definitely be too much easier than that night. Gao Yang also knew that he wouldn't be over here for too long this time. The original plan was half a month. He used half a month to earn $1 billion. Then he would go back to develop. But as a result, there was an accident on the second day he came. A piece of Imperial Green not only allowed him to reach his goal straight away, but also put his reputation on the line. At the same time also gave himself a bunch of trouble. At the very least this daytime a large number of people followed even at night there was no peace. A moment someone looking for him to cooperate. A moment someone looking for him to talk about acquisitions. A moment there is someone to invite him to dinner. Even when he sleeps, there will be beautiful women who take the initiative to come to the door to ask for service. Gao Yang knew that the purpose of these people was nothing more than three kinds. One kind of person, naturally, wanted to enter into a long-term cooperation with Gao Yang, such as that Xi Xianping. This kind of person is purely commercial. Most of the emeralds that Gao Yang unraveled in the past few days were bought by this guy. The relationship between the two is also very good, which belongs to the normal, good cooperative relationship. There are still some with bad intentions, is to use some abnormal means to seek cooperation. For example, send beautiful women to Gao Yang, and then is to let Gao Yang help him buy some valuable materials. These people in fact is not too much. Want to make money well, with some non-legitimate means is also very normal. Send a beautiful woman to sleep with you, and then the next day you help him look good 2 pieces of material, which is also reasonable. Gao Yang did want to agree, but these days at night, Su Li went to his room, making him no opportunity to start. Even Qian Mei hinted many times, but Gao Yang could not do anything about it. There was another kind of people that hurt Gao Yang the most, and that was some shady businessmen. They explicitly and implicitly warned Gao Yang to either cooperate with them and sell the jadeite raw stones he purchased to them, or let him stay over here forever. This was actually a threat, but it was worth the risk for people. First, Gao Yang has no power, but has a large amount of superb jadeite material. That's what the saying goes. A man who carries a jadeite is guilty of a crime. According to the observation in the past few days, over the warehouse where he stacked the raw stones, there were often some unknown people coming in and out. The purpose of these people Gao Yang is naturally very clear. They must be hitting on his emerald stones. Now he was having a headache on how to crack this bureau. Gao Yang could be 100% sure that once the procurement on his side was over, someone would make a move on him. So the question is, how to transport these raw stones back? Gao Yang finally decided. First, drag on a delay. These raw stone material, after all, is still stone. The other side wants to steal that is not realistic, because this thing is not like other things to move away. These things are heavy and heavy. If all these materials will be moved away, time-consuming and laborious, others would have already noticed. Robbing, even more unrealistic. After all, this is China. Who would dare to blatantly rob? There are only 2 possibilities. The first is to wait for Gao Yang's side to load the car. They do it. The second is to leave this side halfway to do it. So Gao Yang could be sure of one thing, and that was that he basically wouldn't be in much danger before he left. Gao Yang turned around again and hadn't seen the person he wanted to see. Gao Yang. The fans have skyrocketed to over 20 million. It's almost time for today. Let's go eat dinner first, then go live stream the stone solving. Looking at Su Li's expectant eyes, but Gao Yang shook his head. From today onwards, there will be no stone solving at night. In addition, I will arrange for you two to go back as soon as possible. This side is no longer safe. At these words, Su Li and Qian Mei looked at Gao Yang with puzzled gazes. Let's talk about this matter when we go back. In the end, Gao Yang decided to tell the duo about the situation over here, and he also thought of a good way. A way to be able to get out of the situation, simply understood as the golden cicada shell. So the 3 of them drove the van towards the raw stone warehouse. He was going to realize his plan. Chapter 70, The Nine Gates of Een. Rachel. By the time the three of them returned to the hotel and closed the door, it was already dark. Gao Yang, you're saying that we've been watched all this time, so what do we do? How about we don't want these raw stones? Su Li was timid. As soon as she heard that there was danger, she even gave up the raw stone material. Xian Mei on the other hand didn't say anything. She was waiting for Gao Yang to speak. Give up is impossible. These materials I spent almost more than $1 billion to buy. Go back, not to say turn over. At least 400 or 500 million good money. But I do have a way. Let's have a golden cicada. Golden cicada shell? Su Li looked at Gao Yang with a puzzled gaze. Gao Yang also did not hesitate to speak his thoughts. In fact, his method was very simple. Basically now they all went to buy raw stone materials during the day and drove vans at night to send them into the warehouse. Then the key step in implementing the plan is this van. Gao Yang means to secretly rent another warehouse elsewhere, and then buy a large van to put inside. Then every night, instead of delivering the stone, the material in the warehouse will be secretly pulled out by the van. So from the outside, and before no difference. In fact, the warehouse material in 2 or 3 days' time by small trucks can all bring out. In the middle of the night to secretly transport these materials to another warehouse, directly loaded. It only takes a few days. That warehouse will become an empty shell. As long as Gao Yang himself does not leave, then find someone to drive the car directly back. This is the golden shell. When the car was on the highway, it was already out of the province. Then Gao Yang's side of the task was completed. Gao Yang, then isn't it dangerous for you to stay over here? In case they find out that the warehouse is empty by then, they will definitely go crazy and come to take revenge on you. Su Li got a little worried. Gao Yang smiled and said, by the time you all leave, it's easy to get away if it's just me. I'll just head to any public place, turn around and run away. The main thing is these emerald raw stones. The target of the raw stones is just too big, and because of the special nature of this place, we have to prepare well in advance. So, from tomorrow onwards, Sister Beauty should not follow me. You will be responsible for the things I have arranged for you. Xian Mei hurriedly nodded her head. In these few days, Gao Yang had already given her no less than 5 million before and after. This was money that she had never been able to earn in her entire life. Then it was only natural to help Gao Yang do something. Alright, let's go eat dinner first. After dinner we'll have a good rest. After dinner, Gao Yang video chatted with Wen Wanting in his room for a while. Then after taking a shower, he was waiting for Su Li to come over. But it was more than 10 o'clock and Su Li hadn't come over yet. Just when Gao Yang wanted to go over to take a look, the doorbell rang. Open the door. This time it is not Su Li. Actually is the money beautiful. Now Gao Yang is a little nervous, because Su Li is likely to come over. As if seeing Gao Yang's nervousness, Xian Mei said this as if unintentionally. Su Li came over that today. I just passed by her side. Gao Yang understood. No wonder Su Li didn't come tonight. Gao Yang, we are going back in 2 days. If you don't eat me again, you won't have a chance. Xian Mei said while stroking Gao Yang's body. Xian Mei was a little surprised. This man's body was very strong and fit, definitely had abs. Xian Mei raised her head and smiled charmingly at Gao Yang. Harmony here. On the other hand, Tang Yingying led a few people to a mansion. At this moment, there were 5 or 6 people drinking wine in this mansion. If Gao Yang was here, he would be able to recognize that one of them was none other than the black dragon that he had violently beaten up. The coldness on Tang Yingying's face was getting more and more prevalent. As soon as she remembered the events of that night, she couldn't wait to break Black Dragon into pieces. If she hadn't met Gao Yang, she would have ended up in a miserable state. With a wave of Tang Yingying's hand, several men in black jumped into the compound. Each of them held a dagger in their hands before slowly approaching. Boss Black Dragon, I've already found the brat who spoiled things for us that night. He's staying in the XX hotel, and he has 2 chicks with him, and they're so sexy looking. If I can sleep with such a woman, TSK TSK TSK. Black Dragon put down his wine glass, then took a look at the henchman. Just your little bit of talent? Pay attention these days, the people sent from above will be here soon, better not cause any trouble. But this kid has spoiled our plans, and really can't be spared. So, bang! Just as Black Dragon was halfway through his sentence, both the door and window of the room were slammed open. As soon as these people came in without the slightest bit of procrastination, they directly entered with a white knife and exited with a red knife. Black Dragon was startled and hurriedly pushed the junior brother who was just talking beside him towards one of them, then jumped out directly from the other side of the window. Bang! Black Dragon had just jumped out when he was kicked directly in the chest and then slammed hard against the wall. Tang Yingying. Black Dragon recognized that the person in front of him was none other than Tang Yingying. Black Dragon, you also have today? You assassinated me that day. Today I'll return the favor by using its own way. Go to hell. After Tang Yingying finished speaking, the dagger in her hand directly stabbed at Black Dragon. Dang! Tang Yingying's eyes narrowed as the dagger in his hand was cut and blocked. Elder Li, Save me. The black dragon was terrified. Almost he would have died. Useless thing. Elder Lai cursed black dragon before looking at Tang Yingying once more. Tang family girl, we don't interfere with well water. Why do you always cross us? Tang Yingying's eyes narrowed. She naturally recognized who this person in front of her was. Lees, the Tao has its rules. First and foremost, the first point is that you can't touch drugs. But not only did you in 9 sect touch it, but you also colluded with the northern side of Burma to traffic in organs. It's simply damned. After Tang Yingying finished speaking, she directly rushed towards Liesel. Say didn't talk nonsense. Directly fought with Tang Yingying, then violently backed up, grabbed Black Dragon with a hand and left this side with a few jumps, because Tang Yingying's teammates had already rushed over. Tang Yingying's face was gloomy. Although she wasn't afraid of this Say, it was hard to beat her opponent. The biggest headache right now was that this Black Dragon had given a run for his money. Once the Black Dragon ran away, then Gao Yang's matter would be exposed and 100% would be implicated. If they wanted to deal with Gao Yang, there were plenty of ways to do so. Sometimes it was useless even if you could fight. Looks like we need to get this guy out of here in a hurry. And the dangers don't stop there. This guy is too high profile. There are at least several parties staring at this guy right now. Looks like we need to talk to him. Chapter 71, Sending Yourself to the Door. Qian Mei left. Gao Yang took a fresh shower and returned to bed to get ready for sleep. To say that this Qian Mei, really playful, it was too much better than the motionless Suli. Just as soon as Gao Yang entered the room, he immediately felt a dangerous aura. This was the benefit that came from having transformed his body with spiritual power. That was a keen sense of the surroundings. Gao Yang was startled and made a wrong turn to avoid the attack, then swung out a fist violently, which he stopped halfway through. The fist stopped right where Tang Yingying's chest was. It had even touched a hint of flesh. It's you! A hint of surprise was evident on Gao Yang's face. Not bad. Pretty strong sense of crisis. Tang Yingying said truthfully. Just now he was sneak attacking. This guy not only dodged through, but also accurately found a position to counterattack. It was good that he withdrew his strength in time. Otherwise he would have to milk pain again tonight. But this guy is also too horny. In fact, Tang Yingying had been here for a while, and she had just come over to see Qian Mei leaving. Just that flirtatious look. It looks like she just got satisfied. Tang Yingying took advantage of Gao Yang's bath and entered the room. The locks of a hotel like this one were practically null and void for her. You're in danger now. There are several forces staring at you. There's even the people from the other night looking for you too. They kill like pigs. You need to hurry up and get out of here. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Otherwise you won't even know how to die when the time comes. Gao Yang just looked at Tang Yingying. You care about me? Tang Yingying froze, not expecting this guy to say this. Shouldn't he be feeling surprised and nervous and scared? Who cares about you? I merely feel that this matter started because of me, so I don't want you to be implicated. Tang Yingying explained again. You just care about me, Gao Yang said while grabbing Tang Yingying's hand. Tang Yingying was furious. Why does this guy always dwell on such an issue? So she intended to draw back her hand, ready to leave. As a result, Gao Yang grabbed her hand tightly. That wasn't all. Gao Yang actually held her in his arms. Let go. What do you want? Gao Yang obediently released Tang Yingying. I just wanted to try to see if you care about me and like me. And as a result, I just confirmed that you don't. So, you can go now. It was Tang Yingying's turn to freeze. She didn't react to this guy's meaning for a moment. I'm just a businessman. Just making some money through my own skills. I don't steal. I don't rob. I don't kill or set fire to anyone who gets in my way. I'll play with him. Tang Yingying just looked at this man in front of her. She didn't know how to evaluate this person. Saying that he was naive seemed to have some. Saying that he was childish seemed right too. But what he said wasn't wrong either. 1 doesn't steal. 2 doesn't rob. Earns money with his own skills. Who has the right to deprive him of the fruits of his labor? But this place was different. And what was wrong wasn't him as a person, but this environment. What are you going to do? I can help you think of a way. Tang Yingying finally decided to step in. You care about me again. Tang Yingying was furious. This guy couldn't say more than 3 sentences before he started to become unhinged. You love to say it or not? Don't say it and pull back. Tang Yingying was furious and turned around, intending to leave, but she was hugged by Gao Yang again, and this time from behind. What was even more shameless was the 2 big hands, which were accurately covering the 2 globes. You care about me. I know, Gao Yang said while licking Tang Yingying's earlobe. Tang Yingying was instantly petrified. She hadn't been treated like this by a man since she grew up. As for what happened last night, that didn't count. After all, she was already in a state of confusion at that time. A lot of things she didn't remember. Unlike now, that belonged to the awake state, so the experience was especially real. For a while, Tang Yingying's mind was blank. She even forgot to struggle and resist, or rather, she didn't have any sense of rejection. In short, the 2 of them were so confused. Once again the things that happened last night. Only this time it was Gao Yang who took the initiative. Tang Yingying left in the second half of the night, and on her way out, she bit hard on Gao Yang's arm, blowing in the wind outside. Tang Yingying felt a wave of absurdity. The great lady of the Tang sect actually gave someone else to sleep in confusion, and also twice. The most crucial thing was that she had still sent herself to the door. With a bitter smile, she shook her head. Sister, are you considered a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Tang Xiaomi appeared at Tang Yingying's side at an inopportune moment, looking at this cousin of hers with teasing eyes. Don't mind what you shouldn't, and don't tell anyone about this matter, or I'll cut out your tongue. Tang Mi spat out her tongue and said, Sis, then should I call him brother-in-law from now on? I feel like he's quite handsome and capable. I'm a bit moved. Tang Yingying blanked Tang Mi and said, his plan is called Golden Cicada. Pay attention in these 2 days. If anyone finds out about his plan, clean it up for me. Tang Mi was a little confused, as she couldn't understand. Tang Yingying could only briefly say the content of the plan that Gao Yang had told him. Sis, you don't say. Our brother-in-law is really quite smart. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have thought of this kind of method even if it killed me. I guess those people in the shadows will be pissed off to death by then. Also, my brother-in-law is quite powerful, and actually lasts so long. Tang Yingying's pretty face reddened, directly giving Tang Mi a melon crash. Sis, you hit me on the head again. This time we came over to purchase the jadeite raw stone, but up to now the task hasn't been completed. How can we account for it when we go back? That's right, the Tang family is also in the jewelry and jade business. In fact, the main thing this time is to come over to purchase jadeite. So, only in that Xi Jinping hands intercepted a piece of emperor green in Gao Yang. This piece of imperial green has been sent back. Preliminary estimates. As Gao Yang said, earn 2 or 300 million no problem. If it was made into jewelry, then it would earn even more. Don't be anxious about the emerald. If I don't understand it, naturally someone else will. When the time comes, just make sure you can fulfill the task. This you don't have to worry about. Tang Mi nodded. She understood. Sis, you're saying that you'll let my brother-in-law help you at that time, right? If my brother-in-law steps in, that's really no problem. Tang Mi said brother-in-law on the left and brother-in-law on the right, calling out quite smoothly. Tang Yingying didn't say anything else. She had other things to deal with, and left after explaining a couple sentences. On the other side of the hotel room, Gao Yang was a bit chagrined. Previously, he was impulsive and told Tang Yingying about the plan. Now he regretted. After all, the price of that batch of raw stones was not cheap. This human heart is not the same. In case when the time comes. Chapter 72 Zuru's Confession. The next morning, Gao Yang brought Suli to the raw stone market as usual. What surprised him this time was that Tang Yingying showed up on her own accord, and she directly ran towards Gao Yang. Mr. Gao, I'm still missing some high-quality jadeite, can you help? Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Tang Yingying was now back to the way she was when they first met. Her words and actions were as flirtatious as possible. Gao Yang almost thought that this Tang Yingying and the woman from last night were twins. I'll try my best. Gao Yang touched his nose. Tang Yingying was very satisfied and directly took Gao Yang's arm. Su Li's eyes on the side narrowed. As if she felt it, Tang Yingying turned her head to look at Su Li. This beauty. You won't be jealous. Su Li didn't say anything and took the lead towards the front. She's jealous. LOL. Tang Yingying's speaking voice wasn't controlled, so Su Li heard it clearly. Gao Yang, which was embarrassing, so he wanted to draw back his hand. Don't move, or I'll shout molestation. In fact, the reason why Tang Yingying was like this was something she had thought about after going back last night. After all, her identity was here, and if ordinary people wanted to move Gao Yang, they would need to weigh it up. This was also considered a kind of protection. Are you still coming tonight? Gao Yang took advantage of the fact that no one was around and quietly asked. Tang Yingying directly pinched Gao Yang at his waist. I have 2 missions out this time. The first one is to buy high-quality jadeite. This you help me. As for the price, you can't be too expensive, but you can't be put at a disadvantage either. Just follow the day. Anyway, let me complete the task. In addition to completing it beautifully, this will be good for me. Anyway, I'll make it up to you in other ways. As for the night, let's talk about it then. Gao Yang nodded. It's just a little less money. It's no big deal. As for the other aspects of compensation that Tang Yingying said, Gao Yang had already thought wrongly at this time. Gao Yang on this side to help Tang Yingying in the stone, or the 2 cooperation is more appropriate. And on the other side, Liesel was watching from somewhere. The one you said destroyed our plans is that kid? Black Dragon nodded his head in a hurry and said, that's the kid. Quite a fighter. He and I were only able to go toe-to-toe for a dozen moves. Black Dragon said these words that even he didn't believe. Reeser, however, didn't care. What's this guy's background? Black Dragon shook his head and said, I've asked around. No background. an outsider who happened to stumble upon that night. But I have inquired. This person has some skills in gambling stones, and seems to have purchased quite a few good materials in the past few days, and there are a few local forces that have their eyes on him as well. Risei's eyes lit up as he finally heard something of interest. In fact, people like Gao Yang were basically uninterested in dealing with Risei. After all, an ordinary person, and still unintentionally ruined their good deed. If they retaliated for such a little thing, it was a bit not worth it. After all, this guy wasn't a person on the road. He couldn't possibly spend extra time wasting on this matter. To put it simply, Gao Yang is not qualified enough for Risei to spend time and energy to deal with. If incidentally is more or less. But now it's different. Who doesn't love money? Liesel also loves money. So as soon as he heard that Gao Yang was very good at gambling on stones, all of a sudden he had a small mind. Of course, he wasn't doing it for that batch of raw stones. He was thinking more long term, and that was to put this person under control. Having been active in this area for years, how could he not have his own industry? Find out this guy's bottom line for me, then this blunder will be forgotten. In addition, I can give you some benefits. The Black Dragon's eyes lit up. It hastily agreed. On the other side, Tang Yingying kept smiling as Gao Yang had already helped her cut out several pieces of high-quality jadeite. It seemed like she had indeed come across a treasure. However, there was one thing Tang Yingying wasn't too satisfied with, and that was that this guy was too horny. Not to mention that big-titted woman last night. This one called Suli today must have something to do with him as well. And listening to that woman deliberately reminding, it seems like Gao Yang has a girlfriend in Jinling City. Gao Yang made $50 million this morning. In fact, he could have made $100 million, but it didn't matter. Gao Yang, we should go back. There are still things waiting for us over there. Suli's reminder interrupted the duo's conversation. Gao Yang nodded. He did have things. After all, he was waiting for news from Chen Mei's side. Mr. Gao, thank you for today. We'll continue tomorrow. After Tang Yingying finished speaking, she even gave Gao Yang a kiss on the cheek, then twisted her pert buttocks and left. Don't look. People are gone. You can't eat it even if you're craving for it. Suli's words had a sour flavor. Gao Yang touched his nose. Whether he could eat it or not, Suli said nothing. His little brother said it. Back to the hotel. Xian Mei is still not back. Gao Yang directly Suli to a hug. He was teased by Tang Yingying all morning. Really, some cannot stand. Suli symbolically resisted for a bit, and then did not resist. Just as Gao Yang was about to reach out and touch Suli's key parts, he was stopped by Suli. Gao Yang, do you want to run a red light? Gao Yang instantly sobered up. He forgot about this matter. Suli was a little embarrassed at this time. Gao Yang, do you know why I come over every night pretending to sleepwalk? Because you're Wanwanning's boyfriend, and I'm her BFF, and Wanting takes care of me. So, I could only use that method so that my heart would feel better. I admit that I'm a bit unorthodox, but I can't control myself, so I'll just be shameless. No one knows me here anyway. Do you understand what I mean? This abnormal relationship of ours can only be here. When we go back, you're still you and I'm still me. Can you promise me? Gao Yang understood what Suli meant. That is to say, this relationship stops at Jinling City. As soon as they returned to Jinling City, this relationship would have to end. Gao Yang was actually torn. Men are a lower body thinking animal. Before taking off his pants, that is not to think about the consequences. After wearing pants, he will regret. Feel sorry for the sorry that, but to the next time, the first consideration cannot be sorry for themselves. So Gao Yang is not whoring for nothing. This period of time before and after, he took Suli and money beautiful earned a lot of money. Of course these money for him nothing, because it is also more cut a stone and less cut a stone difference. But for others, it was an astronomical amount. Take Xian Mei for example. This period of time before and after Gao Yang let her earn at least 5 million. At least Xian Mei felt that it was worth it, both to fulfill her needs and to achieve her goal. She would not feel that she was losing out. For Gao Yang, he also gave compensation. There is no deficit. Regarding Suli, Gao Yang is just thinking, take her to make money, make it over here, and go back and make it later. But he forgot one thing, the relationship between Suli and Wanting. Gao Yang could not think about this matter, but Suli couldn't not think about it. Gao Yang, don't think about it too much. As long as we return to normal after we return to Jinling City. I know it's a little hard for you to hold it in today. Let me help you. Chapter 73, Tang Yingying's Addiction. Xian Mei came back rather late, almost as if Suli's side had just finished some things. The three of them came to the restaurant to eat, and Gao Yang was talking to Xian Mei about things. Suli had a red face and just listened on the side, but her thoughts had already let themselves go. This was the first time she used her mouth that, when she was with Xiao Mingguan in the past, that guy had also asked for it, but was rejected by Suli. Unexpectedly, today she took the initiative and put it into action. The most hateful thing was that he actually gave it back and swallowed it. That's fine. We'll start from this evening and implement the plan. This afternoon you'll go over to the new warehouse to prepare, and I'll be over there at almost midnight. After some deliberation, Gao Yang finally made a decision. After lunch, Gao Yang took Suli to the raw stone market again, and this time, he wasn't solving stones. Gao Yang went back this time to open his own original stone store, so he couldn't buy all the stones with emerald. He just needs to make sure that the quality of his raw stone is better than others. So even those scrap stones, he also bought some, but they were all selected. All in all, like these things to get back, certainly better than other people's home, but the kind that it wasn't cost-effective to solve yourself, that would have the advantage of being cheap. He does have an outlier, but he can't disrupt the market, much less just go around solving stones all day himself. If every material that appeared in his store opened jade, then the Jinling market might collapse. For example, other people's material, 3 out of 10 may have jade, then he got a 4, as the saying goes, only the wrong buy, no wrong sell. These merchants selling raw stone material are more than a shrewd. Don't look at these materials piled up inside the store feel similar. In fact, you have to carefully think about it. As long as the price of some of the more expensive out of the chances of emerald will be a little bigger. Gao Yang is here to pick up the leakage. For example, he bought these wool, a total value of 10 billion spent. Then these wool can be solved out at least 15 billion of jadeite. Then after going back, he still needs to go through some selection. Will those most excellent jadeite to pick down? So that the 1 billion of wool almost can solve out 7 or 800 million of jadeite. Then these wool is what he sells. Gao Yang is not heart black. Earn a 300 to 500 million on the line. After all, the material here is cheap. Go back is to earn a difference. As for the real money he has picked out, and there is money earned on this side. This time plus the first piece of imperial green, Gao Yang has earned 1.5 billion. This number was scary to think about. If you add the ones you are ready to get back, the preliminary estimate is that it is absolutely no problem to earn 2 or 3 billion. And this is not the public disc. The real money is still the time of the public market. That time of the raw stone material is the best of the year, is also the most profitable time. Just cut a piece of raw stone, earn a few tens of millions of dollars. That is a common thing. Of course, you have to have eyesight. If you don't have eyesight, you'll lose more money. According to Wen Wanting said, some jadeite material worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And this kind of material cut the probability of loss is not small. In short, gambling risk investment need to be cautious. Purchasing in the afternoon, Gao Yang almost spent all the money earned in the morning. In fact, every piece of high-quality stone Gao Yang made a secret mark. The best stones, that is, the ones that are not going to be sold, Gao Yang would make a dot on them with a marker pen. This was to prevent Suli from getting confused when he went back. After all, Suli is sure to go back first, when the time will be good material live with goods when cut. That would be a loss. As usual, Gao Yang drove the car into the warehouse, but this time it is not unloading, but loading. Feeling about the same, Gao Yang again the box minivan to drive away from here, and then parked in the parking lot where it usually parked. In fact, there was a big risk here. If a car thief took his car away, it was estimated that he would have to cry. After dinner, Suli went straight to his room to rest because of his health. Gao Yang just waited in his room. He waited for the time to pass. At almost 11 o'clock, Tang Ying directly entered Gao Yang's room. Can you teach me how to unlock the door? Just like you. The kind that comes and goes as you please. Tang Ying blanked Gao Yang and said, teach you and then sneak into other girls' rooms, right? Gao Yang was greatly embarrassed. Not to mention, this was what he thought before. It's not impossible to learn this technique. First you have to join our Tang sect. If you kneel on the ground right now and kowtow to me 3 times, I will reluctantly accept you as my disciple. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders. Kowtowing to a master? Don't even think about it. If it's kowtowing and worshipping is more like it. The atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward. One wanted to do something and was embarrassed. One wanted to be done something and was embarrassed to be reminded. So for a while this atmosphere was a bit awkward. Can I ask you a question? Finally, Gao Yang couldn't help but speak first. Aha! Tang Ying replied with just one word. I feel as if you're 2 completely different people during the day and at night. What's going on? Regarding this question, Gao Yang had been thinking about it for a day. Tang Ying sat directly on the edge of the bed, which is when she started to explain. Actually, this is related to our identity. Like we basically run outside all year round. There are many times when we need to disguise ourselves. So the me you see in the daytime isn't necessarily real. Or maybe that's just a certain side of me. Gao Yang nodded. This explanation it was able to accept. Looking at Tang Ying who was close by, the endocrine secretion of Gao Yang's body became active again. So he moved towards Tang Ying's side. Ying, look at this time, it's not early. Why don't we? Gao Yang said while stretching out an arm, slowly holding Tang Yingying in his arms. Tang Yingying symbolically struggled for a bit, and then there was no more. Because her strength wasn't as big as Gao Yang's, it was also possible that she just didn't really resist. Anyway, within a few moments, she was raked into a meat dumpling by Gao Yang. A lot of things are like that. The first time is a little embarrassed, the second time is still a little, then the third time is half push, and then it is logical. Anyway, by the time the duo had finished things, more than an hour had passed. Gao Yang, how many women do you have? Also, can you tell me about yourself? Gao Yang didn't expect Tang Yingying to actually be so gossipy as well and would be interested in his affairs, so he started to explain. Actually, I wasn't like this before. I used to believe in love. I probably said you wouldn't quite believe it either. It's because after that incident, it's as if my whole person has changed, becoming less strict than before. Maybe you'll think that I'm just giving myself a reason to be horny. In fact, I don't deny this. Tang Yingying was originally resting her head on Gao Yang's arm. After hearing Gao Yang's words, she sat up violently, not caring that she was naked. A color of indignation appeared on her face. This Zhang Jun must die, and that Chiu Lily, how dare she betray my man? Gao Yang was startled and quickly began to pacify. No need. I've already taken my revenge in my own way. Besides, China is all about the law. You can't mess around. It's almost time. I should take action. Chapter 74 Trusting Tang Yingying. Gao Yang had just gotten up when Tang Yingying stopped him, and it was the kind that couldn't move because Tang Yingying had grabbed the place of his lifeblood. You can't go. Right now there are at least 4 or 5 people outside watching this side. As soon as you leave, they will absolutely follow you. Then if you change the original stone to another warehouse, it would be redundant, and instead, you would expose the purpose in advance. Gao Yang frowned. He hadn't thought of this problem. What then? Tang Yingying secretly pinched her hand at the place of her lifeline and smiled. Why don't you wait for me to leave? Then I'll just drive over in my car, and you'll give me the address. Gao Yang had no good way out. It could only be so. As for whether this woman will be for his emerald stone, this can only bet. If it is really for his original stone, Gao Yang can only recognize. The big deal is to start again from scratch. Thinking about it, Gao Yang is also frank. After all, this is just a matter of time for him. The big deal is to spend a few more days. This can also recognize a person. It is also worth it. So he told Tang Yingying the address of the warehouse and the contact person. Tang Yingying was ready to get dressed and leave, but was hugged by Gao Yang again. Yingying, this time is still a bit early. Why don't we? Tang Yingying blankly glanced at Gao Yang, but still symbolically refused twice and half-heartedly agreed. Anyway, it was already more than 2 o'clock when Tang Yingying left. Gao Yang gave Qian Mei a call and also went to bed. In fact, Tang Yingying had the opportunity to get rid of this batch of raw stones, or if it was someone else, she would not hesitate to get rid of it. But she will not pit Gao Yang, because Gao Yang is her man, because her first time to this rogue. The children of the Jianghu are generally more spontaneous. Gao Yang, after all, had saved her life. Otherwise, Tang Yingying would not have sent it over to Gao Yang at night specifically for that. Maybe women value their first time more, or maybe she did like Gao Yang. Anyway, she was now helping Gao Yang. Gao Yang mindlessly slept until dawn, or was woken up by the doorbell. The door to the room opened, and there was no doubt that it was none other than Suli. Suli was still like that, as if she didn't have some kind of relationship with Gao Yang. Maybe this was her cleverness. Sometimes the disguise is true that even she believes it to be true, then others naturally can't see it. As long as you are not embarrassed and feel that this thing is true, then what others say is useless. Suli positioned herself very clearly, at least for now. Gao Yang, are you still going to purchase jadeite raw stones today? Gao Yang didn't say anything as he was brushing his teeth. After his face was washed and his teeth brushed, while eating the breakfast that Suli had brought back, this is when he said his plan. Today, tomorrow, we will both go and purchase the jadeite raw stones. Then the day after tomorrow, in the second half of the night, you and Qian Mei will leave together. But don't sit in the van. I'm going to buy a new car, the minivan kind. At that time, you guys will just follow behind the van. The van will let the security company drive it back. Suli was a little confused and casually asked, why this arrangement? We sit on top of the van is not good? That van is a double cab. It can sit several people. Gao Yang blankly glanced at Suli and said, although this plan of ours is very meticulous, there is always the possibility of accidents, especially this section before we leave the province. I'd rather this truckload of stones be robbed than let you guys have an accident. So remember this for me. If an accident does happen on the road, don't try to get together. Just pretend you don't recognize it. All you need to do is to keep yourselves safe, as well as just call the police. You don't need to worry about anything else. Of course, this is the worst plan. If the journey is smooth, your task is to be responsible for this load of raw stones not to be stolen for them. Steal a few random pieces and a set of houses will be gone. Suli just looked at Gao Yang, her eyes still a little red. At first she didn't understand what Gao Yang meant, but now she understood. Gao Yang's meaning was simple. A carload of raw stones lost was lost. They couldn't afford to have anything happen to them. Gao Yang, wanting is so happy. It's a pity that I got to know you too late, otherwise I must. Gao Yang smiled and didn't say anything. In his heart, he was thinking, if you knew me a month earlier, you wouldn't be able to look at me either. Of course this is something that Gao Yang will not say. A lot of things are like this. What kind of position you get, what kind of things. Take a beautiful woman for example. If this beautiful woman is really beautiful, she definitely doesn't belong to the ordinary people. Even if this beautiful woman is willing to marry you, then she will still be unfortunate in the future, and maybe even bring misfortune to the man, because this man is ordinary. He can't handle this kind of beauty of a woman. In fact, why are there so many beautiful women go willing to give people as a mistress or lover? Sometimes it is not what they want, they have no choice but to do it. Because the woman is beautiful, there will always be someone to miss. A man does not have the ability to drive. He is not qualified to have a beautiful woman. Take Xiao Lily. If Gao Yang's current self, replaced 2 years ago, Xiao Lily dared to lose his temper, Xiao Lily would she cheat on him? Even if it is Gao Yang is not good to her, she will not cheat on Zhang Jun, because the risk is too great. Once you let Gao Yang know, a lifetime of honor and fortune will be gone. So, a man, you want to have a beautiful woman, first you have to have the ability. You not only have to manage this woman, you also have to block the trouble that this woman brings. This is actually the importance of status. Why Gao Yang cut out a piece of imperial green, even cut half to sell and leave? He knew that all cut may also earn 200 or 300 million more, but he withdrew early, because his identity cannot handle this piece of jade. Greed too much may even lose their lives, and that Xi Jinping and Tang Yingying do not have to worry, because no one dares to touch them. This is the strength. A person with money is useless, but also have a backer. It's like a widow. Why can't a widow have children? Because she has no one above her. After breakfast, Gao Yang brought Suli once again to the raw stone market, not only to come today, he will come every day, at least until his truck is far away from this side. Besides, why wouldn't he if he could make money? Back in Jinling City, it was almost impossible to make money like this again. Just like yesterday, as soon as Gao Yang arrived at the jadeite raw stone market, he saw Tang Yingying smilingly walking over, and it was very natural, directly holding Gao Yang's arm. But today there was more than one Tang Yingying looking for him. Xi Jinping was also there. The other day, more than half of Gao Yang's stones were traded with this guy. Only yesterday, this guy wasn't there, so Tang Yingying picked up the slack. Then today this situation was not good. Two people were going to grab it. Of course this is what Gao Yang is happy to see. Chapter 75, Cut Down and Crazy. Brother Gao, you're in high spirits today. As soon as Gao Yang arrived, Xi Jinping welcomed him and shook Gao Yang's hand. As a result, Gao Yang's right hand was being held by Tang Yingying, and it was also being clamped by 2 Mount Everests, so he couldn't pull it out at all. Xi Jinping couldn't tell, and hurriedly changed his right hand to shake Gao Yang's. Boss C, why didn't I see you yesterday? After Gao Yang finished shaking hands, he made small talk while walking. Don't mention it, I got drunk by someone the night before, and slept all day yesterday. By the way, I heard that someone wants to deal with you. You should be careful. The smile on Xi Jinping's face faded away as he talked about this. Gao Yang nodded as a response. Right, Miss Tang, you didn't come here today to grab the jadeite from me again, right? It was only then that Xi Jinping remembered something, because the way Tang Yingying and Gao Yang looked right now, it felt a bit ambiguous. Uncle C, you guessed right, but no reward. Also, I only want the very best. How about the ordinary ones go to you? Xi Jinping was speechless for a while. Ordinary ones are everywhere. Why do you need to let them go? Besides, it seems like there are no ordinary stones cut by Gao Yang. One for each person, regardless of size. Take turns. This is my bottom line. Otherwise, for a while the two people started bargaining. Gao Yang didn't have the intention to interrupt at all, because he had no time at all at this time, and I don't know if it was jealousy or a fight. Anyway, Suli also started to hold Gao Yang's arm. It was close to hugging Gao Yang's arm and rubbing it back and forth. Impossible. This is the best stone here. It can't be a black egg. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as Gao Yang and the others had just arrived at this store, they heard these words. They were instantly curious. Hey, I just watched it too. This guy spent $50 million on a piece of top quality material, and it looks like it's cut down. Xi Jinping's words were sort of an explanation to Gao Yang. Gao Yang finally took the opportunity to get rid of the 2 wombats, but he also pinched them in passing. Gao Yang wasn't a person who liked to watch, but a $50 million raw stone material cut down was still something to watch. The man was in his 50s and his face was all haggard and disheveled. Gao Yang understood a rough idea from the murmurs of the onlookers. This guy was called Song Ping, and his assets used to be quite strong, but as a result, after only less than 3 years, he lost his company as well as all of his assets. This is the last big gamble. He saw the stone a week ago, because there is no money, will be the family's few assets to sell. He even sold his house and car, just for today's bet. The result can be imagined. No return. Gao Yang finally understood. Gambling stone in the end how unreliable. The so-called 1 cut poor 2 cuts rich, 3 cuts cloaked in sackcloth. Is this meaning, ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Just as everyone was feeling sorry for this fellow, thinking that this matter was over, this Song Ping suddenly laughed out loud and then acted as if he was crazy. Nope, just crazy. Song Ping went crazy, because he couldn't accept this blow. He went crazy. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Song Ping laughed maniacally while holding a piece of edge material and ran towards the distance. That look made people look at it with some pathos. Crazy. Second one this year. Scatter. A person who looked like a market administrator lamented while signaling everyone to leave and disperse. Gao Yang, don't we also don't bet, in case one day you are the same as him. Gao Yang this angry Suli good not to say, actually say demoralizing words. Would this happen to him? Gao Yang? If one day the perspective eye ability was gone, Gao Yang would never touch this thing. After all, he wouldn't know how to gamble. Because of Song Ping's matter, the store was deserted for a while. Even Tang Yingying was ready to pull Gao Yang away. But this Gao Yang guy just didn't believe in evil. He liked this situation, because then there was no one else in the store. This way he could do whatever he wanted. Gao Yang didn't hesitate and started looking. After looking at a few pieces in a row, they were not bad, but he was not satisfied, so he was ready to look on another side. Just then his eyes narrowed. Boss, is this stone under your ass for sale? It turned out that this boss was also depressed because of what happened earlier. Although he had made money, Song Ping had gone crazy and the story would soon spread. Then, this store of his would be included in the ominous land. People who gambled on stones believed in superstitions. Some would even bathe and change their clothes, burn incense and pray. Some, moreover, would secretly wear a pair of red pants. This is superstition. As the saying goes, it's better to believe it than not to believe it at all. Therefore, the store owner was worried. At least for a long time his store's business won't be too good. So he moved a piece of wool and sat on it to think of a solution. Thinking about it, is someone in his store cut up a piece of stone? Preferably big up, and then set off a firecracker. In this way, the bad luck in his store will be dispersed. Business will naturally return. But the question is how to solve the rise? I'm afraid there won't even be any customers next. Just then Gao Yang took a fancy to the piece of material under his butt, so he hurriedly stood up. There is always business to be done. Gao Yang waited for this guy to leave. His eyes suddenly lit up. Just now this guy's but blocked to see not really. After all, this perspective can't be infinite perspective. Boss, what's the price of this piece of material? Gao Yang casually asked. The store owner pointed to the price list on the side. Gao Yang took a look. 380,000. Unexpected joy. Hastily transferring the money, he picked up the stone and put it on the cart. Brother Gao, this is good stuff? Businessman, his sense of smell is all very sharp. Not too sure, but the price isn't too expensive. You can cut it for fun, Gao Yang said while starting to draw a line. Uncle C, first things first, this one is mine. According to the result of the discussion between the two just now, this first piece of jadeite cut out should indeed belong to Tang Yingying. Si Xianping was depressed. Yesterday, a day did not come, killed such a little demon. Now well, but Si Xianping did not care. After all, the next piece is their own. Gao Yang cut very carefully, which makes Si Xianping two people are very curious, because Gao Yang before deciphering the stone that are two cuts, as the raw stone material became smaller and smaller, Si Xianping could see a little bit of clues. It was a long strip, or rather, it is currently just pasted into a long strip. This long strip is not too long. It is only about 10 centimeters, but the width is currently only 5 or 6 centimeters. Gao Yang stopped the stone unraveling machine, and then began to polish it. This polishing was done very slowly, because some things just need to be touched a little bit, and he might be worthless. Chapter 76 Golden Dragon in Jade. Gao Yang polished it carefully and slowly, but even slower there was always a time when it was polished out, and when a touch of transparency was revealed. Tang Yingying was slightly disappointed. She thought it was imperial green? In fact, Tang Yingying is too demanding. This transparent jadeite is also called glass seed jadeite. Glass seed jadeite, as the name suggests, is like glass as transparent. The quality is very fine. Dense crystal and particles, is the best of the jadeite. Glass seed has a very intuitive characteristics as the naked eye intuition with fluorescence. It is also known as the connoisseur said fluorescence. This kind of jadeite usually has a glass luster. Its texture is fine and pure without flaws. The color is pure, bright. Tang Yingying has a little disappointment is not the variety of this jadeite, mainly this volume. If this piece is slightly larger, then the price will be great, only second to the Emperor Green, but the problem is long. Then that is to say, this piece of jade can only do some rings, necklaces, pendants, earrings and these things. The first thing that was ruled out was the bracelet. To know jade products, the most expensive is the bracelet. After all, the bracelet it has an inherent condition, that is, its volume is large. Like the others, even the edges can be made. So it was a pity that this piece of jadeite was of good quality, but unfortunately of little value. But this idea only appeared for a moment before Tang Yingying dismissed it again, because she saw something different. In the transparency, there was actually a touch of yellow color. And, Tang Yingying covered her mouth. She didn't dare to speak anymore for fear of disturbing Gao Yang. Xi Xianping also didn't dare to speak, his eyes staring dead on. Finally, Gao Yang stopped moving. Asterisk 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 brother Gao, this is for me. You name the price. Xi Xianping had already started to break the rules. Uncle C, we have an agreement. This piece of jadeite belongs to me. Gao Yang ignored the duo. He was admiring the piece of emerald in his hand like a piece of art. This was a long strip of ice-seeded jadeite. According to the price, a piece of ice seeded like this big was estimated to be worth a few $1 million, mainly because of its volume. Just like the Emperor Green, you again worth money. You volume cannot reach. That is certainly not sold on the price, but it is precious lies. This piece of ice seed jadeite center position has a yellow jadeite, but it may not be emerald. Anyway, there is a piece of stuff in here. This piece of stuff is greenish yellow, a fierce look. The shape is exactly the same as the golden dragon. If it was artificially made, it would definitely not be worth much, but this belonged to the natural ones. Then this price might be upwards of tens of times. In fact, this kind of thing before the nature has also appeared, such as ice inside mixed with other colors, such as green, yellow and so on, but that is messy. Unlike this piece, inside this piece of gold body, at least 70% like the golden dragon. Then the value of this is extraordinary, absolutely can be used as the treasure of the town store for speculation. In fact, other jadeite also have this situation, only you cannot find it. For example, some green jadeite mixed with other colors, but because it is green jadeite, even if there is something inside, it is not visible, unless the green fade a cut, but that is no longer useful, not only not valuable, but also very low overall price. Only the glass seed can be very intuitive to see, because the inside is transparent, plus the dragon for the Chinese that has a special meaning. I'll offer $100 million. Xi Xianping didn't pull any punches with Tang Yingying and directly opened the price. He was going to use the price to speak. 200 million. Tang Yingying also quoted the price, and Xi Xianping still wanted to offer, but was stopped by Gao Yang. Both of you. I'm sorry, I'm not going to sell this piece of emerald because I'm useful. Gao Yang's refusal made the duo a bit surprised, just as they were about to inquire. Splat. Gao Yang was taken aback. Not only him, but several people were taken aback. It turned out that this shopkeeper had naturally seen this piece of emerald, and at that time, his eyes rolled back and he came up with a brilliant idea. That was to publicize this matter loudly. Once it was publicized, then the morning matter could be ignored. People's focus would only be on this matter now, so he quietly ran to the back and took a string of firecrackers, and just abruptly and directly lit up. The point was that you couldn't blame people. In a sense, people were just here to celebrate for you. Hurry up! Gao Yang casually handed this piece of emerald to Suli to put in her bag, then pulled the two girls and ran. Xi Xianping also reacted and hurriedly followed. I don't know how long they ran, but only then did a few people stop. Gao Yang was not red in the face. Tang Yingying was also fine. Only Suli and Xi Xianping were panting. Damn, it's fortunate that I ran fast, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to walk even if I wanted to this time. Gao Yang didn't say this for nothing, because this kind of thing was very rare, and its existence was more significant than its actual significance. Then everyone would have to come and observe it, which if they were surrounded by those people, they wouldn't be able to leave without an hour or so. At that time, I'm afraid that there will be even more people who want to deal with Gao Yang. Brother Gao, I don't know if this piece of jade you have is. Xi Xianping was still a little reluctant, so he asked tentatively, thinking that it was Gao Yang who wanted to sit on it or something else. This possibility was also there. He intends to go back and give it to his girlfriend. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but Suli opened his mouth helpfully. She also intentionally raised the volume of the word girlfriend. He then glanced at Tang Yingying intentionally or unintentionally. However, Tang Yingying's facial expression did not change in any way. Instead, Xi Jinping had a feeling of sudden realization. Brother Gao. In fact, girls don't necessarily like this kind of thing. If you really want to give it to your girlfriend, then find a way to cut a piece of emperor green out. Then use the emperor green to make a pair of bracelets. High-end atmosphere. It's better than this thing, don't you think so? If you're selling it, one bite, $300 million, I'll take it. Gao Yang originally really intended to give it to When Wanting. He felt that it was right to keep good things that could When Wanting. But it had to be said that there was some truth in what Xi Jinping said. It wasn't true that this thing was precious, but it wasn't practical. Just like an antique, worth a few million, tens of millions of dollars, then for collectors, it is worth a fortune. For others, it's not as affordable as exchanging it for money. Then this thing to When Wanting can only be placed in a certain place at home. Other people cannot see, can only appreciate their own. He really does not have much significance. Might as well get 2 Imperial Emperor bracelets. By then When Wanting must be overjoyed. Maybe once she is happy, she can help him. Well, Gao Yang's brain hole was a bit big, and he was already thinking about it at this point. I'll offer $400 million. Uncle C, if you don't talk about martial arts anymore, I won't comply. Chapter 77, Tang Ni's appearance. The corners of Xi Jinping's mouth twitched, and he eventually gave up quite helplessly. Gao Yang didn't say anything either, so he had to hand this little golden dragon to Tang Yingying. Alright, let's change the street and continue. Gao Yang didn't mention the money, and neither did Tang Yingying, as if this matter was just over. In fact, Gao Yang did not intend to ask for money. People's innocence to him, and cannot promise her the future, can only make up as much as possible. But Gao Yang will not have much guilt. After all, Tang Yingying and When Wanting's situation is different. When Wanting is her own drunkenness will give her that. Tang Yingying, on the other hand, was drugged by someone else, and he himself had sort of saved her, and it was also the other person who took the initiative. Therein lies the essential difference. This is just like people just bought a new car. You directly drive to dislike the same. You need to take full responsibility. In Tang Yingying's case, it was that this new car was about to fall under the cliff, and was dragged up by him with a tow truck, although also broken, but at least people are fine. And this kind of breakage is still her own hanging. Gao Yang also backed up a lot of gas money, although later Gao Yang also drove this car a few times, but that is also the other party agreed. They also have added oil. At most, it could only be considered a bit of wear and tear costs. A few people reappeared on the other side. Good lord, there weren't many people on this side. They must have been attracted by the firecrackers over there. This was rather a good thing. Next, Gao Yang paid attention. Almost the stone he will directly unravel. If he encountered that kind of big rise of the stone, he will bring back. Anyway, it wouldn't be stupid to cut it again. Damn, that old Lu is really something. He drove people crazy in the morning, and now he's here to fool us. Still talking about driving a golden dragon. It's more like I'm driving one of his. That's right, he's deliberately speculating, trying to pull back his store's business. Shucks, I won't go to his store even if it kills me in the future. Damn it. Listening to the discussion of these people who were watching the return, Gao Yang, several people looked at each other. Then one by one, they stifled their laughter. It turns out that the pit bull is called Old Lu. It is also considered to be to blame. Net play these small smart. Now well, lost a wife and soldiers. Gao Yang ignored this matter, and made another tens of millions of dollars in one morning. He secretly transferred 10 million to Su Li, and 2 million to Qian Mei. In a sense, there is a big difference between these two women. Gao Yang and Su Li, that the relationship is much better. Money beautiful can only be counted as a cooperative relationship. This time out before and after the money has been given to the beautiful, a few million is also considered enough. As for Su Li, before and after almost also gave 20 million. Su Li at first did not want, then she also want. After all, Gao Yang has money, and in a sense, Su Li will characterize herself as Gao Yang's woman, although she never said it, and probably won't say it in the future, but that's what she thinks in her heart. At the very least, in the future, she had no intention of planting her family's fields for others. After lunch, Gao Yang did not intend to go out again. After all, it is not good to have too much wind. He wants to wait for the jade all transported back to say. That time is when he convergence of wealth. What stone he dared to cut, earn a sum of money, and then directly play disappear, because it is too hot. Gao Yang took a shower, just went to bed and picked up the phone, and saw a transfer record. The whole 300 million. Gao Yang slightly stunned. This money is 100% sure that Tang Yingying transferred. Originally, Gao Yang did not intend to ask for it. Just take it as the gas money and wear and tear money during this period of time. So he directly sent a message over to inquire. The general meaning is that he did not intend to ask for this money at all. So why did he still need to transfer it over? And what made Gao Yang cry and laugh was that Tang Yingying's reason was even more bizarre. The original text reads like this: "You're my man. Can't let my man suffer. The family's money is the family's, not mine." Finally, a sexy picture was sent. That exposed Unfortunately, there was a tool in the way. Just when Gao Yang was having some physiological reactions, the doorbell rang. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. It must be Qian Mei's return, just when he had that need, so quickly ran over to open the door. The result of the door opened is a beautiful woman, but do not recognize. This beauty, she has ear-short hair, 2 eyes big, flashing, the nose is warped, lips beeping, a fierce look and Tang Yingying a little like. The clothes on the body are more exposed, the upper body of a corset, the lower body of a package hip skirt, the height is not too high, the 2 globes were bulging, and there was a sense of whimpering. Tang Mi was also sizing up Gao Yang. After all, she hadn't had any close contact. At this time, Gao Yang was wearing a pair of shorts. After all, he had just taken a shower and was ready to sleep. Plus he thought it was Chen Mei, so he didn't pay attention to this aspect. Tang Mi's eyes just lit up, and she even licked her lips intentionally or unintentionally. Benjamin's were so full. "You are?" Gao Yang started inquiring. This female was definitely not that kind of lady or something like that from her appearance. If all the ladies had this kind of standard, I guess no man would be willing to choose to get married. "Brother-in-law, my name is Tang Mi. My cousin's name is Tang Yingying." A shout of brother-in-law embarrassed Gao Yang, hastily letting Tang Mi into the room. He himself found another pair of pants to put on. Another random t-shirt was put on. "Xiaomi, right, what did you come to see me about?" Tang Mi smiled. Her smile was equally charming and attractive, but Gao Yang didn't dare to have crooked thoughts. After all, this was Tang Mi's sister. "Brother-in-law, from now on I'm your bodyguard and assistant. My sister, she has to go back for a trip. She should have sent you a message for about 3 days. So whatever you need next you can look for me. Oh, I live in the 3rd room next door to you. You can find me at any time." "Right, let's add the contact information first." Tang Mi finished, started to add her cell phone number and WeChat with Gao Yang, then winked at Gao Yang before turning around and leaving. Gao Yang felt that this girl was a bit like Susan. Not the looks, but the mischievous character. As for this Tang Mi's identity, Gao Yang didn't need to doubt it at all. Not to mention the fact that she and Tang Yingying looked like they had a 5-point resemblance. Let's just say that this matter could be understood by just asking Tang Yingying. Gao Yang suddenly thought of one thing. Tang Xiaomi said Tang Yingying went back, and also sent him a message. He quickly picked up his cell phone to check, and sure enough, there was a message. It was a voice that was sent over after sending him that picture. It was probably because Tang Mi happened to ring the doorbell, so she didn't pay attention to it herself. Gao Yang also sent a voiceover, meaning pay attention on the road. "I'll wait for you over here."